High school student Zhang Yun traversed to a world filled with mythical beasts, seizing the body of a namesake boy Zhang Yun who had been disowned by his family. With the help of a bound super pet shop system, Zhang Yun cultivated numerous super divine beasts, becoming the strongest beast master in history and striking back at his snobbish family to avenge the original owner. Chapter 1. Crossing into the mythical beast world. Searching for a stunningly handsome guy. Beginning to bind the super pet shop system. System binding successful. Obtained basic skill. Mythical beast identification. Detected that the host has a pet shop. Starting forced binding and transformation. Wait, wasn't I just on my way to school? Why did I suddenly feel faint? Zhang Yun suddenly opened his eyes and found himself staring at a wrinkled, dried-up ghost face slowly leaning towards him, startling him into a scream. What the hell is this? Zhang Yun raised his hand to punch, but before he could reach the dried-up ghost face, a vine spread out and tightly bound him. Zhang Yun struggled violently, but it was of no use. The vine slowly lifted him off the ground. He looked in horror at the 2-meter-tall monster in front of him, and a line of strange data appeared in his vision. Rooted Trant, wood element cub phase. Race level, low level. Biological level, first rank lower tier. Potential, comprehension, none. Combat power, 7. Skill, root binding. Description, this is a waste Trant. Although it possesses the bloodline of a war Trant, it is extremely weak. Even if it grows to adulthood, it will not exceed the 3rd rank. Status, weak, anorexia, it only eats fish, but the owner feeds it meat. Rooted Trant, what the hell is this thing? Help! Zhang Yun struggled desperately and called for help loudly. At that moment, a proud voice came from his side. Uncle, you are so bad. I saw you fainting on the ground, and kindly let my precious tree support you, but you actually attacked my tree. Sister's right, one cannot be a good person. Good people get no rewards. Hearing this voice, Zhang Yun turned his head and saw a little girl about 7 years old, hands on her hips, licking a big lollipop, looking angrily at him. The little girl wore a uniform similar to a school outfit, with a pink butterfly ribbon on her head and a red diamond mark on her forehead, looking extremely cute. Before Zhang Yun could figure out what was happening, a flood of strange memories rushed into his mind. He had soul transcended. He had crossed into a planet with a technology civilization more advanced than Earth. This planet was called Blue Star, a world where technology and magic coexisted. The Human Federation had entered the interstellar era and, relying on powerful military force, had defeated many formidable alien races, achieving great feats of interstellar colonization. However, humanity did not rely on firearms, but rather on various powerful beasts. These beasts were called mythical beasts, a type of super beast that mastered primal energy. They came in various types and possessed incredible powers. Some were suitable for agriculture, construction, transportation, mining, scientific research, and other businesses, providing convenience for the foundational development of human society. Others wielded world-destroying powers, capable of traversing cosmic wastelands and helping humanity defeat alien forces, assisting humanity in dominating the stars. Humans who could control these mythical beasts were known as beast masters. Beast masters could not only control various mythical beasts, but also wield primal energy, like the beasts themselves, possessing superhuman strength. However, the body Zhang Yun had seized did not have the talent for primal energy. The original owner was a scion of a wealthy family who, unable to become a beast master, was expelled for the family at the age of 10 and taken in by his grandfather to survive. The original owner had a strong personality and wanted to achieve something to gain family recognition. Fantasizing about returning to the family to support him, his grandfather took out his savings to allow him to learn beast taming techniques, making him an apprentice beast tamer, and helped him open a pet shop. As a result, the original owner's beast taming talent was also abysmal, and the small shop not only lost all of his grandfather's savings, but also led to excessive internal strife, causing him to die suddenly on the roadside. Just then, Zhang Yun soul transcended into this body. After digesting the memories, Zhang Yun looked around. He was amazed to find tall buildings all around, bustling traffic, yet interspersed with countless strange beasts, magical yet real. Clearly, this was not a dream. He had truly crossed over. Zhang Yun quickly accepted this identity and couldn't help but mutter. This world is really interesting. One can contract mythical beasts. This is much more fun than Earth. Unfortunately, the original owner is a waste. I've crossed over. I won't inherit his useless talent, will I? At this moment, a strange voice echoed in Zhang Yun's mind again. It doesn't matter if you inherit it, as long as the host manages the pet shop well. You will eventually become extraordinary. Who is speaking? Zhang Yun was bewildered, suspecting he was hearing things. I am a super pet shop system. Function: cultivate super divine beasts through the pet shop. Purpose: cultivate the strongest divine beasts in the world, including the host. Motto: there are no strongest mythical beasts, only the strongest system. System: benefits for the transmigrator. Zhang Yun was shocked, his face twisted with excitement. He never expected to have a system too. At that moment, the little girl's voice came again. Hey, uncle, you're smiling so evilly. You're not thinking of doing something strange to me, are you? I tell you, I am a powerful beastmaster. If you dare to have any ulterior motives towards me, I'll make my precious tree pull off your little rooster. He twitched the corners of his mouth and apologized to the little girl, saying, sorry, little sister, I misunderstood you just now. Can you let the mythical beast put me down? Fine. Seeing Zhang Yun's sincere and extremely handsome face, the little girl huffed and gave an order to the rooted treant. Zhang Yun looked at this magical creature, longing in his heart, wishing he could have such a mythical beast too. At that moment, the system's voice sounded again. Detected potential customers for the pet shop, triggering a beginner task. First venture. Attract a customer for the pet shop, and within 3 days, increase the combat power of their mythical beast to 5 times or more. Task reward: 1 bottle of S-level awakening liquid, 10 shop reputation. Task penalty: 10 shop reputation. Note: the current shop reputation is 20. Increasing reputation to 100 can upgrade the shop level. Note: if reputation drops to 0, the host will be forcibly eliminated. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun's eyes widened in shock. Forget about the penalties. That S-level awakening liquid was something the original owner dreamed of obtaining. From the memories of the original owner, he learned that in this world, humans could only awaken as beast masters in 2 ways. Point 1 was possessing primal energy from birth. As long as they touched the awakening crystal, they could condense a primal energy mark on their forehead and directly become a beast master. The other was not having primal energy from birth. Even if they rubbed the awakening crystal until it was smooth, they still could not awaken as a beast master. In this case, one could only become a beast master by swallowing awakening liquid to artificially condense a primal energy mark. However, the price of awakening liquid was extremely high. The lowest grade level awakening liquid on the market was worth 5 million, and the probability of condensing a primal heart was less than 10. The higher grade level awakening liquid had a 30 success rate for condensing a primal heart, and its price was 10 times higher, monopolized by major wealthy families, making it impossible for ordinary families to purchase. The success rate of a level awakening liquid in condensing the heart of original force is about 50 to it is considered a national strategic resource, valuable but rare, and is generally only given as a reward to the descendants of outstanding martyrs. As for this level awakening liquid, it is said to have a 100 success rate in condensing the heart of original force, allowing a waste to reignite and become a beastmaster. However, this only exists in legends. After Zhang Yun was taken in by his grandfather bought him 2 bottles of level awakening liquid. Unfortunately, that kid was too much of a waste, and both attempts failed to condense the heart of original force. His grandfather had limited financial resources and had to give up. Now, with its level heart of original force placed in front of Zhang Yun, how could he let it slip away? He must accept this task. However, when Zhang Yun saw the task requirements, his face instantly turned green. Chapter 2: Preparing to train the Phantom Beast. Improving the combat power of a Phantom Beast is extremely difficult. Not only does it require numerous battles, but it also necessitates feeding various precious materials, which complement each other to achieve the goal. Given Zhang Yun's current state, where he can't even afford the rent, he simply can't produce a large amount of resources to cultivate a Phantom Beast. Even if he could, it would be impossible to double the combat power of a Phantom Beast in just 3 days, let alone increase it 5-fold. This is simply an impossible task. System: are you kidding me? How can one possibly increase a Phantom Beast's combat power to over 5 times in 3 days? Even if a Beastmaster came, they wouldn't be able to do it. And what is this about canceling the host? You aren't trying to kill me, are you? Zhang Yun grumbled inwardly. Just focus on attracting business, whether you succeed or not. With this system, you don't need to worry. As for canceling the host, you understood it correctly. As per the literal meaning. That girl is leaving. Aren't you going to stop her? Little girls are the easiest to deceive. How can she be allowed to leave so easily? Zhang Yun hurriedly took a few steps forward and called out, Little sister, wait a moment. Why are you calling me? I still need to take my pet to the pet shop for a checkup. The little girl stopped, tilted her head to look at him. Her pure eyes filled with suspicion. Zhang Yun cleared his throat a couple of times and put on a creepy uncle-like smile, saying, "Little sister, I fainted from low blood sugar just now. Thank you for helping me. My name is Zhang Yun, and I also own a pet store. As a thank you, I can help you train your pet. How about that?" "No way." The little girl decisively shook her head, pointing at Zhang Yun's forehead, saying, "You don't even have a power mark. How could you possibly cultivate a phantom beast? I don't want to hand my precious tree to you." Zhang Yun raised his eyebrows and smiled. "If I'm not mistaken, your treant hasn't eaten anything for a long time, has it? Its current combat power should be around 7 points, and it only has one skill involving a root entanglement, which is quite weak for a first-tier, low-level root treant." Upon hearing this, the little girl's big eyes instantly widened in surprise. "Wow, you can tell my little tree's combat power without wearing a power meter. And you even saw through its skill. You're amazing. By the way, how did you know my precious treant has lost its appetite? I never told you." Zhang Yun smiled confidently, saying, "As a qualified beast master, judging the strength and condition of a phantom beast is just the basics. If you're willing to trust me, just hand your treant over to me for training. In 3 days, its loss of appetite will surely be cured, and its combat power will increase significantly. So, how about it? But my second sister has already booked a 3rd-tier beast master for me. I need to take the tree to him now." The little girl, holding a lollipop, poked her finger, looking conflicted. Beast masters are even rarer than phantom beast masters. They can not only treat various ailments of phantom beasts, but also cultivate them, increasing their combat power and even allowing them to evolve and mutate. A 3rd-tier beast master is already considered a master in the field. In a 5th-tier city like Jiangnan, they are top-tier existences, usually very busy with work. Being able to book a 3rd-tier beast master is a rare opportunity. Seeing her hesitate, Zhang Yun didn't push her. After all, he possessed the phantom beast identification technique. And with this, he didn't believe he couldn't attract other customers. He shrugged and said, "Since you don't believe me, then forget it. By the way, your root treant is different from ordinary treants. It likes to eat fish, not meat. If you want to cure its loss of appetite, just feed it fish." As soon as Zhang Yun finished speaking, the root treant waved its vines, conveying an excited emotion to the little girl. As a low-level phantom beast, its intelligence isn't high. While it can roughly understand human speech, it can't express its own demands to humans. Now that Zhang Yun has voiced its request, it naturally becomes very excited. "Oh wow, I didn't expect my little tree to like fish." The little girl finally confirmed the reason for her pet's picky eating and was overjoyed. She dismissed her doubts and excitedly said, "Uncle, I'm willing to believe you and will hand my precious little treant over to you for training. However, can you really help improve my treant's combat power?" "Of course," Zhang Yun replied confidently. "It needs to be raised by 3 points." The little girl held up 3 fingers and said, "In 3 days, my elementary school is going to hold a new student competition, and only phantom beasts with combat power exceeding 10 points can participate. If you can help me raise my precious treant's combat power to 10 points, I'll have my second sister give you a lot of money. How about that? A small matter. Let's go. I'll take you to see my little shop." "Sure, sounds good." The little girl was very innocent, bouncing along with the treant as she followed Zhang Yun. Not far away, a black sedan parked by the roadside slowly rolled down its window. Inside the car sat 2 men in black, both with stern expressions and sharp eyes. They also had power marks on their foreheads, indicating that they were all phantom beast masters. "This is bad. The 3rd young lady has been kidnapped again. Hurry, run that kid over," the scar-faced thin man in the passenger seat urged. The fat man driving twitched his lips and said, "Ah bow. Can you be a bit calmer when doing your job? If I follow your orders, I've already run over 5 innocent bystanders this week. Humph. Better to mistakenly kill than to let one go," the scar-faced thin man said with righteous indignation. "Don't mess up for the 2nd young lady. Just follow that guy and ensure the 3rd young lady's safety." After finishing his sentence, the fat man started the car and followed the 2 from a distance. Moments later, Zhang Yun led the little girl to the front of the pet shop. This pet shop was truly small. The facade was only 2 meters high, and slightly larger phantom beasts couldn't even fit inside. A cartoon sign hung on the door, "Awesome Pet Shop." "Hee hee, uncle, your pet shop is so small. It's the smallest pet shop I've ever seen, but the name is quite impressive," the little girl chuckled, covering her mouth. Zhang Yun's mouth twitched and said, "The mountain doesn't need to be high. It has a fairy and its spirit. My shop may be small, but my skills are good, living up to the term awesome. Would you like to come in and take a look?" "No. I still need to go to the park to find my friends to team up to catch pythons." The little girl turned to the treant and instructed, "Tree, remember to listen to uncle. I'll come to pick you up in 3 days. "Uh-huh." The treant emitted a dull sound and nodded stiffly. "Uncle, my name is Lin Yuqing. I'll leave my tree to you. See you in 3 days. Okay, be careful on the way." After waving goodbye to the little girl, Zhang Yun led the treant to the entrance and opened the small door of the pet shop. As soon as the door opened, Zhang Yun was shocked by the sight before him. The once spacious little shop was now completely empty. All the various pet dog food and supplies displayed on the counter had vanished. I remember the store was filled with various pet dog food when I closed yesterday. Could it have been robbed? Low-quality dog food. Selling it would only affect the shop's reputation, so it was forcibly disposed of. What the hell, are you kidding? That dog food was worth over 100,000 alliance coins. You just disposed of it? Where's the money? The system completely ignored Zhang Yun's questioning and chimed. Ding. Awesome pet shop renovation completed. The current shop level is 1. The back of the pet shop has been transformed into a pet hall, with 3 phantom beast nests added. Initiating dimension trial. Purpose: training phantom beasts. Since the host is receiving a cultivation commission for the first time, a free dimension trial is being provided. Please start your trial as soon as possible. Damn. Seeing that reasoning was pointless, Zhang Yun could only lead the root treant to the back room. At this moment, the spacious back room of the pet shop had completely changed its appearance. The floor was covered with strange black rock slabs, adorned with numerous golden runes, converging toward 3 nests in the center of the hall. The 3 bird nests are not large, round, about the size of a cushion, woven from transparent branches, emitting a faint glow, resembling crystal crafts. The 2 nests on the left and right are empty, while on the left nest lies a small red toad. About the size of an ordinary frog. Zhang Yun looks at the toad, astonished. He vaguely remembers that this toad was entrusted to the small shop by an unknown female customer and had been there for over 3 months. The female customer never came to retrieve it, clearly having abandoned it. According to Zhang Yun's memory, this red toad should be the size of a fist. How did it shrink to the size of a thumb? What the hell? Just as Zhang Yun was about to ask the system, information about the bird nests appeared before his eyes. Chapter 3. The Doomsday of Azeroth. Phantasm Nest 1. Can shrink and accommodate any phantasm below the 6th rank. Function: increases growth speed by 10 times, and slightly enhances strength, combat power, comprehension, etc. Hiss: a 10-fold increase in growth speed. That's insane. Zhang Yun couldn't help but take a deep breath. Phantasms are most easily tamed and enslaved by humans during their juvenile stage. It is only when they reach maturity that they can exhibit their perfect combat capabilities. However, the growth process of phantasms is extremely long. For some royal beasts, the maturity period can last up to 100 years, and before they mature, their owner may have already been worn out. Even for ordinary low-level phantasms, it takes a few years to reach maturity. Low-level phantasms like root tree people have a growth period of about 5 years, which is still quite long. If one wants to shorten the growth time of phantasms, it requires a great cost. The most traditional method is through extensive battles or by consuming precious potions and rare materials. Extensive battles can easily lead to the death of phantasms, and even if they survive, the treatment costs will be astronomical. Consuming precious potions and rare materials also requires a lot of resources, akin to burning money. Regardless of the method, it's not something an ordinary phantasm trainer can afford. These 3 seemingly ordinary bird nests can actually increase the growth speed of phantasms by 10 times without any side effects. It's simply incredible. Additionally, it can enhance the phantasm's strength, comprehension, and more. This bird nest is simply outrageous. And this is just the effect of one. With just these 3 bird nests, in the vast Jiangnan city, there wouldn't be a beast tamer who could compare to Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun couldn't contain his excitement. Put away your sinister smile. Hurry into the dimensional transmission array and start your trial. Time waits for no one. Alright. Zhang Yun recalled that the practical ability to cultivate phantasms is closely related to the training environment. The closer it is to a natural environment, the more it can stimulate the phantasm's wildness, making the training process twice as effective. Some beast tamers even create natural training grounds in uninhabited wilderness to maximize the combat power of phantasms. However, a small shop like Zhang Yun's doesn't have such conditions. At most, it can provide some simple target practice for phantasms. Fortunately, Zhang Yun has the system as a cheat. Dimensional Trial Array can teleport the host and phantasm to an extraordinary place for hellish trials. Please bring the phantasm into the array to match the suitable inheritance location. Following the prompt, Zhang Yun led the root tree person onto the array. As soon as they stepped on it, the scarlet array lit up with a strong halo. Phantasm detection completed. Root tree person would element, starting to match the optimal dimensional trial location. Dimensional trial location matched. Fragment 09 of the Lost Azeroth continent. Trial site danger level. Time span 3 days. The host has temporarily bound a master-servant contract with the root tree person. Please confirm if you wish to teleport immediately. 1-star danger level, what's that like? Is it life-threatening? Zhang Yun asked cautiously. 1-star dimension is not dangerous, even if there is danger as a novice. The host has a novice protection period and will not be harmed. What on earth is a novice protection period? Below the rank of king, everyone is a novice. As long as the host's Phantasm Master level does not exceed level 10, there will be no danger in various trials. So safe, huh? Then let's start the teleportation. As soon as Zhang Yun finished speaking, the array emitted a bright light, enveloping him and the root tree person, disappearing from the array. After a flicker of light and darkness, Zhang Yun felt his feet stabilize and landed in an unfamiliar place. In his ears, a deafening roar sounded. As he smelled the desolate air, he slowly opened his eyes and looked ahead. Upon seeing this, his hair stood on end. He was met with a doomsday scene. Countless massive volcanoes stood tall in the vast expanse, reaching into the clouds, with black smoke billowing into the sky and occasionally erupting with lava, causing the heavens to rumble. From time to time, he could see enormous meteors streaking across the sky, crashing to the ground in the distance, accompanied by terrifying booming sounds. Next to those huge volcanoes, strange phantasms the size of small flies could be seen soaring around the thick smoke, roaring, shaking the ground. Don't be fooled by their small size. It's just because they're too far away. If they were closer, each one would probably be 1,000 meters giant. Those are definitely king-level existences above the 9th rank, even more powerful than royal beasts. If one of them were to be thrown onto Blue Star, it would cause a terrifying catastrophe, resulting in the extinction of countless humans. Yet such terrifying primal beasts are as common as flies in this apocalyptic world. Clearly, this Azeroth dimension is a remarkably terrifying advanced world. Is this what you call no danger? I feel like if I can survive 3 minutes, it would be a stroke of luck. Meanwhile, the root tree person beside him was already trembling in fear and dared not move an inch. Training? The little tree person is about to be scared to death. At this moment, the system's voice rang out. Azeroth 09, originating from the ancient Middle-earth world of Azeroth. It is rumored that Azeroth is home to countless races, such as the 5-color dragon race, ancient elves, life tree race, and more. Among them, there are even god-level existences. Now, Azeroth has been shattered, and these godlike powerful phantasms have vanished into the annals of history, their fates unknown. However, their divine flames are scattered across various fragment locations, still burning strongly. I hope the host can make good use of these 3 days of cultivation time and diligently explore this fragment area. If lucky, you may encounter fragments of divine flames left behind by ancient gods. By absorbing them, the host will gain the power of the gods, becoming a super existence that instills fear in all beings of the universe. The big pie has been drawn. Considering this is the host's first trial, the novice protection mechanism is activated. Unlimited death counts for both human and pet. Now, please embark on your beast taming journey. You know you're just drawing a big pie, right? Look at this tree person, all curled up. How can we train? How about we change the task? Sure. Let's also change the host. Damn. Zhang Yun cursed inwardly, patted the robust arm of the tree person, and comforted. Don't be afraid, tree. Follow me to hunt monsters. In less than 3 days, you will undergo a transformation. Whimper, whimper. As a temporary master, Zhang Yun's orders cannot be disobeyed by the root tree person, which can only tremble and rise from the ground. However, before it could stand upright, a terrifying screech sounded from not far away. Roar. What the hell is that? Zhang Yun exclaimed in shock, looking toward a primitive forest not far away. Suddenly, a strange 2-headed monster dragon covered in purple scales soared into the sky, its body over 100 meters long like a battleship, diving down towards him. Zhang Yun. Chapter 4. Died 666 times, finally killed the leopard. What the hell is that? Zhang Yun's soul was shaken, and instinctively, he used the identification skill on the terrifying phantom beast rushing towards him. Chimera, fire type. Lightning type, mature phase. Race level, legendary. Description: this is a king of thunder and fire, though not strong. It is absolutely not weak, an existence you cannot contend with. Status: extremely angry due to ants invading its territory. Damn, why is it flying towards me? Could it be that the ants refer to? Before Zhang Yun could finish his exclamation, the chimera shot out a massive lightning bolt as thick as a water barrel, with a loud bang, engulfing him in a flash of lightning. In an instant, an indescribable pain spread throughout his body. He felt as if he were being torn apart by countless blades, screaming in agony as he and the root tree man were blown to pieces. Congratulations, host, you have been killed by a wild phantom beast for the first time. Would you like to choose to resurrect in place, or randomly? Randomly resurrect. Zhang Yun gritted his teeth and said, just peeked out for less than a minute and got killed by a wild monster. This is too damn frustrating. Moreover, it really hurt a lot. With 2 rays of light gathering, Zhang Yun and the root tree man resurrected, reborn on the top of a 300-meter-high hill. He had barely steadied himself when the tree man let out a terrified scream. Woo-woo, what are you whining about? Just as Zhang Yun had caught his breath from the pain and was about to scold this timid little waste, he suddenly caught sight of a shadow enveloping him. He sensed that something terrible was about to happen, and when he looked up, he was instantly shocked to the point where his hair stood on end. A giant hand over 10 meters wide suddenly descended from the sky, aiming to slap him. What the hell is this? Zhang Yun used the Phantom Beast identification skill on that hand. Mountain Giant, Rock Type, Mature Phase. Race Level, Legendary. Boom. Before Zhang Yun could see its data, he and the Root Tree Man were smashed into a meat patty. Congratulations, host. You have been killed by a wild Phantom Beast for the second time. Would you like to choose to resurrect in place or randomly? Zhang Yun gritted his teeth and continued to choose random resurrection. In the next moment, he and the Root Tree Man were transported to the foot of a war-ancient tree as tall as a mountain and were stomped to death. After resurrecting again, he encountered an elven dragon and was instantly killed by a bolt of lightning. He resurrected once more, only to encounter a venomous tree dragon, which sprayed acid, dissolving him directly. After being killed 10 times, Zhang Yun was reborn at the foot of a giant lava mountain. The continuous deaths had caused him immense pain, and he was on the verge of a mental breakdown, wanting to curse. Fortunately, this time he was lucky. Looking around, he saw no signs of high-level phantom beasts. Finally, he wouldn't be killed instantly anymore. He took a deep breath and turned to the Root Tree Man beside him. To his astonishment, he found that the Tree Man had already been scared to the point of urinating itself, curled up like a helpless child, trembling violently. The trial had just begun, and this Tree Man was already scared into a ball. How was he supposed to train? Zhang Yun shook his head and sighed, having no choice but to use a forced command to order the Tree Man to get up and explore forward with him. By now, Zhang Yun had roughly understood this trial ground. Most wild phantom beasts were powerful to an outrageous degree, not suitable as trial targets for the Root Tree Man. To train, he had to find a wild phantom beast with a level similar to that of the Root Tree Man. At that time, he could let the Root Tree Man fight it, and that would be that. As a low-level phantom beast, the Tree Man stood no chance of winning. Zhang Yun only hoped that the Tree Man could unleash its potential amidst endless torment and quickly improve its combat power. As for him, he could just hide and slack off. After cautiously proceeding for 10 minutes, Zhang Yun finally spotted a black leopard next to a mountain stream. This leopard was about 2 meters long, with muscles as hard as steel, crouching by a waterhole, licking the river water while cautiously scanning its surroundings. Zhang Yun led the Tree Man to hide in the bushes dozens of meters away and used the identification skill on the black leopard. Shadow Leopard, Dark Type, Growing Phase. Race Level, Intermediate. Biological Level, Second Tier, Lower Rank. Potential: Comprehension, None. Combat Power, 150. Skills: Dark Claws, Terrifying Bite. Description: This is a weak black type creature. Even if it grows to adulthood, its maximum level will not exceed the 6th tier. Status: Alert. Second Tier, Lower Rank, 150 Combat Power. Definitely no match for the Tree Man, but this was the weakest phantom beast I had seen so far. Come on, don't be scared, kill it, and you'll become stronger. Zhang Yun immediately issued a forced command to the Root Tree Man. The Tree Man turned pale, terrified, and stumbled out of the bushes, moving towards the black leopard like a walking corpse. Although the Tree Man could not judge the leopard's strength, its animal instincts told it that the leopard could easily kill it. The Tree Man truly wanted to resist, but being bound by the contract, it had no choice. At that moment, the shadow leopard was also startled when it saw a Tree Man suddenly emerge from the bushes. However, when it saw the terrified look on the Tree Man's face, it immediately calmed down, continuing to drink water while scrutinizing the Tree Man with a mocking gaze. As the Tree Man got closer, the leopard let out a low growl, showing its sharp claws. The meaning was clear: get lost, kid, this is my territory. However, the Tree Man, with trembling legs, continued to approach it. When it was about 10 meters from the waterhole, the shadow leopard squinted its eyes, propelled itself with its legs, and transformed into a phantom-like blur. Whoosh! The claw light swept through. The Tree Man's body trembled, its tall form split in two, slowly collapsing. Trash! The Tree Man's corpse also disappeared as the leopard turned away. In the blink of an eye, it was reborn in the bushes dozens of meters away, trembling as it continued to walk towards the shadow leopard. In no time, 2 hours passed. Root Tree Man death count, 666. Would you like to choose to resurrect in place? Resurrect. Zhang Yun was excited and used the identification skill on the Root Tree Man, who had resurrected for the 667th time. Root Tree Man, Wood Type, Cub Phase. Race Level, Low Level. Biological Level, First Tier, Middle Rank. Potential: Comprehension, None. Combat Power, 108. Skills: Root Entanglement, Death Spear, Tree Blade Dance. Status: Despairing of life, even thinking of suicide. Damn, this is insane. After dying 666 times, the tree man's level had risen to a small tier, and it had learned 2 additional skills. Its combat power had directly increased from 7 to 108. This trial's effects are so outrageous. Zhang Yun was excited to the point of trembling. It's necessary. In life and death battles, it's easiest to stimulate the potential of living beings. Even an ordinary sapling, after being tortured hundreds of times and resurrecting, has a certain probability of breaking through the shackles of life and evolving into a plant phantom beast. Let alone, this tree man was originally a phantom beast. Your novice task has been completed. Continue to let it fight and see how far its potential can reach. Hee great. Zhang Yun, filled with excitement, comforted the tree man with vacant eyes. Tree, keep charging. That shadow leopard can't hold on much longer. Hold on for another hour, and you will surely take revenge on that leopard and clear your shame. What are you hesitating for? Charge ahead, child. The rooted Trent's limbs trembled as it transmitted various negative emotions to Zhang Yun. It was truly terrified after being tortured and killed, having experienced dismemberment and even desecration. The leopard urinated on its face, and it feared that if this continued, it would not be able to hold on, leading to a mental breakdown and choosing to crash into a rock to commit suicide. However, facing the contractual power of its temporary master, it simply could not resist. With a whimper, it leaped out from the bushes and continued charging towards the shadow leopard. The rooted treant did not realize that its legs were no longer shaking. It was no longer as afraid of the shadow leopard. While running, it actively initiated a skill, shooting 10 sharp tree spears at the shadow leopard. At this moment, the shadow leopard, having spent 2 hours bullying its prey, was already exhausted. It had brutally killed the rooted treant 666 times, nearly exhausting all its strength. Gasping for breath, it tried to dodge the incoming tree spears, but was a bit slow and got pierced in the thigh by 2 of them. Howl! It let out a cry, emitting a weak roar. This weak roar acted like a stimulant, giving the treant hope of victory. The rooted treant was also surprised that it could injure the shadow leopard, and its morale instantly surged, letting out a high-pitched roar. Ong! As its roar echoed, a blood-colored claw mark suddenly appeared above its head, instantly elevating its momentum by a level. In the distance, Zhang Yun's eyes widened. This treant had comprehended a new skill. Moreover, it was a rare support skill, Wild Roar. Wild Roar could increase its own and allies' combat power by 20 to 30, and it was a precious high-level team combat skill. If this treant joined a team battle, its roar could at least enhance the faction's combat power by 10 to 20. Just this high-level support skill was enough to raise the treant's value 100-fold. Zhang Yun was excited and amazed. At this moment, the treant had already engaged in close combat with the shadow leopard. The shadow leopard's muscles bulged, exuding an overwhelming sense of power, and its movements were extremely agile, making it almost impossible for the treant to hit it. However, after 2 hours of fierce battle, its hind legs were injured, and it was already at the end of its rope. The treant seized the opportunity to use a root binding skill, tightly wrapping the leopard's hind legs. Then, it charged forward and unleashed a skill, condensing 2 sharp tree blades from its arms. Swish, swish, swish. It wildly danced the dual blades, fiercely striking the shadow leopard. The shadow leopard never expected that it would be exhausted to the point of near collapse by a treant. It angrily swung its claws, wanting to fight back. However, it was already weakened and could not do it. Swish, swish, swish. A flurry of slashes turned the shadow leopard into a meat paste, and it collapsed to the ground, dead. The treant stood on the shadow leopard's corpse, its crimson eyes filled with madness, slowly shedding 2 clear tears. After dying hundreds of times, it had finally won, sobbing. Chapter 5. Dying and Growing Stronger. Using first-tier power to defeat a mid-level second-tier shadow leopard. If this gets out, it would shock the treant world. If its master knew, they would probably be so excited they'd go mad, treating it as the strongest pet. How wonderful this is. The rooted treant couldn't help but smile through its tears. Hee. Not bad, actually defeating a shadow leopard of a higher level. It seems my idea was correct. Only through brutal battles can you, a mediocre treant, take flight. Let's challenge the chimera in a bit. How about it? Upon hearing this, the rooted treant's mouth twisted, nearly getting scared out of its wits. It wiped its tears and nodded and bowed to the approaching Zhang Yun, looking eager to please. After suffering countless inhumane deaths, the treant was genuinely afraid of this mischievous human, worried that he might come up with something bizarre again, forcing it to fight a super phantom beast. After all, the pain of being killed each time was very real. It felt like being tortured, worse than death. Zhang Yun was very satisfied with the treant's attitude, and he used the appraisal technique on it again. Rooted treant, plant type, juvenile. Race level, low level. Biological level, first tier, mid-grade. Potential, comprehension, none. Combat power, 150. Skills, root binding, death javelin, blade dance, wild roar. Status: after defeating a strong enemy, it is invigorated. Its combat power had actually reached over 150, a level that only second-tier phantom beasts could possess. Moreover, it had also comprehended the high-level Wild Roar skill, truly a super phantom beast worth nurturing. How great it would be if I were its master. Zhang Yun couldn't help but exclaim. Normally, the peak standard combat power for a first-tier phantom beast is around 100, while the standard combat power line for a second-tier phantom beast is around 100 to 200. The Treant, still in its juvenile state and at a first-tier mid-grade level, possessed the combat power of a second-tier phantom beast, which is quite impressive. Additionally, it had comprehended a rare high-level support skill. Now, its value had skyrocketed 100-fold, qualifying it to stand alongside some high-level phantom beasts. However, in the system's judgment, it was just trash. Just a waste. You really think it's a treasure? With a system like yours, you should start with a king beast. Don't even consider this trash Treant. Zhang Yun was left speechless, feeling the system's standards were a bit high. After all, this Treant had only taken 2 hours to break through its potential, skyrocketing its combat power to 150 points. How many Treants in the world could achieve this? To be evaluated as trash was something Zhang Yun truly disagreed with. However, he was too lazy to argue with the system, as it was meaningless. The priority was to collect the spoils from the original owner's memories. He learned that every phantom beast contains a beast core. The beast core has many functions. It can not only be devoured by phantom beasts of the same attribute to enhance their power and talents, but can also serve as an energy crystal for beast masters to refine and level up. Additionally, the beast core can be used as a rune gem, embedded into various original vessels to enhance their power, etc. The Shadow Leopard's race level was mid-level, and the beast core was quite valuable, so it couldn't be missed. Zhang Yun immediately commanded the Treant to break open the Shadow Leopard's skull. Following this, he took out a black bead the size of a red glass ball, holding it in his hand. Feeling the chilling aura emanating from the beast core, Zhang Yun's mouth curled into an excited smile. This beast core could be sold for at least 10,000 to 20,000 alliance coins, enough to cover 2 to 3 months' rent. If his grandfather knew about this, he would probably be so happy he couldn't close his mouth. Meanwhile, the Treant was also extremely eager for the Shadow Leopard's beast core. It kept nodding and bowing at Zhang Yun, poorly trying to act cute and pleading for a reward. However, Zhang Yun directly refused, saying, Tree, this beast core is of the dark type, and it's not suitable for you to consume. If you want to eat beast cores, you need to work hard to defeat monsters. If you perform well, the beast core will be yours. Whimper, whimper, whimper. The Treant nodded and patted its chest, showing an attitude of understanding that it would work hard in battle. After killing a Shadow Leopard, the Treant's spirit had been completely rejuvenated. Now, it could be considered a qualified battle pet. Seeing this, Zhang Yun couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. The more phantom beasts this foolish Treant killed, the more he would gain, and as for feeding it beast cores, that was out of the question. It wasn't his pet, so why should he? At this moment, the system reminded him again. The Shadow Leopard's claws are also good materials besides the beast core, which can be used to craft original vessels. If you want them, you can harvest them. In addition, since you have obtained materials during the trial, we specially opened up backpack space for you to conveniently store various materials and supplies. Backpack space, 5 cubic meters. Upgrade requirement, 100 points. They even activated the backpack function for me. How considerate of you. However, isn't 5 cubic meters a bit too small? It would be hard to fit the corpse of a Shadow Leopard in there. Fine, then don't use it. I insist on using it. Zhang Yun smirked and asked, by the way, what are points used for? Points can be used to upgrade various project levels, such as upgrading the pet shop level and the illusion beast nest level, etc. They can also be used to buy various exclusive items from shops, like illusion beast eggs, etc. Additionally, points can be exchanged for alliance coins, with 100 alliance coins equal to 1 point. Note, alliance coins used to convert points must be obtained through managing the pet shop. Alliance coins obtained through other channels cannot be converted. So that's how it is. Zhang Yun once again commanded the Treant and began to attack the Shadow Leopard. He gained several precious materials, and Zhang Yun was overjoyed. 3 minutes later, the man and his servant had rested enough and continued on their journey. Before long, it was the 3rd day. In a rocky crevice, Zhang Yun was panting heavily. That damn little lowly shouldn't be able to catch up now. Just after choosing to respawn randomly, Zhang Yun cursed under his breath, peeking out from the rocky crevice to cautiously observe his surroundings. Congratulations, host. After being killed 1,300 times, you have gained the Spirit Mastery talent, increasing your mental power 100-fold. Based on the Spirit Mastery talent, the host has comprehended the skill, Psychic Wave. Congratulations. My foot. I've died over 1,000 times. What joy is there in that? Zhang Yun couldn't help but complain. Just half a day ago, he and the treant encountered a abyss dragon that fell from the sky. It didn't notice the man and the tree, but simply flapped its dozens of meters long dragon wings, and the man and the tree were gone. Zhang Yun knew that such a ruthless character would not be defeated even if the treant respawned 1,000 times. So he chose to respawn randomly and accidentally teleported to an ancient palace. Zhang Yun was overjoyed, thinking he had encountered a great opportunity, and began to explore the palace with the treant. However, the ruins contained nothing but broken walls and rubble. Not only were there no treasures, but he also encountered a zombie loli. The zombie loli was dressed like a zombie from a movie Zhang Yun had seen on Earth, wearing a miniature ancient bureaucratic robe, with a yellow paper talisman stuck to her forehead, and her face was carved like jade, looking quite cute. At first, Zhang Yun thought the little loli was a statue, standing motionless in the great hall, and he thought it was a corpse, so he pinched her little face, intending to loot her. However, as soon as he touched the little zombie, she instantly came to life, opening her big, watery, scarlet eyes. She glanced at Zhang Yun, and in an instant, he turned to ashes. Zhang Yun was shocked, respawning on the spot, wanting to check the information about the zombie loli. As a result, he saw a bunch of and couldn't even see her name. He was horrified. The zombie loli merely tilted her little head, curiously looking at him, and then he was gone again. After being killed without reason twice, Zhang Yun couldn't swallow this anger. He chose to respawn on the spot again and revive the treant that had also been killed, commanding it to attack the little loli. Result: one glance and dead. After dying over 500 times, Zhang Yun finally realized the little loli's horror. He swallowed his anger and chose to respawn randomly, admitting defeat and fleeing. However, no matter where he respawned in this realm, the zombie loli would immediately tear through space and appear, then continue to glare at him. One glare and dead. Zhang Yun kept randomly respawning while she kept chasing him. He ran while she chased, and it was impossible to escape. During this time, Zhang Yun was also teleported to a dragon's lair. In the lair, an abyss dragon loomed. Its size terrifyingly over 1,000 meters. Zhang Yun guessed it was definitely in existence beyond the king beast level. However, the zombie loli still followed closely. The abyss dragon opened its massive mouth and spat a pillar of flame at her, but the zombie loli also opened her mouth and roared at the evil dragon. As a result, the dragon was gone. Now, in half a day, Zhang Yun had been chased and killed by that little loli over 1,000 times. Truly terrified of being killed, with his eyes closed, his mind was filled with thoughts of the zombie loli. If he were to play Genshin Impact now and pull a card, he would definitely get something terrible. What a grudge, what resentment. Fortunately, the little loli seemed to have stopped following him. Phew, it seems she didn't come after me. I can finally catch my breath. After observing for a moment and seeing that the little loli did not appear, Zhang Yun took a deep breath and slumped down in the rocky crevice. He finally understood the despair of the treant being continuously killed. This made him empathize and plan to have the treant die a few more times in the upcoming time. After all, through dying, one could become stronger. Chapter 6. Complete the task and obtain the awakening liquid. Although Zhang Yun was still a mortal body, after dying over 1,000 times, he had unexpectedly gained several talents. Resilience, significantly increased physical defense. Ordinary knives and swords cannot harm him. Swiftness, speed increased tenfold. Strong body, strength and physique increased tenfold. Fire resistance increased by 50. Spirit mastery, mental power increased 100-fold. Psychic wave, can gather mental power to unleash a shockwave, dealing damage to enemies from a distance. His combat power had greatly surged, even as a mortal. He could wrestle with low-level beast tamers. He casually revived the treant again. After 3 days of brutal training, the treant had transformed completely. Although its appearance had only increased by about 50 centimeters, its combat power had skyrocketed. Now, it had grown to a first-tier upper rank, and as for skills, it had 9. Among them, 2 were rare high-level skills: Beast Roar and Tree Realm Piercing. Tree Realm Piercing is a group-killing skill that can shoot sharp, steel-like tree spikes from the ground, piercing through enemy groups and catching them off guard, covering a diameter of up to 100 meters. Combined with its Beast Roar for increased damage, it was terrifying for group battles. Its combat power had reached 450 points. This had already surpassed the standard combat power of a 4th-tier illusion beast. If its owner knew about its current combat power, they would probably be so excited they'd fly up and kiss Zhang Yun 1,000 times. However, Zhang Yun couldn't be happy about this. After all, the powerful magical pet he had painstakingly raised was handed over to someone else, which was quite frustrating to think about. Damn it! Zhang Yun suddenly slapped the treant's head, causing it to become confused. Why would it be blamed for something it didn't do? The treant hugged its knees, feeling wronged, and curled up to the side. However, Zhang Yun wouldn't let the treant rest. After all, This guy had been continuously challenging various wild illusion beasts for the past 3 days and had obtained a lot of rare illusion beast materials for Zhang Yun. Stopping to rest was not the style of a capitalist. Stop pretending to be dead, get up and continue hunting with me. We don't have much time left. We must seize every second to improve ourselves. The treant obediently nodded, getting up and following Zhang Yun towards a distant primitive forest. They were completely unaware that not far behind them, a strange figure was floating, watching their retreating backs. Before long, several hours passed. In a primitive forest, beside a fallen giant tree, Zhang Yun stood proudly. He looked less youthful and more stable, a unique quality of a strong person. He gazed ahead, where 2 illusion beasts were engaged in a fierce battle, locked in a deadly struggle. On one side was a fully green, meter-long mantis named Flying Mantis, a true high-level illusion beast. Though still in its growth phase, its biological level has already reached the 4th tier, and its combat power has reached 550, far exceeding ordinary 4th-tier phantom beasts. On the other side, there is the root tree man. At this moment, it is wrapped in thorny tree armor, like a war god. Although its level is only 1st tier upper, its combat power is not inferior to that of a 4th tier flying mantis. Due to dying enough times, the tree man has broken through the shackles of its race and comprehended a high-level skill, resulting in exceptionally high combat power. Shoo shoo. Use your roots to entangle it and restrict its movements. Use your tree spear to shoot at its wings. Yes, use tree realm piercing to attack its lower body, leaving it with no way to retreat. Be careful of its double blades. Although your iron tree armor can withstand its attacks, the defense around your neck is still weak. So watch out for a counterattack. If you cannot dodge, exchange your life for a wound. Zhang Yun sent a series of mental commands to the tree man. Despite being several dozen meters apart, his mental power is extremely strong, making remote command a breeze. Under his guidance, the tree man fought in a very cunning manner, focusing on the lower routes. The flying mantis, with its high-level race and powerful combat power, could only struggle passively under the tree man's crafty tactics, taking hits without a chance to retaliate. It couldn't hold on any longer and wanted to give up its territory, flapping its wings to escape. However, the tree man seized the opportunity, shooting several tree spears that pierced its wings. Eek! The flying mantis let out a mournful scream and fell to the ground. Roar! The root tree man growled and unleashed a wild roar, then pounced forward, recklessly engaging in close combat. After a chaotic battle, the tree man, bolstered by the high-level skill iron tree armor, emerged victorious, but it was left with only half its life. The flying mantis, with its triangular head severed, spilled green blood everywhere. The once proud high-level phantom beast, the flying mantis, has fallen. Hee, the child can be taught. Zhang Yun approached and gave the tree man a thumbs up. The tree man, supporting its broken body, nodded and bowed to Zhang Yun, looking very obedient. Although it has now undergone a transformation, its strength can rival that of a 5th-tier high-level phantom beast. It still has to be cautious around this terrifying human. Otherwise, if he is displeased, he might drag it to challenge the demon dragon. That creature could yawn, and the tree man would die 8 times. Too dangerous. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded. 3-day trial period has ended. So soon? I haven't even died 10,000 times yet. Zhang Yun exclaimed, quickly ordering the tree man to harvest the spoils from the flying mantis. After all, the flying mantis is a high-level phantom beast, and its materials are precious. He couldn't let them go to waste. Moments later, as a light illuminated the impressive pet shop, Zhang Yun and the root tree man simultaneously appeared on the teleportation array. Ding! Congratulations to the host for hunting a large number of phantom beast materials, activating the price list function, and passively displaying the phantom beast materials in the backpack for sale at the counter. Prices are set by the system. 3 days, a full 3 days. And I died 2,000 times. I have finally escaped that despairing abyss. Long live. Roar. The tree man on the side also began to howl, and as it howled, tears streamed down its face. Over the course of 3 days, it had suffered inhuman torture, dying over 30,000 times. If it weren't for being able to repair its mental trauma upon resurrection, it would have probably collapsed long ago, turning into a mad tree man that bites Zhang Yun indiscriminately. Fortunately, it held on. At this moment, it has undergone a transformation, no longer being the useless tree man, and it can now look down upon many phantom beasts. Root tree man, with type, growth phase. Race level, low tier. Biological level, 1st tier upper. Potential, comprehension, inferior. Combat power evaluation, 550. Skills, tree realm piercing, wild roar. Biological introduction. Although this tree man is useless, it has died enough times to break through its limits. Now, it barely has the potential of a king beast, but it is still useless. Hint, the war tree man bloodline within it is gradually awakening. Perhaps, If it dies 100,000 times, it could evolve into a war ancient tree? After checking the tree man's data, Zhang Yun smiled with satisfaction. He was extremely pleased with this abyss trial. Even though he, like the tree man, died numerous times, the rewards were delightful. Not to mention his personal strength increase. Just the numerous materials he obtained in his spatial backpack were enough for him to make a fortune. Unfortunately, he wasted half a day being chased by that zombie little lowly. Otherwise, with the strength of the tree man, his gains would have doubled. That detestable zombie little lowly. Once I become stronger in the future, I will definitely return to that trial world. By then, I will make you cry out for your mother. Casting aside this unrealistic thought, Zhang Yun immediately asked the system for his task rewards. System, I have definitely exceeded the new hand task, right? It's time to reward me. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the rookie task and receiving a bottle of level awakening liquid. Given the host's good performance, a free-dimensional collection has been granted with a random location and a time span of 1 day. 1 day, is that so short? Zhang Yun clicked his tongue, feeling it was better than nothing. He checked his backpack and found an additional scroll and a bottle of green liquid. The scroll was naturally the collection teleportation scroll, and the green liquid was undoubtedly the level awakening liquid. Take out the awakening liquid, Zhang Yun exclaimed excitedly. In the next moment, a shimmering green light appeared, and a crystal-clear bottle slowly materialized. Zhang Yun's lips curled into a manic smile as he eagerly grasped it in his hands. Soon, I will also become a phantom beast master, huh? His maniacal laughter echoed through the windswept walls, startling a scavenger old man rummaging through trash at the door, causing him to flee in panic. Chapter 7. Becoming a phantom beast master. System, do I just drink this directly? Or do I need to heat it in a microwave or something? Zhang Yun asked cautiously, aware that this is the real world, and dying means he can't be revived. Level Awakening Potion is a perfect potion with no side effects. You can drink it upside down without any issues. Then I will drink it upside down. Zhang Yun eagerly twisted off the bottle cap and gulped it down in one go. In an instant, he felt a cool spiritual spring flowing down his throat and into his stomach. An indescribable feeling of comfort expanded within him, causing every pore in his body to tremble with excitement. Immediately afterward, he felt as if he had become clear-minded, his mental power seemingly magnified infinitely, able to easily track the flight trajectory of any speck of dust in the room. He knew this was the perception produced after condensing the heart of original power. Perception is something every beast tamer possesses. As for its strength, it entirely depends on the strength of the beast tamer's mental power. Zhang Yun's mental power strength has mutated under the influence of the talent, mental mastery, reaching about 100 times that of ordinary people. With the enhancement of his powerful mental power, his perception also became extremely sensitive. Up close, he could perceive the trajectory of dust from afar. He could observe a girl taking a bath in her home 100 meters away, which was simply outrageous. The benefits brought by the strong mental power do not stop there. The strength of mental power positively impacts the power and effectiveness of a phantom beastmaster's skills. Furthermore, it will greatly enhance the speed at which he absorbs the original power in the air, as well as the rate of extracting original power from energy stones. This will allow him to level up his profession with half the effort. Zhang Yun had a premonition that with his current mental power strength, he is already on par with an average intermediate phantom beastmaster, or even stronger. After all, mental power is the hardest to train and improve. At the same time, he also discovered that the various talent skills he had previously obtained had undergone a transformation due to his advancement to Phantom Beastmaster. He wasn't sure exactly what he would transform into, but under the system's prompt, he picked up a modeled mirror and prepared to cast the identification spell on himself. He was startled when he saw his reflection in the mirror. Who was this incredibly handsome person? After a moment of realization, he thought, oh, it's just me. At that moment, Zhang Yun noticed a red diamond mark on his forehead. This mark was a primal force mark, which came in various colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, silver, and gold. Red represented level 1, while gold represented level 9. His primal force mark was red, indicating that his current professional level was Beastmaster level 1. This meant he could contract a beast of his own, just like other Beastmasters. Name, Zhang Yun. Biological status, growth stage. Professional level, first tier lower level. Potential. Comprehension, none. Combat power assessment, 400. Talent, mental mastery. Skills, mental wave, telekinesis, pet identification. Passives, copper body. Strength, swiftness, lava resistance. Number of pets, 0. Seeing this panel, Zhang Yun was taken aback and exclaimed, this is incredible. Just having advanced to Beastmaster level 1. My actual combat power has reached 400. That's equivalent to a level 4 Beastmaster. Plus, I possess 3 active skills and 4 passive skills. Is there anyone else in the world as outstanding as I am? May I ask how old you are, sir? I'm 18. Is 400 combat power impressive for an 18-year-old? Well, Zhang Yun scratched his head, feeling shy. I'm comparing myself to beginners who have just advanced to Beastmaster, and even among my peers, I should be decent, right? In an elite Beastmaster high school, my strength should be considered average, right? You're only comparing yourself to ordinary Beastmasters in the lower realm. If you were to compare with young Beastmasters in the upper realm, your current level would be trash. Are you referring to the demigods from the Sky City? Not at all. The Sky City is merely a gathering place for human elites from the lower realm. It's nothing significant. The true upper realm is where ancient clans gather. The strength of the youths there far exceeds that of the Sky City by 100-fold. Why haven't I heard of this before? Zhang Yun searched his memory and found no information about the so-called upper realm. He suspected the system was fooling him. Forget it, you won't understand this for now. Just keep working hard, the road ahead is long. Absolutely. At this moment, the system issued a new task. Congratulations, host, on becoming a Beastmaster. Now, the main quest will begin, growing up in youth. Growing up in youth. 1. Please raise your professional level to Tier 2 within 7 days through your own efforts. 2. Contract a new beast and raise its combat power to 500. 3. Earn 1 million alliance coins by running a pet shop and convert it into 10,000 points. Rewards: 20 reputation, unlock shop function, unlock summoning pool function. Punishment: 30 reputation to register host. Hint: investing a large number of points in the summoning pool gives you a chance to obtain a top-quality super beast. Hearing that the summoning pool could summon super beasts excited Zhang Yun. However, thinking about the task requirements made him feel too fake. These 3 tasks were not easy at all. First of all, he was still a novice, having never attended the Beastmaster Academy. He had no idea how to quickly level up. The only person he could think of was his cousin, Kai Yin. His cousin was a genius and the school beauty of the Beastmaster, so perhaps asking her for advice could provide some guidance. However, his cousin Kai Yin held a grudge against him for losing their grandfather's fortune, so getting her to help him wouldn't be easy. He genuinely had no confidence in being able to advance to Tier 2 within 7 days. As for earning 10,000 points, that was even harder. Although Zhang Yun had acquired a lot of materials during this trial, which should be worth over 1 million in total. If he could sell all of them and convert the money into points, it would definitely be enough to complete the task. However, these materials could only be sold in the small shop to be converted into points. Unfortunately, his shop was located in a remote corner with no customers, making it a pipe dream to sell 1 million alliance coins worth of beast materials in 7 days. As for contracting a new beast and raising its combat power to 500, that was the easiest part. After all, there was a stray beast frog in the shop right now. Although that frog had poor qualifications and was abandoned by its owner. As long as he contracted it and took it to the trial realm for some training, its combat power should easily reach 500. Zhang Yun didn't think too much about its future growth potential. After all, Beastmasters could dissolve contracts with beasts at any time, so there was no major constraint. If he found a stronger beast in the future, he could simply replace that frog. With that in mind, Zhang Yun walked over to the beast nest and cast the identification spell on the small red frog. At that moment, a silver Bentley rushed to the entrance. The driver opened the door, and a cold and beautiful girl dressed in a blue long dress, carrying a bag in her right hand and with a white snake wrapped around her left arm, got out, leading the little girl Lin Yuqing. Chapter 8. Contracting a Beast. Flame Frog. Lin Yue looked at the shabby sign of the pet shop and rubbed her temples, her face darkening. She was in a bad mood. As a student at a prestigious high school in Jiangnan, she had just participated in the first round of the entrance exam and encountered a powerful opponent whose beast severely injured 2 of her own. As a mid-level beastmaster, she was now left with only 1 beast available for use. There were still 3 matches to go in the entrance exam, and if things continued like this, she would definitely miss the top 10 in the academy. Missing the top 10 would mean losing the chance to enter a higher institution, which would greatly affect her future prospects. This was already enough to give her a headache, but unexpectedly, right after class, she received a message from her bodyguard saying that her younger sister had been scammed again. Lin Yue was already in a bad mood, and upon seeing the message, she was furious and immediately dragged her sister Lin Yuqing over. How dare anyone scam her sister? Awesome Pet Shop, what a stupid name. Looking at the size of this shop, it doesn't even have a standard training ground. How could they nurture beasts properly? Xiaoqing, you still say you weren't scammed? Lin Yue turned around and glared at her sister Lin Yuqing. And he even said he would train Shu Shu for free. Free things are the most expensive. Doesn't Dad always tell you that? But that uncle, you've already kept Master Hu waiting for half a day. Aren't you making enough noise? Without further ado, Lin Yuqing walked toward the pet shop's entrance, while Lin Yue could only hang her head and follow behind her. At this moment, in the back hall of the awesome pet shop, Zhang Yun was casting the beast identification spell to assess the qualifications of the red small frog. Flame frog, fire type. Dark type, juvenile stage. Race level, low tier. Biological level, first tier lower level. Potential. Comprehension, medium. Combat power assessment, 10. Skills, fireball technique. Biological introduction. This frog appears to be a waste, but in reality, it carries the bloodline of the ancient super divine beast, the devouring frog, flowing within it. Its potential and qualifications are quite good and worth raising. Status, comfortable, lying flat. Seeing this data introduction, Zhang Yun was somewhat surprised. Previously, when he was in the trial area, he had identified quite a few wild high-level beasts, including some juvenile dragon beasts. The system evaluations he received were either waste or garbage. The little toad, clearly just a low-level phantom beast, appeared unremarkable, yet received such a high evaluation from the system, leaving Zhang Yun puzzled. He questioned, "System, why is this toad rated higher than those high-level phantom beasts? It's obviously just a low-level phantom beast." A low racial rank does not mean low potential. According to racial rank evaluation, humans are the lowest among all creatures. How can they enslave various powerful phantom beasts? To judge the quality of phantom beasts, multiple aspects must be considered, including racial rank, potential, comprehension, and hidden bloodlines, all of which should be included in the assessment. This little toad's potential and comprehension seem to be only at an average level, not high. But this is the result after comparing it with all living beings across the myriad realms. The myriad beings include various magical beasts, chaotic divine beasts, and so on. The fact that this little toad's potential and comprehension rank at an average level is already quite excellent. Hearing this from the system, Zhang Yun's eyes lit up. So, this little toad is worth cultivating? Of course. In terms of potential and comprehension, it should be hard to find any phantom beast in the vast Xia country that can compare with it. Moreover, its level is the same as yours. And the difficulty of contracting it is almost non-existent. You must seize this opportunity. Wow, so impressive. I must sign it. Zhang Yun excitedly bit his finger and slowly pressed down on the little toad that was lying in the phantom beast nest. With a gentle smile, he softly said, "Little toad, don't move. If you do, you'll become a spicy toad." The little toad, nestled in the phantom beast nest, was enjoying the influx of strange energy. Its eyes narrowing in comfort. It saw the human who usually ignored it suddenly reaching out with a bloody finger, feeling an impulse to spit fire at him. However, just as this thought arose, a chill ran down its spine, and it sensed impending doom. It had a premonition that if it did not obey this human, it might be made into a spicy toad. So, it tightly shut its mouth, suppressing the urge to spit fire at him, allowing the evil finger to come and rest on its head. Then, a gentle primal force, wrapped in the power of the contract, surged into its little toad head. Ding! Congratulations to the host on contracting a low-level phantom beast, the blazing toad. Please enhance its combat power as soon as possible to complete the designated task. As the system's voice fell, a feeling of bloodline connection formed in Zhang Yun's mind. At this moment, he could clearly sense the little toad's emotions. Confusion, doubt, laziness. Just wanting to lie flat. So you just want to lie flat, huh? Zhang Yun's mouth twitched as he picked it up from the phantom beast nest. As soon as the little toad left the nest, its body began to swell, returning to its original size, becoming a fist-sized red toad. It lay quietly in Zhang Yun's palm, staring wide-eyed at him. Goo goo. It puffed up its cheeks and conveyed a message to Zhang Yun. "Master, I'm hungry." This glutton. Zhang Yun's mouth twitched as he took out a foot-long piece of mantis leg meat from his backpack space and threw it onto the phantom beast nest. The mantis leg meat was also influenced by the phantom beast nest, rapidly shrinking to palm-sized. Goo goo. Then, the toad, now the size of a thumb, lay on the palm-sized mantis meat and began to feast. Strangely, this little toad, seemingly fragile, had sharp teeth and could easily tear apart the insect meat. Enjoying its meal immensely, it was not picky at all. Seeing it eat so happily, Zhang Yun couldn't help but smile and said, "Eat slowly, don't choke. After you finish, Master will take you to a place to play. You'll have a blast. You want to take it to the trial?" "Exactly. Not today." "Why not?" Zhang Yun frowned. "First of all, you have no points. The lowest trial requires 100 points for a ticket. Secondly, it's almost 5 o'clock. Quitting time is approaching, and this little shop prohibits overtime." Zhang Yun took out his phone and indeed saw it was almost 5 o'clock. At that moment, he noticed something odd. "Wait, I remember 3 days ago, when I went to the trial, the date was June 10th. Why does my phone still show June 10th? Is my phone broken?" Zhang Yun slapped his phone, attempting a physical fix. "Stop slapping it. Your phone is normal. The flow of time in the trial realm is 1/10 of the main world. 3 days equals 72 hours, and 1/10 of that is about 7 hours. You started the trial around 9 in the morning, and now it's just past 4 in the evening. The timing is just right." The time in the trial realm is only 1/10 of reality. No wonder I don't feel hungry. So, if I take the phantom beast to the trial realm, it won't take up my 7-day task time at all. Yes. Awesome. Zhang Yun beamed with joy. At this moment, a cold female voice came from the front hall. Is the boss here? Please come out. Chapter 9. Termination of Cultivation. Lin Yue surveyed the shop's setup and the items on the shelves. Mantis Blade, 30,000. Mantis Beast Core, 50,000. Horned Eagle Beast Claw, 10,000. Horned Eagle Beast Beak, 10,000. Horned Eagle Beast Core, 50,000. Looking at the price tags of various phantom beast materials on the shelves, a cold smile appeared on Lin Yue's face. Mantis and Horned Eagle beasts are high-level phantom beasts with immense strength. Hunting them is not easy. Not to mention this small shop in a corner. Even some star-rated pet shops may not have high-level phantom beast materials for sale. Moreover, the prices of these phantom beast materials are ridiculously low. Typically, high-level phantom beast cores can sell for at least over 100,000. Rare insect-type phantom beast cores like the mantis can easily sell for 200,000. And in this little shop, they're only selling for 50,000 each. Who would believe that? Lin Yue concluded that this was a black shop, selling counterfeit goods, deceiving the poor and various children for a living. However, the little lowly Lin Yusen had a completely different attitude from her sister. She leaned on the counter with both hands, gazing at the various phantom beast materials displayed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Uncle, you're so amazing. You even have shadow leopard materials for sale. My Chinese teacher has a shadow leopard. It's fierce and powerful. I really hope her shadow leopard gets killed and hung here as a material for sale. Just a scam. You really believe that, you little girl? Lin Yue glared at her sister, feeling exasperated. At this moment, she noticed a handsome boy, seemingly younger than her, walking out from the back hall. This boy was really handsome, tall, and with an exceptionally attractive face. Even Lin Yue, who had seen many outstanding young masters, couldn't help but look at him a few more times. However, when she saw the crimson mark on the boy's forehead, a trace of disdain crossed her beautiful eyes. He was almost an adult, yet his phantom beast master level was only level 1, no different from a useless person. Where's your boss? She slightly raised her smooth chin and asked. I am. Zhang Yun glanced at the stunning Lin Yue, revealing a look of surprise. He noticed the primal energy mark on her forehead corresponded to level 6. This meant she was a level 6 phantom beast master. In Blue Star, a level 13 phantom beast master is called a low-level phantom beast master. A level 46 phantom beast master is called a mid-level phantom beast master. A level 79 phantom beast master is called a high-level phantom beast master. A level 10 phantom beast master is referred to as a beast general master, capable of allowing phantom beasts to transform into armor, merging with themselves, and unleashing terrifying combat power. Beast masters, also known as titled spirit beast masters, can obtain national fiefs and dominate a region like feudal lords. As for spirit beast masters above level 10, they are referred to as king spirit beast masters, possessing terrifying strength that can determine the life and death of the nation, wielding immense power. The young girl before him has already reached the level of an intermediate summoner at a young age. If her mental strength were a bit stronger, she could contract advanced spirit beasts above level 8 and even compete with high-level beast masters. Such strength in a small city like Jiangnan, with a population of tens of millions, is enough to place her among the ranks of second-tier strong individuals. And she looks to be only around 18 years old. With such cultivation talent, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a genius girl. However, Zhang Yun is confident that it won't be long before his strength surpasses that of this beautiful girl. After all, he has a system by his side. The little lowly lowered her head, holding a lollipop, poking her fingers, feeling a bit shy to speak. Lin Yue said directly, Did my sister give you a root tree person to cultivate this morning? Yes, is there a problem? Zhang Yun nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Yue said flatly, Bring out the root tree person. The cultivation ends here. Are you sure? Zhang Yun said with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. What? You don't want to return it? Lin Yue's lips curled into a cold smile. Say, speak. How much do you want? As long as it's not excessive, I will reward you. Just consider it a lesson for my sister. Seeing the other party's disdainful attitude, Zhang Yun raised his eyebrows, and his attitude became indifferent. This little shop does legitimate business. If we say we help customers cultivate spirit beasts for free, then it is free, and we won't ask for an extra penny. If you want to terminate the cultivation of the spirit beast, as the owner of this shop, I naturally won't keep you. However, whether to return or not is not up to you. The business I took over from Xiao Yuqing must be decided by her. Heh, a level 1 rookie. Quite has a personality. Lin Yue pushed the little lowly and said, What are you still dawdling for? Let this kid return the root tree person to you. With my second sister here, he can't cheat you. Next time, I'll introduce my other classmates to patronize your business, okay? It's okay. Seeing the kind little loli with a guilty face, Zhang Yun smiled and said, I've already trained your tree. Its combat power will definitely satisfy you. The little loli's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, wow, did the combat power of the tree increase from 7 points to 10 points? Far more than 10 points. As for how much more, you can verify it yourself. Zhang Yun snapped his fingers, and the root tree person lying in the pet nest in the back immediately shook and climbed out. As soon as it climbed down, its body expanded from the size of a thumb to a towering height of 2.5 meters. Then, it excitedly ran towards the front hall. It no longer wanted to experience that hellish trial. As soon as it ran out of the hall, it caught sight of its little master standing at the counter. And instantly, it was filled with tears, running towards her in a few quick steps. At this moment, Zhang Yun glanced at it and said lightly, what? Do you find my little shop uncomfortable? The root tree person was startled and hurriedly stopped, hunching its body and casting a flattering look at Zhang Yun. Lin Yue frowned deeply upon seeing this. She was certain that this tree person had suffered severe mistreatment in this little shop. Otherwise, it wouldn't show such terrified expressions towards a stranger. Humph, this damned black shop dares to mistreat my sister's spirit beast, seeking death. Lin Yue's expression gradually turned cold, contemplating whether to call someone to blow up this little black shop. She could confirm that the tree's combat power had definitely increased too. She ran over and excitedly hugged the root tree person, exclaiming, great, great. My tree has become stronger. Compared to this morning, it has grown significantly taller. I can participate in the entrance competition 3 days later. Thank you, uncle. You are truly an amazing beast master. As long as you are satisfied, Zhang Yun smiled. The little loli turned to her second sister, excitedly saying, second sister, quickly take out the testing glasses and help me check the tree's combat power. Lin Yue, usually busy with school matters, hadn't paid much attention to her sister and didn't know the specific situation of the tree person she raised. When her sister said the tree had grown taller under Zhang Yun's training, she found it hard to believe. She doubted that a small shabby shop without a training ground could raise a useless tree person with 7 points of combat power to 10 points in just half a day. She was ready to expose the shop owner's lies and let her sister see the dark reality. Wait a moment, I'll test the tree's combat power right now. Lin Yue rummaged through her bag and took out a half-frame glasses-like device, putting it on her right eye. Zhang Yun glanced at it, secretly amazed. That seemingly small testing device was packed with high technology and worth over $1 million. The fact that this girl could casually take it out clearly indicated she was undoubtedly a wealthy woman. Lin Yue disdainfully looked at Zhang Yun, with an expression that implied he couldn't fool her sister, then pressed the button on the edge of the frame and looked at the root tree person. Beep, beep, beep. The device emitted a series of crisp metallic sounds, and then a line of data appeared on the lens. What the heck? Lin Yue examined the data displayed on the lens carefully, and her pupils shrank instantly, revealing an astonished expression. Then, she furrowed her brow and took off the testing glasses. Pressing the restart button, she suspected that the testing glasses were malfunctioning. Otherwise, how could the data be so absurd? The little loli came over, holding the tree person, and asked, second sister, what's wrong? Did my tree's combat power exceed 10 points? Wait, the testing glasses had a problem. I've restarted them. Now I'll test it again. Saying that, Lin Yue put on the testing glasses again and looked at the tree person. Beep, beep, beep. A series of strange data appeared before her eyes again. Root tree person, with system, growth stage. Race level, low level. Biological level, first tier, upper level. Combat power assessment, 550. Lin Yue, combat power 550, what is going on? Chapter 10, Beast Master Hubing. Second sister, how much is my treasure tree's combat power? Did it exceed 10 points? The little loli blinked her big eyes, eagerly asking, wait, the testing device had a malfunction, let me restart it. Lin Yue restarted it 3 more times, but the values remained the same. The root tree person, first tier upper level, combat power, 550. This data was simply outrageous, causing Lin Yue to frown deeply. She could confirm that the testing device she bought just half a month ago had malfunctioned. How could that swindler guarantee her that this testing device was absolutely genuine? That it would last for 3 years without breaking, and that if it malfunctioned, they would compensate her threefold? Alright, you wait for it. Lin Yue took off the testing device and said to the little loli, the testing device is broken. The data it shows is too absurd. We'll go to Master Hu's place later and test your tree person again. Master Hu has the most advanced testing platform that can accurately measure all your tree's data indicators. No one can fool him. As she spoke, she glanced at Zhang Yun, her meaning clear. It wouldn't help him to report false data. Once the testing platform was used, his lies would be easily exposed. The testing device broke? What a pity. I can't know the tree's combat power immediately, Xiao Yuqing said, looking disappointed. Zhang Yun caught the implied meaning in Lin Yue's words and said lightly, Perhaps your testing device isn't broken? Heh, how can you determine my testing device isn't malfunctioning when you've never seen it? Lin Yue put the testing device back in her bag, saying disdainfully, do you think a low-level root tree person can have a combat power of 500? Zhang Yun raised his eyebrows and calmly replied, it should be 550, right? Just a guess. Zhang Yun said with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Today's business hours are over for this shop. If there's nothing else, please leave. If you want to patronize this little shop, please come back tomorrow. Humph, a shabby little shop, even dogs wouldn't come. Lin Yue thought Zhang Yun had just guessed the value by luck. She took out a stack of green bills and casually tossed them on the counter, dragging Lin Yusen away. Hey, what does this money mean? Zhang Yun shouted at her graceful figure. Goodbye, uncle. Next time, I'll bring my little friends to support your business. The rooted treant saw its master was leaving and, fearing being left in this terrifying pet shop, bowed to Zhang Yun and quickly followed its master's steps, afraid of being abandoned by Zhang Yun. Looking at the thickness of the bills, he roughly estimated it to be around 10,000 alliance coins. The prices on Blue Star are not high. 10,000 alliance coins are enough to cover the living expenses of a family of 3 for half a year. However, Zhang Yun did not want this money. After all, he had cultivated the rooted treant to such strength. If measured in money, it would be worth millions. 10,000 alliance coins. Is this just a way to shoo away a beggar? But since the other party had already thrown it to him, he might as well accept it reluctantly. After all, exchanging for points requires a lot of alliance coins. System, convert this one into points. I want to take my little frog cutie for special training in the other dimension tomorrow. Cannot convert. What does that mean? Zhang Yun was stunned. The rooted treant you cultivated this time is considered free cultivation, and the 10,000 alliance coins collected can only be regarded as a token of gratitude from the other party, not as shop revenue. Non-shop revenue cannot be converted into points. Damn, is it that rigid? Can it be a bit more flexible? It can, just flexibly replace the host. Get lost. It's already 5 p.m. Please clock out on time, otherwise, shop reputation will be deducted. Zhang Yun didn't want to be a dog working overtime. So he stuffed the stack of bills into his pocket, whistled, and walked towards the door. As for the flame frog, it would level up faster being left in the pet nest of the shop than following him. After leaving the shop, Zhang Yun remembered something and took out his phone to text his cousin, Kai Yan. After confirming that his cousin would come to their grandfather's house tonight, Zhang Yun smiled and walked towards the nearby vegetable market. To persuade his cousin to teach him cultivation, he first needed to conquer her stomach. What he learned from short videos on Earth about boiled live fish was just perfect for trying out. Moments later, on the outskirts of Jiangnan City, in front of a super pet shop covering over 1,000 acres, a black Bentley slowly came to a stop. The bodyguard opened the car door, and Lin Yue, holding Lin Yusen, got out together. The receptionist at the entrance quickly approached and respectfully asked, 2 guests, what services do you need? We have an appointment with Master Hua. Please help us pass the message. The receptionist's eyes lit up and said, you must be Miss Lin, right? Yes. Please follow me. Master Hua has been waiting for a long time. Okay. Lin Yue held her sister's hand and followed the receptionist, quietly reminding, Yusen, don't talk nonsense when you meet Master Hua. Don't mention that your rooted treant was cultivated by someone else, understand? Oh, I got it, Lin Yusen nodded, curiously looking around the interior of the pet shop. The interior of the pet shop was extremely spacious, comparable to a football field, with various sizes of steel cages placed around. Inside the cages were all kinds of illusion beasts, high-level, mid-level, low-level, flying in the sky, running on the ground. Everything one could imagine. Although it was nearing night, many customers were still lingering, gathering in small groups around the apprentice beast tamers, asking various questions about illusion beasts. The 2 sisters followed the receptionist through the crowd, walking down a narrow corridor covered with a red carpet, and arrived at a fully enclosed training ground. From a distance, a straight-backed middle-aged man in the training ground was discussing something with 2 children. The 2 children, 1 boy and 1 girl, were about the same age as Lin Yusen, both wearing expensive blue dresses, clearly from wealthy families. Ugh, why are those 2 annoying brats here? Lin Yusen pouted. Xin, do you know them? Of course. They are my classmates, a pair of twins. The boy is called Zhou Xiaoqing, very foolish, and the girl is Zhou Xiaoling, even more foolish. Their parents bought them a pair of high-level illusion beast cubs, which are a bit impressive, and they act all high and mighty in class, always mocking me as the bottom of the class. How annoying. The little girl looked very angry. Lin Yue rolled her eyes at her and said, if you had listened to Dad and contracted a high-level illusion beast cub, you wouldn't have to care about their opinions. Our Lin family has plenty of money. Buying 1 or 2 high-level illusion beast cubs is easy. But my tree is very powerful too. The little girl retorted. The cartoon said that the rooted treant has a chance to evolve into a war treant, which is a legendary illusion beast, even more powerful than a dragon. Fool. The probability of illusion beast evolution is less than 1 in 10,000. and the probability of super evolution is even less than 1 in 100 million. Your rooted treant will never evolve into a war treant. Lin Yue lightly pinched her ear and said, "Humph, bad sister, you underestimate my tree. I don't want to talk to you anymore." The little girl turned her head away, looking very angry. Seeing that the little girl was upset, Lin Yue had no way to handle her and could only lead her towards the training ground. As they approached, the 3 people in the area noticed the 2 sisters. "Hey, Lin Yusin, what is a bottom student like you doing here?" Zhou Xiaoling, with blue long hair, blinked her blue eyes and asked curiously. "None of your business." Lin Yusin stuck out her tongue at her. "Sister, don't talk to uncivilized people." Zhou Xiaoqing, with blue short hair, had his hands behind his back, speaking calmly like a little adult. At this moment, he noticed Lin Yue beside Lin Yusin. When he saw the blue mark on Lin Yue's forehead, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his face showed a serious expression. A level 6 illusion beast master, in his eyes, was considered a super strong existence. Lin Yue also glanced at the pair of siblings and was surprised to see that the power marks on their foreheads were both orange. Orange indicates that these 2 little friends have reached level 2 in their illusion beast master realm. At the age of 7. Reaching level 2 is better than the wasteful pet shop owner she met before. Their cultivation talent is definitely excellent. In contrast, her own sister is a level 1 low-level illusion beast master, and the contracted beast is just a low-level treant, simply pitiful. No wonder these 2 kids would call her sister a bottom student. If it were her, she would probably call her that too. Lin Yue didn't want to get involved in the children's dispute. She led Lin Yusin to Master Hua and bowed apologetically. "Sorry, Master Hua. I encountered some unexpected issues, which delayed us in finding you. Please forgive us. This is my sister, Lin Yusin." Yusin, quickly greet Master Hua. "Hello, Master Hua." Lin Yusin was also very respectful towards the Beast Taming master in front of her and bowed obediently. Master Hua, named Huaying, was around 40 years old, with a shiny slicked-back hairstyle and wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a very decisive aura. He did not say much about Lin Yue's apology, just nodded flatly and said, "I owe your elder sister a favor and promised to help you cultivate an illusion beast. Summon the illusion beast you want to cultivate and let me see." "Thank you, Master Hua." Lin Yue pushed Lin Yusin beside her and said, "Why are you still dazed? Quickly summon your illusion beast to show Master Hua." "Oh, okay." Without saying a word, Lin Yusin summoned the rooted treant. Rooted treant? Master Hua's expression instantly darkened. As a level 3 beast tamer, the illusion beasts he cultivated were at least of mid-level. A mere low-level illusion beast was not worthy of his training. Instantly, his expression became extremely displeased. Chapter 11. What is this data, so ridiculously wrong? Zhou Xiaoling couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. The tail end of the crane. "Since you brought the root tree man to Master Hua for cultivation, do you want to kill me with laughter? Such trash phantom beasts are barely fit to be used as material for burning. How could they qualify for Master Hua's attention?" "Hee. Fool, shut your mouth." Xiao Yuqing glared at her and threatened, "If you dare to insult my tree again, I'll have my second sister beat you." "Humph, as if you have an older sister." Zhou Xiaoling placed her hands on her hips, unafraid. At this moment, Master Hua said coldly, "Miss Lin, do you want me to cultivate this root tree man?" Lin Yue sensed the displeasure in Master Hua's words and hurriedly explained, "Master Hua, this root tree man is my third sister's favorite phantom beast. I hope you can lower yourself to help her cultivate it. You don't need to spend too much effort on this tree man. Just raise its combat power from 7 to 10 points within 3 days. As for the reward, you can charge according to the price for cultivating high-level phantom beasts. This isn't a matter of money." Master Hua crossed his arms behind his back and said proudly, "To have this high-level beast tamer cultivate a low-level root tree man. If this gets out, it would tarnish my reputation as a master. Raising its combat power by 3 points in 3 days is a trivial matter. My students can handle it easily. If you don't mind my student cultivating this tree man, I can call them over. If you do mind, then you'll have to find someone else. All depends on Master Hua's arrangements." Lin Yue said respectfully, not daring to refute. In front of a third-level beast tamer, even as a 6th-level phantom beast master, Lin Yue had to be humble. Master Hua casually summoned an assistant and instructed the assistant to take the root tree man for data testing first. After the testing, he randomly assigned a student to start the cultivation. He didn't want to waste another second on this useless phantom beast. After arranging everything, he said to Lin Yue, "The root tree man will be cultivated by my student. I still owe your sister a favor, so tell me, do you have any other requests?" Lin Yue didn't expect Master Hua to be so particular, and she couldn't help but feel delighted. "Master Hua, my 2 beloved pets were severely injured in the Academy's competition. In 3 days, the second round of the Academy competition will begin. Could you please help me treat the injuries of the 2 phantom beasts within these 3 days? Master Hua frowned and said, "Let's see the injuries first." "Okay." Lin Yue immediately summoned her 2 high-level phantom beasts. One was a bright tiger, nearly 10 meters long. Even though it was severely injured and struggling to get up, the aura it emitted was still intimidating, causing Zhou Xiaoqing and her brother to stumble back 3 steps. Their faces pale. The other was a rock dragon, even larger at nearly 15 meters, covered in layers of rocky armor, lying on the ground like a small mountain, exuding a mysterious aura. It was hard to imagine what kind of brutal battle could have inflicted such heavy injuries on these 2 super phantom beasts, leaving them unable to move. A 6th-level bright tiger and a 7th-level rock dragon were both excellent high-level phantom beasts. Master Huo approached and carefully examined the injuries of the 2 phantom beasts, frowning. To injure them so severely, the opponent must be quite powerful, right? Lin Yue nodded and said, the opponent's phantom beasts were the flame lion, winged dragon, and death wolf, all around the 6th and 7th levels, quite formidable. However, their strength was still slightly weaker than mine, and I managed to defeat them. The flame lion, winged dragon, and death wolf sound a bit like my eldest sister's phantom beasts. Zhou Xiaoling couldn't help but mutter. Zhou Xiaoqing couldn't help but ask, hey, big sister, is the opponent you're talking about named Zhou Yinyan? That's right. Lin Yue looked at him and smiled. Zhou Yinyan has the surname Zhou and has blue long hair. You also have the surname Zhou, do you know her? Zhou Yinyan is my big sister. Zhou Xiaoqing's brows furrowed. You defeated my big sister. I'll remember this. Hee. My sister's name is Lin Yue. If you want to defeat me, you'll have to work hard. After all, your big sister hasn't even seen my 3rd phantom beast. Hee. Someone even said his sister is the strongest high school student in Jiangnan City. How funny. Xiao Yuqing couldn't help but clap her hands, excitedly saying, second sister is awesome. What are you so proud of? Zhou Xiaoling glared at her. No matter how amazing your second sister is, it's her business. It doesn't change the fact that you're the tail end of the crane. If your second sister beats my big sister, then I'll beat you. If you dare to participate in the new student phantom beast competition 3 days later, I will definitely trample you underfoot. Xiao Yuqing refused to back down. Rolling up her sleeves, come on, who's afraid of whom? All right, both of you stop making a fuss and don't disturb Master Hua. Lin Yue hurriedly intervened, fearing they would cause trouble and affect Master Hua's judgment of the phantom beast's injuries. At this moment, Master Hua had already roughly checked the injuries of the 2 phantom beasts. He slowly stood up and said solemnly, their injuries are quite severe and will be difficult to heal in a short time. If you had come to me earlier, perhaps I could have spent some effort to help you heal them within 3 days. But now, since I have taken on the cultivation order for these 2 little ones, I can't spare that much time. You can leave 1 phantom beast with me. In 3 days, I can restore its condition to about 80. Lin Yue was overjoyed upon hearing this. Being able to restore 1 phantom beast to 80 combat power was enough to support her for another round in the entrance competition. If the opponent wasn't too strong, she might even pass without injuries. As long as she could hold on until the 3rd round, her 2 phantom beasts could fully recover, giving her a great chance to break into the top 3 of the academy. Thank you, Master Hua. Please help me treat the 7th level rock dragon. Lin Yue recalled the bright tiger. Okay. Master Hua threw a fist-sized metal ball at the rock dragon, which didn't resist and was sucked into the ball. He then said, you go to the front desk to handle the paperwork. If there are no other issues, you can leave. I still need to discuss some matters with these 2 little ones, so I won't entertain you any longer. All right. Lin Yue was about to take her leave when suddenly, the assistant rushed in with the root tree man. Master Hua glanced at him and said displeased, why did you bring it back again? Didn't I tell you to let a student take over its cultivation? The assistant wiped the sweat from his forehead, took a deep breath, and said, Master Hua, this root tree man has something strange about it. What kind of strange? Master Hua frowned and asked, could it be a mutated tree man? No. The assistant shook his head and explained, this tree man is very strange. The 3 testing machines gave completely ridiculous data during the tests. I also used all the testing instruments in the shop, but the results were still wrong. Moreover, the data was identical across all machines. Nonsense. Master Hua scolded. It is normal for 1 testing machine to have faulty data. The probability of 3 machines giving the same error is negligible, not to mention using various testing instruments on it. Since the data is the same, it just means that this is the tree man's data. What's so surprising about it? You should take a look for yourself. The assistant handed a brand new testing instrument to him. Master Hua took the testing instrument, put it on, and looked at the root tree man in front of him. Instantly, he looked as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes nearly popping out. Master Hua, what's wrong with the data of my sister's tree man? Lin Yue asked. The problem is huge, you can see for yourself. Master Hua directly handed the testing instrument to her. Lin Yue put on the testing instrument and scanned the tree man. The next second, her expression became incredibly strange. How odd. The data displayed on my testing instrument is not much different. It seems it's not an issue with my instrument. Sister, let me see. I want to look too. Xiao Yuqing bounced over, trying to grab the testing instrument from Lin Yue's hands. Lin Yue casually handed the instrument to her, and Xiao Yuqing eagerly put it on her big eyes and looked at the root tree man. In the next moment, she jumped 3 feet high. Wow. My Trent's combat power has actually reached 550. Am I dreaming? She exclaimed excitedly. Humph. Even if the Treant reaches max level, its combat power can't exceed 300. Who would believe that? Beside her, Zhou Xiaoling scoffed. Zhao took off the testing device and huffed at her. Believe it or not, my Treant is super strong, hee. Super strong? Didn't it come in last during yesterday's class test? Zhou Xiaoqing chuckled and shook her head. With so many testing devices showing consistent data, Lin Yue felt that this matter wasn't simple. She asked Master Hua, Master Hua, could it be that my sister's Trent's combat power really reached 550? Zhao looked at Master Hua eagerly, hoping for a positive answer. However, Master Hua splashed cold water on her. That's impossible. Furthermore, this root Treant is just a low-level phantom beast. Even if it grows to its limit, its combat power can't exceed 300. Zhao was unconvinced, pouting and saying, but the data on the testing device clearly shows 550, so my Trent's combat power should be 550. The testing device is just an auxiliary testing tool. Not accurate. Master Hua glanced at Zhao and explained, some phantom beasts carry trace amounts of radiation from nuclear radiation areas, and even with the most advanced testing devices, we cannot accurately measure their combat power. The simplest way to test the accurate combat power of such phantom beasts is to let them attack a target. While saying this, Master Hua pointed at a row of humanoid targets 10 meters away and said, Little one, if you want to know your phantom beast's exact combat power, let it attack that row of humanoid targets. The first target from the left has a maximum resistance of 100. If your root Treant can break it, it means its combat power exceeds 100. If it can't, the corresponding combat power value will also be reflected on the target's head. Oh, okay. Zhao couldn't wait to order the root Treant. Treant, go break that target, remember to smash it, don't embarrass your master. Roar. The root Treant puffed out its chest and let out a spirited roar. It raised its gnarled wooden arm, and with a gentle grip, a twisted tree spear instantly formed in its palm. Ah, it's a beginner skill, tree spear. Seeing this, Zhao was both surprised and delighted. Treant, when did you learn a second skill? That's amazing. Humph, it's just a low-level skill. Which phantom beast doesn't have 2 or 3 skills? Zhou Xiaoling crossed her arms in front of her chest, looking disdainful. Her blazing lion has 3 beginner skills and 1 rare intermediate skill. In her eyes, the root Trent's tree spear skill was nothing. At this moment, the root Treant threw the tree spear in its hand. Whoosh, a sound of breaking air rang out. Lin Yue's pupils suddenly shrank, and she exclaimed, so fast. With a flicker of an afterimage, bang, that target with a maximum resistance of 100 was directly blown apart. This also indicated that the combat power of this root Treant absolutely exceeded 100. Wow, this Treant is so powerful. Is this the same one we saw yesterday? So fake. Zhou Xiaoling's eyes widened, doubting if she was seeing things. Yesterday, this Treant was so weak in the class competition, it was bitten to pieces by a low-level wind hound. It really is quite powerful, Zhou Xiaoqing said like a little adult, frowning and speaking solemnly. Just this one strike. Most of the students' phantom beasts in our class wouldn't be able to withstand it. I didn't expect Lin Zhaoyuking's Treant to be so strong. It must have been pretending to be weak yesterday. Master Hua's expression changed, and he said coldly to Lin Yue, Miss Lin, your sister's Trent's combat power has already exceeded 100, and its level should have reached the peak of the first stage. It is already a complete root Treant. What else do you want me to cultivate? Are you trying to have fun at my expense? Lin Yue quickly waved her hand, explaining, Master Hua, please don't misunderstand. I really didn't mean to mess with you. This root Treant was purchased by my sister from a shopping platform. It has been less than a month since she got it, and is still in its juvenile state. Last night, this girl said she wanted to participate in the new student entrance competition in 3 days, claiming her root Trent's combat power was only 7, and crying for me, her elder sister, to help her cultivate it to increase its combat power to 10. My elder sister couldn't refuse, so she asked you for help. I honestly had no idea that this girl's root Trent's combat power was so high. Saying this, Lin Yue turned and glared at Zhaoyuking, scolding, Xiaoqing, what are you up to? If the root Treant is this strong, why did you still say its combat power was only 7? Hehe, I don't know either, Zhaoyuking said excitedly, tightly hugging the root Trent's arm, proudly declaring, yesterday when I was sparring with my classmates at school, my Treant was still very weak. Who knew that after just one night, it became this powerful? I can testify to that. Zhou Xiaoqing's small face grew serious, interjecting, Zhaoyuking's Treant really was weak. It came in last during the class test yesterday, unable to defeat anyone. How is that possible? Lin Yue exclaimed in shock. Yesterday the root Treant was so weak. How could its combat power have increased to the peak of the first stage today? Could there be some changes? Zhaoyuking's big eyes turned, and she thought of something. Giggling, I know. It must be that uncle who cultivated the Treant. causing it to grow stronger. Hee, I really didn't misjudge. That uncle is a super powerful beast tamer. What uncle? Master Hua looked at Zhao Yun in confusion. Nothing, just a child's innocent talk. Lin Yue quickly covered her mouth, fearing her sister would say something wrong, and changed the subject. The combat power value displayed on the testing device just now was 550, right? Master Hua, could you arrange for the root treant to attack other targets to see what its highest combat power can reach? Sure. Master Hua didn't pursue the matter further. He pointed to 5 targets nearby and said, those 5 targets represent different combat power scales. From left to right, they are 200, 300, 400, 500, and 600. Let your treant attack those targets and see which one it can hit the highest. Zhao Yun pushed her sister's hand away, excitedly nodding. Okay, I'll let my treant attack those targets right now. Treant, attack those targets, and give it your all to break them all. Roar. The master's command is the root transmission. Its eyes gleamed sharply, and a surge of energy erupted from its body, creating a violent wind pressure that spread in all directions. Zhou Xiaoling. Wow, such strong wind pressure. What kind of broken treant is this? How is it so powerful? Zhou Xiaoqing. How annoying. The 2 siblings, merely children, couldn't withstand this wind pressure and were pushed back, unable to stand firm. Such strong momentum. Lin Yue also gasped in astonishment, immediately shielding her inexperienced sister behind her. Her beautiful eyes were even blown so wide open by the wind pressure. At this moment, she was utterly shocked. With her rich combat experience, she knew that this treant's momentum had reached at least the 5th stage, a first-stage low-level treant. Yet its momentum could reach the level of the 5th stage. What kind of nonsense is this? If she told others, everyone would laugh at her for being crazy. Yet, it was happening right before her eyes. Is this still a low-level phantom beast, the root treant? Could it be a super phantom beast cub disguised as tree bark? At this moment, Lin Yue felt a surge of anticipation. She had a premonition that the combat power of this treant before her would overturn her understanding. Chapter 13. King Beast Potential, shocking everyone. Master Hua felt this strong surge of energy, and his expression became more serious than ever. He withstood the wind pressure, his eyes fixed on the seemingly ordinary treant in front of him, unable to look away. Like Lin Yue, he had the same premonition. This treant would overturn his understanding of root treants. Make your move. Let me see your true strength. Master Hua couldn't help but shout at the root treant. Just 15 minutes ago, he would have felt that even looking at the root treant was a waste of his eyes. However, in this moment, he sensed the treant contained unfathomable potential. This was definitely a super phantom beast cub worth focusing on. Roar. The root treant roared again. And then its twisted wooden arms suddenly plunged into the ground of the training field. Bang. The marble-paved training ground was easily pierced, like tofu. Next, the entire training field began to tremble slightly. What the hell? Is there an earthquake? Zhou Xiaoqing exclaimed in shock. In the next moment, rumble, rumble, rumble. A series of loud explosions echoed as the ground beneath the 5 targets shattered completely, and countless hard, steel-like tree spears shot out, piercing the 5 targets in a chaotic manner. Zhou Xiaoqing was stunned. Oh my god! Zhou Xiaoling exclaimed in horror. The siblings simultaneously dropped their jaws, their little hands covering their mouths in a ghostly expression. Hiss! Lin Yue gasped sharply, as if witnessing a miracle. Little Yuqing was dumbfounded, questioning her life. This terrifying skill must have been unleashed by her useless treant, right? She must be dreaming. Bang bang bang. In an instant, all 5 steel-hard targets were pierced by the sharp tree spears. The 4 targets on the left exploded, fragments scattering everywhere. Only the last target remained, riddled with holes. Struggling to stand, almost collapsing. On the shattered LCD screen of the target, an incredibly glaring number appeared. 550. Oh my god, it really is 550 points of battle power. That's just too amazing. Zhou Xiaoling's mouth formed a perfect O. It's too strong. It's too strong. I might lose my position as class leader. Zhou Xiaoqing clenched her little fists, unwilling, yet her eyes were filled with desire. How great it would be if this treant were her pet. Lin Yue covered her lips with her hand, her beautiful eyes wide as saucers. It turned out to be a high-level skill, Tree World Piercing. The Tree World Piercing has a coverage diameter of 100 meters, almost a nightmare for all ground phantom beasts, and is an extremely rare high-level group attack skill. Even 1,000 high-level wood-type phantom beasts might not have one that comprehends it. How could this root treant comprehend such a killing move? This is just too absurd. In amazement, Lin Yue pinched her younger sister's cheek. Ouch, that hurts. Little Yuqing complained, but inside she was overjoyed. She never imagined she could have such a powerful phantom beast. It felt like a dream. She was so happy she could almost take off. Master Hua's gaze was fixed on the string of crimson numbers, murmuring, 550 points of battle power. It really is 550 points of battle power. This root treant definitely has king beast potential. King beast cubs can influence the regional pattern. This is the first time I've seen one after cultivating phantom beasts for many years. Oh, this root treant cub is just perfect. So wonderful. Oh my god. Master Huo was so shocked he became incoherent, his face flushed. His gaze towards the root treant was filled with fervor, no longer the previous disdain and contempt. Only deep affection and desire. Cultivating a phantom beast with king-level potential is the dream of every beast tamer, and Master Huo was no exception. He must personally cultivate this king beast cub, even if it exhausts all his energy. However, a flash of green light appeared, and the root treant was directly taken by little Yuqing. She placed her hands on her hips and smiled proudly. Tree is my super pet. I want to let you see it, hee hee. How can you be so smug? It's just a broken treant. I could ask my dad to buy me 100 of them. Zhou Xiaoling retorted, but couldn't hide the sourness in her tone. Heh, even if you buy 1,000,000, you won't be able to get a treant as powerful as Tree. Little Yuqing raised her chin at her, just like how she had looked at little Yuqing the day before. Damn, Zhou Xiaoling had been easily defeated, gritting her teeth. Even though she had a high-level phantom beast cub, compared to this super root treant, it was really incomparable. Cut it out, who cares? Little Yuqing shot her a sideways glance and said, my Tree has a battle power of 550 points. Do you think I need you to help me keep the class leader position? If I want to sit there, I can just take it myself. Fine. If you want to take it, go ahead. I have nothing to say. But do you dare tell me where you bought your treant? Zhou Xiaoqing tried to provoke her. Hee. I want to tell you I bought Tree from Shui Bao. It'll drive you crazy. Oh, then I won't ask anymore. Zhou Xiaoqing got her answer and stopped talking. Miss Lin, could you let your sister hand over her root treant to me for cultivation? Master Huo's tone changed 180 degrees as he earnestly spoke to Lin Yue. You know how important cultivating a king beast cub is for us beast tamers. Please persuade your sister to give me this favor. Consider it a debt of gratitude from me. A favor from a level 3 beast tamer is extremely precious. After all, phantom beast masters generally focus on combat, and most of the cultivation of phantom beasts relies on beast tamers. Gaining a favor from a beast tamer will greatly benefit her future path as a phantom beast master. However, at this moment, Lin Yue didn't want it so much. She smiled slightly and politely said, sorry, Master Hua. You also know how important a phantom beast with king beast potential is for a family. Master Hua understood the implication of her words. She didn't trust him. This was quite normal. If a phantom beast cub with king beast potential were unclaimed, it would definitely provoke fierce competition, and in serious cases, it could even lead to regional wars. No one would be foolish enough to easily hand over a phantom beast cub with king beast potential to someone else, even if that person was a beast tamer master. Master Hua was also someone who had seen storms. He was open-minded and didn't mind Lin Yue's wariness. By the way, my mentor will pass through Jiangnan City in a few days. If you can let me cultivate this root treant, he might offer some cultivation suggestions when he passes by. He is a beast tamer master, and I hope Miss Lin can consider this properly. Upon hearing the words beast tamer master, Lin Yue was instantly stunned. A beast tamer master can help phantom beast masters directly contract phantom beasts above level 6, a super existence. To put it bluntly, a beast tamer master has the power to mass-produce top-tier strong beings, and in any country or region, they are a nuclear-level presence. If her sister's root treant could receive cultivation from a beast tamer master, its future achievements would surely soar. At that time, the Lin family might really be able to raise a genuine king beast, and a king beast can change the regional pattern, enough to elevate their family's status. Chapter 14 Departure. Before Lin Yue could collect her thoughts, Master Hua dropped another bombshell. My current cultivation technology is already infinitely close to level 4. Any phantom beast in my hands can at least achieve 3 times the growth speed without any side effects. In the southern cities, if I say second, no one dares to claim first. Upon hearing this, all 4 present showed surprised expressions. It's worth noting that an average beast tamer can increase a phantom beast's growth speed by just 1 time, which is already incredibly impressive. Unexpectedly, Master Hua in front of them could actually triple the growth speed of the phantom beasts, which was truly terrifying. No wonder many wealthy families in Jiangnan City flocked to him, crying and begging him to help cultivate their phantom beasts at high prices. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue found it hard to refuse any longer. She said solemnly, Master Hua, your superb cultivation skills are greatly admired by everyone in the Lin family. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to restore it to full condition within 3 days. Thank you, Lin Yue said as she tugged at her sister Zhang Yun beside her. Sister, quickly say goodbye to Master Hua. Goodbye, Master Hua. Goodbye, little one. Uncle is waiting for good news from you. Hee okay. Waving goodbye to Master Hua, the 2 sisters, Lin Yue and her sister, couldn't wait to head towards the door. At that moment, They both wished they could sprout wings and fly immediately to their father and elder sister to share this astonishing news. They had already begun to fantasize about how shocked and flustered their father and elder sister would be upon hearing this news. Master Hu watched the two girls walk away, collected his emotions slightly, and coldly addressed the Zhou siblings. I had promised to help you cultivate the phantom beast for 2 days. But I have a new plan for my current work, so I can only temporarily set aside your order. I hope you don't mind. But don't worry. When I find the time later, I will definitely help you cultivate a phantom beast as compensation. As for your desire to purchase a second advanced phantom beast, I will have someone handle it, and once there is news, I will inform your parents right away. Zhou Xiaoqing didn't dare to say anything, respectfully bowing and saying, Yes, Master Hua, then we will take our leave. Goodbye, Master Hua, Zhou Xiaoling also said obediently. After saying goodbye to Master Hua, Zhou Xiaoqing quickly pulled Zhou Xiaoling and ran towards the door. Brother, why are you running? I'm not happy right now and don't want to run. Zhou Xiaoling shook off his hand, looking sulky. Seeing that the underachiever in their class had a super phantom beast 3 times stronger than his own, her little face completely fell. Idiot. If we don't run now, it'll be too late. Run? Why should we run? Is it dangerous here? Zhou Xiaoqing glared at her and said, We must catch up with that foolish Lin Yuqing and extract information from her. Who knows? Our phantom beast might also become as strong as hers. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoling perked up and asked, What information? Fool. Didn't you notice that Lin Yuqing mentioned a beast trainer just now? Zhou Xiaoling scratched her head, confused. I don't think so. What kind of memory do you have? Zhou Xiaoqing pulled her along as they continued to run, saying, Just now. Lin Yuqing clearly mentioned a beast trainer who helped her root tree person undergo a transformation. At that time, her sister immediately covered her mouth, afraid she would leak information. The root tree person itself is a useless phantom beast. Without special reasons, it couldn't possibly become so powerful. I dare say its strength must be related to that beast master. We must catch up with Lin Yuqing and, while she is unguarded, extract the news. If our phantom beasts can also receive training from that beast master, then Lin Yuqing's broken tree person would be trash compared to our advanced phantom beasts. We could stomp on it however we want. Oh my, brother, you're so smart. Why didn't I think of that? Zhou Xiaoling's eyes sparkled with admiration. Humph. If you watch less of Pleasant Goat, you'd be as smart as me. Hurry up. The siblings jogged along, gradually catching up with Lin Yue and her sister. At this moment, Lin Yue and her sister were still immersed in ecstasy, completely oblivious to the 2 little kids chasing after them. Hee, second sister. I casually bought a tree person cub online, and it has king beast potential. Tell me, isn't that impressive? Zhao Yuking bounced with pride. Impressive. You're the most impressive in the family, is that enough? Lin Yue bent down and gave her a heavy kiss, her smile wide. With the addition of such a super phantom beast cub, the family's rise was just around the corner. Hee. Not only do I have a great eye for selecting phantom beasts, but I'm also super skilled at picking people. I told you that uncle is a super phantom beast master. If the tree person wasn't entrusted to him for training, it wouldn't have become so powerful. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue couldn't agree. She said, Little girl, don't easily trust strangers, especially those handsome pretty boys. Your tree person is so powerful just because of its bloodline. Otherwise, how could that third-rate pet shop owner raise it to such a strong level in one day? All of this is thanks to your phantom beast's own potential, and has nothing to do with that kid. Zhao Yuking pouted, looking dissatisfied. But my tree person became so powerful only after being handed over to that uncle. That's his credit. He probably just got lucky and activated the hidden bloodline of the root tree person. If he really had such powerful beast cultivation skills, why would he only run that small broken shop? I don't care. Anyway, that uncle is super powerful. All right. He is powerful. Is that enough? Lin Yue patted her sister's head, dismissively saying, Tomorrow I'll have someone send him some money as a thank you. Is that okay? That is more like it. By the way, Zhao Yuking's eyes lit up with excitement. I want to contract another phantom beast and then send it to that uncle's shop for training. Who knows, the newly contracted phantom beast might also become as strong as the tree person. Don't be ridiculous. Lin Yue glared at her and said, Now that Master Hui's attitude towards our Lin family has completely changed. We can just hand over our Lin family's phantom beast cubs to him for training in the future. How could that kid get the chance to train them? That kid is just an intern beast trainer. What is he compared to Master Hua? I don't care. I want to send the phantom beast to the awesome pet shop and have that uncle help me with training. Seeing her sister's stubbornness, Lin Yue had no choice but to appease her. All right, whatever you say goes. But you need to raise your level to intermediate first, right? That way you'll have enough mental power to contract a second phantom beast. Beast trainers can level up through steady cultivation or by consuming potions to hasten their growth. However, the smell of the potions is unbearable, tasting as bad as dog poop. But in order to contract a second phantom beast as soon as possible and send it to the awesome pet shop for training. The little loli was determined to give it a shot. The two sisters got into the car, and the bodyguard stepped on the gas, the luxury car speeding away. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoqing was holding his sister's hand, standing by the car park, watching the taillights of the car fade away, a knowing smile appearing on his face. Chapter 15, Awesome Pet Shop. Brother, what are you smiling about? You haven't extracted any information yet, Zhou Xiaoling asked in confusion. Zhou Xiaoqing shot her a glance and said, that silly Lin Yuqing was shouting so loudly. Didn't you hear anything? Hear what? Awesome Pet Shop. Zhou Xiaoqing's lips curved in a smug smile. That must be the pet shop run by that beast master. Awesome Pet Shop, the name sounds so silly. Zhou Xiaoling couldn't help but complain. Arrogance is the original sin. Zhou Xiaoqing glared at her and said, remember what Dad taught us. Don't underestimate anyone. That pet shop dares to use the word awesome in its name. It must have some skills. Otherwise, who would dare to name it so arrogantly? Brother, I think you should check online first. Maybe that shop doesn't even exist. That is true. Zhou Xiaoqing took out his branded smartphone and began searching proficiently. As a member of a prestigious family, he had received elite training from a young age and was already adept at using smartphones. In no time, he found information about the Awesome Magic Pet Shop on the software. Awesome Magic Pet Shop, a pocket-sized store. Store owner, Zhang Yun, apprentice Beast Tamer license. Star rating, 0. Positive review rate, 1. Negative review rate, 99. Overall evaluation. This store is suspected of fake positive reviews. Not recommended for customers to visit. Address. Contact number. Upon seeing this row of data, Zhou Xiaoqing was instantly stunned, doubting whether his judgment was wrong. Zhou Xiaoling's little face also leaned in, and when she saw these data, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, what a crappy pet store, a positive review rate of 1, and there's suspicion of fake positive reviews. It's killing me with laughter, haha. Don't laugh, be serious. You can't judge a store by its appearance. It might be that competitors are jealous and maliciously slandering it. Let's look at customer reviews first. Zhou Xiaoqing clicked on the reviews, and the comments section was extremely interesting. Trash store, selling inferior dog food. My precious 500-pound gorilla went from 500 pounds to 300 pounds. Screw you. Damn animals, my metal cockroach beast, known as the invincible little strong, after 3 days of nurturing, almost died. What a great pet store, really impressive. Hee hee, the black store turned my spirit monkey into a fool when I tell it to lie down. It stands on its head to pee, making my whole family smell like urine. Hee hee, really impressive. Hee hee, the store owner is amazing. If it weren't for his looks, I would have sat on him to death long ago. Hee, sisters, be careful of getting struck by lightning. Uffed, such bad reviews, and none are repeated. It doesn't seem like it's fake. Zhou Xiaoling covered her mouth and laughed. It seems this little store is really bad. Could it be that Lin Yuqing did this on purpose to mislead us? Zhou Xiaoqing shook his head and said, based on my observations of Lin Yuqing, her IQ is below 50, so she probably wouldn't mislead us. Maybe that little store is hiding its talents, deliberately concealing its weaknesses. Let us go check out that little store. If the attitude is good, maybe the owner will show us real skills and properly nurture our phantom beasts. Brother, are you okay? I feel like you look really silly right now. Zhou Xiaoling thought her brother was out of his mind, acting as foolish as Lin Yuqing. Zhou Xiaoqing, however, didn't care about his sister's doubts. He put his hands behind his back, smiling like a little adult. If there's even the slightest chance to become stronger, we must try. Opportunities are the rarest thing in this world, and we cannot let them slip away easily. But do we really want to entrust our phantom beasts to a store like that? You must know that the wrong nurturing methods won't just fail to make the phantom beasts stronger, but there's a high chance of ruining them. Who said we have to entrust our phantom beasts to that store? Zhou Xiaoling rolled her eyes and said, our Zhou family has plenty of money. We can just buy an intermediate phantom beast and throw it to that store owner. If that owner is really that good, we can come back and have him nurture a high-level phantom beast later. If he is not good, we can just treat it as throwing away several 100,000. It's not a big loss. Even if Dad finds out, he would support us. Well, okay then, let us hurry to that phantom beast store and take a look. Let us go. The brother and sister got into a luxury car, and the bodyguards followed orders, driving towards the location of the impressive pet store. After a moment, the sky was already dim. The Zhou siblings stood under the crooked store sign, looking messy. Brother, this pet store is just like a 24-hour convenience store. It doesn't even have a training ground. Are we really going to try? Besides, it's not even midnight, and it's closed. It clearly doesn't look like a serious pet business. Let us give it a shot. We're already here. Zhou Xiaoqing also felt that his judgment might be wrong. After all, this store was really shabby. Outside the door, there were even posters for infertility treatments and advertisements seeking children plastered everywhere. However, he still didn't easily give up, took out his phone, and called the displayed number, turning on the speaker. After a few beeps, a lazy voice came through. Who? Hello, is this the owner of the impressive pet store, Master Zhang Yun? It's me. Who are you, little ghost? Hello, my name is Zhou Xiaoqing, the heir of the Zhou Group from Jiangnan. My grandfather is the chairman of the group. I wanted to ask if a girl named Lin Yuqing came to you today to nurture a root tree person? What is the problem? No, I'm her classmate. And I also want to entrust a phantom beast to you for nurturing. Are you available to come over now? Not free, cooking. If you can come over. I can treat you to dinner. My family runs a 5-star restaurant called Longxiang. How about it? Next time. It's fine, I'll hang up. I don't discuss work after hours. That's my principle. If you want me to help you nurture a phantom beast, remember to come at 8 a.m. tomorrow. By the way, remember to bring a lot of money. My nurturing fees aren't something an average family can afford. Before Zhou Xiaoqing could finish his sentence, the call was abruptly ended. Zhou Xiaoling frowned and said, this person has a really bad attitude. How can someone run a business like this? So annoying. Zhou Xiaoqing, however, smiled and said, the more arrogant a person is, the more capable they are, otherwise. How could they have the face to be arrogant? Let us go stroll around the Phantom Beast Mall and buy a trained intermediate Phantom Beast cub. Then come back to find him for nurturing tomorrow. All right. The brother and sister held hands and walked towards the car. At that moment, Zhang Yun was in the kitchen of his suite, preparing delicious boiled fish. He actually wanted to put down his work and take a business order. After all, the child's voice on the other end of the phone was clear and articulate, which should be a child from a wealthy family. Such a child is a little fat sheep, able to contribute a lot of points to the pet store. However, the system has regulations prohibiting overtime in any form, so he could only give up. Sizzle. The hot oil poured down, and the white boiled fish fillets were coated with a layer of glistening oil, emitting a fragrant aroma that could whet anyone's appetite at a glance. The dish was ready, and now he could serve it, waiting for his beautiful little cousin to arrive. Chapter 16, Boiled Live Fish. In the living room, silver-haired Kai Jiqiu was scrolling through news on his phone. He was Zhang Yun's cheap uncle, a super powerhouse who had been influential 15 years ago, reaching level 9, just one step away from becoming a titled beast master. That battle had cost him his most valued son-in-law and daughter, who were Zhang Yun's cheap parents. This made Kai Jiqiu feel deeply guilty, and he poured all his emotions into Zhang Yun. After 15 years of buffering, Kai Jiqiu had already walked out of his sadness. Now, he looked like a kind old neighbor, always wearing a gentle smile. International news. A new king beast master has emerged in Yenzhou, and the tense relationship between Xia country and Yenzhou may escalate. Domestic news. The head of the Zhang Group, one of the 4 major groups in Yanjing, has broken through to level 10 beast general realm, just one step away from becoming a king-level beast master. The state intends to confer a title on him, with preliminary land division in the southern region. Urban news. A beast-tide incident occurred at base number 3 outside the city yesterday. All soldiers guarding base No. 3 were killed in action, and experts believe this incident is related to foreign races. Urban news. Yesterday evening, a suit-clad thug broke into the Jiangnan Phantom Beast Mall and stole a precious black dragon egg. The city is now on a manhunt, with his image attached below. Anyone with information is urged to report, and a reward of 1 million will be given. The world is becoming increasingly chaotic. Fortunately, my good grandson is now also a beast master, living safely within the city, so self-protection should be no problem. Kai Jiqiu sighed and turned off his phone screen. He looked up towards the kitchen and saw Zhang Yun coming out with a steaming pot, his lips involuntarily curving into a kind smile. Good grandson. What delicious dish have you cooked that smells so good? Even my saliva is about to flow out. Also, serve some to Grandma Wang next door. She loves your cooking the most. Zhang Yun's mouth twitched at the words. Not only did his predecessor lack beast taming talent, but his cooking skills were also terrible. Worse than a dog-eat-dog situation. In the entire apartment building, who didn't know that his cooking was inedible? His grandfather asked him to deliver food to Grandma Wang next door. Not to share a culinary delight, but purely to let her share the pain. Last time, Aunt Wang was sick for 3 days after eating his food. And now she avoids him like the plague, scared he would send her more salt-fried eggs. Zhang Yun carefully placed the hot pot in the center of the small round table and tidied up the bowls and chopsticks. It was just that Grandma Wang was too weak to enjoy the culinary skills of his good grandson. Just look at his grandfather's physique. Kai Jiqiu patted his thin chest and laughed. Isn't Grandpa doing just fine? His health is great, haha. Grandpa smiled happily, but showed no intention of picking up his chopsticks. He was truly scared after being poisoned by Zhang Yun's predecessor too many times. At that moment, the doorbell rang. It should be my cousin. I'll go answer the door, Zhang Yun said with a smile. Hurry up. Taking advantage of Zhang Yun's turn, the old man glanced over and quickly grabbed a spoon to stir the steaming pot. Then, he scooped out a small spoonful of red oil, swiftly swiped it around in a bowl, and then deftly dumped it into the trash can at his feet. His movements so practiced it was heartbreaking. It wasn't that the old man despised Zhang Yun's cooking. It was just that the culinary skills of Zhang Yun's predecessor were truly abysmal. Others might make food that was merely unpalatable, but his was life-threatening. With salt being thrown in by the ladle, the old man wasn't afraid of him starting a business or pursuing his dreams. He was just terrified of him cooking, fearing it might lead to a tragedy. Yet, he couldn't bear to scold this useless grandson, afraid it would hurt his self-esteem, fearing it would melt in his mouth or fly away in his hands. Creak, the door opened. A long-haired girl in a blue standard school uniform and a plaid skirt stood at the door. She carried a purple bag, her figure slightly immature but graceful. And even without makeup, she was still beautiful. This girl was Kai Yin, Zhang Yun's cousin. Don't be fooled by her delicate appearance. In reality, the force mark on her forehead was blue, indicating she was a genuine level 5 Beastmaster. Kai Yin was the same age as Zhang Yun and was a first-year student at Jiangnan Noble Academy, where she was also a prominent figure, known as a young genius. Seeing Zhang Yun at the door, Kai Yin crossed her arms and coldly asked, "Where's Grandpa?" Inside, Zhang Yun replied with a smile. In his memories, this cousin was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, having helped his predecessor countless times. Such a good cousin was worth cherishing. "Oh," Kai Yin replied dismissively, pushed Zhang Yun aside, changed into slippers, and walked toward the living room. "Wow, it smells so good. Grandpa, you cooked tonight, right?" Kai Yin sniffed the air filled with the rich aroma of cumin and couldn't help but exclaim, "Haha, it's Grandpa's cooking. Come, Xiaoyan, come eat the fish." Kai Jiqiu laughed heartily and waved to his granddaughter. "Phew, as long as you made it, I don't have to pretend I've eaten," Kai Yin joked, sitting down at the dining table and taking the bowls and chopsticks handed to her by Kai Jiqiu. She was still very nice to others and didn't hold back, picking up her spoon to scoop out the glistening, fragrant fish from the pot. "Grandpa, what dish is this? I've never seen it before. It looks delicious," she casually asked, her fingers itching to try it. Kai Jiqiu glanced at Zhang Yun, who was walking over. "This dish is called boiled live fish. Your grandpa learned it from a video online. Cousin, give it a try. It's very tasty." "Oh." After a small bite, her beautiful eyes widened. "Xiaoyan, how is it? Can you eat it?" Kai Jiqiu asked nervously. "It's not a matter of whether I can eat it. It's that it's too delicious." The spicy and refreshing flavor, with a fragrant aroma, was already on par with the chefs of a 3-star hotel. "Grandpa, when did your cooking become this amazing? You could open a restaurant. Really that good?" Kai Jiqiu doubted if the girl was trying to trick him into tasting it. "Haha, little girl, still trying to deceive your grandpa? You're still too young for that. I just won't pick up my chopsticks. I'm not lying. It really is delicious. I went hunting with friends today, exercised all afternoon, and I'm starving. I won't chat with you anymore. I want to devour all the fish slices here." After saying that, Kai Yin began to eat ravenously, her mouth covered in oil, showing none of the elegance one would expect from a goddess. "Is it really that delicious?" Kai Jiqiu was still a bit skeptical, but he gathered his courage, picked up a piece of fish, and chewed it. "Delicious. It's really fragrant." He couldn't help but give a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Delicious. So delicious. This is the best fish I've ever eaten." "Yun, you didn't order takeout from some hotel, did you?" "Huh, this was made by my cousin. You're not joking, are you?" Kai Yin, who was wolfing down the food, suddenly froze, doubting whether her ears were malfunctioning. She had experienced her cousin's dark culinary skills countless times since childhood. She was truly scared to believe that this useless cousin could cook well. She would rather believe he was a beastmaster. Seeing that both of them liked the Sichuan dish, Zhang Yun couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. "This is a dish I developed myself, called boiled live fish. There's no related dish online. It's a bit spicy. Can you handle it?" "Oh my god, cousin, you really made this. Are you kidding me?" Kai Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. "It's more real than pearls, if you want to eat it. I'll make it for you every day in the future," Zhang Yun said with a smile. "Humph, no good deed goes unpunished. You must be trying to get me to help you trick my classmates, right?" Kai Yan pouted, looking distrustful. Every time this useless cousin showed her kindness, he always had ulterior motives. For example, he would ask her to introduce her friends to visit his pet shop for business. After her friends visited, she would face a scolding at best, or at worst, he would directly block her, treating her like a cash cow. It's all because Zhang Yun's predecessor's beast taming skills were so poor, and the prices were ridiculously high, leaving people in despair. Now, whenever Kai Yin thought of her cousin's pet shop, she would have an emergency reaction and lose all appetite. And this was just a small matter. The worst part was that this guy had almost squandered all the savings his grandfather had worked hard to save. In this house, there used to be many antique items, but now it's hard to find even one. They say they don't fear children who depend on their parents, but fear children who can't stand loneliness and pursue their dreams. Zhang Yun's predecessor was a typical example. These various misdeeds made Zhang Yun's maternal family resent him quite a bit, and they didn't look kindly upon him. Kai Yin was the most polite among his many cousins. The other cousins, seeing Zhang Yun's predecessor, would consider it polite not to beat him up. At this moment, Kai Yin vaguely sensed that her cousin seemed different from usual. As for what was different, she couldn't quite put her finger on it. She looked Zhang Yun up and down 3 times and suddenly realized something, her gaze fixating on his forehead. Oh my god, cousin, did you awaken your force mark? Kai Yan's complexion changed, as if she had received terrible news, and she didn't even notice her chopsticks falling from her hand. Yes, I suddenly awakened it today. I don't know why, Zhang Yun said, touching his nose and smiling. He originally thought his cousin, who often spoke ill of him, would be happy for him. But now it seemed he was overthinking it. Kai Yan's face gradually turned pale as she nervously asked, so what are your plans now? Are you going to pursue the Beastmaster route or the Beast Tamer route? I've decided to sell this house and buy you a high-level magical beast, she said. What other children have, you should have too. Kai Yan's greatest fear had indeed come true. Her grandfather really was going to exhaust the family fortune for this useless grandson. She hurriedly objected, Grandpa, are you joking? If you sell the house, where will you live at your age? Besides, my cousin only awakened as a Beastmaster at 18. Missing the best time for training. He is destined to have a hard time achieving great things in his life. You should let him be a pet shop owner, honestly. Stop messing around. Kai Jiqiu put down his bowl and chopsticks, waved his hand, and said solemnly, Grandpa is old. Renting a place to live is fine. Your cousin has finally become a Beastmaster, and Grandpa must support him. I will manage the pet shop well and take care of Grandma in her old age. As for selling the house, please don't do that, Grandpa. I've grown attached to this house and can't bear to part with it. Kai Yin suspected she was hearing things. You should know this useless cousin has always considered himself a member of a prestigious family in Yinjing, arrogant and cocky, looking down on all his cousins and siblings. Now, he actually spoke such righteous words. Could it be that he was trying to deceive Grandpa for his property, deliberately speaking human language? But it didn't seem like it. After all, in her impression, this useless cousin had very low emotional intelligence, like a fool. If he were to speak, he would do so directly without any pretense. Strange. Really strange. As if sensing his cousin's mood, Zhang Yun smiled at her and said, the beast shop I run is already starting to make a profit. It won't be long before I can obtain powerful beasts through my own efforts. I really don't need Grandpa to help me buy beasts. I'm a man. I will strive for what I want and can't always rely on Grandpa. Right, Grandpa? All right. Good grandson. Grandpa is proud to have a grandson like you. Seeing Zhang Yun finally understanding, the old man felt a bit emotional. At that moment, his face suddenly turned pale, and he began to cough violently. Cough, cough. This was not an ordinary cough, but a chronic ailment. After just a few coughs, Kai Jiqiu felt dizzy as if he might faint. This was a persistent illness he suffered from after being severely injured 15 years ago, tormenting him every few days. The original Kai Jiqiu was tall and strong, known as an iron-blooded warrior, but now, tortured by illness, he weighed less than 100 pounds, a shadow of his former self. Grandpa, are you okay? Kai Yin hurriedly approached, carefully patting his back. Zhang Yun, relying on memory, rushed to Grandpa's room to get him medicine. Cough, cough. I'm fine, just an old ailment. Don't be nervous. Kai Jiqiu waved his hand, his tone weak. At this moment, Zhang Yun had already brought the prepared medicine to him. Grandpa, drink the medicine first. Kai Jiqiu nodded with relief, took the cup with mixed medicine, and slowly swallowed it. Gradually, his coughing stopped, and a bit of color returned to his face. Kai Jiqiu weakly nodded, a comforting smile on his face, feeling that everything he had done in the past was worth it. The moment the door closed, Kai Yan's expression suddenly turned cold. She crossed one arm over her chest and pointed at Zhang Yun's nose, saying in a low voice, Zhang, I warn you. Don't let Grandpa sell the house to buy you high-level beasts. If you dare to do that, I swear I will kill you. Kai Yin was genuinely angry this time, even releasing a hint of killing intent towards Zhang Yun. In the past, faced with Kai Yan's killing intent, Zhang Yun would have been weak in the knees, crying for Grandpa to help him. However, the current Zhang Yun was no longer that useless person. The killing intent released by a 5th-tier Beastmaster was not weak. It could scare an average adult into wetting their pants, but for Zhang Yun, it was merely a drizzle. After all, he had been chased by countless legendary beasts. Compared to those legendary beasts, what was Kai Yin? He smiled faintly, raised his hand to push aside his cousin's slender finger, and said, Xiao Yan. I've already said that my beast shop has started to make a profit, and I won't take a single penny from Grandpa. Not only will I not take a penny from him, but I will also find a way to treat his old illness. Just wait and see, within 3 years. Grandpa's illness will definitely be cured. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yun was not afraid of her imposing manner, which surprised her a little. However, thinking of Zhang Yun's past misdeeds, Kai Yan's expression turned cold again and said, What are you bragging about? Grandpa's heart of primal energy has been severely damaged. Unless he uses a life elixir above level 7, there is hope for his recovery. and life elixirs above level 7 are only found in the 10 most dangerous places on Blue Star. Even if there is a small circulation in the human world, you don't have the qualifications to touch them. Not to mention you. Even your esteemed Zhang family from Yinjing doesn't have that qualification. Although the humans of Blue Star have conquered many planets in the solar system, their exploration of Blue Star itself has only reached about 30. Blue Star is filled with countless unknown dangerous places, and exploring them with the current strength humans possess poses unknown risks, especially the 10 most dangerous places, which are almost certain death zones, with almost no survivors among those who venture to explore them. Even if someone miraculously escapes, they either suffer from unimaginable injuries and die early or are driven mad, losing their sanity completely. It is rumored that within the 10 most dangerous places lie super divine beasts and deities. They are the true rulers of Blue Star. Only when Blue Star faces a crisis of destruction will these extraordinary beings step out from the 10 most dangerous places to reorganize the order of Blue Star. And when they descend to the human world, the glorious era of humanity will also end, returning to the humble era of slavery. Although these are just legends without concrete historical evidence, they are a common consensus among countless Blue Star people. These extraordinary beings hang like a sword over the heads of Blue Star humans, forcing countless beast masters to continuously seek power. People only hope that when those terrifying beings descend, they will have the strength to resist, so as not to be trampled like ants, reduced to being slaughtered like pigs and sheep. Speaking of the 10 most dangerous places, Zhang Yun couldn't help but think of the Shattered Azeroth during the trials. Although its danger level was only 1 star, it was a terrifying world far beyond Blue Star's level. If it were to descend on Blue Star, it would undoubtedly be considered a dangerous existence. But so what? Now Zhang Yun had the system by his side, and he firmly believed that it wouldn't be long before he had the power to step into dangerous places. At that time, he wanted to experience whether those dangerous places were as perilous as rumored. As for the precious medicine Grandpa needed, perhaps he wouldn't have to wait that long. Zhang Yun thought of the free collection given by the system and silently asked in his heart, "System, if I go to collect now, is there a chance of obtaining life herbs above level 7? Don't say level 7 herbs. Even level 9 herbs are nothing to worry about. However, it depends on whether you have this opportunity, as level 5 herbs are rare in various major planes." Got it. Zhang Yun had a new goal. His fists clenched tightly. Tomorrow, when he goes to the pet shop, he will try to go to the collection plane to take a look. Grandpa is the most important person to him. No matter what, he has to find a way to cure Grandpa's illness. Chapter 18: Cultivating the Primal Energy Method. In the dimly lit master bedroom, strands of light blue aura flowed in through the window with the evening breeze, gathering towards the bed. Zhang Yun sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes slightly closed, adopting a 5-heart facing the sky posture. Attempting to operate the primal energy method and absorb the primal energy floating in the air, tiny blue light spots began to converge towards him, enveloping his body in a faint blue glow, adding a touch of celestial charm to his handsome face. By the bed, his cousin Kai Yan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, her face displaying a ghostly expression. At that moment, she was truly shocked by Zhang Yun's cultivation talent, her red lips barely able to close. From what she knew of Zhang Yun, he had never attended a formal beast master school since elementary school, let alone come into contact with primal energy cultivation methods. However, at this moment, he had only been guided for an hour and was already able to skillfully operate the advanced original energy technique and absorb original energy from the air. Such comprehension is simply astonishing. Back when Kai Yan was in elementary school, she took a whole month to barely manage to operate the basic original energy technique. As for someone like Zhang Yun, who could visibly absorb original energy, it took her a whole semester. Although Zhang Yun was already an adult and his understanding of things far exceeded that of an elementary student, achieving in 1 hour what she took a semester to accomplish was simply unbelievable. This guy was clearly a waste, so why was his comprehension so high? Could it be that he had previously come into contact with original energy techniques? Logically speaking, without an original energy mark, even if he had come into contact with the original energy technique, he shouldn't have been able to practice it. Moreover, the entry difficulty of the advanced original energy technique was more than 10 times harder than that of the basic one. Could it be that this guy was indeed a rare super prodigy? No way, no way. If he were really a prodigy, how could he awaken his original energy mark only at 18 years old? That was clearly the talent of a third-rate waste. Could it be that I taught him well enough for him to grasp it so quickly? Although I am quite talented, I shouldn't be able to teach someone to be this impressive. How infuriating. It feels like my own talent for cultivation is not as good as his. And it seems like I am a billion miles away from him. I am the genius girl of the Kai family. He is just a waste expelled from the Zhang family. So why should he be like this? Kai Yan pouted, her beautiful eyes glaring fiercely at the side profile of Zhang Yun, jealousy making her teeth itch. All along, she had prided herself on being a genius. the strongest genius girl of the Kai family, receiving the adoration of numerous uncles, aunts, and cousins. Now, witnessing Zhang Yun's monstrous speed and cultivation, she was subjected to a tremendous psychological shock. She had a premonition that her title as the first genius of the Kai family might not be secure anymore. However, thinking about Zhang Yun's current level, she quickly calmed down. What is so great about it? He is already 18 and only a level 1 beast master. No matter how he cultivates, he won't be able to catch up to me. I will always be an existence he can only look up to. At this moment, Zhang Yun slowly opened his eyes, a blue halo flashing in his gaze, and his temperament appeared somewhat otherworldly. Xiaoyan, I sense the original energy. The advanced original energy technique you taught me really works. Thank you. Looking at the girl standing by the bed, Zhang Yun expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Although this cousin of his age had a bad attitude towards him, she was tough on the outside but soft on the inside, truly dedicating herself to him. It should be known that the advanced original energy technique is quite valuable, and even the Zhang family in Yanjing wouldn't easily pass it down to the younger generation. And this cousin, being able to unconditionally impart it to him, truly didn't view him as an outsider. Oh, Kai Yin crossed her arms in front of her chest, her eyelids slightly drooping, pretending to be indifferent, and said, your comprehension is okay. It took you an hour to sense the original energy. Your talent is just SOSO. After saying this, Kai Yan's pretty face turned completely red. This was definitely the most insincere thing she had ever said in her life. Fortunately, the room was dimly lit by a bedside lamp, which concealed her expression. Otherwise, she would have been too embarrassed to say such a thing. Just SOSO? Zhang Yun raised his eyebrows, not discouraged, and smiled. I thought my cultivation talent was quite good, but I didn't expect it to be just average. But it doesn't matter. I'm just starting to practice, and I'm already very satisfied with this speed. Hehe. Seeing the faint smile on Zhang Yun's face, for a moment, Kai Yin couldn't tell if this guy was being sarcastic or not. If he was pretending, his expression didn't seem like it. If he wasn't pretending, how could she not know how fast his cultivation speed was? Damn, this is really annoying. Let's scold him a bit more. Kai Yan's expression darkened, and she reprimanded. What he? Are you feeling proud of your cultivation talent? Why don't you look in the mirror? At your age, only a level 1 beast master. And you still have the face to be proud? Zhang Yun was already used to Kai Yan's sudden change in tone. After all, this girl had often yelled at his predecessor before. I'm really not feeling proud. He shrugged and said, I know I awaken late, and my talent is quite average. But I won't be arrogant or complacent. I will work hard in my cultivation in the future and will not disappoint you for teaching me the advanced original energy technique. Nor will I disappoint my grandfather's expectations of me. That's more like it. Zhang Yun pondered for a few seconds and shook his head, saying, this original energy technique truly lives up to its name as an advanced technique. It is easy to understand, and I have no issues with it for now. If I have any questions in the future, I will send you a message to ask. Hearing this, Kai Yan's teeth itched. Easy to understand? Is this guy being sarcastic? The advanced original energy technique is something that an ordinary person can learn? If given to ordinary Beastmaster high school students to practice, even with a famous teacher's guidance, most of them wouldn't be able to get started in 6 months. Back when Kai Yin encountered it in middle school, it also took her a whole month to get started. This guy actually said it was easy to understand? Fine, you have strong comprehension, you are impressive, alright. I'm not playing with you anymore, Oh, okay, I'll take you out then. Zhang Yun was about to get up. No need, you continue cultivating. Don't be lazy. Kai Yin coldly threw out a sentence and turned to leave. She felt that if she talked to this guy any longer, the confidence she had built up since childhood would definitely suffer a devastating blow. She walked to the door, but suddenly stopped, turned her head to look at Zhang Yun. Is there something else? Zhang Yun asked in confusion. Kai Yin pondered for a moment and said, since you just awakened as a beastmaster, don't rush into contracting a beast. You shouldn't think about advanced beasts. A mid-level elite beast around 1 million should be fine. Just take it slow and start with nurturing a mid-level beast. Thank you, Zhang Yun said, feeling warm inside. But I really don't need you to buy me a beast. Upon hearing this, Kai Yin guessed something and immediately raised her eyebrows. She said in a low voice, Zhang Yun, do you think mid-level beasts are too low for you and want to contract an advanced beast cub? My first beast was also a mid-level one. You definitely want your grandfather to buy you an advanced beast, right? I warn you, don't go too far. If it were Zhang Yun's predecessor, he would definitely do something like that. So it was normal for Kai Yin to think this way. However, Zhang Yun was not a freeloader. He smiled and explained, you misunderstood. Actually, I have already contracted a beast, and I don't plan to contract a second one for the time being. So I appreciate your kindness. Kai Yin was taken aback and asked, what did you contract? Did grandfather buy it for you? Zhang Yun shook his head and said, it was a beast abandoned by a customer at my pet shop. I contracted it on a whim, a low-level beast, a blazing toad. You really are reckless. Kai Yin placed her hands on her hips and glared at him, saying, "The blazing toad is considered one of the bottom-tier low-level beasts, known as one of the 5 wastes. Even if it grows to maturity, its highest level is only 2nd tier. Contracting that thing is worse than not contracting at all." "To save money," Zhang Yun casually replied. Kai-yin was left speechless. All along, she thought her cousin Zhang Yun was a waste who aimed too high, only sucking off their grandfather. Now, him being willing to contract a waste beast could be seen as being down to earth. For this, she had nothing to criticize. After a few seconds, she continued, "If you want to raise it, then raise it. As for the second beast, leave it to our Kai family. If there are conditions, we will try to buy you a better beast cub. Really don't need it. TCH, as if you would be polite. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are?" Kai-yin left with a cold remark, closing the door behind her and leaving a trace of youthful fragrance. Zhang Yun touched his nose, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that this cheap cousin had a huge misunderstanding about him, but it didn't matter. In the future, she would slowly accept his brilliance and gradually change her attitude towards him. The urgent task now was to become stronger. So, Zhang Yun closed his eyes again and began the second round of his original force training. Chapter 19, Level 2 Beast Master. 2 hours later, Zhang Yun's sturdy body trembled, and a wave of energy radiated outward from him, spreading in all directions. The furnishings in the room were immediately knocked askew. Zhang Yun slowly opened his deep-set eyes, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He didn't expect that in just 3 short hours, he would break through to the mid-level of the first rank. At this speed of training, reaching level 2 Beast Master in 7 days would be as easy as eating. "System, is my talent okay?" The system's lazy voice replied. "Didn't your cousin just make it very clear? Does this system need to repeat it again?" Zhang Yun twitched at the corner of his mouth and said, "Is my talent really that average? How does it compare to my little frog? Not from the same family, not entering the same door. Your little frog has a star-level potential of 5 stars, and your potential is also 5 stars. Both are equal. But didn't you say my little frog's potential is quite good?" "I was referring to the potential within the star-level range. Above the star level, there's the moon phase potential, and above the moon phase potential, there's the stellar potential. And above the stellar potential is the supreme chaotic potential. Star-level potential in the universe belongs to the potential level of low-tier beings, and you only have 5 stars, not reaching the full 9 stars. May I ask, what face does this system have to forcibly praise your talent?" Zhang Yun was a bit confused and couldn't help but complain. Is the potential level really that complicated? In the vast universe, the number of living beings is countless. The weak are like ants, while the powerful can shatter stars by nature. If it weren't complicated, how could we distinguish strength? How could we tell who is trash and who is divine? Zhang Yun felt a tingling in his scalp and asked in shock, "What does it mean to shatter stars by nature? Can newborn cubs explode planets?" "That's the meaning." "Wow, shattering stars by nature is chaotic potential?" "Pretty much. Some stronger stellar-level cubs can also do that. Is there really such terrifying beings in the universe? I find it hard to believe. Don't doubt it. Among the human race, there are also such supreme existences, but they just aren't in this star domain. Don't be scared. With this system assisting you, you will eventually reach the level of roaming the universe, and at that time, you will probably encounter such existences. As for whether you will kill them or they will kill you, it all depends on your own fortune." Zhang Yun's eyes widened in surprise. "In the future, will I have the chance to confront such existences?" Thinking about standing in the sky, commanding powerful beasts, and battling extraterrestrial visitors, Zhang Yun couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, hard to contain. Don't dream too much. Whether you can confront them depends on how far you can go. Perhaps tomorrow, a stellar-level monster might pass by Blue Star and casually explode it. You might still be sleeping when Blue Star blows up, just like that. Zhang Yun felt as if he had been doused with a bucket of cold water. Gulping as he asked, "Will such terrifying beings really descend on Blue Star?" Anything is possible. Although Blue Star is small in the solar system, there are still plenty of beings with such strength. Such beings can destroy planets at their whim. They might just be running around after a good meal and casually wipe out Blue Star. However, worrying about this now is useless. It's better to focus on your training and quickly enhance your strength. As long as you are strong enough, even if Blue Star explodes, you can roam the cosmos. Carefree. Hearing this, Zhang Yun's expression became extremely serious, and the joy of his recent breakthrough vanished completely. He knew that the system's words were not mere scare tactics. He had personally witnessed apocalyptic scenes before. The continent of Azeroth was one such example. In terms of world level, Azeroth definitely surpassed Blue Star. Yet such a powerful plane was also shattered by unknown forces, leading to the suffering of living beings. This showed just how terrifying those unknown forces could be. If such forces descended upon Blue Star, Zhang Yun believed that with humanity's civilization, it would probably not last even a minute. At that time, the human civilization on Blue Star would all turn to nothingness, and as for Zhang Yun himself, even with the system by his side, he would likely not escape doom. turning to dust and scattering with the wind. Thinking of this, a sense of desolation and powerlessness rose in Zhang Yun's heart, a feeling of unwillingness and unresolved emotions belonging to the weak. Having crossed over with great difficulty and obtained the system, yet still existing like an ant, how could one accept that? If one cannot accept it, then do not accept it. Zhang Yun gritted his teeth, a cold light flickering in his eyes. An unprecedented determination was born in his heart. Instead of worrying about impending crises, it was better to turn himself into a crisis. As long as he was strong enough, what did it matter if there were stellar cubs or moon-phase cubs? If they dared to come, he would just blow them all up. In the future, he wanted to casually blow up other people's planets, not let others casually destroy his planet. He wanted to become strong, extremely strong, like a god, standing tall in the cosmic sky. And now, what he had to do was very simple. Persistently train and run the pet shop well, nurturing the beasts. As for the future, let time prove it. At this moment, Zhang Yun found the meaning of cultivation. He gritted his teeth, took out a precious high-level beast core from the system backpack, held it in his hands, and then closed his eyes again. In the morning, the first rays of sunlight poured into the windowsill. Zhang Yun slowly opened his eyes, a hint of fatigue crossing his deep-set gaze, yet his mouth curled into an excited smile. In his palm, the high-level beast core had turned into a transparent glass ball, and the original force energy inside had been completely drained. In one night, consuming a high-level beast core worth about 100,000. This method of training was indeed very luxurious. But the results were also astonishing. At the center of Zhang Yun's brow, the red original force mark had actually turned orange. This indicated that his beast master level had risen to level 2. A night of training raised his professional level to level 2. Even with the aid of a high-level beast core, it was terrifying enough. If his cousin Kaiyan saw this, she would probably feel so inferior that she would cry out. However, Zhang Yun did not feel much joy. After all, he had learned from the system yesterday about the terrifying nature of beings in the universe. His speed of training was really not enough to be proud of. However, he would not belittle himself. The system said that as long as he managed the pet shop well, he would be able to buy various precious items in the future. Those items could reverse his fate and place him at the pinnacle of the universe. He just needed to work hard. Though he hadn't slept all night, he felt full of strength and energy, feeling better than ever. He picked up the mirror on the bedside and looked at his face. Who is this? So ridiculously handsome? Oh, it's me. That makes sense. Then, he activated the identification technique and began to assess the livestock in the mirror. Name, Zhang Yun. Biological status, growth stage. Professional level, level 2 lower tier. Potential. Comprehension, none. Combat power assessment, 600. Talent, mental telekinesis. Skills, mental wave, telekinesis, pet identification technique. Passive, copper body, strong, swift. Lava resistance. He has improved by a whole level, but his combat power has only reached 600, which is a bit low. However, it doesn't matter, just keep working hard. Now it's time to make breakfast for Grandpa. After making breakfast, I'll go to the pet shop and then check out the dimensional gathering points to see if I can find any valuable medicine that could help with Grandpa's illness. Zhang Yun went to the bathroom to freshen up, feeling refreshed, and then headed to the kitchen. After a flurry of activity, he prepared 2 cups of warm milk and 2 fragrant fried eggs. Once completed, Zhang Yun first brought 1 serving to Grandpa's room. Seeing that Grandpa was still asleep, he placed the breakfast on the bedside table and gently touched Grandpa's forehead. Noticing that the old man's temperature was normal and his breathing steady, he couldn't help but smile, thinking that the old man's chronic illness should be stable. He didn't wake Grandpa, but gently pulled the blanket over him, then quietly left the room, gently closing the door behind him. After tidying up the living room a bit, he glanced at his phone. It was 7:30. It was time to head to the shop. He stepped out, went downstairs, and hailed a ride-sharing car to the shop. However, when the car reached about a kilometer away from the shop, there was a major traffic jam. The driver cursed while looking at his phone. Damn it. It's those second-generation rich kids on their mounts disrupting traffic again. Why don't they just get hit by an 8-ton truck? Zhang Yun thought. With only a few hundred meters to go, maybe he should get out and end the ride? Sure. Zhang Yun gave a 5-star rating, got out of the car, and hurried toward the shop. Not far into his walk, suddenly, a thin arm reached out and hooked around his neck. Immediately, a strong scent of hormone-laden perfume invaded his nostrils. Zhang Yun frowned slightly, knowing trouble had arrived. The next second, he smiled and turned to the young man with yellow hair beside him, saying, "Bro, are you here to collect protection money from my shop, right?" Chapter 20, Protection Fee. Haha, Zhang Yun, you little brat, coming to open the shop so early. What a diligent young man you are. The young man with yellow hair hooked his arm around Zhang Yun's shoulder and walked ahead, casually pulling out a pack of cigarettes and shaking one out to offer Zhang Yun. Want one to wake you up? No, I don't smoke. Zhang Yun gently pushed it away. What? Not giving me face? The the young man said with a smirk, twisting his neck and making his gold chain sway. All right, I'll take one. Zhang Yun raised an eyebrow, took a cigarette from the pack, and held it in his hand. Hey, that's more like it. A morning smoke makes you feel like a god. The young man smiled widely, took a cigarette for himself, and tossed the entire pack to his followers behind him. They giggled as they caught it, divided the cigarettes, and stuffed the remainder into their pockets. The young man, nicknamed Dog Chong, was a member of the local snake gang, with 7 or 8 underlings under his command, specifically responsible for collecting protection fees in this area. From roadside vendors to restaurants and gold shops, all protection fees went to him. Although Dog Chong was just an ordinary person with a combat power of no more than 5 points, any beast master could easily crush him. Yet, in this area, no one dared to provoke him. The reason was simple. He was a vicious dog raised by the Snake Gang. The Snake Gang was the most powerful underground gang in this neighborhood. With over 1,000 members, including many beast masters, the gang's leader was rumored to be a retired high-ranking officer from the City Defense Army, a level 6 beast master with a level 7 magic realm king snake. With such formidable strength, he was also known for his ruthlessness, often killing entire families on a whim. For ordinary people, a level 6 beast master was already a top-tier existence, and common folk dared not resist. Moreover, the Snake Gang was merely a pawn. Behind them were even more powerful forces, making even official personnel give them some respect. Because of this, the Snake Gang was virtually untouchable locally. As the leading gang in the area, the Snake Gang acted with extreme caution and never provoked any shops or stalls run by beast masters. Even if the beast master was only level 1, the Snake Gang would not offend them. Thanks to this caution, the Snake Gang had thrived in the area for 20 years without facing any major crises. However, for someone like Zhang Yun, a trainee beast master, the Snake Gang generally preferred not to provoke him. Yet, Zhang Yun's previous beast master license was too dubious, leading the Snake Gang to not recognize it. Thus, Dog Chong would bring people every month to collect protection fees. Zhang Yun's predecessor was domineering at home, but submissive outside, not daring to tell Grandpa about this situation and choosing to obediently pay the protection fees. Zhang Yun's predecessor paid 5,000 yuan in protection fees each month, and over 3 years, he had paid nearly 200,000 yuan in total. This was undoubtedly a huge burden on the operation of Zhang Yun's predecessor's small shop. The pressure from the collection of protection fees was also closely related to Zhang Yun's predecessor's sudden death. Dog Chong exhaled a puff of smoke, blowing it into Zhang Yun's face, and teased, "Brother, have you prepared the protection fee? If your shop's business is bad, I can give you a few extra days. If you want to make some extra money, I can help you out too. Many rich women love a handsome young guy like you." Hee. Dog Chong's character was relatively good. Unlike other thugs who were all about violence, he always spoke with a friendly attitude. Of course, this was contingent on giving him face. If he didn't receive face, he would act like a rabid dog and pull out a knife to stab you in the ribs. "I can't afford a 380-pound rich woman. So, it's 5,000 yuan for protection fees, right?" "I'm ready," Zhang Yun said, gently waving his hand to disperse the smoke lingering around his nose. "Brother, it's 6,000. Wasn't it always 5,000? Has the price gone up?" Zhang Yun asked. Dog Chong sighed and nodded. "You know, there's been serious inflation in the country recently. Many shops are struggling and choosing to close down. The amount of protection money collected is getting less and less, and the brothers in the gang are almost starving." Brother Huashi said that starting this month, all neighborhood protection fees will increase. 50 for those with good business and 20 for those with poor business. Your pet shop has always had bad business. I know that, so I'm only charging you an extra 1,000. Fair enough? That's fair enough. Zhang Yun smiled slightly, pulling out a stack of cash that Lin Yue had given him yesterday and handing it over. "Here's 10,000. Keep it." Dog Chong's eyes lit up. "Brother, you're paying for 2 months at once?" "According to the gang's rules, paying for 2 months gives a discount." "All right, I'll count it as you paying for 2 months." Dog Chong took the money and casually tossed it to his followers behind him. They quickly caught it and stuffed it into their pockets. Teasing Zhang Yun for being a coward, Zhang Yun ignored them and smiled, saying, "Dog brother, I think you misunderstood my intention." "What do you mean?" Dog Chong, with a cigarette pinched between his fingers, scratched his temple in confusion. Zhang Yun stopped and turned to him, saying, "I'm giving you 10,000 to round it off, adding it to all the previous protection fees I've paid, making it exactly 200,000. This 200,000 is what I've invested in your Snake Gang over the past 3 years. Considering inflation and such, the Snake Gang only needs to return me 2 million, okay? That's not unreasonable, is it?" Huffed. Dog Chong couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Brother, you must be dreaming." As he spoke, Dog Chong dipped his finger in saliva and pressed it against Zhang Yun's forehead, intending to wipe away that original power mark. At that moment, Zhang Yun's eyes widened. Bang! With a muffled sound, Dog Chong felt as if he had been hit by an 8-ton truck, flying sideways and crashing hard into a nearby utility pole. Bang! The metal utility pole suddenly shook and fell over, causing the wires to dance wildly and sparks to fly. Dog Chong slowly slid down the pole, spitting out a mouthful of blood, looking at Zhang Yun as if he had seen a ghost. Why, you're really a beast master? Before he could say a word, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his head tilted, and he fainted. Someone's been killed. Run, be careful not to get caught up in this. The nearby street vendors were alarmed and hurriedly protected their stalls while fleeing. Passers-by were equally startled, scattering in panic. In this high martial arts world, the aftershocks of a battle could be terrifying. If ordinary people dared to stay and watch, they could easily be affected and end up with no complete corpse. The best course of action was to flee the scene as quickly as possible. In the blink of an eye, in a corner of the large street, only Zhang Yun and a group of small-time thugs with daggers and knives remained. Dog Brother. Damn, this kid actually dared to sneak attack Dog Brother. Let's take him down. Go, stab him. The thugs panicked, pulling out various daggers and shouting for a long time, but no one dared to take a step forward. They all noticed the orange mark on Zhang Yun's forehead. This was the emblem of a level 2 Beast Master. To ordinary people, Beast Masters were like superheroes. Even without summoning a beast, their combat power far exceeded that of normal people, and they were definitely not something an ordinary person with cold weapons could contend with. Though there were 7 or 8 thugs, they were too frightened to move, their legs trembling, completely losing the fierce and unruly demeanor they had when dealing with ordinary people. Zhang Yun glanced at them indifferently and said, "Tell your brother Huoshi that I, Zhang Yun, will give him 7 days to prepare. If he doesn't hand over the 2 million I invested within 7 days, I, Zhang Yun, will personally pay him a visit. By then, 2 million won't be so easy to settle." After speaking, Zhang Yun stepped forward towards the small shop, not bothering to make things difficult for these small fry. With his current perspective, he found this kind of petty trouble truly beneath him. The small-time thugs who were previously all swagger and bravado now didn't dare to make a sound, just watching Zhang Yun walk away. Only after Zhang Yun's figure disappeared around the corner did they dare to move. Some went to help Dog Chong, checking on his injuries, while others cursed angrily, vowing to kill Zhang Yun's entire family, and took out their phones to contact higher-ups in their gang. At this moment, Zhang Yun had arrived in front of a prestigious pet shop. Next to the door was a Rolls-Royce. A scarred, over 2-meter-tall man in a suit stood like a tower beside the door. When he saw Zhang Yun approaching, he lowered his head, his eagle-like eyes coldly staring at Zhang Yun's profile. His thick lips slowly parted, emitting a cold, metallic voice. "Where's the boss? Why hasn't he come?" "I'm the boss. What do you want?" Zhang Yun glanced at him sideways. The energy mark on his forehead was blue. Blue represented level 5, meaning this suited man was an intermediate beast master, not weak at all. "You're late. You promised to open at 8 o'clock. But my young master and young lady had to wait until 8:10, delaying their time to go to school. You need to give me an explanation. Do I have a habit of arriving early?" Zhang Yun pulled the door open, his face expressionless. "If you don't want to do business with me, then get lost. You're not worthy of acting like a big shot here." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yun was about to step into the shop. "Level 2 Beast Master. Who do you think you are?" The suited man shouted lowly, his fingers extending like steel rods, reaching for Zhang Yun's neck. Too many hands. Zhang Yun's eyes suddenly widened, unleashing 100-fold mental power, forming a powerful wave of psychic energy that slammed violently into the man's palm. Boom. Ah! The suited man let out a dull scream, as if hit by a hammer, being flung back over 10 meters to crash against the opposite wall. Crash! The entire wall caved in, spreading countless cracks. His outstretched right arm bent at a 90-degree angle, completely broken. His fingers twisted grotesquely, like a twisted piece of dough, utterly ruined. At this moment, his grim face was covered in cold sweat, and the look he gave Zhang Yun was one of fear. That's right, he was scared, because he could clearly sense just how tyrannical Zhang Yun's burst of psychic wave had been. If it had hit his head, it would have exploded like a watermelon. Strong. This young man is too strong. Who is he? How can someone so powerful be so unknown in Jiangnan City? In that moment, there was not a trace of resentment or unwillingness in the man's eyes. Only deep reverence remained. The young master's insight is indeed sharp. Chapter 21. This boss is unfathomable. Bang. The door of the luxury car was pushed open, and a young boy in a blue school uniform, holding a beautifully wrapped gift box, ran over with a little girl beside him. They bowed 90 degrees at Zhang Yun. "Master, I'm sorry, our bodyguard offended you. Please forgive us. I am the heir of the Zhou group. I apologize to you. Please do not blame my bodyguard." Zhou Xiaoqing, acting like a little adult, immediately revealed his identity and bowed in apology. Yes, my brother will compensate you. Please don't hold it against us." Zhou Xiaoling, next to him, nodded like a chick pecking at rice, secretly observing Zhang Yun, her big eyes full of curiosity and awe. Zhang Yun looked them over and smiled faintly. Zhou Group. The giant in the restaurant industry in Jiangnan City? Yes. Zhou Xiaoqing straightened his small chest slightly, showing a proud smile towards Zhang Yun. My name is Zhou Xiaoqing. Please advise me. I'm Zhou Xiaoling. It's an honor to meet you. Zhou Xiaoling blinked her beautiful eyes and introduced herself. Don't call me master. It sounds too pompous. Just call me boss. Zhang Yun raised an eyebrow and asked, Are you here to find me to cultivate beasts? Yes. I heard that your beast cultivation skills are amazing, so I specially came to visit you and ask for your guidance. Zhou Xiaoqing presented the gift box with both hands, obediently saying, Boss, this is the cloud cake customized by our Zhou Group's private kitchen. Only a few privileged people can taste it. Please enjoy. Oh. Zhang Yun casually took it, weighing it in his hand. It was quite light, probably equivalent to a regular 10 to 15 small cake. When he was young, he often went to eat at the Zhou Group's star pastry shop with his grandfather. The high-end pastries produced by the Zhou Group were the best in Jiangnan City, especially the private kitchen custom-made ones, silky and delicious, so good that it could make someone swallow their tongue. This wasn't because Zhang Yun thought the cloud cake was delicious, but rather a conditioned reflex from the memories of his past. Of course, while this cloud cake was delicious, it was also outrageously expensive. Just the small piece he was holding was conservatively estimated to be worth 30,000 to 50,000, enough to exchange for a low-level beast. Moreover, it wasn't something just anyone could buy. The Zhou Group's private kitchen operated on a hunger marketing strategy, making only a little over 100 portions a day, all reserved by influential people. Ordinary people truly had no chance to taste it. Zhang Yun remembered that his grandfather loved eating Zhou Group's cloud cake the most. Over the years, Zhang Yun's past self had failed to awaken, and after losing money in business, his grandfather's coffin board was almost depleted, and his grandfather hadn't taken him to eat cloud cake for a long time. Zhang Yun accepted it directly and warned lightly. Next time you come to me for beast cultivation, don't pull any tricks. Children should act like children. This little brat brought him such a gift upon their first meeting, showing a mindset far beyond that of an average child. Zhang Yun guessed that the earlier bodyguard's inexplicable trouble was likely instigated by this little brat. The kid was smart, trying to probe his background. Zhang Yun wasn't disgusted by this. However, he also couldn't say he liked it. Zhang Yun preferred children who were a bit silly and cute, as they were more fun. Having his little scheme exposed by Zhang Yun, Zhou Xiaoqing's face stiffened slightly, and then he bowed again to Zhang Yun. Thank you for your guidance, boss. I, Xiaoqing, will remember it, and will strive to be a good child in the future. Zhang Yun didn't say anything more and turned to walk into the store. Zhou Xiaoling leaned closer to Zhou Xiaoqing and whispered, Brother, this boss is amazing. He actually scared Uncle Tai away with just one glare. His force imprint is clearly the same as ours, just orange. Why is he so strong? Zhou Xiaoqing glared at her and said, You idiot, can't you see? The boss has disguised his imprint level. His level is definitely higher than our sister's. I guess at least level 8, maybe even higher. Wow, this boss is that impressive? He looks younger than our sister, Zhou Xiaoling exclaimed, biting her little hand in surprise. If he weren't strong, how could he raise such a powerful young creature like the root tree man? Zhou Xiaoqing's eyes sparkled as he said, I'm sure Lin Yuqing's tree man cub became so strong thanks to this boss's efforts. When you go into the store, you have to behave, don't talk nonsense. And don't throw tantrums. Treat him like Master Hua, Zhou Xiaoqing warned. This boss is not someone our Zhou family can afford to offend. Oh, I remember. I will behave, Zhou Xiaoling said obediently, her little face filled with awe. At that moment, the scar-faced strong man approached, covering his twisted right hand, looking ashamed. Second young master, third young lady, I have lost your face. Please punish me. Zhou Xiaoqing waved his hand, reassuring him. It's okay, Uncle Tai. This is my fault for putting you in danger. Please go to the hospital quickly. If you wait too long, your hand will be ruined. Yes, Uncle Tai. You should go to the hospital. Your hand must hurt a lot. Later, my brother and I will take a taxi to school. No, I have to stay to protect you too and this store's boss. Tainan looked up at Zhang Yun, who was organizing the counter inside the store, and said with a trembling voice, extremely dangerous. In that instant, Tainan sensed a terrifying killing intent from Zhang Yun. It was an aura that only a terrifying killing monster that crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood would possess. As an elite warrior of the former official expedition team, Tainan was no stranger to such monsters. Zhou Xiaoqing smiled slightly and said, You know he's dangerous. But if he really wanted to harm us, your presence wouldn't change anything, would it? Quickly go to the hospital to treat your arm. If you're worried, let Grandpa Long come to pick us up later. All right then. Tainan realized that staying here was unnecessary and might even make the mysterious boss unhappy, which could negatively affect the young master and young lady. So, after sending a message, he drove away from the alley. Zhou Xiaoqing led his sister into the store. The siblings took a brief look around the store environment. It was clean and tidy but cramped and simple, with no high-end equipment or facilities, just a single display cabinet. The cabinet displayed scattered Phantom Beast materials, marked with prices, which varied widely. It looked like an ordinary convenience store for tobacco and alcohol, shockingly shabby. If anyone else came in, they would never guess this was a pet cultivation shop. However, Zhou Xiaoqing would not underestimate Zhang Yun's cultivation skills because his father often taught him not to underestimate anyone. Everyone deserves respect. Zhou Xiaoling led her sister to the counter. Just as she was about to ask Zhang Yun what services were available, Zhang Yun directly pushed a price list over. The shop's services had just been adjusted, and currently, there weren't many offerings, all listed on this price list. You can look for yourselves. If you can accept the prices, then purchase the services. If not, then leave. Yes, boss, I will take a look first. The colder Zhang Yun's attitude was, the more Zhou Xiaoqing felt that he was unfathomable. He obediently took the project list and began to review the cultivation projects on the price list. Upon seeing it, his bright eyes widened. The prices were outrageous. They were even higher than Master Hua's. Chapter 22, Black Market Prices. Fostering Cultivation, 1. Phantom Beast Level Requirement, below Level 6. Current Availability, 2. Price, 10,000 per day. Note, to prevent customers from monopolizing the pet nest for long periods, each Phantom Beast can be fostered for a maximum of 7 days. After 7 days, the fostering procedures must be renewed, otherwise, it will be considered abandoned, and the disposal rights of the Phantom Beast belong to the shop owner. Trial Cultivation, 1. Phantom Beast Level Requirement, below Level 6. Current Availability, 2. Price, 100,000 per day. Note, trial cultivation is divided into 2 types, normal trial cultivation and collection trial cultivation. The former greatly enhances the Phantom Beast, while the latter has less effect but costs the same, depending on the customer's luck. Note, to prevent customers from monopolizing resources, the duration of trial cultivation is a maximum of 3 days at a time, after which the cultivation procedures must be renewed. The prices for these 2 items were absurdly high, several times more expensive than Master Zhou's. Even Zhou Xiaoling, who was not short on money, couldn't help but exclaim, wow. Fostering for 1 day costs 10,000 yuan? That's way too expensive. Master Hua only charges 2,000 yuan a day. Idiot sister, don't talk nonsense. The boss's high fees must have their reasons. Zhou Xiaoqing glared at Zhou Xiaoling and then respectfully asked Zhang Yun, boss, does the fostering cultivation speed up the growth of Phantom Beasts? Zhang Yun nodded and replied, about 10 times faster. And it can also slightly enhance the Phantom Beast's potential and strength with no side effects. 10 times. Zhou Xiaoling's eyes widened, doubting her own hearing. It should be noted that even a level 3 beast tamer like Master Hu could only increase a Phantom Beast's growth speed by up to 3 times at best. This young boss claimed 10 times. Was it real or not? Zhou Xiaoqing was also shocked. As a child from a wealthy family, his understanding of the Phantom Beast world far exceeded that of ordinary children and even surpassed that of many adult beast tamers. From what he knew, even if a beast tamer master took action, they could only increase a Phantom Beast's growth speed to about 5 to 8 times, and it wasn't stable. The young boss in front of him claimed he could increase the Phantom Beast's growth speed by 10 times. Wasn't that even more powerful than a beast tamer master? This was a boast that seemed too big to believe. For a moment, Zhou Xiaoqing couldn't tell if what Zhang Yun said was true or false. However, he was much smarter than his sister and didn't raise any doubts. 10,000 a day is just a small amount. It's good enough to have something to eat, let alone expecting rare medicines. That's impossible. Zhang Yun wiped the counter and glanced at him, his tone harsh, as if he had suffered a great loss. This. Zhou Xiaoqing was left speechless, finally unable to hold back. This is way too black-hearted. Unlike Master Hua, who charged 100,000 to 1 million a month for cultivation fees, which was not cheap either, but he provided exclusive strengthening potions developed for Phantom Beasts. These could effectively help Phantom Beasts enhance their strength and level, and there was even a small probability of learning new skills. However, this boss in front of him seemed to provide no good food for the Phantom Beasts, without giving them precious potions. How much combat power could they gain from just training in 1 day? It looked like a money-making scheme. For a moment, Zhou Xiaoqing stood there in a daze, beginning to doubt his previous judgment. Seeing the 2 little kids looking confused and hesitating to place an order, Zhang Yun impatiently said, do you think it's expensive? If you think it's too expensive, then don't buy my services. The services here are not something ordinary kids can afford. He pointed to the cabinet behind him and said, you can take a look at the Phantom Beast materials I have on display. They are much cheaper than those outside. Each person can buy only 3 items a day and cannot resell them. If you want to make a profit, you can take a look. When promoting the materials on the cabinet, Zhang Yun was extremely displeased. The prices set by the system were indeed ridiculously low. At most only about 30 of the market price, and some prices were even only 10. Zhang Yun protested to it last night, asking it not to use the materials he had worked hard to acquire for charity. As a result, he was met with a retort. These materials were all obtained by someone else's mythical beasts. What does it have to do with you? Zhang Yun was left speechless. The two children were not interested in the materials. They came here to train a super mythical beast and wouldn't bother looking at anything else. They exchanged glances, nodded, and made up their minds. After all, the cultivation fee was only around 100,000, and their pocket money was enough to support a gamble. Zhou Xiaoqing took out a fist-sized silver metal ball from the small pouch at his waist, cradled it in both hands, and placed it on the table. With a smile revealing two small dimples, he respectfully said to Zhang Yun, "Boss, we want to purchase a trial cultivation service. This mythical beast ball contains the mythical beast we wish to cultivate, a mid-level water arrow turtle. Please have a look." Seeing that this little brat was willing to buy the cultivation service, Zhang Yun forced a smile. He picked up the silver metal ball and examined it. This silver metal ball is called a high-level mythical beast ball, made using the latest space compression technology. It seems only the size of a child's fist, yet can contain numerous mythical beasts up to 30 meters in length. This little silver ball is also extremely expensive, costing as much as 100,000 alliance coins. There are even higher-level golden super mythical beast balls and platinum master balls, which can accommodate even larger mythical beasts, of course, with prices increasing tenfold. Zhang Yun injected a bit of original power into it, and a beam of light projected out, condensing into a small black-shelled turtle about 20 centimeters long on the counter. In this magical world of mythical beasts, most turtle beasts are incredibly large, and 20 centimeters can only be considered a petite turtle. The little turtle was suddenly released and, startled, withdrew its entire body into its shell, leaving only half of its head exposed. Its round eyes squinted 3/4 shut, cautiously surveying the surroundings. With its small sharp teeth slightly exposed, ready to bite. A summoned pet will immediately seek its owner upon being called out. The posture of this little turtle, cautiously observing its surroundings, clearly indicated that it was a stray pet. The water arrow turtle, also known as the water king turtle, has balanced stats among mid-level mythical beasts and is a common yet high-cost performance water-type mythical beast. It is one of the top choices for most mid-level mythical beast trainers. Zhang Yun immediately activated his identification technique on it. Water arrow turtle, water type, juvenile. Race level, mid-level. Biological level, first order lower rank. Potential. Comprehension, inferior. Combat power assessment, 13. Skills, water ball technique. Biological description. This is just a low-quality water king turtle. Although it contains a trace of ancient bloodline from the heavenly turtle, it does not change the fact that it is a waste. Evaluation. Even if raised, it remains a waste. Status, stray, cautious, proud. Understanding the data on this water arrow turtle, Zhang Yun looked at Zhou Xiaoqing with a half-smile and said, "This water arrow turtle is not yet contracted. Are you sure you want to proceed with the cultivation? Is there a problem?" Zhou Xiaoqing asked in confusion. After the cultivation is complete, its strength may increase significantly, and it won't be easy for you to subdue and contract it then. At that time, I won't be responsible. You better think it through before starting the cultivation. Boss, please rest assured to cultivate. Zhou Xiaoqing patted his chest proudly and said, "It's just a little water arrow turtle. Even if it becomes stronger, I have confidence in subduing it. All right, I hope you won't regret it." Zhang Yun took out the machine and handed it over. "Swipe your card to pay. You can come to pick up the pet at noon or in the afternoon, but remember to do so before 5 p.m. After 5 p.m., we will consider you boarding this mythical beast, and an additional boarding fee of 10,000 will be charged." Noon? Didn't you say it takes a day to cultivate? Zhou Xiaoqing's hand, which was reaching for the card, froze in midair. Chapter 23, Celestial Beasts. "Brother, this store seems really shady. Are we going to be scammed?" As soon as they stepped out, Zhou Xiaoling whispered in her brother's ear, "If the water arrow turtle doesn't improve, then we'll just consider the money as feeding the dog, and we won't come back to this store again. If the water arrow turtle becomes super strong, then we'll let the boss cultivate our main pet. If our main pet's strength can be as strong as a root tree man, then at the new student conference at school the day after tomorrow, we siblings will definitely shock the audience. At that time, not only will we dominate the first grade, but we'll also challenge the strongest 6th graders and rule the entire elite primary school. Wow, can we really achieve that?" Zhou Xiaoling fantasized about the scene of being the center of attention, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "We'll find out at noon. Let's wait for the car at the intersection. Long Ye's car should be arriving soon." The twin siblings held hands and quickly walked toward the door. Ding, converting 100,000 deposits. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 points. Current point uses: purchase dimensional trial attempts, purchase gathering trial attempts, purchase revival attempts. Future uses. When reputation reaches 100. Upgrade store level, lottery pet pool, purchase pet nest quantity, level, etc. Listening to the system prompt, Zhang Yun smiled with satisfaction. With 1,000 points credited. He was not far from the 10,000 point threshold. First, he would fulfill the order of those two little brats, and by the way, elevate his little toad's combat power, and complete the main quest. Zhang Yun casually tossed the water arrow turtle into the bird nest-shaped pet nest, and the originally 20-centimeter water arrow turtle instantly shrank to the size of a fist. The water arrow turtle was astonished and a bit scared, stretching out its short legs to escape this strange place. However, the next second, a large amount of original power surged toward the little turtle like a tide, wrapping it tightly. The little turtle felt like it had fallen into paradise, comfortably squinting its eyes, obediently lying in the bird nest, no longer wanting to leave this cozy spot. Let's go, little toad. The master will take you out to have some fun. Goo. The fiery toad's small eyes lit up, and its cheeks puffed out. Although it couldn't understand Zhang Yun's words, it could tell from his gentle tone that the master was going to take it out to play. The master is so nice. Goo. The fiery toad kicked its short legs, soaring into the air in a parabolic arc, landing steadily on Zhang Yun's shoulder. It clumsily adjusted its position to face Zhang Yun, lying down obediently and being very docile. Zhang Yun teased it with his finger a couple of times before walking toward the water arrow turtle. Zhang Yun was straightforward and rough with the water arrow turtle, directly grabbing it and ignoring its struggles as he stepped into the dimensional transmission array. The next second, a series of options appeared before him. Currently, 2-dimensional challenge projects have been opened. Please choose. Dimensional Cultivation Trial. 1. Type. Random dimension. Unit price, 100 points. Duration, 1 day, currently enjoying novice protection. Current free attempts, 0. External Gathering Trial. 1. Type. Random dimension. Unit price, 500 points. Duration, 1 day, currently enjoying novice protection. Current free attempts, 1. Current map owned. Broken Azeroth 09. Note, Azeroth 09 is a 1-star dimension. If you want to go for trials or gathering, the points need to be doubled. Wait, can Azeroth 09 also gather resources? Yes. Why didn't you remind me yesterday? If I had known that place could gather resources, why would I only look for monsters to fight? Did you ask this system? You didn't say anything since I didn't ask? Why would the system mention it if you didn't ask? Zhang Yun felt that this system was too much of a scam, and he was too lazy to argue further. He chose to use the free gathering trial provided by the system. The next moment, the teleportation array lit up with dazzling light, enveloping both the master and the two pets, starting to match random collection dimensions. Since the host has a phantom beast that has not yet been contracted, a temporary master-servant relationship is forcibly bound. Considering the host carries dual pets of fire and water attributes, the collection dimension is biased towards water and fire. Collection dimension matching completed, broken 33rd Heaven 05. Danger level. Time span, 1 day. If there are no issues, begin teleportation. A 2-star dimension. Isn't this even scarier than the Lost Azeroth? The spiritual herbs and treasures in that dimension must be super precious. I'm going to get rich. Teleport. Start teleporting right now. Zhang Yun shouted excitedly. Don't get too happy too soon. The higher the star rating, the higher the level of the phantom beasts guarding the spiritual herbs and treasures. You might not even get a single hair. Wait, can it be changed? What do you think? The light suddenly brightened, and Zhang Yun, along with the two little pets, completely disappeared from the teleportation array. When Zhang Yun opened his eyes again, he found himself high above the ground, at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. The violent gusts of wind fiercely swept around, making Zhang Yun feel like a kite with a broken string, spinning and drifting in the extreme sky. Ribbit. The little toad perched on his shoulder was caught off guard and was swept away by the wind, instantly thrown over 100 meters away. Toad G. Zhang Yun wanted to use telekinesis to bring it back, but the wind was fierce, and in an instant, the poor Toad G disappeared without a trace. Zhang Yun's mouth twitched as he muttered to himself, "Forget it, it'll just die and be revived later, no problem." He looked down at the water arrow turtle he was holding in his left hand. This water arrow turtle seemed to be afraid of heights, pulling all 4 limbs into its shell, showing no intention of peeking out. A gentle smile appeared on Zhang Yun's face as he said, "My little pets have all been swept away by the wind. If you, little turtle, don't get swept away once, Toad G might say I'm biased. Go on, water arrow turtle, fly towards the starry sea." Water arrow turtle. Before the water arrow turtle could protest, Zhang Yun vigorously swung his arm, throwing it several dozen meters away. The gusts of wind swept it up, and its little shell was swallowed by the clouds. In the wind, a faint cry of anguish could be heard. Eek. Hee hee, it sounds quite happy. Zhang Yun smiled knowingly, spread his limbs, and enjoyed the gusts of wind swirling around him. drifting in the extreme heights, feeling comfortable and refreshed. He looked down. What he saw was a vast ocean, with rolling waves, extraordinarily magnificent and beautiful. On the ocean, there were scattered islands, some floating on the sea, while others were in the void, all about the size of matchboxes. Zhang Yun knew that these islands were actually quite large, but he was flying too high, making them appear small. This world, compared to the broken Azeroth, was undoubtedly much stronger, looking peaceful and magnificent. However, being rated as a danger level of 2 stars by the system, the hidden crisis must far exceed that of the broken Azeroth. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, Zhang Yun saw a terrifyingly huge whale, over 10,000 meters long, suddenly soaring from the azure sea. With a rumble, it crashed back into the ocean. Instantly, the waves surged up to thousands of meters high, spreading in all directions, sweeping towards those lonely little islands. Strangely, such terrifying towering waves did not shatter those islands, which was truly against common sense, leaving Zhang Yun dumbfounded. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded. Congratulations, host. On successfully arriving at broken 33rd Heaven 05, it is said that the ancient fairy world is divided into 33 heavens, where countless immortals, demons, and Buddhas stand, and various immortal birds and strange beasts are innumerable. One day, an indescribable calamity descended, causing the great 33 heavens to collapse. Now, in the ancient fairy world, only a few realms remain intact, while others have been shattered in the calamity. The 33rd heaven is one of the broken realms. Once, in the 33rd heaven, the high-ranking immortals, demons, and Buddhas all fell, their remnant souls perhaps still drifting in the corners of many shattered realms. If the host can find the remnants of those immortals, demons, and Buddha source fragments and absorb them, the host may take off from the ground. At the very least, finding an immortal beast egg is enough for the host to reverse their fate and look down upon Blue Star. I hope the host can make good use of this day of collection time and strive to explore this fragment land. Perhaps you might really get lucky. Alright, the pie in the sky ends here. Considering the host has chosen the collection trial, the host will receive the blessing of the Divine Appraisal Technique during the trial. Divine Appraisal Technique. All things and all spirits can be appraised, can only be used in the collection trial. Given that the host is in the novice protection period, the host will receive 100 free revival opportunities. If the number of deaths exceeds 100, revival opportunities can be purchased with points, 10 points per revival. If there are no points for revival, the host will perish. The pets will enjoy unlimited revival effects. Now, please start the collection trial, host. Wait, my number of deaths is actually limited? What kind of novice protection is this? I demand. Just as Zhang Yun was about to voice his opposition, he suddenly sensed something. Quickly looking up at a white cloud above his head. Rip! That white cloud suddenly shattered, revealing a strange being holding a thunder drum, with blue lightning shooting from its head and a fierce expression. This being was entirely blue, covered with numerous purple runes, and appeared somewhat human-like. However, it stood over 10 meters tall, surrounded by swirling thunderclouds, slowly pounding the thunder-colored drum in its hands, exuding a terrifying aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth. What the hell is that? Zhang Yun was shocked and instinctively activated the appraisal technique on it. Thunderstorm Celestial Beast, Thunder Attribute, Mature Stage. Race Level, Immortal Beast. Damn it, an immortal beast. Zhang Yun was stunned, his eyes wide as saucers. He had actually encountered the legendary immortal beast. This was an existence even more terrifying than legendary phantom beasts. Before he could fully process his excitement, the thunderstorm celestial beast glared at him furiously. Hey! It let out a low roar, raising the purple thunder hammer in its hand and striking the thunder drum hard, rumbling. Instantly, the sky changed color and thunder rolled. In the next moment, a forked lightning bolt thousands of meters long suddenly descended. Wait, can it be mine? Before Zhang Yun could finish his sentence, boom. Zhang Yun was obliterated. Chapter 24. Fire Flame Tree. Pain. Absolute pain. It felt like every single cell in his body had exploded, an indescribable pain. Even after dying over 2,000 times, deep in his consciousness, he still let out a wail. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have been killed instantly once. Remaining revival opportunities, 99. Would you like to choose to revive in place or revive randomly? Obviously random. As soon as he finished speaking, a green shadow appeared before Zhang Yun, accompanied by a strong fragrance of melons and fruits. Zhang Yun looked around, and all around him were towering giant trees, blocking out the sun. Beneath the giant trees were countless unknown strange flowers and herbs, exuding a strong fragrance of grass and fruit. From time to time, deep beast roars could be heard, presenting a humid scene reminiscent of a tropical rainforest. Zhang Yun did not let his guard down, immediately going into stealth mode, lying among the rotting leaves on the ground, and extending his perception to stay alert to his surroundings. Now he only had 99 revival opportunities left, so he had to use them sparingly. At this moment, The system prompt sounded again. Congratulations, host. Your fiery toad has died on a deserted island. Would you like to revive it? Congratulations, host. Your Blastoise has been scared to death by the pressure of a 5-clawed blue dragon. Would you like to revive it? Revive them all. As 2 beams of light appeared, 2 little cuties appeared in front of Zhang Yun. Ribbit, the little toad cried out in fear, approaching Zhang Yun for comfort. Squeak. The little turtle also conveyed extreme fear, nuzzling against Zhang Yun, hoping this temporary master could soothe it. However, Zhang Yun only patted the little toad on the head and placed it on his shoulder. As for the Blastoise that came over, go away. With such a hard shell and being so timid, what's the use of raising you? Saying this, he casually flipped the Blastoise onto its back, leaving it struggling helplessly with its limbs in the air. Blastoise. At this moment, Zhang Yun sensed something and looked 30 meters northwest. There. He found a peculiar green fruit tree, its branches laden with red fruits about the size of mangoes. Furthermore, a wave of exotic fragrance wafted over, refreshing and delightful. Such a fragrant fruit, it must be a treasure tree. Zhang Yun licked his lips and immediately used his appraisal skill on it. Red mango tree, level 3. Attribute, fire. Rarity, common. Special product, fire mango. Fruit level, level 3. Description, one of the most favored fruits by low-level phantom beasts. It slightly enhances the strength and fire resistance of phantom beasts of the same tier. If consumed by fire-type phantom beasts, there is a small probability of attribute advancement. After reading the information, Zhang Yun's eyes widened in excitement. On Blue Star, various spiritual herbs and fruits also have different levels. A level 3 spiritual fruit is equivalent to a wild ginseng that has been growing for about 100 years, worth nearly 100,000, which is considered precious. However, a 100-year ginseng does not form nests. Exploring the mountains and forests, it would be lucky to find even one. Yet, these fire mangoes are densely packed all over the tree, at a rough glance, at least hundreds of them. If he could gather all these fire mangoes, the ticket price for this collection trial would at least exceed 100 times. At this moment, the little toad on Zhang Yun's shoulder also caught the scent of the delicious fruit, continuously rib-biting, actively asking to pick the fruits. However, it was pressed back down by Zhang Yun. Don't rush, let me investigate the surrounding environment in detail first. The fire mangoes have a fragrance wafting for hundreds of meters, yet no other phantom beasts have come to eat them. There must be a trick. Faced with this unexpected wealth, Zhang Yun was not in a hurry. He patiently used his perception to sweep the surroundings. Soon, he noticed something unusual. He discovered that around the fire mango tree, there were countless corpses scattered on the ground, all covered by withered leaves and vines. As if some being was deliberately concealing them. Zhang Yun's expression darkened, and he expanded his perception around the fire mango tree. The next second, he found a gigantic, vividly colored flower blooming spectacularly, just 20 meters away from the fire mango tree. Zhang Yun immediately used his appraisal skill on it. Man-eating overlord flower, wood type, growth stage. Race level, advanced. Biological level, lower 6th tier. Potential. Comprehension, none. Combat power assessment, 650. Skills, death entanglement, thorn gun, tree world prison. Biological description. This is a waste plant phantom beast that moves slowly and relies on clumsy tricks to capture small phantom beasts for survival. Don't let it kill you, or you'll become a laughingstock. Damn, there's actually a man-eating flower lurking nearby. No wonder so many delicious fruits have not been touched by low-level phantom beasts. Lower 6th tier, combat power of 650. With my 600 combat power, I wonder if I can defeat it. Don't worry, you can't win. Under equal combat power, plant-type battle beasts are stronger than most other phantom beasts. As a 2-legged phantom beast, without mastering powerful skills, it's almost impossible for you to win. Can't you be a bit more tactful? Zhang Yun complained and decided not to take risks personally. He would first let the 2 little phantom beasts go and brush up on their death count. When he found an opportunity, he would use a telekinetic wave to strike the man-eating flower a fatal blow. Zhang Yun immediately gave instructions to the 2 little phantom beasts. Toad G. Take the water turtle over to play with that flower. Go quickly. Toad G tilted its head. What is so fun about flowers? I want to eat fruit. Blastoise, squeak. I don't want to play with flowers. I want to eat fruit. Zhang Yun issued a compulsory command, and the 2 little pets, feeling helpless, had to waddle towards the giant flower. Just as they approached within 10 meters, swish, 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 countless snake-like vines suddenly shot out from the ground as dead leaves, wrapping around the 2 little phantom beasts. Toad G. Blastoise. Instantly, the 2 little phantom beasts were bound by the vines and pulled in front of the giant flower. Then, the gigantic flower slowly split open, revealing an enormous, blood-red mouth. And a stream of green, corrosive slime began to drip down. Toad G. Blastoise. The two little phantom beasts immediately sent out a distress signal to their master, even crying out loud. However, Zhang Yun, the sly one, was slowly retreating. He realized that the range of the man-eating flower's vine attacks was extremely far. Within 50 meters, it was a danger zone. Just like that. The two little phantom beasts were swallowed by the terrifying man-eating flower, corroded to mush, losing 1 health point. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. Ding. Your fire toad has died 200 times. Would you like to revive it? Ding. Your Blastoise has died 200 times. Would you like to revive it? Revive them all. As Zhang Yun's voice fell, the two little phantom beasts were reborn for the 201st time. At this point, the two little phantom beasts had died to the point of questioning their pet lives. The fire toad's eyes were vacant. Without waiting for its master to issue an order, it hopped towards the man-eating flower, instinctively going to offer its life. After all, it had become accustomed to dying. As for the Blastoise, with its rebellious nature, it was still resisting, retracting all its limbs and little head into its shell. It had the attitude of, unless you give the order, I'll hold on for as long as I can. Wait, Toad G, no need to offer your life anymore. Zhang Yun called back Toad G and used his appraisal skill on the two little phantom beasts. At this moment, their stats had undergone earth-shattering changes. Chapter 25, Master and Pets Unite to Kill the Overlord Flower. Blastoise, Water Type, Juvenile Stage. Race Level, Intermediate. Biological Level, Middle First Tier. Potential. Comprehension, None. Combat Power, 158. Skills, Water Ball Technique, Water Shield Technique, Water Blade. Status, Abused to the point of collapse, even contemplating suicide. After only dying 200 times, its combat power had already far surpassed that of the Root Tree Man, which had died 600 times. It seems that the foundation of intermediate phantom beasts is indeed much stronger than that of low-level phantom beasts. The Water Shield Technique is an intermediate defensive skill, while the Water Blade is an intermediate range skill. With these two skills, this Blastoise is almost invincible among its peers. Zhang Yun was very satisfied with the Blastoise's improvement and then used his appraisal skill on his beloved Fire Toad. Fire Toad, Fire Type, Dark Type, Juvenile Stage. Race Level, Low Level. Biological Level, Middle First Tier. Potential. Comprehension, Medium. Combat Power Assessment, 300. Skills, Fireball Technique, Flame Ray, Doubling Technique, Whale Swallowing Technique. Status, Stiff. Either wanting to commit suicide or on the path to suicide, in extremely poor condition. Hiss. After viewing the Fire Toad's data again, Zhang Yun couldn't help but take a deep breath. The reason was simple. This little toad was too extraordinary. First of all, it started from the same point as the Blastoise, had the same number of deaths, and the speed of level advancement was also the same. Yet its combat power had doubled. It was equivalent to being a whole tier ahead of the Blastoise in standard combat power. Not only that, the additional 3 skills exhibited by the Flame Frog are extremely abnormal. One is a high-level skill, and the other is a king-level skill. Flame Ray, a high-level skill that can shoot a fire ray from over 50 meters away, allowing for long-range kills on enemies, and it's not just a one-time shot, but a continuous output. As long as the Flame Frog has enough original force reserves, the Flame Ray can keep firing, which is even more powerful than a Gatling gun. Doubling Technique, a king-level skill, rare grade, that allows the Flame Frog's size to grow 100 times, along with a corresponding increase in strength. The current size of the Flame Frog is about 10 centimeters long, so enlarged 100 times, that would make it 10 meters long. A first-order phantom beast with a gigantic size of 10 meters, even surpassing that of a typical dragon cub, is simply terrifying. Swallowing Technique, also a king-level skill. It can not only swallow enemies and their various attribute attacks, but can also convert them into energy, storing them as its own original force for later use. This, combined with the Flame Ray, is extraordinarily powerful. Moreover, the Swallowing Technique has an incredible aspect where it can directly swallow allies, not to eat them, but to hide them in its belly, ensuring their safety. The Doubling Technique and the Swallowing Technique are both king-level skills, which, according to legend, can only be comprehended by King Beast-level Phantom Beast cubs. Yet, this little frog, merely a low-level Phantom Beast, has managed to comprehend 2 incredibly precious king-level skills. This is simply defying the odds. Even Zhang Yun, who has seen a bit of the world, was stunned and amazed by his pet's terrifying talent. Feeling his scalp tingle in shock, there's nothing to be surprised about. Desperation is the best catalyst for breaking through a pet's potential, and death amplifies the effect tenfold. 5-star potential, combined with medium comprehension, already far exceeds the potential of most king-level phantom beasts in this world. If it has died 200 times and still can't comprehend a few king-level skills, then that would be strange. Hey, as expected of the phantom beast contracted by me. Zhang Yun, it's simply explosive. Now, with Frog G assisting, combined with my mental skills, I should be able to face that man-eating flower head-on, right? Let's give it a try. After all, if we die, we can just resurrect. If you keep hiding, saving more resurrection chances is just a waste. If we win later, I'll feast on fire mangoes. Feeling the surge of fighting spirit from his master's consciousness, the simple little frog was immediately infected, letting out a series of croaks. Goo goo. The meaning is simple. Master, you charge ahead, and we will follow you. Gigi. The water arrow turtle was also terrified. But seeing Zhang Yun finally willing to stand up and die with it, it ignited its fighting spirit and crawled to Zhang Yun's side, united in their cause. At this moment, the tyrant man-eating flower, 50 meters away, also noticed Zhang Yun's figure. This creature had swallowed 2 small phantom beasts hundreds of times and was not even slightly satisfied. Instead, it was getting hungrier and had consumed quite a bit of strength and original force. It suspected it was swallowing air, yet every time it would swallow 2 small phantom beasts. Now, seeing Zhang Yun appear in its line of sight, it instantly felt a strong hunger and released a large amount of green corrosive liquid. Hiss! It quickly controlled a multitude of vines, shooting them towards Zhang Yun like poisonous snakes slithering over the ground. Although the tyrant man-eating flower found it difficult to move, the length of its vines determined the extent of its hunting range. With its current level 6, the longest of its vines could reach nearly 100 meters, and Zhang Yun, 50 meters away, was completely within its attack range. Seeing countless vines shooting towards them, the 2 little pets instinctively felt fear and wanted to flee. But in the next moment, they were passively ignited with fighting spirit. As pets, when their master encounters danger, they will instinctively overcome many fears and retaliate. This is their instinct, and also their duty. Gigi. The water arrow turtle surged with original force, conjuring a water shield several meters wide to protect Zhang Yun. At that moment, the numerous vines struck towards the water shield. Boom boom boom. The massive disparity in combat power caused the water arrow turtle's water shield to shatter instantly, turning into droplets. Zhang Yun's eyes narrowed, and he shouted in a low voice, "Mental wave, break for me." Buzz. A dull sound resonated, and a ripple of air spread outward from Zhang Yun. Bang bang bang. The vines that were advancing from the tyrant man-eating flower were all shattered, spraying out streams of green liquid, twisting and retreating violently. In the distance, the main body of the tyrant man-eating flower trembled wildly and let out a strange scream, seemingly in pain. These vine tentacles were essentially the limbs of the tyrant man-eating flower. With them severed, it naturally experienced excruciating pain. The little frog unleashed the flame ray for remote firepower strikes. Goo goo. Frog G took a deep breath, its cheeks and belly swelling, and in the next instant, it suddenly sprayed out a beam of red flame. Swoosh. That red flame shot like a laser towards the distant tyrant man-eating flower. Fire skills are the nemesis of most plant-type phantom beasts, and upon seeing this, the tyrant man-eating flower panicked and hurriedly waved out numerous vines to block the flame ray. However, the flame ray pierced through all of them and struck directly at the flower crown of the tyrant man-eating flower. Boom. Eek. The tyrant man-eating flower suffered a terrifying hit from the flame ray and let out an indescribable scream of pain. However, Frog G's current combat power was only 300. Even though it could restrain the level 6 tyrant man-eating flower, it could not completely defeat it. To kill it, it still depended on Zhang Yun, who possessed level 6 standard combat power. Frog G continued to maintain fire suppression. Water arrow turtle, charge with me and cast the water shield technique to protect my safety. I'll deliver the fatal blow to that man-eating flower. Gigi. The water arrow turtle accepted the order and followed Zhang Yun as they charged towards the man-eating flower. Zhang Yun's mental wave also had long-range attack characteristics, but the further the distance, the more the power of the mental wave diminished. The optimal attack distance for the mental wave is within 10 meters. Therefore, Zhang Yun had to close in within 10 meters to unleash his full power and defeat this level 6 man-eating flower. The tyrant man-eating flower wasn't weak in combat awareness. It knew that allowing Zhang Yun to get close would put it in danger. It braced against the fire ray strikes and summoned numerous vines to shoot towards Zhang Yun. Gigi. Seeing its temporary master about to face danger, the water arrow turtle unleashed its potential, frantically gathering water shields. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. Bang bang bang. With the layers of water shields stacking, the water arrow turtle managed to barely withstand the tyrant man-eating flower's assault. And Zhang Yun, taking advantage of the brief moment created by the water arrow turtle, charged into the 10-meter range of the tyrant man-eating flower. Mental wave, explode for me. His eyes instantly turned gray, and a massive amount of mental power suddenly gathered, forming a shockwave that surged towards the man-eating flower. Goo goo. At the same time, the flame frog also unleashed all its original force, maximizing the power of the flame ray. The master and pet unleashed their full strength, and their skills struck fiercely at the flower of the man-eating flower. Boom. With a loud explosion, the enormous man-eating flower was blown to smithereens, with streams of green juice splattering everywhere. The master and two pets combined their forces to finally kill this level 6 advanced phantom beast. In the blink of an eye, in the real world. It was already noon. A Rolls-Royce quietly stopped in front of the impressive phantom beast shop. Zhou Xiaoqing and her sister Zhou Xiaoling got out of the car, looking at the closed for business sign hanging at the entrance, and took out their phones to dial Zhang Yun's number. Beep beep. The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Beep beep. The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. After Zhou Xiaoqing dialed the phone for the third time, finally, a standby sound, beep beep, came from the other end. Hello, who is it? Zhang Yun's tired voice came through the phone. Boss, it's me, Zhou Xiaoqing. I'm here to pick up the... Oh, wait a moment. I'll open the door right away. As soon as the call was hung up, Zhou Xiaoqing saw Zhang Yun walking out from the back room through the glass door, heading towards the door. On his shoulder, there was a small red toad, surrounded by 3 flames, which looked quite magical. In Zhang Yun's hand, he held a silver. Chapter 26, Invitation to Battle. When the door was opened, Zhou Xiaoqing and her brother immediately bowed to Zhang Yun. Boss, good afternoon. May I ask if our has been cultivated? Zhou Xiaoqing politely inquired. Beside her, Zhou Xiaoling secretly observed the flame toad on Zhang Yun's left shoulder. What kind of flame toad is this? It seems a bit imposing. Zhou Xiaoling thought to herself. She knew about the flame toad. Her deskmate had one, which was a low level with very weak combat power. However, she felt that the flame toad on Zhang Yun's shoulder was not ordinary. Firstly, around it, there were 3 thumb-sized strange flames slowly floating, which was quite mysterious. Secondly, the air around its surface was gently vibrating, like ripples, producing barely noticeable transparent waves, resembling a rare passive skill aura. However, Zhou Xiaoling didn't think it was an aura since only the cubs of king beasts could comprehend aura skills. Finally, there was the temperament of this flame toad. It slightly squinted its eyes, its gills gently rising and falling, appearing cute, yet giving Zhou Xiaoling a feeling of superiority and dominance, as if it were a king. Unassailable and dismissive of others. Zhou Xiaoqing felt that this flame toad must be very powerful, and she couldn't help but want to buy it. However, thinking that it could perch on the boss's shoulder, it was probably the boss's, so she suppressed her desire. Just finished cultivating it. Zhang Yun glanced at the luxury car not far away and handed over the in his hand, his tone hoarse. I have already put the water arrow turtle into this. You can release it to check. No need. We trust the boss. Zhou Xiaoqing quickly took it with both hands. Although she said this, doubts still filled her heart. After all, it was now 11:30 a.m., and less than 3 hours had passed since she handed over the in the morning. It was hard for her to imagine how much combat power could be improved in such a short time. Deep down, she had already prepared herself to be scammed. The cultivation fee of 100,000 plus the 900,000 for the water arrow turtle cub, totaling 1 million, was quite expensive, significantly reducing her pocket money. However, as a child raised by a wealthy family, Zhou Xiaoqing's emotional intelligence was much higher than that of an average child, and she always wore a grateful smile. Boss, we are going to eat. Would you like to join us? No, I'm a bit tired and need to lie down for a while. Zhang Yun shook his head, tiredly saying, do you need any other services? If you do, we can talk in the store. This time, Zhang Yun was genuinely tired. In the trial of collection, he participated in the battle throughout, dying about 200 times, and almost all the points he exchanged were spent on reviving himself. Moreover, he had released mental waves at least over 500 times. The power of mental waves was definitely strong, but it also had drawbacks. After multiple uses, it put tremendous pressure on his mind. Each use felt like being hit by a hammer. Even though Zhang Yun's state would reset after each death, the mental and psychological fatigue could not be erased. Now, he just wanted to take a good nap and recuperate. Of course, if he could receive new orders, he wouldn't mind working again. After all, lying flat has no future. My sister and I are hungry, so we'll go eat first. And we'll come back to find you later. Zhou Xiaoqing made an excuse. All right, if you come back later, remember to bring some customized cloud. I can give you a discount on the cultivation fee, Zhang Yun said without hesitation. Okay, you busy yourself, and my sister and I will take our leave. Zhang Yun nodded and turned to walk into the store. At this moment, he remembered something and reminded them. By the way, I forgot to remind you. This water arrow turtle is currently in a state of being unbound. If you want to test or contract it, remember to find an adult to supervise. The adult I'm referring to is above level 5. Do you understand what I mean? Zhou Xiaoqing's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed excitedly. Understood, boss. We will pay attention. Zhang Yun nodded, said no more, and turned to walk into the store. Sister, let's go eat. Zhou Xiaoqing exclaimed excitedly, holding the and jogging towards the nearby Rolls-Royce. Brother, wait for me. Zhou Xiaoling hurriedly followed. Just as they reached the luxury car, an old bodyguard in a crisp suit with silver slicked-back hair got out, and opened the car door for the two little ones. Young master, young lady, take care. Be careful not to hit your heads. This elderly bodyguard, with a face full of wrinkles and no elemental mark on his forehead, seemed just an ordinary old man. But the two little ones treated him with great respect. We know, Grandpa Long. From now on, you don't have to open the door for us. We are strong enough to open the door ourselves. No problem, I'm used to it. After watching the young master and young lady get into the back seat, Grandpa Long smiled and closed the door. At this moment, in the back seat, Zhou Xiaoling was already impatient. Brother, quickly release the water arrow turtle to sea. I want to assess its combat power. While speaking, Zhou Xiaoling put on her testing glasses. Don't rush. Let's find an open place to release this little guy. Zhou Xiaoqing said while examining the. Why bother? It's just a water arrow turtle cub. Can't we control it? Zhou Xiaoling pouted. Zhou Xiaoqing rolled her eyes at her and said, Sister, did you forget the boss's reminder? He said we should find a level 5 to supervise us. Do you understand what that means? What does it mean? Zhou Xiaoling scratched her head, causing her blue butterfly hairpin to get crooked. Silly. Zhou Xiaoqing adjusted her hairpin and smiled excitedly. The boss means that this water arrow turtle has become super fierce, and it's not something we two can suppress. Which is why he asked us to find someone to watch. How is that possible? It's only been half a day. How could this water arrow turtle become so powerful? We are level 2. My combat power exceeds 100. How could we not control a little water arrow turtle? Just release it. I'm really looking forward to it. Zhou Xiaoqing shook her head firmly and said, since the boss kindly reminded us, we should do as he says. But, Zhou Xiaoling was about to say something. But at that moment, Grandpa Long, who was driving, glanced at the rearview mirror and interjected, Third young lady, you'd better listen to the second young master. That pet store owner is quite a character. It's best to heed his advice. Wow, Grandpa Long, you say that boss is very strong? Zhou Xiaoling asked in surprise. Although there was no elemental mark on Grandpa Long's forehead, everyone who knew him understood that he was an incredibly powerful level 8. And for him to refer to an level 8 as a tough character, even Zhou Xiaoling, no matter how naive, understood that Zhang Yun's strength was quite terrifying. Grandpa Long, is that boss really that powerful? Zhou Xiaoqing also became interested and asked. That young man is very strong, Grandpa Long nodded slowly. Smiling. He gives me an extremely dangerous signal, and his perception is astonishingly sharp. I just raised my head to glance at him in the car, and he immediately captured my gaze. The kid Tai Nin was really not wrong at all to be defeated by him. Even your sister might not be his opponent. Dragon Master, does the boss have the qualifications to be your opponent? Zhou Xiaoqing asked again. Dragon Master adjusted his glasses and smiled. To be my opponent. He is still a bit too young. However, at such a young age, having that kind of demeanor already makes him a super genius. Wow. I didn't expect the boss to be so amazing. Even Grandpa Long praises him. Zhou Xiaoling's eyes sparkled, treating Zhang Yun as an idol. Let's go to the beast arena. I want to test the strength of this water arrow turtle first. Also, please help us guard the area, Grandpa Long. I'm afraid this water arrow turtle is really as strong as the boss said, and we can't suppress it. Alright. Moments later, the luxury car drove into a huge circular building. This building is located in the city center, covering over 1,000 acres of land, 50 stories high, constructed with the strongest craftsmanship, and can definitely be considered a landmark building in Jiangnan City. It is named the Rock Beast Arena, founded by several major super tycoons like the Zhao and Zhou families, and is also the only legal fighting arena in Jiangnan City. As soon as the luxury car stopped, a parking attendant quickly approached and bent down to wait. Dragon Master got out of the car, handed the car keys to the attendant, and led the two little ones deeper into the building. At this moment, a somewhat cocky voice came from behind. Xiaoqing, what a coincidence. Are you here to watch the beast fights too? This young man looked nonchalant, but in reality, he was a level 3 beast master, with a faint yellow glow emanating from the energy mark on his forehead. Oh, it's brother Xiaopeng. He must have skipped class again to play games, right? Isn't he afraid of being beaten by Uncle Zhao? Zhou Xiaoling covered her mouth and chuckled. Zhou Xiaoqing shot her a glare and scolded, Sister, where did you learn such crude words? Don't say such unrefined things in the future. TCH, I know. At this moment, Xiaopeng had already walked up to the two kids, directly waving away a group of popular female streamers, first respectfully greeting Dragon Master. Xiaopeng then looked at Zhou Xiaoqing and her brother, smiling. Xiaoling, are you here to watch the beast fights? I have a very fierce high-level dragon beast cub. Do you want to see it? Saying that, he showed off the silver beast ball in his hand, a smug expression on his face. The Zhao group and the Zhou group have been family friends for generations and are strategic allies in business. So even though there is an age gap between Xiaopeng and the Zhou siblings, they are still quite familiar with each other. We are not here to watch the beast fights. We want to find a place to test the battle power of my water arrow turtle. Zhou Xiaoling also showed her beast ball. Water arrow turtle? Xiaopeng looked surprised and said, Why are you playing with trash? Isn't this mid-level beast for poor people? Maybe our water arrow turtle is very strong. Zhou Xiaoling put her hands on her hips, feeling unconvinced. Hee, have you contracted this water arrow turtle? If not, let my high-level beast cub help you test its battle power. After all, it's a mid-level beast. It doesn't matter if it gets killed. Zhou Xiaoqing hesitated a bit. After all, the battle power of a high-level beast cub is much higher than that of a mid-level beast, possibly even exceeding double. Letting a juvenile water arrow turtle fight against a high-level beast cub is like having an egg hit a stone. At this moment, Yilong smiled and said, "Young master, then let your water arrow turtle compete with Zhao Xiao's high-level beast cub. If that water arrow turtle really is useless, you won't contract it anyway. If it dies, it dies. Okay then. Let's go." Manager Chun has already prepared a small beast arena. Let's get started. Oh, let's go. 1 minute later, everyone arrived at an indoor beast arena. Without saying a word, Zhao Peng immediately summoned his high-level dragon beast cub. "Come out, Macedonian stone dragon." A gray light shot out, forming a fierce dragon beast about the height of an adult. The dragon bloodline within the Macedonian stone dragon is very thin, barely qualifying as a descendant of dragons. But even so, its strength and speed far exceed that of an ordinary high-level beast. Its battle power is naturally exceptional. Roar! It bared its teeth and claws, looking as if it was about to pounce, making Zhou Xiaoling take a small step back in fear. Zhou Xiaoqing, however, was not afraid at all and immediately used the latest model of the glasses tester to check the data of the Macedonian stone dragon. Macedonian stone dragon, rock type. Dragon type, cub phase. Race level, high level. Biological level, first order lower level. Battle power assessment, 150. Skills, few. Evaluation, elite, rarely seen. So impressive. Zhou Xiaoqing's eyes widened in surprise. At just the first order lower level, the battle power has reached 150, which meets the standard for second order beast battle power. Dragon type beasts are indeed stronger than ordinary high level beasts. Brother, let me take a look. I want to see too. Zhou Xiaoling snatched Zhou Xiaoqing's glasses tester and carefully examined the dragon beast in front of her, her little face full of envy. Wow, such an impressive stone dragon. Brother Zhao Peng, I didn't expect that even though others say you are useless, your taste is really high. Every beast you choose is more powerful than the last. I'm so envious of you. Cough, cough, little girl, don't speak carelessly. Zhao Peng coughed twice and then smiled proudly. Isn't my Macedonian stone dragon of pretty good quality? My dad spent nearly 100 million to buy it for me. There are only 3 in the entire Jiangnan city. It really is amazing. Zhou Xiaoqing nodded enviously. In terms of beastmaster talent, Zhao Peng is quite lacking. Having relied on the resources of the Zhao family to barely reach the level of a level 3 beastmaster at the age of 12. In contrast, Zhou Xiaoqing and her brother, while enjoying far fewer resources than Zhao Peng, have much higher talent, having both reached the level of level 2 beast masters by the age of 7. However, Zhao Peng has money and can easily buy dragon-type beasts. In terms of beasts alone, the Zhou siblings are far behind him, leaving them only to envy. Seeing the 2 little friends looking envious, Zhao Peng put his hands on his hips and said proudly, "You should also release your water arrow turtle to take a look. Didn't Xiaoling say the water arrow turtle is very strong? Let's see if it can stand its ground in front of my precious dragon beast. Brother, quickly release the water arrow turtle to compete with brother Zhao Peng," Zhou Xiaoling urged. All right. Zhou Xiaoqing had no confidence at all but still injected energy into the beast ball. A blue light lit up, and in the next moment, a beam shot toward the ground, forming a black turtle shell about 20 centimeters long. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaoqing couldn't help but laugh and cry. This water arrow turtle is just too timid. How did the boss raise it to be so cowardly? It doesn't even dare to show its head. Sigh. Zhou Xiaoqing felt secretly disappointed. Ha ha ha, Xiaoqing, how did you pick a head-shrinking turtle? Zhao Peng laughed. If you don't know how to choose beasts, next time come find brother Peng. I have a discerning eye. Any beast I pick is super excellent. As Zhao Peng's triumphant laughter echoed, the Macedonian stone dragon seemed to be encouraged by its master, taking 2 steps forward and stepping its beast foot on the turtle shell. It seemed like it was stepping on a pile of garbage, using its claws to grind it, its eyes full of disdain. Hey, why are you stepping on our little turtle? Quickly step back. Zhou Xiaoling was very angry and wanted to drive away the Macedonian stone dragon. However, the Macedonian stone dragon not only did not retreat, but instead lowered its fierce dragon head and began to bite the turtle shell. The sharp teeth scraped against the turtle shell, making a sound that was grating to the ears. Damn it, how dare you bite it? I'm going to beat you. Zhou Xiaoling was furious and was about to summon her main pet, but was stopped by Zhou Xiaoqing. He sighed and said, "It's okay, sister. The water arrow turtle shell is as tough as steel. The juvenile Macedonian stone dragon can't hurt it." But, Zhao Peng laughed. Xiaoling, why are you being so stingy? My stone dragon is just playing with the water arrow turtle. The Blastoise isn't even worthy of carrying the Macedonian Stone Dragon's shoes. And the Stone Dragon wouldn't bother to hurt it. Humph, don't underestimate our Blastoise. It has been trained by the boss. Zhou Xiaoling pouted and said indignantly. What boss? Master Hua? Zhao Peng asked, puzzled. It's nothing. Zhou Xiaoqing didn't want to reveal too much and said to her sister, Sister, look at the data of this Blastoise. If it's too bad, we might as well give up the competition. No way. Zhao Peng chuckled. Your Blastoise has such a hard shell. Even if it can't defeat the Macedonian Stone Dragon, it won't be killed. Just let it have some fun with the Stone Dragon. Huh? Thinking of bullying my little turtle? Dream on. Zhou Xiaoling pouted, put on the tester, and looked at the turtle shell. In the next moment, her bright eyes widened, and her mouth formed an O shape. Oh my. This tester, it can't be broken, right? Sister, let me have a look. Seeing her sister's dazed expression, Zhou Xiaoqing snatched the tester and put it on her eyes. She took a glance and leaned back strategically. Blastoise, water type, growth stage. Race level, intermediate. Biological level, first tier, mid position. Potential. Comprehension, none. Combat power, 410. Skills, unknown, very many. Evaluation, terrifying talent, king beast potential. Hiss. I'm not dreaming, am I? Zhou Xiaoqing couldn't help but gasp, doubting whether she was hallucinating. At this moment, the Macedonian Stone Dragon, unable to bite through the Blastoise's shell, showed a cunning look in its dragon eyes, actually spreading its legs, preparing to urinate on the turtle shell. What is it doing? Stop it. Xiaoling shouted at Zhao Peng immediately. Ha ha ha. Sorry, my Macedonian Stone Dragon probably thinks this turtle shell is a toilet. Just let it take a leak. Hearing its master laugh, the Macedonian Stone Dragon became even more arrogant and really urinated on the turtle shell. However, it was too late. Suddenly, two sharp, cold beams of light burst forth from the shell. Damn it. This turtle is just pretending to be a coward because it's afraid of that old human. You useless dragon want to take advantage of me, huh? In that case, die? A low roar sounded, and a head suddenly protruded from the shell. In a flash, it shot a column of water at the Macedonian Stone Dragon's groin. At the moment it was sprayed, the water column emitted a strong blue light, gathering into a massive water dragon head, charging towards the Macedonian Stone Dragon's groin. Not good. It's the advanced skill water dragon technique. Dragon Grandpa was taken aback, his figure flickering as he hugged Zhou Xiaoqing and Zhou Xiaoling, retreating backward. Bang! Roar! The water exploded, and a scream like a slaughtered pig rang out. The Macedonian Stone Dragon was sent flying over 10 meters high, spinning as it fell. Meanwhile, the shockwave from the water explosion rushed toward the unsuspecting Zhao Peng. Wow! Zhao Peng was immediately blown away by this force, rolling over 10 meters and landing in a muddy heap. Zhou Xiaoqing and Zhou Xiaoling exclaimed in shock. Dragon Grandpa 6. Not intending to let the Macedonian Stone Dragon off the hook, the Blastoise realized that the Stone Dragon must be that boy's phantom beast. Definitely under the boy's instruction to insult it. A fierce light flickered in its eyes as it transformed into an afterimage, charging towards Zhao Peng. Not good. It's the intermediate skill, barbaric charge. As the elder of both sides, Dragon Grandpa would not stand by and watch. His figure moved like a ghost, intending to suppress the Blastoise. At that moment, he sensed something and paused. Almost simultaneously, a summoning array appeared in front of Zhao Peng. In the next moment, a black gorilla with fists ablaze with flames suddenly burst out, roaring as it pounced at the Blastoise. Roar! This black gorilla was Zhao Peng's main pet, named Flame Mad Gorilla, also an advanced phantom beast. It sensed its master was in danger and automatically summoned itself to protect him. Seeing a ferocious super gorilla appear before it, the Blastoise not only did not retreat but charged straight at it. At just 20 centimeters tall, it presented a stark visual contrast against the over 3-meter tall Flame Mad Gorilla, but it showed no fear. When it was with Zhang Yun, it had once charged at a quasi-immortal beast-level Heavenly Frost Jiao Dragon. This gorilla was nothing. The large and small figures closed in rapidly. The Flame Mad Gorilla's fists ignited in flames, roaring down at the Blastoise. Meanwhile, the Blastoise, covered in 3 layers of water shields, held a water dragon technique in its mouth, leaping up to collide with the flaming fist. Roar! Squeak! In the next moment, the violent attacks clashed in midair. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, sparks and water vapor splattering everywhere. The Flame Mad Gorilla was blasted away over 10 meters, its right fist bloodied and screaming in pain. The Blastoise was also sent flying. However, at the moment of hitting the ground, it had already retracted into its shell, hiding all 4 limbs inside the hard shell. Bang! 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 The shell crashed heavily into the ground, creating deep craters that were shocking to behold. After flying nearly 20 meters, the turtle shell finally stopped after hitting the wall. Thanks to the shell's cushioning, the Blastoise's body sustained almost no damage. It poked its head out, sneaking a glance left and right, and suddenly used the barbaric charge skill, charging towards the exit. It planned to take advantage of the situation to escape. Dragon Grandpa, hurry and catch it. Don't let it run away. Zhou Xiaoqing, coming to her senses, exclaimed in alarm. At this moment, she realized how prescient Zhang Yun's words had been. This Blastoise was definitely not something they could suppress. It couldn't escape. Dragon Grandpa's eyes lit up with a fierce gleam, and in an instant, he darted close to it. Dragon Grandpa's face twitched as he picked up the Blastoise from the ground. Chapter 28, The Mysterious Boss. This little guy is quite slippery. However, its talent is indeed strong. It truly is an impressive Blastoise. Dragon Grandpa sighed sincerely, holding the Blastoise and walking towards the two little ones. The two little ones were completely captivated by the Blastoise and quickly approached. They even ignored Zhao Peng, who was lying on the ground, moaning in pain not far away. Wow, this Blastoise is really super powerful. Zhou Xiaoling ran up to Dragon Grandpa, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Its combat power has reached 400, surpassing my and my brother's main pets. If my brother contracts it, he will definitely be the #1 in the whole school at the competition the day after tomorrow. Brother, hurry and contract it. Zhou Xiaoqing's face was full of desire, but he shook his head. Sister, you should contract it. After all, your Death Fear Wolf is only good at offense, and this Blastoise can use Water Shield, which is perfect for protecting your safety. But if you two don't contract it, then just let me contract it. How much do you want? Zhao Peng limped over, completely unconcerned about his phantom beast being injured. His eyes glued to the Blastoise in Dragon Grandpa's hands. This Blastoise was ridiculously strong. It was the strongest phantom beast cub he had ever seen, and he dreamed of having it. He suspected that this was not just any Blastoise cub, but a young heavenly dragon turtle that looked extremely similar. And the heavenly dragon turtle was a king beast-level existence. Terrifying indeed. Humph, dream on. I want to contract it. Zhou Xiaoling, afraid that the Blastoise would be taken away, was the first to bite her finger and reach for it. However, she was caught by Dragon Grandpa at her wrist. Third miss, no? Why not? Zhou Xiaoling asked. Confused, Dragon Grandpa released her wrist and said regretfully, Third miss, do you think with your current realm, you can control this Blastoise? If you reach out, it will only bite your hand off. Zhou Xiaoqing's little face also changed color. How could I forget about this? Mythical beasts will not easily submit to weaker humans. So in most cases, humans choose to contract with young mythical beasts instead. What should we do? Zhou Xiaoling was almost in tears. Sigh, Zhou Xiaoqing said with frustration. We should have listened to the boss this morning and contracted the water arrow turtle first. Now it's really a problem. Zhao Peng perked up and hurriedly asked, What boss? The big shot selling the water arrow turtle? Introduce him to me. It's nothing. Zhou Xiaoqing didn't want to expose the secret and quickly changed the subject. Since we can't contract this water arrow turtle, let us first put it in a mythical beast ball. Zhou Xiaoqing took out the mythical beast ball and stored the water arrow turtle, then gave Zhou Xiaoling a knowing look. All right, brother. Zhou Xiaoling was clever. Understanding her brother's intention, she nodded obediently and walked with him toward the door. Long Yi was very satisfied with Zhou Xiaoqing's way of handling things, smiling as he followed the two little ones. Don't go. Tell me where you bought this water arrow turtle. I'll give you a commission. Hey, however, he also immediately took out his phone and called his father. Beep beep. Hey dad, something big happened. Uncle Zhou's family bought a young king beast, the heavenly dragon turtle. I'm not kidding. That heavenly dragon turtle just wiped out my Macedonian stone dragon in seconds and tied with my third-tier blazing fury gorilla. You need to hurry and contact Uncle Zhou to ask where else we can buy a young king beast. Whether I can get first place in the school competition the day after tomorrow depends entirely on you. You must be strong. Or I'll tell Mom that you often take me to clubs. The two siblings had expressions of both frustration and excitement. Oh my, brother, you guessed it completely right. That boss can really cultivate ordinary mythical beasts into king beasts. Could he be a beast taming master who came out to open a small shop and experience life? Before Zhou Xiaoqing could speak, Long Yi in the driver's seat shook his head and said, Beast taming masters don't have that kind of strength. At least it has to be a beast taming grandmaster. Look at that young man. He is only about 18 years old, yet has such astonishing skill. His background must be extraordinary. Perhaps he comes from the sky. Long Yi pointed upwards, his old face extremely serious. From the sky? You mean he comes from the Sky City? Oh my. Upon hearing Long Yi's judgment, the two little ones' eyes widened instantly. As young heirs, they were well informed and naturally knew about Sky City. Sky City is a floating city, a holy place of blue star, suspended at an altitude of 10,000 kilometers above the ground. There live the descendants of human super elites, the children of gods. It is said that the children of gods are born with the realm of a level 1 mythical beastmaster, and once they reach adulthood, they all have at least level 10 mythical beastmaster strength. Among them, the best can even break through to the king level, entering a terrifying realm unimaginable to the bottom-level humans of Blue Star. As for their mythical beast cultivation level, it is also extraordinarily exceptional. even able to artificially cultivate young mythical beasts of Super King level. It is precisely because of the existence of the children of gods that humans can defeat numerous aliens under their leadership, conquering one planet after another. Opening the interstellar colonial era. For humans on Blue Star, whether aristocrats or commoners, ascending to Sky City is regarded as a lifelong dream. However, Sky City is not a place one can go just because they want to. It is a place occupied by the children of gods. And the lowest entry requirement for Blue Star people is King level. King level is already considered peak combat power on Blue Star. But it is merely the entry threshold for Sky City. This shows how legendary Sky City is. Long Yi, is that boss really from Sky City? Zhou Xiaoqing asked in surprise. Probably, Long Yi said solemnly, speculating. At such a young age, possessing such beast taming skills, there is no other possibility than being a child of the gods. I guess that mysterious boss is here to experience life in the lower realm. After all, many children of gods like to visit the lower realm to show off and experience mortal life. Second young master, third young lady. You must seize the opportunity and ask him to cultivate mythical beast cubs for you. With such a powerful beast tamer cultivating mythical beasts for you, your future prospects will be limitless. Wow, I didn't expect the handsome boss to have such a big background. What should I do? I'm afraid I'll be very nervous if I meet him next time, Zhou Xiaoling said, clenching her small fists, her eyes sparkling. The boss has a pretty easygoing personality. We can just communicate with him like we did this morning. Now, the most important thing is how to deal with this super water arrow turtle. Zhou Xiaoqing looked at the silver mythical beast ball in his hand, his little face full of conflict. With his and his sister's strength, it was almost impossible to contract this water arrow turtle. It's all my fault. The boss clearly reminded me this morning, but I didn't believe it. Now a super mythical beast cub is right in front of me, and neither I nor my sister can contract it. It really feels awful. At this moment, Long Yi reminded again, second young master. Since you can't contract this water arrow turtle, why not ask that mysterious boss for help? I believe with his skills, he should be able to help you solve it easily. But I'm afraid the boss will be angry. After all, I didn't listen to him this morning, Zhou Xiaoqing said with a worried face. Long Yi smiled slightly and said, that mysterious boss should be a magnanimous person, otherwise, how could he help you cultivate mythical beasts for just 100,000? With his cultivation level, even if you offered him 100 million, you wouldn't qualify to ask him for help. He is just playing around in the lower realm. You might as well ask directly. Perhaps he is not as difficult to communicate with as you think. Well, okay, I'll give it a try. Zhou Xiaoqing mustered up his courage and dialed Zhang Yun's number. At this time, Zhang Yun was rubbing his temples. Looking at the counter that had been replanned by the system, his face darkening to the point of almost dripping water. The price tags on it were simply outrageous. Various precious spiritual herbs and treasures were priced at less than 1/10 of the market price. Is this a charitable foundation? So infuriating. Chapter 29, Little Brat. You want to go to the sky, huh? Seeing the originally empty shelves filled with various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, Zhang Yun should have been satisfied. But the ridiculously low product price tags directly broke his defenses. For example, he was the first to collect Fire Mango, a Tier 3 spirit fruit, worth comparable to a century-old ginseng, conservatively estimated at 100,000 each. He collected more than 500 of them. If sold entirely, it would be half of his small goal, making him instantly rich. However, the price on the shelves was 10,000 each, totaling 5 million. Who can stand that? And after dying 20 times in a row, he finally killed a 7th tier Chi dragon, only to find that the ice spirit grass he received was priced at 200,000. Ice spirit grass is a rare 5th tier spiritual herb that can directly elevate ice-type mythical beasts below 9th tier by a full tier and has a small probability of producing positive evolution. If this were taken to an auction, it wouldn't go for less than 10 million. Yet the price tag was 200,000. A philanthropist, huh? However, this wasn't even the most outrageous part. Zhang Yun turned his head to look at a corner of the counter. There was a strange flower shaped like a rose, slowly exuding cold air, beautiful as if crafted by a master. That flower is called Ice Dragon Flower, a genuine 7th tier spiritual flower. Zhang Yun had only obtained it after dying 20 times and killing a 6th tier small ice frost giant dragon. This ice dragon flower was also the most precious loot Zhang Yun obtained on the 33rd day. Requirement: Dragon Beast exclusive. Effect: elevates dragon beasts with a potential of 3 stars or below to 1-star potential, increases their comprehension by 1 tier, and grants the dragon beast the ice attribute. If it is already ice attribute, there will be a 50 chance of mutation. At the same time, it elevates the dragon beast level by 1 tier. Effective for dragon beasts below level 10. With precious star level potential, enhanced comprehension, additional attribute boosts, and an increase in major realm levels. Such a rare spirit flower is priced at 100 million, making people fight over it. However, the system lists it at 1 million. You put your grandpa's label on it and sell it for 1 million for charity? Good, good, good. Being generous with others, you're impressive. Zhang Yun was madly complaining in his heart, casually taking a fire mango and stuffing it into the mouth of the little toad on his shoulder. At such a cabbage price, he wasn't afraid of his little pet eating it indiscriminately. Is the host dissatisfied with this system's arrangement? Hee, just a little bit. Zhang Yun forced a painful smile and said, these spirit grasses and flowers were all exchanged for my blood. They're all top quality. System, don't you feel guilty for putting such a low price tag? What is there to feel guilty about? It's not the system that put in the effort. Speak human language. What this shop produces must be top quality. We would rather take a loss than ruin the shop's reputation. Furthermore, these items you obtained are precious to Blue Star people, but essentially, they're just trash. On the 33rd day of the 5th month, they're everywhere. If you have the strength, are you afraid you won't be able to farm them? But it can't be sold too cheaply, right? It pains me to see it. What's more, it could disrupt the market. Who knows? Our little shop might get burned down by envious competitors. No need to worry. The little shop has rules to protect it. Anyone who comes will get it for free. As for the low prices of the goods, if you think they're cheap, you can eat them yourself. It's not like we said you can't digest them. Can I take them out and sell them myself? Damn. Zhang Yun bit his teeth and swallowed his anger, too lazy to argue with this beast. At that moment, the phone rang, and he picked it up casually. A timid child's voice came through. Hello, boss, do you have time? If there's something to say it directly, don't waste my time. Ah, yes. It's like this, my sister and I can't contract that water arrow turtle. We want a refund, right? No way. No, you misunderstood. I wanted to ask if you could help me or my sister contract that water arrow turtle. You can name your price. Zhang Yun frowned. He wanted to ask for a high price, but thinking the other party was a child and had even sent him cloud cakes, he couldn't do such a thing. Just bring it over. I'll help you solve it, but don't expect it to happen again. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. You are truly a kind person. Don't call me a kind person. I hate those words most in my life. By the way, remember to bring more cloud cakes. 1 box won't be enough. Understood. I'll have all the pastry masters at Tingyun Pavilion make cloud cakes for you right away. Please wait. Zhang Yun hung up the phone, rubbed his temples, and continued to look at the various products on the counter. As a pet shop owner, he naturally had to be very familiar with the prices and effects of the products he sold. However, the more he looked at these price tags, the more pain he felt. If the prices could be increased tenfold, how great would that be? Then his 10,000 point task could be completed with his eyes closed. Feeling angry and cold, Zhang Yun casually opened a gift box on the table and took big bites of the cloud cake. To be honest, this pastry was really delicious. On the other end, Zhou Xiaoqing hung up the phone and let out a long sigh. Zhou Xiaoling was beside him, wiping his sweat. The pressure of talking to the boss was really too much. In less than half a minute, he was soaked through. Brother, what did the boss say? Zhou Xiaoqing had a relieved smile on his face and said, the boss said he would help us solve it, and he won't charge us. Wow, really? The boss is such a kind person. Zhou Xiaoling clapped her hands excitedly. Zhou Xiaoqing glared at her and said, don't call the boss a kind person. He doesn't like being called that. I remember. I won't call the boss a kind person anymore. Just remember. Zhou Xiaoqing nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Long Yi, who was driving in front, suddenly mentioned, second young master, why don't you ask if that boss understands how to treat phantom beast injuries? The eldest young lady's main battle phantom beasts are all seriously injured. Although she has been arranged into the losers group for the upcoming promotion competition, without any beasts to fight, she will definitely end up at the bottom again, which will affect the eldest young lady's future. You should ask that mysterious boss if there's still hope for her. Right? How could I forget about my sister? Zhou Xiaoqing slapped his thigh and said, sister lost to Lin Yuqing's sister, which was a huge blow. She locked herself in her room last night and didn't eat anything all night. If the boss can heal my sister's phantom beast, she will definitely be able to regroup and redeem herself. Brother, why aren't you calling the boss yet? The boss is so amazing. He must have a way. However, Zhou Xiaoqing shook his head and said, let's wait until we get to the shop. After all, I just called the boss. I'm afraid he'll get annoyed. Okay. I'll call Tingyun Pavilion first and have them make 100 portions of cloud cake. The boss likes to eat cloud cake, so we should make more for him. Zhou Xiaoqing dialed the phone again. At this moment, in the president's office of the Zhou group, Zhou Jinwei, the head of the Zhou family, was pinching the bridge of his nose, extremely impatiently explaining something to the head of the Zhao family. Old Zhao, I've said it 3 times, I really didn't buy any royal beast cubs. If I really bought such a precious phantom beast, do you think I would contract it for that little brat Xiaoqing? Am I not afraid of being robbed? You're saying your son said that? That kid Xiaoping is hanging around with internet celebrities every day, Who knows if he's on drugs? You should manage him well. If he keeps talking nonsense, he'll get you into big trouble sooner or later. I'll say it one last time. I really didn't buy any royal beast cubs. If I had a way, would I not inform you? After all, we grew up wearing the same pants. All right. I'm scared of you. I'll ask my son now. That should be enough, right? Zhou Zhenwei hung up the phone, heavily leaning back against the sofa cushion, rubbing his temples, unable to help but curse. Damn idiot. If he really had the ability to buy royal beast cubs, would he still be frowning like this? He could just give it to his eldest daughter. Wouldn't her situation have been resolved already? His eldest daughter had shut herself away yesterday because she lost a match. He initially thought that with his eldest daughter's strength, entering the top 5 of the academy would be a piece of cake. Unexpectedly, in the first round of the promotion competition, she drew the death group and faced Lin's second daughter. The result was a disastrous defeat. Although the promotion competition of the Noble High School adopted a double elimination system, even if she fell into the losers group, there was still hope for a comeback to challenge for the top 5 of the academy. However, all 3 of his eldest daughter's main battle phantom beasts were seriously injured and could not participate. This time, her promotion competition would likely end in a single elimination. Not to mention 985, she wouldn't even make it into 211. Her future prospects would be bleak, and this was still a small matter. His eldest daughter had a strong personality. If she couldn't handle it for a moment, then, thinking of this, as a father, Zhou Zhenwei couldn't help but feel a headache. He picked up his phone again, preparing to call Master Hua for the 20th time. He had to insist that Master Hua treat his daughter's phantom beast injuries so she could catch up for the second battle the day after tomorrow, no matter how much it cost. At this moment, the manager of Tingyun Pavilion suddenly called in. Zhou Zhenwei answered impatiently, coldly saying, "What is it? President, you need to manage the second young master. Tonight is the mayor's daughter's birthday. The mayor ordered 50 portions of cloud cake, and we've only made a third of it. Then the second young master called and demanded that I send all the finished cloud cakes to some amazing pet shop's little boss. You need to talk to him." "I got it." Zhou Zhenwei's forehead throbbed, suppressing his anger as he hung up the phone, then dialed Zhou Xiaoqing's number. "You little brat. Do you want to fly to the sky? It seems I've been too lenient lately." Chapter 30, Healing Task. In the pet shop, Zhou Xiaoqing had already summoned the water arrow turtle and was looking at Zhang Yun with a nervous expression. Looking at the turtle shell lying on the ground, Zhang Yun kicked it with his toes and said, "Stick your head out." Squeak. The turtle shell shook violently, and the water arrow turtle cautiously poked its head out. Once it confirmed that the person standing in front of it was Zhang Yun, it immediately stretched out its short limbs and waddled over. It rubbed its head against Zhang Yun's pant leg, acting like a devoted pet, as if Zhang Yun were its owner. Zhang Yun looked at Zhou Xiaoling and said, "You can make a contract now. It shouldn't dare to act up." "Yes, boss." Zhou Xiaoling was a bit nervous, but under Zhang Yun's gaze, she extended her bloody little finger and pressed it against the water arrow turtle's head. The water arrow turtle was not intimidated by such a little brat. But with Zhang Yun present, it didn't dare to act up. It decisively chose to submit, allowing Zhou Xiaoling to contract it. Zhou Xiaoling didn't expect to be able to contract the water arrow turtle. She excitedly picked it up and jumped 3 feet high. "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. You are my idol." Zhou Xiaoling was eager to jump over and give Zhang Yun a big kiss. However, thinking of Zhang Yun's esteemed status, she could only jump in place and blow him a kiss. Seeing the excited expression on the little girl's face, Zhang Yun smiled slightly. He took out a piece of cloud cake that the little guys had just brought, took a bite, and asked, "Do you need any other services? If so, you can continue to place an order. I have time this afternoon." "Really?" Zhou Xiaoqing clenched her fists excitedly and said, "Boss, can you help us train our main pets? The day after tomorrow, our elementary school is holding an entrance competition, and we want to achieve a good ranking. Let me see your phantom beasts first," Zhang Yun casually said, feeding the remaining piece of cloud cake to the little toad on his shoulder. "Yes, come out, Flame Lion." Zhou Xiaoqing immediately summoned her main pet. It was a flame lion with blood-red mane, about 5 meters long, looking even more majestic and domineering in the cramped little shop. As a high-level phantom beast, it wanted to roar to assert its dominance as soon as it was summoned. However, when it noticed the little toad dozing on Zhang Yun's shoulder, its majestic body suddenly trembled, and it tucked its tail like a dog. In the next second, it shrank behind Zhou Xiaoqing, not daring to show its face, its limbs trembling uncontrollably. Zhou Xiaoqing was astonished. She didn't expect the boss's presence to be so powerful that it could silently scare away her high-level pet. So impressive. "I want to summon 2. Come out, Death Terror Wolf." As a phantom beast master below level 3, Zhou Xiaoling couldn't summon 2 phantom beasts at the same time. She first put away the water arrow turtle and then summoned a black giant wolf. This giant wolf was also a high-level phantom beast. Although it was in the early growth stage, its size was as enormous as the flame lion, with long claws. Its fur was black, exuding a dark aura that gave off a chilly vibe. As a dark-type phantom beast, the Death Terror Wolf was extremely cold and brutal in nature. As soon as it was summoned, it wanted to attack, even aiming for Zhang Yun. However, an invisible killing intent had already enveloped it. It raised its gaze and saw the little toad on Zhang Yun's shoulder, which was looking down on it. The little toad's round eyes suddenly squinted, and a cold light flashed. Yep, the Death Terror Wolf, as if encountering a natural enemy, was scared into leaking 2 drops of urine, shrinking behind its master like the flame lion, trembling so much it could hardly stand. The little toad, seeing its cowardly demeanor, couldn't be bothered to look at it again, disdainfully closing its little eyes and continuing to pretend to doze on Zhang Yun's shoulder. The little toad's combat power had reached 800, which meant it had already reached the level of a 7th-tier phantom beast according to the combat power line standard. How could little phantom beasts like the Flame Lion and Death Terror Wolf dare to act recklessly in front of it? Zhang Yun glanced at the 2 phantom beasts and said flatly, Flame Lion, 2nd-tier upper level, combat power 270. Death Terror Wolf, 2nd-tier middle level, combat power 220. These 2 phantom beasts are both below level 6 and can be cultivated. Hearing Zhang Yun's assessment, Zhou Xiaoling and Zhou Xiaoqing both widened their eyes in admiration. As expected of the boss, he can accurately state the combat power and level of the phantom beasts without using a testing device. It's amazing. Zhang Yun continued. From now until the day after tomorrow morning, I can cultivate them up to 3 times at most, with a unit price of 100,000 each time. How many times do you want to cultivate them? We want to cultivate 3 times. Zhou Xiaoqing hurriedly said. Zhou Xiaoling nodded excitedly and said, just in time. We have about 1 million in pocket money, which is enough. Zhang Yun nodded and added, besides that, you also need to pay for the boarding fee. If you come to pick them up the day after tomorrow morning, you need to pay for 2 days boarding. If you come tomorrow evening, you only need to pay for 1 day's boarding. We want to board for 2 days. Zhou Xiaoqing unhesitatingly handed over 2 cards for Zhang Yun to swipe, fearing he might change his mind. All right, cultivating both phantom beasts 3 times will cost a total of 600,000 plus 40,000 for boarding, making a total of 640,000. However, since you brought me Cloud Cake, I can give you a discount. Just swipe 600,000. Boss, you don't need to give us a discount. After all, your ability to cultivate phantom beasts is a blessing for us. Yes, boss, just swipe everything on the 2 cards. I'll ask my dad for more money tonight. My dad is very rich. Zhang Yun was amused by the 2 little ones and said, that won't do. I have principles in my business and won't take customers' money for nothing. If you think my service is good, you can visit my business more often and buy more phantom beast materials, dog food, and so on. As he spoke, Zhang Yun pointed to the counter behind him. Oh, okay. Zhou Xiaoqing looked at the counter and said, boss, then just exchange the remaining money on the cards for your products. All right. Zhang Yun was not polite and directly swiped all the money on the cards. After all, shopping at his store wouldn't let these 2 little ones lose out. The total balance was 900,000, all credited, plus the previous 100,000. The revenue of 1 million had been achieved. Zhang Yun was in a good mood and returned the 2 cards to the little ones before walking over to the counter. Do you want dog food? Or do you want to buy phantom beast materials? Let's buy dog food. Do you have any requirements for the effects or attributes? It doesn't matter. You can just pick what you think is good. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoqing suddenly remembered something and said, by the way, boss, can you heal phantom beast injuries? Heal phantom beast injuries? Zhang Yun paused for a moment, just about to say he couldn't when the system's notification sound suddenly rang out. Ding, customer request received. Triggering side quest, heal phantom beast. Heal phantom beast. Heal a customer's pet injury. Reward, obtain water attribute original power, master level diagnostic technique. Master level healing technique, effective for both humans and animals, reputation 20. Penalty, reputation 20, deduct 2 random talents. Time limit, 3 days. Will you accept? Master level diagnostic technique and healing technique sound very impressive. Moreover, I can convert the original power to water attribute for an extra combat power boost. This reward is indeed good. However, Zhang Yun didn't know how to heal phantom beasts. If he failed, that would be a disaster. He asked in his heart, system, I'm just a half-baked cultivator now. How would I know how to heal phantom beasts? Do you have any tips? Yes. If the customer is willing to come to the store for treatment, you only need to bring the phantom beast into the trial dimension, die once and resurrect, and the phantom beast injuries will heal naturally. If the customer requests you to go to their place for treatment, then you're on your own. Hearing this, Zhang Yun's eyes lit up. This task is too easy. It's practically free rewards. Zhang Yun's eyes sparkled as he asked Zhou Xiaoqing, what level is your sister's? Chapter 31, 33 Days 04. a level 7 double-winged flying dragon, a level 6 death terror wolf, or a level 6 blazing mad lion, Zhou Xiaoqing added. Can you help her heal before the day after tomorrow morning? She, like me, will participate in the academy competition the day after tomorrow. If she can't be cured, no problem, Zhang Yun said with a smile. However, I currently only do business with below level 6. Have your sister come find me this afternoon or tomorrow morning with 2 level 6. As long as you pay 100,000 for the treatment, I can heal her 2 level 6 within a day. Really, just one day? Of course, my healing technique works wonders. In fact, Zhang Yun just needed to take the injured to the trial dimension, let them die once to reset their perfect state, and it wouldn't even take 5 minutes. However, to avoid shocking people too much, he said it would take a day. Zhang Yun packed 2 bags of dog food and handed them over. Here is an ice spirit flower and 6 fire mangoes, a total of 240,000. The ice spirit flower is for ice type and can enhance their level, with a small chance of promoting evolution. As for the fire mangoes, they are for fire type, and eating them can increase the power of fire-based abilities and has a chance to promote evolution. Oh, thank you, boss. Zhou Xiaoqing was not focused on this. Didn't even look, and happily said, all right, I'll contact my sister right away and let her come find you. Sure, we still have to go to school, so we'll take our leave. Please take care of the 2. Go ahead, be careful on the way. After the 2 children calmed down their pets, they bowed to Zhang Yun and bounced out of the little shop. Once the 2 little masters left, the death terror wolf and the blazing mad lion were intimidated by the invisible aura of the little toad and became even more afraid, shrinking on the ground and not daring to move. Zhang Yun glanced at their bear-like appearance and shook his head inwardly. Although these 2 were high level, they were too timid. If brought to the trial dimension, they would probably scare themselves to death. But it didn't matter, they would get used to it after dying a few times. After muttering to himself, Zhang Yun went over to lock the door and hung up a closed sign. Then he led the 2 to the back room. There were still a few hours left in the afternoon, and he planned to work again to raise the combat power of the flame toad to the low-level limit. As for the 2 cowardly, they were just there as a backdrop. Their improvement depended entirely on their own fortune. The waiting Long Yi immediately started the car and asked, Young master, miss, how did it go? Hee, I've already contracted the water arrow turtle, Zhou Xiaoling said excitedly. Upon hearing this, Long Yi couldn't help but be overjoyed. That's great. The 3rd miss has contracted such a powerful cub. Her future prospects are limitless. In the new student competition the day after tomorrow, the 3rd miss will surely astonish everyone with the water arrow turtle, capturing the attention of countless parents. That's nothing, Zhou Xiaoling said proudly. We're also having the boss cultivate our main pet. He said he would help us cultivate it 3 times. By the time we find the boss the day after tomorrow, I believe our main pet will definitely undergo a transformation. What my sister said is right, Zhou Xiaoqing said excitedly. If the boss can cultivate a mid-level like the water arrow turtle to a terrifying level, high level, or even more so, the day after tomorrow, my sister and I will surely dominate the noble primary school with our main pets. At that time, we will let everyone know that the Zhou siblings are the strongest elementary school students in Jiangnan City. Being the #1 elementary student isn't enough. I also want to challenge the middle school, Zhou Xiaoling said proudly. Zhou Xiaoqing's eyes lit up as she excitedly said, then after we sweep the noble primary school, we should challenge the middle school. The strongest guy in the noble middle school seems to have a high level with a combat power of 600. As long as our can also reach a combat power of 600, we will have the strength to compete with him. If we can step on him, then we will break the record and become the strongest first grader in the history of the noble primary school. It's settled then. First dominate the primary school, then crush the middle school. Zhou Xiaoling said excitedly, unable to contain her joy. Long Yi, seeing the 2 little ones so happy, couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. At this moment, he thought of the eldest miss, Zhou Yinyan, and then asked, by the way, have you asked the eldest miss about the healing of? I asked. Zhou Xiaoqing smiled and said, the boss said he can heal all injuries of below level 6. And it only takes 1 day. Zhou Xiaoling played with the ball in her hand and added, the boss said that the eldest sister just needs to bring them to find him this afternoon or tomorrow morning, and he will cure them. As expected of a big shot from Sky City, truly unfathomable. Long Yi exclaimed, second young master, hurry and call the eldest miss to tell her this good news. We wouldn't want the old master to worry and seek help everywhere. I'll call her right now. Zhou Xiaoqing picked up the phone to dial, but no one answered. The eldest sister didn't pick up. She's probably still curled up in bed. I'll call Dad and have him find the eldest sister instead. Just as Zhou Xiaoqing was about to dial Zhou Jinwei's number, Zhou Jinwei's call came in first. Oh, Dad is calling. Just in time to ask him for some pocket money. Zhou Xiaoqing hurriedly answered, and on the other end, Zhou Jinwei's deep voice came through. Xiaoqing, where are you? Hearing that Dad seemed unhappy, Zhou Xiaoqing quickly said, I'm on my way to school. Dad, My sister and I have run out of pocket money. Can you send us 1 million? How dare you ask for money? Didn't I just have my assistant send you two siblings 2 million a couple of days ago? Where did your money go? We bought a water arrow turtle for 900,000. You idiot. The water arrow turtle is just an average waste. Why did you buy that? What happened to the remaining money? It was spent on cultivation. What cultivation fee is so expensive? Did you get scammed? No. The boss is very powerful. Shut up. You say he's powerful after he scammed you out of so much money. How did I end up with such a child like you? What about the cloud cake? Did you also give it to that boss? The boss said he likes to eat cloud cakes, so I had manager Chen from Tinjiangshuan make 100 servings for him. However, just now when I brought a few servings to the boss, he said he didn't want them. It was too much for him. And I could bring them over in a few days. All right, Xiaoqing, you have really angered me today. Just wait. Tonight, the family rules will be enforced. The call ended abruptly, leaving Zhou Xiaoqing with a furrowed brow. Zhou Xiaoling, who was eavesdropping, couldn't help but laugh. Dad is really silly. He doesn't understand how powerful the boss is at all. Zhou Xiaoqing felt frustrated and said, I'll call Dad again and explain it to him. Long Yi glanced at the rearview mirror and smiled. No need to call. Judging by the old master's tone, he should be upset, given his character. He won't believe anything you say right now. Grandpa Long is right. Zhou Xiaoling, with a mischievous smile on her face, said, Wait until tonight when I scare him with the water arrow turtle. Then he will understand how powerful the boss is. By then, he will definitely drive over all night to ask the boss for help with the eldest sister. Just thinking about it is so interesting. I'm also looking forward to what Dad's expression will be when he sees the water arrow turtle. At this moment, Zhang Yun had already begun a new trial. He was in a primitive jungle shrouded in clouds and mist. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a random trial dimension fragment. 33 days 04. Once you gather 33 days 01, 02, and 03, you will be able to synthesize the complete 5-star trial dimension, the ancient 33rd day. At that time, you will be able to challenge the major ancient lands of the 33rd day and have the hope of obtaining various ancient inheritances. Keep up the good work. Given that the host's first phantom beast has reached the lower 2nd tier, a new task has been triggered. Chapter 32, Group Pet Training. Given that the host's first phantom beast has reached the lower 2nd tier, a new task is triggered. Group Pet Training 1. Group Pet Training 1 within 3 days. Raise the level of the first phantom beast to the 3rd tier and contract a new phantom beast. Task reward. Open the enhancement platform, reputation 30. Failure penalty, reputation 30. Note, the enhancement platform can slightly increase the star level and comprehension of the phantom beast, and has a small chance to induce positive mutations in the phantom beast. The enhancement platform seems quite impressive. Raising the flame frog to the 3rd tier within 3 days is easy, and contracting a new phantom beast is also simple. I can just buy one. My phantom beast master level is already level 2, and the battle power of the little frog has exceeded 500. Plus the accumulated profit points of the small shop have reached 10,000. When do you plan to settle the task rewards for me? Zhang Yun communicated with the system while lying next to a tree root as thick as a grinding wheel, keeping watch of the surroundings. Unlike the water attribute of 33-05, the main attribute of the 04-dimensional plane is wood attribute, and the entire world consists of only one continent. This continent is vast, shrouded in endless primeval forest, making it hard to see the edges. From time to time, the overwhelming roars of beasts rise and fall. The terrifying sound waves, like muffled thunder, frighten the terror wolf and the raging lion behind him, causing them to tremble and lie still on the ground. These two had been raised in captivity since childhood. Although their combat power and skills were not inferior to their wild counterparts, flowers in a greenhouse are generally much less courageous than wild phantom beasts. You should first raise the level of the flame frog. As long as you complete all the tasks at hand, your reputation will reach 100, allowing you to upgrade the small shop to level 2. At that time, the small shop will have many new functions to help you show off and soar. Do I need you to teach me? The aura of primordial energy in this primeval forest is extremely thick, undoubtedly a treasure trove rich in resources. The more a place is a treasure trove, the more rare herbs and oddities it contains, and naturally, the guarding phantom beasts are stronger. In the morning, while gathering, Zhang Yun was caught off guard, spending all his 1,000 points and escaping in a sorry state from the gathering dimension before the trial time was up. This time, Zhang Yun was more cautious and did not dare to be careless. After a sweep of perception, Zhang Yun discovered a strange red spiritual flower blooming about 100 meters ahead. He immediately used the divination technique to identify the spiritual herb. Heavenly Fire Grass, Level 3. Attribute, Fire. Rarity, Normal. Description, this is a very ordinary fire-type spiritual herb. After being consumed by phantom beasts below level 3, It can directly raise their level by 1 tier. It turned out to be a spiritual herb that can elevate the level of fire-type phantom beasts. Zhang Yun's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself. Although it's only a level 3 herb, its medicinal effect is quite good, just what I need right now. Currently, the level of the flame frog has reached the lower 2nd tier. If it can eat this heavenly fire grass, its level will rise to the 3rd tier, and its battle power will exceed 800. At that time, I will be able to barely challenge 8th tier phantom beasts. Since he did not detect the presence of guarding phantom beasts, Zhang Yun planned to scout ahead. He looked back at the terror wolf and the raging lion, ordering, "Hey, you two go over together and gather that herb." Saying he would let them gather flowers was actually just sending them to deliver food. After all, there are powerful phantom beasts lurking beside every spiritual flower. Having these two cowards go over serves as an appetizer for them, after they die a few times. Then I can consider giving them more strength. At that time, they will experience what true slaughter is. Flame Raging Lion. Death Terror Wolf. Although the two phantom beasts are foolish, they are not completely stupid. They instinctively sense that this task is not simple. But since they have already established a temporary master-servant contract with Zhang Yun, they have no choice but to obediently follow orders. A whimper. They let out a mournful cry and climbed cautiously in the direction Zhang Yun pointed. They hadn't climbed far when suddenly, a powerful dark shadow descended from the sky. Boom. With a loud noise, the two cowards were instantly crushed by iron pillar-like legs, meeting their demise. Ding. Death Terror Wolf has been killed instantly once. Do you want to revive it immediately? Ding. Flame Raging Lion has been killed instantly once. Do you want to revive it immediately? Revive them. A howl of fury erupted, roaring towards Zhang Yun, the sound wave shattering the mist, revealing a bizarre phantom beast resembling a baboon. This baboon was not just any size. It stood nearly 10 meters tall, its skin covered not in fur, but in various green moss and thorns. From a distance, it looked like a small hillside wrapped in vegetation. This appearance provided perfect camouflage in the primeval jungle. No wonder Zhang Yun couldn't detect its presence during his earlier sweep. Seeing the guarding phantom beast roar at him, Zhang Yun knew he had been spotted. He stopped pretending, slowly got up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and activated the pet identification technique on it. Thorn Baboon. Wood type, mature phase. Race level, high. Biological level, mid-7th tier. Potential. Comprehension, none. Battle power assessment, 830. Description. This is a waste phantom beast that relies on low-tier spiritual herbs to attract prey, belonging to the type that just eats and waits for death. Overall evaluation. Waste among high-level phantom beasts. The standard battle power of phantom beasts varies, with each major tier having a gap of about 100. The standard battle power of a 6th tier phantom beast is around 600. 4 high-level phantom beasts above the 6th tier. The battle power significantly increases between each tier. 7th tier phantom beasts have a small gap of 100 in battle power. The standard battle power of a lower 7th tier phantom beast is 700, mid-tier is 800, and upper tier is 900. 8th tier phantom beasts have a small gap of 200, while 9th tier phantom beasts have a gap of 300. The later the level of phantom beasts, the larger the gap in battle power between small tiers. However, a mid-7th tier phantom beast with 800 battle power dares to roar at me. It's looking for death. Zhang Yun turned to the flame frog on his shoulder, poked it with his finger, and said, "Frog G, it's up to you to deal with this guy." Flame frog, fire type, dark type, growth phase. Race level, low. Biological level, lower 2nd tier. Potential. Comprehension, medium. Battle power assessment, 850. Skills, doubling technique, devouring technique, heavenly fire descend, flame ray, fireball technique. After the previous trials, and with Zhang Yun feeding it a large number of fire-type spiritual herbs, the flame frog had undergone a transformation. Now its battle power had reached the mid-7th tier, and even without Zhang Yun's assistance, it could handle itself. Faced with the thorn baboon's provocation and intimidation towards its master, the little frog squinted its small eyes into a dangerous arc. It opened its mouth, its tongue flicking out, wrapping around one of the 3 floating flames around it, swallowing it. In the next moment, its body turned a deep red, like burning charcoal, a terrifying power swelling within it. Ribbit. It suddenly opened its mouth, letting out a dull croak, the sound wave vibrating. Then, with a whoosh, a beam of crimson light, like a laser, shot out at lightning speed. The thorn baboon sensed the imminent danger, its fist-sized eyes narrowed, attempting to leap away to evade. However, its speed was still 0. 1 second slower. Bang! A scarlet ray struck its head, causing it to explode like a watermelon, green blood splattering everywhere. A dull mournful cry escaped from the remaining half of its mouth, and its massive body slowly fell down, dying in utter frustration. Blazing Lion. Death Terror Wolf. The two cowards were so frightened by the strength of this little frog that their minds went blank, their beastly faces twisted in fear. But Zhang Yun was somewhat dissatisfied with this scene. He flicked the little frog's head with his finger and scolded, "I've told you countless times. Don't blow up the heads of the illusion beasts. The beast cores are all inside the heads, and if you blow them up, you'll have to search for a long time." The little frog croaked in grievance, then stuck out its sticky little tongue. Its tongue, like a rubber band, could extend indefinitely, reaching dozens of meters long, wrapping around the fallen baboon's corpse. Then, it suddenly retracted its tongue. Swish! The massive baboon corpse shot towards Zhang Yun, and when it was within 3 meters of Zhang Yun, the baboon corpse strangely shrank to the size of a marble. Then, the little frog opened its mouth wide and swallowed it whole. Immediately afterward, flames began to appear around the little frog, and 2 small flames condensed and floated around it. Together with the previous 2 small flames, the little frog now had a total of 4 flames. These small flames were the energy stored from digesting the illusion beast's corpse after the little frog used its whale swallowing technique. Using this energy to unleash skills would far exceed the little frog's own combat power limit. The flame ray that just instant killed the 7th tier baboon was an enhanced version, with a power level exceeding 1000. Not to mention a 7th tier illusion beast. Even an 8th tier illusion beast would find it challenging to withstand. The current little frog's combat power was truly off the charts, terrifying indeed. Meanwhile, the terror wolf and blazing lion were both frightened by the little frog's terrifying power. Their tails curled like dogs, gently wagging, silently regarding this little frog as their boss. However, the little frog couldn't be bothered to glance at them. After eliminating the illusion beast guarding the spirit grass, Zhang Yun strode over to the heavenly fire grass and bent down to pick it. The blazing lion, being a fire-type illusion beast, was drooling at the sight of the heavenly fire grass, wagging its tail and pleading for Zhang Yun to reward it. Zhang Yun did not disappoint it and rewarded it with a kick, sending it rolling aside. He then held the heavenly fire grass up to the little frog's mouth and said, "Eat it, and your realm will rise to tier 3. Croak. The little frog wouldn't be polite when it came to the snacks given by its master. It extended its tongue, wrapped it around the grass, and swallowed it. Croak. In the next moment, a strong fiery glow radiated from its body, with countless mysterious runes twisting like flames on its skin. Its momentum surged, even causing Zhang Yun to feel a powerful pressure. Zhang Yun immediately used his identification skill on it. Blazing frog, fire type, dark type, growth period. Race level, low level. Biological level, tier 3 lower. Combat power assessment, 1050. Chapter 33, slaughtering the pure black blood dragon. The silver moon hung like a hook in a spacious forest area. A deafening roar of a furious dragon shattered the tranquility of the night. Roar. The violent dragons might crush the surrounding flowers and trees like a bulldozer, scattering them in all directions with the fierce wind. This was a noble pure-blood western black dragon, a royal beast at the race level, still in its growth phase. With a body length exceeding 20 meters, its entire body was covered in black scales, each the size of a basketball, tightly connected, exuding a cold black sheen like battle armor, as hard as steel. It radiated an invisible dragon's might, shaking the void and causing all beasts to retreat in fear. At this moment, its snake-like vertical pupils gleamed coldly, fixated on the 4 figures ahead, with black mist swirling from its slightly open massive mouth, exuding a menacing aura. Its condition was not good. Many of its scales were damaged, stained with blood, and there were large charred patches from flames. The ones causing it harm were the 4 figures ahead. It had been in fierce battle with the 4 figures for nearly half an hour. Although it had killed them several times, they always managed to revive, fully restored, which was extremely strange. Meanwhile, it had exhausted a significant amount of stamina, making it nearly impossible to unleash another dragon breath. In contrast, the 4 figures across from it, although much weaker in momentum compared to the black dragon, still maintained perfect condition, with their fighting spirit growing stronger. These 4 figures were naturally the trial team, led by Zhang Yun. At this moment, nearly 2 days had passed since Zhang Yun entered the trial dimension. During these 2 days, Zhang Yun had brought 3 illusion beasts and experienced countless bloody battles. Whether human or beast, their strength had significantly increased. The Death Terror Wolf had leveled up to the peak of Tier 2, learned multiple skills, and its combat power rose from 220 to 750. The Blazing Lion was even stronger, also at the peak of Tier 2, but with a combat power of 780. Both illusion beasts had died thousands of times, their potential nearly exhausted. Zhang Yun's strength had also greatly improved through continuous near-death battles. His realm had risen to the upper Tier 2 level. His physical functions and resistance had been significantly enhanced. His overall combat power reached a terrifying 900. A combat power of 900 was sufficient for him to enter the ranks of high-level illusion beast masters. However, the price he paid was also enormous. He had died nearly 600 times. The points spent on reviving alone had reached 5,000. With a conversion rate of 100 for every 5,000 points, that equated to 500,000 alliance coins, consuming more than half of his savings. Furthermore, the continuous high-intensity battles and various brutal deaths had left his mental state highly strained, with bloodshot eyes. Fortunately, his mental strength was 100 times stronger than that of an ordinary person. Otherwise, he would have already collapsed mentally, either becoming an idiot or a crazed killing machine. Yet, the one who had improved the most was not him, but his first pet, the blazing frog. At this moment, the blazing frog had already used the amplification technique. Standing before Zhang Yun like a small mountain, the enlarged blazing frog had reached nearly 20 meters in size, rivaling the 8th-tier pureblood black dragon it faced in terms of size. In terms of combat power, the 8th-tier lower pureblood black dragon, due to its noble royal beast bloodline, had a combat power value of 1800, far surpassing ordinary high-level illusion beasts of the same tier. However, the blazing frog was only slightly inferior, reaching a combat power of 1500 at the peak of Tier 3. A combat power of 1500 had already touched the standard line of Tier 9 illusion beasts, which could be considered top-tier combat power in a small city like Jiangnan with millions of people. However, Zhang Yun did not feel complacent because of this. In this terrifying trial dimension, he and his pets were always like ants, with nothing to be proud of. At this moment, he noticed that the black dragon was showing signs of fatigue, its crimson eyes slightly squinting. The black dragon could no longer unleash its dragon breath. It had played enough, and it was time to end the battle. Zhang Yun glanced over at the lion and wolf and said, "The old rule. Lion, wolf. You two go over and attract its attention. Frog, prepare to devour the original force fire crystal and unleash your full damage in one strike. I'll use gravity technique to suppress that black dragon, making it unable to escape. Roar, howl, croak." After 2 days of bloody battles, the spirits of the 3 illusion beasts had undergone a transformation, becoming incredibly brave and undaunted by death. This was a significant improvement compared to the water arrow turtle and root tree man that Zhang Yun had brought before. The death terror wolf took the lead, stepping on the eerie wind, trailing after images, and ghosting around to the left side of the pure-blood black dragon. It knows that with its strength, it cannot harm the pure-blood black dragon. However, as long as it can attract the black dragon's firepower, it has already achieved something. Roar. The blazing lion is engulfed in rolling flames, a huge fireball circling to the right side of the black dragon. If the black dragon dares to underestimate it, it will take the opportunity to unleash a lion's roar bomb. The lion's flame bomb is a high-level skill, and with the nearly 800 battle power backing the blazing lion, it is enough to shatter the black dragon's defenses and deal it great damage. Meanwhile, the flame toad remains calm and unhurried, extending its tongue to wrap around one of the 6 primal fire crystals floating above its head and swallowing it whole. As it swallows this primal fire crystal, its massive body shines with a strong flame like the sun and emits an astonishingly high temperature. The grass and wood debris on the ground are instantly ignited by this high temperature, crackling and spreading outward. The pureblood black dragon realizes the deadly crisis and decides to abandon the guardian spirit flower and flee. It wants to flap its wings and take to the air. However, Zhang Yunbao also wants it. The dragon also wants it. Suddenly, his eyes glow with white light, and his body is lifted by an invisible mental force. Floating into the air, he issues a low command. Up, destroy it. A woo. The death terror wolf lets out a low growl, its several-meter-long body dragging ghostly shadows as it leaps and pounces toward the black dragon. At the moment it leaps, its forelimbs suddenly shine with dazzling black light, forming 2 several-meter-long dark claws that slice through the air toward the pure-blood black dragon. The pure-blood black dragon has strong defenses, but does not dare to be careless. It raises its wings and swings them, creating a violent wind blade that shreds the dark claws while also sending the death terror wolf flying. At this time, the blazing lion has already opened its massive mouth and shot out the lion's roar bomb at it. The pure black dragon originally wanted to flap its wings to escape, but the terrifying fireball the size of a basin shot toward it, making it impossible to ignore. It can only swipe out its dragon claws and tear it apart. Boom. The basin-sized fireball explodes, its power equal to its size, directly staggering the pure black dragon and nearly causing it to fall from the air. However, its physique is incredibly strong, and with a slight flap of its wings, it stabilizes its massive body. It still wants to take off. At this moment, a cold voice comes. Gravity spell, fall. In an instant, the black dragon feels its wings sink as if a small mountain is pressing down on its back, making it difficult to take off. It angrily turns its head and glares at Zhang Yun, knowing he is behind this. Roar. It squeezes out the last bit of primal energy and sprays a dark dragon breath at Zhang Yun. The dragon breath is one of the dragon clan's killing moves, with immense power, capable of blowing up any 9th-tier high-level phantom beast. However, Zhang Yun floats in the air, showing no signs of dodging or fear. If I die, 10 points for 1,000 yuan. I can just buy back my life. Moreover, the toad Gigi's big move has already been brewed. How could such a mere dragon breath harm him? Suddenly, the fully charged toad Gigi opens its massive mouth and, with a croak, spits out a terrifying beam the thickness of a disc. Boom. With a muffled sound, the dragon breath is blasted apart by the fire beam, exploding into countless dark star sparks that scatter. The fire beam continues its momentum, leaving a crimson trail in the sky before slamming into the black dragon's chest. The pureblood black dragon senses death approaching, and it flaps its wings in panic, struggling to escape. However, its chest has already been pierced by the beam, blood pouring out like a waterfall, draining it of all its strength. Roar! It lets out a mournful cry, its massive body crashing down from the air like a small mountain, hitting the ground heavily. After struggling a couple of times, its enormous snake-like pupils slowly dimmed. At this moment, the system's notification sound follows closely. Less than half an hour until off-duty, please manage your time well. Don't force this system to cut the power. No need for you to remind me. Zhang Yun slowly descends from the sky, exhaling heavily, a tired look on his face that hardly allows for a smile. He drags his heavy footsteps to the side of the black dragon's corpse. Looking at the massive creature, the corners of his mouth finally curl up slightly. The pure black dragon's corpse, not to mention the beast core, is a dragon crystal. Just the dragon meat, bones, and skin alone are worth at least tens of millions. Not to mention the 7th-tier dark system spirit flower it was guarding. At this moment, Zhang Yun suddenly thinks of something, and his face immediately turns extremely ugly. His backpack space is only 3 cubic meters. How can he fit such a massive loot? For a moment, he feels a sharp pain in his heart. Chapter 34, Foster Black Dragon Cub. System, I want to discuss something with you. Increase backpack space, right? Yes. No way. You have to reach a reputation of 100 and upgrade the shop level to 2 before you can upgrade the backpack space. Damn. Zhang Yun knows he cannot communicate with the system, so he turns to the 3 pets that have gathered around. You all eat this pureblood black dragon. After 2 days of battle, you've worked hard. This dragon meat is a reward for you. Gigi, since this precious dragon corpse is here, don't convert it into energy, just enjoy the dragon meat. It should help improve your combat power. Oh whoa, woo woo. The blazing lion and the terror wolf cry out excitedly. Over the past 2 days, following Zhang Yun's campaign north and south, they have been ravaged and killed by countless terrifying phantom beasts, eating only some inferior beast meat. As for rare materials, the big toad has had some, but they couldn't even lick a single leaf. Now, they have finally made it, and can finally enjoy this feast-like delicacy. How could they not be excited? The 2 phantom beasts eagerly pounce on the dragon corpse, ready to feast, but at that moment, a thick tongue sweeps over. With 2 slaps, they are all knocked aside. Gurgle. The massive body of Gigi slowly moves over, claiming the entire dragon corpse. First, it follows Zhang Yun's request, using its thick tongue to crush the dragon's head, assisting Zhang Yun in extracting the dragon's beast core. Then, its tongue transforms into a blunt instrument, dismembering the entire dragon corpse. Zhang Yun retrieves a fist-sized black dragon crystal and a basin-sized dragon heart, directly putting them into his backpack. The rest is left entirely for the blazing toad to handle. After the blazing toad's doubling skill, its size has reached 20 meters long, but even so, consuming the entire black dragon corpse is still a bit much. It is considerate enough to detach a dragon leg and toss it to the 2 little ones to eat. The dragon leg is several meters long and incredibly thick. The 2 phantom beasts have enough to eat for a meal, their eyes welling up with gratitude. After finishing this precious pure-blood dragon meat, these 2 little ones should be able to improve their strength a bit more. After all, the pure-blood black dragon's racial level is king beast level, and its flesh is highly nourishing, comparable to spirit flowers and rare herbs. About half an hour later, the massive black dragon corpse is completely consumed by the 3 phantom beasts, all of them with swollen bellies and satisfied expressions on their beastly faces. Seeing the 3 gluttons eating contentedly, Zhang Yun also smiles with relief. Zhang Yun takes out his phone and glances at it. There are only 10 minutes left until off-duty. At this moment, someone is knocking at the door outside. Zhang Yun walks over to open the door and sees a man in a black suit, wearing an exaggerated round hat, standing at the door. He is tall, nearly 2 meters, and his entire face is almost covered by the round hat, revealing only a smooth chin and a slightly upturned mouth. He smiles and asks with a very magnetic voice, "Excuse me, are you the owner here?" "Yes. What can I do for you? Can your small shop foster phantom beasts?" Zhang Yun frowns slightly. He senses a strong smell of blood from the man in the suit. Although the suit is extremely neat and spotless, and his voice is very gentle, Zhang Yun has a feeling that this guy is definitely not a good person. However, when it comes to doing business, Zhang Yun couldn't be bothered to guess the background of his customers. He nodded and said, "You can board your magical beast here. But currently, the spots are limited, and I can only take in 1 at most. As for the boarding fee, it's 10,000 a day." 10,000 a day? The man in the suit was slightly taken aback and said, "What kind of black shop is this? The fees are so high. Even that old guy whoring wouldn't dare to charge such outrageous prices. Are you trying to drive me away on purpose by quoting such a ridiculous price? I don't care about any huashi or huadong. In my little shop, I set the prices." Zhang Yun took down the close sign and casually tossed it into the shop. Continuing, "If you don't want to board your beast, you can leave. It won't delay my closing time." Zhang Yun's tone was extremely cold, and his attitude was quite poor. But the man in the suit didn't mind and instead smiled. "Heh, this is the first time I've seen such a personality in a shop owner. It's interesting. You charge such high boarding fees. You must have some skills, right? Tell me about it, and if you can convince me, I'll leave my magical beast here for boarding. How about that?" As a potential customer, Zhang Yun naturally didn't want to miss out. He said honestly, "The boarding service provided by my shop can increase the growth rate of your magical beast by 10 times. And it will also enhance its potential and combat power to a certain extent. Is that worth it?" The man in the suit was taken aback and said, "10 times growth rate. Is that for real? Believe it or not." Zhang Yun took out his phone and glanced at the time. It was 4:55 p.m. He impatiently said, "Do you want to board your magical beast or not? If not, I'm closing up." "Of course I want to board it, hee. The man in the suit took out a golden magical beast ball and a silver card, handing them to Zhang Yun. He said with a wicked smile, "Take good care of the magical beast and the ball. I'll come back for it in a few days. The silver card has enough money left, several 100,000. So feel free to swipe it all if you want. However, if I come back and find that the magical beast isn't growing as fast as you said, you better not blame me for being ruthless." Zhang Yun expressionlessly accepted the magical beast ball and the silver card, saying, "My shop only provides 7 days of boarding service. If you don't show up after 7 days, I will have the right to dispose of the magical beast you boarded. As for the money on the card, I will only charge you a few thousand for boarding the beast for a few days, not a cent more." The corners of the man's mouth widened into a bigger grin as he said, "Good, I'll come back in a few days. I hope you don't disappoint me. By the way, there's a group of little thugs gathered at the alley entrance, probably coming for your shop. Do you want me to help you deal with them?" "No need." Zhang Yun shook his head and said, "I don't have the habit of owing others favors." Then good luck to you." As soon as he finished speaking, the man in the suit's body seemed to turn into a cloud of black smoke, slowly spreading out and instantly disappearing before Zhang Yun's eyes. Elemental body. Zhang Yun's expression was slightly surprised. The elemental body was a high-level skill that only magical beast masters who had reached level 7 or above and had the ability to elementalize their original force could cultivate. Once mastered, magical beast masters could unleash various strange abilities, such as the peculiar evasion technique used by the man in the suit. However, the elemental body required very high comprehension from the magical beast master. Only a few exceptionally talented, high-level magical beast masters could grasp it. Zhang Yun thought it was quite ordinary. Once he elementalized his original force to the water attribute, he could also go to the Magical Beast Master Guild to purchase similar skills to learn. However, the price would be extremely expensive, so he needed to save more money. After that, he aimed the golden magical beast ball at the pet nest and released the magical beast inside. A flash of black light shot out, and a black dragon cub the size of a small dog was ejected, landing in the magical beast nest. In an instant, it was influenced by the power of rules, shrinking to the size of a thumb. Woo! As soon as it fell into the magical beast nest, the black dragon cub let out an anxious cry, struggling to escape the nest. However, the next second, a large amount of gentle original force surged in like a tide, instantly enveloping it. This feeling was incredibly comfortable. The black dragon cub quickly became intoxicated and obediently lay in the nest, unwilling to move an inch. However, just born, it was still full of curiosity about the world. It widened its big, watery eyes, curiously looking at the human standing in front of it, wondering whether he was its father or mother. Zhang Yun was also somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that the man would leave a black dragon cub for boarding at his shop. Moreover, it seemed to be uncontracted. It should be known that dragon beasts were among the most precious types of magical beasts. Even a single one could sell for over 100 million. Was the man in the suit not afraid that this incredibly valuable dragon cub would be lost by him? Zhang Yun used identification skills to check the information on the black dragon cub. The race level was only advanced, not of royal beast potential, which meant it should be a hybrid. No wonder the man in the suit wasn't afraid of it being lost. Zhang Yun shook his head, too lazy to look at it again, and turned to walk out the door. With Zhang Yun's current perspective, non-royal beasts no longer caught his interest. After closing the shop's door, Zhang Yun was about to walk out of the alley when he saw a group of small thugs armed with various knives rushing towards him aggressively. With their numbers reaching over 100, the three people at the front all had orange original force marks on their foreheads, indicating that they were all level 2 magical beast masters. Their exposed necks and arms were covered in various snake tattoos. It was obvious that this group of people were undoubtedly members of the Poison Snake Gang. I didn't come looking for you to settle scores. And you came looking for me instead. Zhang Yun smiled, his bloodshot eyes narrowing slightly as he strode towards them. You're Zhang Yun, huh? A middle-aged man with a big belly and wearing a black leather jacket mocked. This middle-aged man had a nose ring and his skin showed a sickly grayish-white color, a common symptom of being eroded by dark original force. It could be inferred that he must be taming a dark-type or undead-type magical beast. Moreover, that magical beast level probably exceeded his professional level, showing a trend of dominance, and there was always a risk of rebellion. Zhang Yun recognized this person. His name was Fat Corpse, a local thug who was the boss of a nearby night venue and one of the 4 hall masters of the Poison Snake Gang. Known as Fire Snake's capable aide, it was said that he was ruthless, with blood on his hands from over dozens of lives, and he particularly enjoyed eating people's thighs, making him a nightmare for the neighbors. If it were Zhang Yun's predecessor encountering this guy, he would have to take a detour and wouldn't even dare to look him in the eye. However, in Zhang Yun's eyes, he was just a pile of trash. That's me. Zhang Yun slowly nodded and casually asked, Are you here to collect a debt? I'll collect your mother. Behind Fat Corpse, a little thug with a rooster-style haircut threw away the newspaper in his hand and charged at Zhang Yun with a machete. Get revenge for Brother Dog. Stab him a few times first. Get him. Kill him. Dozens of little thugs raised their machetes and steel pipes, rushing towards Zhang Yun. Seeing this, Zhang Yun's expression turned cold. He raised his hand into a fist and punched forward. Get lost. Bang. The air emitted a muffled sound as an invisible wave of mental energy spread out like ripples. Bang, bang, bang. Ah, my ribs are broken. Puff. A series of muffled sounds mixed with the sound of bones cracking echoed. The dozen or so little thugs in the front were all blasted away, falling all over the alley, howling in pain. Damn, he knocked over a dozen people with one punch. Is this guy Superman? Retreat. He's not someone we can deal with. The other little thugs were startled and hurriedly retreated, their hands trembling as they clutched their weapons. The strength Zhang Yun displayed terrified them, and they no longer dared to be the first to attack. The 3 magical beast masters looked at each other, their expressions varied. One punch to knock over a dozen people. He must have used a skill. This guy is not simple. We need to get serious. A tall, thin man resembling a bamboo pole with a turned-up nose named Li Ma, nicknamed Skinny Pig, was one of the 3 capable subordinates under the Fire Snake's command. Seeing that Zhang Yun was not to be trifled with, he prudently summoned his Phantom Beast at the first opportunity. His Phantom Beast was a peak 3rd-tier sword-toothed stone pig, covered in hard hair like steel spikes. Although its species level was only low tier, it was an Earth-type Phantom Beast with tough skin and high defense. Its 5-meter-long body charged forward with the momentum of a high-speed bulldozer, making it extremely difficult to deal with. Huh, you dare hurt my little brother? You won't leave here in one piece, and I'll take all your women. A young man with a middle part licked his long tongue and said with a wicked smile. He was the Fire Snake's younger brother, named Adu, nicknamed Rattlesnake. He was a lecherous man who had assaulted over 100 women. He snapped his fingers, and a light array lit up beside him, revealing a huge brown monster snake. This was an enlarged version of a rattlesnake, thick as a water barrel and nearly 20 meters long, classified as a mid-tier Phantom Beast, currently at peak 3rd tier. It had a pair of black venomous fangs and was skilled in venom attacks. Once bitten, even high-tier Phantom Beasts would be in mortal danger. Seeing that the other 2 had summoned their Phantom Beasts, the Fat Corpse began to summon his own. Black Ghost Zombie, come out. With a brutal roar, a rotting zombie crawled out of the swirling black smoke. As it appeared, a foul stench filled the alley, causing everyone to cover their noses. This zombie looked terrifying, covered in rotten flesh and maggots. Only someone mentally ill would contract such an ugly and disgusting Phantom Beast. Suddenly, its eyes glowed with bloodlust as it pounced on one of the Fat Corpse's subordinates, biting wildly. Ah, Fat Corpse brother, save me. Ah. The young thug had his hand bitten off and screamed in agony, hoping the Fat Corpse would rescue him. The Fat Corpse covered his nose and cast a disdainful glance at him. The Black Ghost Zombie he summoned was 4th tier, 2 levels above him, making it difficult for him to control. How could he call it off? If he were to blame anyone, it would be this fool for standing next to him. Ah. In an instant, the young thug had his throat bitten through, his remains collapsing in a pool of blood, his legs twitching as the zombie feasted on him. The other thugs turned pale with fear and retreated, terrified of being affected. Zhang Yun frowned tightly at the scene. The zombie had turned the ground into a blood-soaked mess and smelled terrible, which would surely affect his small shop's business. Soon, he would have to make this group clean the ground. Damn it, Fat Corpse, why did you let this mad dog out? What if it bites us? Adu, covering his nose, stepped back in disgust. The Fat Corpse grinned, revealing his big yellow teeth, and laughed. You 2 go first, after my zombie is full. It will go up and tear that kid apart. Heh, do you still need to make a move? Adu glanced at Zhang Yun disdainfully, saying, with this useless strength, My third-tier rattlesnake can easily crush and swallow it. Adu snapped his fingers, and the rattlesnake swayed its tail, emitting a series of eerie hisses as it slithered toward Zhang Yun. Brother Adu has sent out his prized possession. The rattlesnake is a venomous phantom beast. Even high-tier phantom beast masters would avoid it. That kid is doomed. Adu, let your treasure crush that kid's bones, leave him breathing. And let the brothers together make him into meat paste. Shut up, you fools. Do I need you to teach me how to do my job? Adu glared at the many subordinates, who all trembled and smiled nervously. That kid is not simple, don't be careless. Skinny Pigly Ma was cautious and immediately ordered the sword-toothed beast to charge at Zhang Yun. Seeing two lowly creatures daring to charge at him, Zhang Yun smirked slightly, hands in pockets. He had no intention of making a move. On his shoulder, the little frog sensed its master's emotions, opened its small mouth, and shot out its long, thin tongue. Whoosh! The small tongue seemed to extend infinitely, moving like an arrow, and instantly pierced through the charging sword-toothed stone pig's head. Eek! It let out a piercing scream, its limbs going limp as it collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from its mouth. Sword-tooth. Skinny Pig clutched his throbbing head and half-kneeled on the ground. In an instant, the contract between him and the sword-toothed stone pig was severed. This meant that his sword-toothed stone pig had been killed. When a phantom beast is killed, the master also suffers a backlash from the contract, leading to unbearable headaches. What is going on? Adu, the rattlesnake, was startled. Before he could figure out the situation, the bloodied frog's tongue shot out from the side of the sword-toothed stone pig's abdomen toward the giant rattlesnake. Hiss! The rattlesnake sensed danger, twisting and coiling to evade. However, its combat power barely exceeded 300. How could it resist an attack from a super phantom beast with over 1,500 combat power? Without any suspense, the rattlesnake's tough scales were pierced like tofu. Hiss! It let out a mournful cry, its body twisting as it tried to shake off the strange tongue. However, the frog's tongue had already penetrated its snake gall and wound its way up the body, emerging from its head. The giant rattlesnake screamed and fell to the ground, dead. My rattlesnake. Adu felt as if his head had been smashed by a hammer, experiencing excruciating pain, unable to stand. He never expected that his peak third-tier, mid-level phantom beast would be killed in an instant. It felt like a nightmare. What level of phantom beast was that frog? To be so terrifying? Could it be a high-tier phantom beast above level 6? Adu's pupils trembled, and his pale face was filled with fear. Meanwhile, the little frog thought it had just killed 2 small insects. It flicked its tongue, pulling the 2 beast corpses toward it, then unleashed its swallowing technique. Ow! The 2 phantom beasts shrank to the size of flies and were swallowed whole. All the thugs present were horrified, unable to grip their weapons. Who said this kid was just a rookie phantom beast master? This is a terrifying killing god. Chapter 36, Special Operations. In less than 10 seconds, 2 third-tier phantom beasts were not only killed, but also swallowed whole. This terrifying combat power frightened many thugs. Brother Do and Brother Skinny Pig's phantom beasts were killed in an instant and eaten by that little frog. What kind of phantom beast is that? So brutal. It looks a bit like a flame frog, very similar to the frog Chun underwater snake's command. But Chin's flame frog is just a low-tier phantom beast. Not even worthy to hold Adu's rattlesnake's shoes. How can it be compared to this frog? What now? Brother Do and Brother Skinny Pig's phantom beasts have been killed. We are no match for this kid. Should we escape? What are you afraid of? Don't we still have Fat Corpse? His zombie beast is a 4th-tier phantom beast. And Fire Snake said his zombie beast is very fierce. With Fat Corpse here, that kid definitely won't be able to make waves. Many thugs focused their attention on the Fat Corpse. Adu, in a frenzy, yelled at him, "Fat Corpse, what the hell are you waiting for? Send your black ghost zombie to avenge my treasure." Fat Corpse, it's up to you. Skinny Pig clutched his head in pain and said, "All right." The Fat Corpse sensed the frog's terror and felt immense pressure, but he couldn't back down. He sternly commanded the black ghost zombie, "Don't you dare eat it. Go tear that kid apart, now?" The Fat Corpse yelled desperately, finally stirring the black ghost zombie into action. Roar! It rose from the remains, its bloody, rotting mouth roaring at Zhang Yun, the stench overwhelming. Just as it was about to charge at Zhang Yun, he slightly opened his eyes, and an overwhelming aura of authority pressed down. "Eat your master, or die." As the voice fell, a powerful mental pressure was imprinted on the black zombie. Howl! The black zombie seemed to glimpse a deity, letting out a terrified scream, and actually turned to pounce on the Fat Corpse. "What are you doing? Stop! If you dare to kill me, you will suffer backlash too." Before the Fat Corpse could finish speaking, his throat was already bitten off by the black zombie, and the arterial blood gushed out like a fountain. Sizzle! The alley was instantly filled with a thick smell of blood. Damn! The black zombie has gone berserk. The Fat Corpse has been bitten to death. Run! Escape! The little thugs finally got scared, urine and excrement rolling as they ran towards the alley exit. Seeing this, the contract backlash rattlesnake Adu screamed in terror, "Don't go, come help me, Hurry. Otherwise, I'll have my brother kill your whole family. However, the little thugs really had matters to attend to, running away like frightened rabbits. At this moment, a deep voice like a nightmare came through. I'll let you go? As Zhang Yun's voice fell, an invisible gravitational field pressed down on all the little thugs' shoulders. All the little thugs felt as if they were carrying 3 bags of cement. Their small frames unable to bear it, and they all fell to the ground in unison. Bang, bang, bang. Some smashed their jaws, some knelt and broke their knees. And for a moment, the piercing screams echoed. However, this was not the end. The black zombie, having killed its master, went berserk, madly pouncing on a little thug one by one. Help! Spare me, Master Zhang, I was wrong. Boo-hoo! Please, Master Zhang, spare me. I promise I won't be a thug anymore. The little thugs were so scared that they lost control, crying for their fathers and mothers, yet the zombies were merciless, biting off their throats one by one. Zhang Yun turned a deaf ear, stepping over the corpses, and walked straight ahead. These scum relied on force, bullying the weak, causing countless families to be destroyed, husbands and wives separated. Their crimes were truly too many to count. The law had not punished them, it was merely their good luck. But encountering Zhang Yun, it was their fate that had run out. Zhang Yun walked a dozen meters and arrived in front of the rattlesnake Adu. At this moment, the usually domineering Adu was crawling on the ground like a dog, his face smeared with snot and tears. Terrified to the point of collapse, he cried incoherently, "And no, don't kill me, my brother is Fire Snake. Whoever kills me, my brother will kill their whole family." Zhang Yun bent down, grabbed his hair, pulled his head up, and asked lightly, "Didn't you just say you wanted to harm my family?" "Boo-hoo. No, I was joking, please spare me. I can be a good person." "Boo-hoo." Adu cried bitterly, so scared that his pants were wet. Zhang Yun curled his lips, saying, "You'd be better off being a corpse. By the way, your brother is called Fire Snake, right? Tonight, I'll send him down to accompany you. 2 brothers, better to be together. Spare me." Before he could beg for mercy, Zhang Yun slightly exerted force with his palm. A tremendous force pushed Adu's head down, crashing it against the ground like a soccer ball. Bang! The sound of a watermelon bursting echoed, and Adu's brain matter splattered everywhere. Boo-hoo! The nearby little thugs, seeing this, were so scared their eyes rolled back, foaming at the mouth as they collapsed. Zhang Yun stepped over him and approached the thin pig Lima. He half-squatted down, smiling as he asked, "Brotherly, do you remember me?" "I remember you. You were the first to come to my pet shop to collect protection money, right? I didn't remember wrong, did I?" The thin pig trembled in fear, saying, "Zhang, spare me. Collecting rent is my duty. Even if I don't collect your rent, others will come to collect. As long as your pet shop is on the territory of the Viper Gang, this is unavoidable." "I know, I don't blame you." Zhang Yun patted his shoulder, smiling. "But I also want to tell you, those who dare to collect rent from me, Zhang Yun, will have to pay a price, and that is unavoidable. Zhang Xiao, spare my life. Look at how polite I've been to you in the past. Grievances have a head, debts have a master. If you want to find someone, go settle it with Fire Snake." Yes, he said, "You're not a beast master. Even if you run a beast pet shop, you still have to pay taxes. Call Fire Snake. Make an appointment for me. I want to talk to him properly." Zhang Yun said gently. Yes. The thin pig's hands trembled like a sieve, trying several times before pulling out his phone. He opened the phone, pressed several wrong lists, and finally found Fire Snake's number, dialing it directly. Beep, beep, beep. On the other end of the line came a deep voice. "What is the matter?" "Fire Snake, Zhang Xiao wants to say a few words to you." "Zhang Xiao? What Zhang Xiao?" Zhang Yun took the phone, saying, "I, Zhang Yun." There was a brief silence on the other end before he asked, "What happened to my brother?" Zhang Yun glanced at the headless corpse on the ground, saying, "The situation at the grave is stable. You better not touch my brother, or I will kill your whole family." "I, Fire Snake, mean what I say?" Zhang Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. "Your brother just told me. I followed part of his advice. By the way, are you free tonight? Let us meet." "Heh, do you dare to come? Prepare 20 million. I will come to collect. Or you might not make it. Black Snake Trade Building, 8 p.m. tonight. Your presence is requested. If you don't come, you know the consequences." "All right, see you then. No need to prepare supper for me. Tonight, I'll eat dragon meat." Zhang Yun hung up the phone and threw it back to the thin pig, saying, "Take your still-breathing little brothers and clean up this alley. Tomorrow when I come to open the shop, if I see any blood or corpses around here, I will find you and use your blood to repaint this place." As the words fell, Zhang Yun turned and walked out of the alley. The thin pig watched his slender back, his body going limp as he collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily. As he passed by the rampaging zombie, Zhang Yun glanced at its head, and bang! The zombie's head suddenly exploded, and its body slowly fell limp. Boo-hoo! The little thugs who still had their lives left were so scared they cried and curled up into a ball, clutching their heads tightly, their minds nearing collapse. Zhang Yun ignored these scum and walked towards the alley's entrance. At this moment, the entrance was already surrounded by a crowd watching the commotion, seeing Zhang Yun approach. Everyone was startled and scattered in a panic, as if Zhang Yun were a flood beast. Zhang Yun couldn't be bothered with these passersby. He turned and headed towards the nearest bus station. At this moment, several large shadows were cast down from the sky, enveloping him. Zhang Yun sensed that he seemed to be locked onto by someone's perception, his pupils constricting as he looked up. He saw 5 giant eagles with a wingspan of over 8 meters hovering above him, slowly flapping their wings. These 5 giant eagles were not ordinary. Their wings and claws were equipped with silver-white metal armor, exuding an incredibly cold, murderous aura. This type of eagle was called the Storm Eagle, a mid-level species, favored by beast masters for its flying skills. However, storm eagles are not something that just any beast master can possess. Whenever storm eagle eggs or young storm eagles appear on the market, they are forcibly purchased by the official government. After purchasing, they will be raised into basic beast soldier types and rewarded to certain official special department beast masters. For example, special operations teams responsible for pursuing major criminal cases, the Falcon team, and so on. I seem to have been targeted by the special operations team. This is troublesome. Zhang Yun looked at the white crescent moon symbol engraved on the eagle's wing, his handsome face slightly darkening. Chapter 37, Bloody Council. Captain, that kid down there has the scent of the enemy Long. He must have had contact with him. As a cultist of the Bloody Council, Long is eccentric and twisted. Anyone who has had contact with him will be killed and have their hearts ripped out. That kid can stand there peacefully. It must be because of his unusual relationship with that maniac Qiu Long. He might even be a member of the Bloody Council. At the same time, my hunting hawk has also detected the presence of the stolen black dragon cub nearby. However, its aura is hidden, making it impossible to determine its exact location. On the back of the storm eagle, the tall Suya listened to the cooing sound of the hunting cat hawk on her shoulder while analyzing with Captain Guyu. Suya is stunningly beautiful, with long legs and a shapely figure, and she graduated from Yenjing University. She just turned 20 this year, and her summoner level has already reached level 7, making her a talented and beautiful beast master. She was just assigned to the special operations team in Jiangnan City, and her rank was promoted from level to level, taking the position of deputy team leader in the special operations team. This is quite rare at her age. The silver-feathered owl on her shoulder is her contracted beast, named the hunting cat hawk. The hunting cat hawk is not good at fighting, but it excels in tracking abilities. Even if the beast is put into a beast ball, it cannot escape its perception and sense of smell. On the back of the storm eagle opposite them, Captain Guyu frowned, his square face always stern. When he talks to that kid later, he must not make any aggressive moves until he understands the situation. Anyone who has connections with a cultist like Qiu Long is not to be underestimated. If a bloodbath occurs, it will involve the surrounding citizens and cause unnecessary casualties. If possible, try to talk it out instead of using force to avoid alarming the snake. Yes, Captain. Understood, Captain. The other 3-level special operations team members said in a hushed tone. Cultists are a general term for religious extremists or ideological extremists. Killing and destruction are nightmares for ordinary humans, but for cultists, they are salvation and enjoyment. Therefore, cultists are among the most hated groups by governments worldwide. Once discovered, official forces from various countries will take immediate action to eliminate them. The Bloody Council is one of the most notorious evil sects, and almost every country lists it as a sect organization that must be eradicated. This time, Guyu and the special operations team members are here to pursue a Bloody Council member named Qiu Long. Let's go down. With Captain Guyu's command, the storm eagles descended in a spiral, hovering around Zhang Yun. The gusts of wind from their huge wings stirred up dust, making it hard for Zhang Yun to open his eyes. Zhang Yun sensed that the newcomers were not here for a friendly visit and wanted to leave quickly, but he was called to a stop by Suya. Stop. Suya looked Zhang Yun up and down and coldly asked, "What is your name? Have you seen a tall, thin man in a suit with a round hat?" Zhang Yun raised his head and glanced at her. Seeing her chin held high and her imposing demeanor, he slightly furrowed his brows. "Yes, Deputy Captain." "Kid, stop right there, or I'll charge you with resisting arrest." The other 3 special operations team members shouted in a low voice, ready to leap off the eagle's back to catch him. Seeing their aggressive stance, Zhang Yun halted his steps, his eyes narrowing slightly. They don't catch the scum of the snakehead gang who prey on citizens, but come to make trouble for a good citizen like him. Is this a case of picking on the weak? Do they think he is easy to bully? All right. Zhang Yun raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the group, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. On his shoulder, the fire frog sensed its master's mood and opened its small, bean-sized eyes. Goo goo. It let out a low croak, its cheeks puffing up, its small body turning as red as a hot iron. Around it, 6 fireballs appeared, and circles of air ripples trembled around it, extremely mystical. The storm eagles seemed to sense something and flapped their wings anxiously, wanting to get away. However, constrained by their master's orders, they could not escape. At that moment, Captain Guyu realized something, his pupils constricting, and he shouted, "Stop! Don't grab anyone randomly." With his low shout, the three special operations team members stopped their actions, looking at the captain in astonishment. They didn't understand why they should be cautious against someone who was obviously just a second-level Beastmaster. Suya even said with a sharp voice, "Captain, he is not cooperating with us. We, as one of the highest administrative bodies, have the right to enough." Captain Guyu interrupted Suya, turning to Zhang Yun with a gentle tone. "Sir, we are members of the Flying Tiger team from the Special Operations Group. I'm Captain Guyu. We stopped you just to ask you some questions. We mean no harm. Could you please assist us?" Zhang Yun glanced at Guyu. There was no elemental mark on Guyu's forehead, making him look like an ordinary person. But Zhang Yun knew that this guy must undoubtedly be a high-level Beastmaster. The Special Operations Team is one of the official elite forces of Jiangnan City, with a minimum requirement of a level 5 Beastmaster to join. Since this person could serve as a captain, he is conservatively estimated to be at least level 7 or above. It's better to avoid trouble. So Zhang Yun slowly nodded and said, "I can cooperate. Please ask your questions." As he spoke, Zhang Yun raised his hand and gently tapped the small frog's mouth with his index finger. Goo goo. The little frog obediently croaked, its red glow gradually fading. And the 6 fire crystal marks and the surface ripples also dissipated. It squinted its small eyes, pressing its belly against Zhang Yun's shoulder, returning to a harmless appearance. "Thank you." Seeing this, Captain Guyu finally felt the weight lift from his heart, and a strained smile appeared on his face. He asked, "Could you tell me your name? Also, did you see a young man in a suit and a big round hat earlier?" "My name is Zhang Yun, the owner of a nearby pet store. I haven't seen any man in a suit." Upon hearing Zhang Yun mention the pet store, Captain Guyu instantly connected the dots and asked, "Has anyone brought a black dragon cub to your pet store for boarding today?" "No." Zhang Yun shook his head, his eyes not reddening, his heart not racing. "You're lying." Suya pointed at Zhang Yun's heart and said, "When you mentioned the black dragon cub, my hunting hawk heard your heartbeat irregularly, and your blood flow also changed drastically. How do you explain that?" "Because, miss, you're so beautiful that my heart skipped a beat." "Is that a crime?" Chapter 38, Trouble. "Where are you looking?" Seeing Zhang Yun staring at her, Suya was infuriated. "What is wrong with looking at you? Aren't you all staring at me too?" Zhang Yun raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Being arrogant in front of the Special Operations Team, do you believe I'll gouge out your eyes?" Suya bit her silver teeth and was about to make a move, but the other 3 colleagues acted before her. "A mere second-level Beastmaster dares to speak disrespectfully to our goddess. Let us teach him a lesson. Go." Just as they were about to act, Captain Guyu said coldly, "Have you all had enough? Do you think this is still a university? He is just an ordinary citizen. Let him go." "But Captain, don't you understand what I'm saying?" Guyu's authoritative gaze swept over, and the 3 young Special Operations Team members dared not defy him, lowering their heads. Although Suya was dissatisfied, she did not dare to speak against Guyu, her superior, and could only glare at Zhang Yun with a fierce look. "Is it over? Then I'll take my leave." Zhang Yun turned and walked towards the bus stop. It was hard for Zhang Yun to have any good feelings toward this group of officials who targeted ordinary citizens instead of catching the real gangsters. At this moment, a bus on Route 8 happened to stop, and Zhang Yun boarded it directly, leaving without looking back. Several Special Operations Team members watched the bus drive away, their fists clenched, their faces filled with indignation. As members of the Special Operations Team, each of them is elite among Beastmasters, and during their university days, they were all outstanding figures. Usually, they were the ones teaching others a lesson, when had it ever been their turn to be disrespected. A mere second-level Beastmaster dares to be so arrogant? They've taken note of this. Guyu saw through the thoughts of these rookies at a glance and said coldly, "Are you not convinced and want to deal with that kid when I'm not around?" One of the team members, realizing the captain saw through his thoughts, stopped pretending and said, "Captain, aren't you the one who hates this kind of disrespectful scumbag the most? Why did you let that kid go so easily? Besides, that kid might have connections with that scoundrel Chiu Long. Letting him go like this isn't good, right?" Guyu shot him a glare and replied coldly, "If that kid were so easy to deal with, do you think I would be talking to him nicely? He has the strength to wipe us out." Hearing this, the 3 team members looked shocked, feeling that the captain was just trying to scare them. Suya couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Captain, if that kid really has the strength to wipe us out, then I would rather believe that a pig can climb a tree." Guyu looked at her and said, "Don't judge a person by their appearance, and don't measure the sea by a pint. That kid isn't strong. Only at the second-level Beastmaster stage, any one of you could teach him a lesson. But the blazing toad on his shoulder could easily sweep you all away." "Blazing toad? Are you joking?" Suya doubted Guyu's judgment. It's known that the race level of the blazing toad is low, and even if it mutates, its race level can only reach intermediate at most. The upper limit for intermediate beasts is level 6, meaning that even if it breaks through, the blazing toad is still a useless beast. As for her, being the daughter of a prominent family in Yanjing, she had 3 high-level main pets and 2 intermediate sub-pets. A mere blazing toad could be easily defeated by one of her intermediate sub-pets. Saying that a blazing toad could sweep them away was simply a huge joke. Captain Guyu knew that these newbies didn't believe his judgment, and he was too lazy to explain, just coldly said, "If you don't believe me, feel free to chase after him and try, but whatever consequences happen, you will have to bear them yourselves. Also, you'd better not cause any trouble, otherwise. Even if you are graduates from prestigious universities, the organization will still punish you." After saying this, Captain Guyu jumped down from the eagle's back, stowed the giant eagle away, and walked straight towards the alley. He was truly tired of leading this group of fools and didn't want to meddle anymore. Hee. Since the captain said not to interfere, how about I go chase that kid and vent for our goddess? One team member with a face full of pimples laughed. Lin Sheng, you go ahead. After all, this isn't the first time we've done this. Just don't cause any big trouble, another team member encouraged. Goddess, what do you say? The Lin Sheng team member looked at Suya with a flattering expression. You can handle it. Just teach him a lesson. Don't let it get out of hand. After all, we are official personnel. Suya also stowed away her storm giant eagle and followed behind Guyu. Hee, the goddess has spoken. That kid must be beaten up. I'm going. Lin Sheng said proudly, urging his storm giant eagle to chase after the bus. One team member looked at Lin Sheng's distant figure and complained. Lin Sheng is really shameless, always trying to show off in front of the vice captain and steal the spotlight. Hee, just a sycophant. At less than 170 centimeters tall, with a face full of pimples, even a ghost would retreat. How could our goddess Suya ever look at him? Just a clown. It's a pity he took away my chance to show off. I actually quite like Vice Captain Su. The 2 team members shook their heads and also stowed away their storm giant eagles, quickly walking towards the alley. As the 4 of them stepped into the alley, they were hit by a strong corrosive smell and a pungent scent of blood. Looking around, they saw that the alley was filled with people. Many had their necks bitten off by some monster, blood was everywhere, and the sight was extremely tragic. The living were mostly in critical condition, coughing up blood while shivering and looking terrified, as if they had experienced a nightmare. What happened here? Suya frowned tightly and quickly approached a somewhat conscious thug to ask. We are from the Special Operations Team. What just happened here? Why are there so many casualties? I don't know. The thug was afraid of saying the wrong thing and glanced towards the skinny pig nearby. Suya looked up at the skinny pig, who was curled up in the corner, looking terrified, and was slightly surprised. As an excellent agent, she was quite familiar with the list of various gang members in Jiangnan City. She naturally recognized the skinny pig. The skinny pig was one of the capable subordinates of the Fire Snake, one of the 4 hall masters of the Poison Snake gang, causing trouble in this area without anyone daring to provoke him. She never expected him to be in such a dire situation, which truly surprised Suya. From the looks of it, someone seemed to be planning to take action against the Poison Snake gang. This is not a good sign. After all, gang fights would inevitably lead to conflicts and a large number of casualties. It's fine if these scum die, but if innocent citizens are affected, then the problem becomes serious. As a high-level agent, Suya would not stand by and watch. She approached the skinny pig and said, "What happened here? Tell me. Our special operations team will provide you with assistance." The skinny pig glanced at the crescent-shaped badge pinned to Suya's chest and trembled. In nothing. Just now, one of my brother's black zombie suddenly went crazy and attacked passers-by. We, as good citizens, joined forces to kill that black zombie, which is why there are so many casualties. Suya sneered upon hearing this. No one would believe your words. I really didn't make this up. The zombie's body is still over there. The skinny pig pointed to the not-so-distant corpse of the zombie, shouting excitedly, "If you bully the good, I will definitely find a lawyer to sue you." The skinny pig absolutely did not trust the authorities. If the authorities could do their job, how could scum like them still be at large? Wouldn't he be dead along with his entire family? He wouldn't do such a foolish thing. Chapter 39, Can't Pretend. But instead, Suya saw that the skinny pig refused to tell the truth and was also at a loss. After all, this guy was currently a victim. At this moment, the hunting cat eagle on her shoulder was cooing softly in her ear. "Little eagle, have you sensed the presence of the black dragon cub?" Suya suddenly looked up and gazed ahead, only to see a very shabby little shop standing alone at the end of the alley. Awesome pet shop. Isn't this the pet shop run by that lecherous kid? Could it be that the black dragon cub is inside that shop? At this time, the bus that had reached halfway was stopped by the storm giant eagle. The bus driver nervously leaned out his head and smiled awkwardly at Lin Sheng on the eagle's back. "Detective, may I ask what you need?" "Nothing, just capturing a suspect," Lin Sheng said, glancing inside the windshield with a teasing smile. "There is a serious suspect on your bus, extremely dangerous." As soon as these words were spoken, fear immediately spread inside the bus. "There is a suspect on the bus? Who?" It's not a Beastmaster, is it? The special operations team is responsible for dealing with terrorists. Could there be a terrorist on this bus? Oh my God, driver. Open the door, we want to get off. Help. The passengers were horrified, rushing to the bus door, banging on it in panic. Their lives were their own, but the bus belonged to the company. If they stayed even a second longer, they would be foolish. The driver ran away. Let's escape. The customers screamed and rushed in all directions, fearing being caught up in it. In the blink of an eye, almost all the passengers on the large bus had fled. Only Zhang Yun remained, sitting alone in the back seat, looking gloomy. The special operations team really was relentless. You let the Poison Snake Gang go and instead come after me. Did you perhaps take benefits from the Poison Snake Gang? If that's the case, I won't be polite with you. A glint of cold light flashed in Zhang Yun's eyes as he stood up and approached the car door, about to get out. At that moment, the storm giant eagle slowly flew in, hovering above his head. The eagle's wings flapped, creating a fierce wind that disheveled Zhang Yun's bangs, turning his hairstyle into a mess. Lin Sheng, on the eagle's back, looked down arrogantly and said in a commanding tone, "Kid, without Captain Guyu stopping you, let's see if you dare to act tough in front of me. Now, I order you to get out of the car immediately, lie on the ground, and surrender. Dare to resist, and you'll bear the consequences." From his tone, Zhang Yun detected a strong sense of personal vendetta. It seemed this guy was looking for trouble. Zhang Yun looked up at him and said, "Are you here to show off to me? Heh, so what if you are?" Lin Sheng looked down at him with contempt and sneered. "Suya is a woman I, Lin Sheng, have set my sights on. How dare you stare at her? You want to die? Oh, you like to show off? I don't mind, but I want to give you a piece of advice." Zhang Yun smirked and said, "Be careful not to act like a fool while showing off. Impudent. Get out of the car." Lin Sheng erupted with the mental power of a level 6 Beastmaster, pressing down towards Zhang Yun, wanting him to kneel and roll down the bus steps. "You want me to get out of the car? Fine, you show me how first." Zhang Yun's eyes suddenly widened, his pupils shimmering with an eerie blue light, easily shredding Lin Sheng's momentum. Before Lin Sheng could react, he felt as if a small mountain was pressing down on him, and his body uncontrollably started to fall. Oh no, it's the gravity technique. The gravity technique was a mental skill that only a few beast masters with terrifying talents could comprehend, and its power was extremely fearsome. Lin Sheng was horrified and tried to react. However, the gravity generated from Zhang Yun's 800 battle power was something a level 6 could not withstand. Ah! He screamed in terror, and his body fell like a sack of potatoes onto the eagle's back. Bang! With a muffled sound. His body crashed down with the force of 1,000 pounds, creating cracks in the ground. Ouch! He rolled his eyes, coughed up a white foam mixed with blood, and then tilted his neck, completely fainting. Both weak and showy. What a fool! Zhang Yun shook his head and stepped off the bus. The storm giant eagle, seeing its master attacked, let out a long cry, flapping its wings and preparing to launch a wind blade at Zhang Yun. "I almost forgot about you, beast." Zhang Yun looked up again, glaring at it, and suddenly unleashed a mental wave. Bang! Before the storm giant eagle could gather the wind blade, it was hit by the mental wave. Its massive body shot back several meters like a kite with a broken string. Boom! Its body crashed into a large roadside billboard, instantly sending feathers flying and sparks flying. At this moment, Zhang Yun's mood slightly darkened. He suspected that he had been set up by that suited man. The black dragon cub must be stolen goods. Damn it, I just want to run my shop, and trouble comes from nowhere. Now, the Special Operations Bureau has already set its sights on him, and he feared that many troubles would come knocking in the future. After all, the Special Operations Group was an official government department, wielding immense power and extremely difficult to deal with. As a transmigrator with a system backing him up, Zhang Yun wasn't too worried. Moreover, he currently possessed the strength to challenge a level 9 Beast Master. Even if he couldn't win, he could still hide in the pet shop. With the pet shop's rules protecting him, he believed the official government wouldn't be able to do anything to him. What he was more worried about were his grandfather and his cousin, along with the rest of his relatives. If the government couldn't deal with him, but turned to target his family, that would be a problem. That damn suited man caused all this trouble, and next time he comes to my shop, I'll make sure to report you. Zhang Yun cursed in a low voice, feeling a sense of urgency rise within him. I'm still too weak. If I had the power to easily crush a level 9 Beastmaster, how would this group of special operations dare to offend me easily? I need to get a powerful secondary pet to enhance my overall combat power. Relying solely on a frog is still too thin. Thinking this, Zhang Yun took out his phone and called for a ride. The priority now was to go to the vegetable market. After all, he had a huge piece of dragon meat in his backpack and needed to make a table of boiled meat for his beloved grandfather to try. As soon as he finished calling for a car, a message from his cousin came in. Zhang Yun opened it, and his mouth twitched. "I want to eat boiled fish tonight. Boiled fish. Boiled fish. I want to eat boiled fish tonight. Boiled fish. Boiled fish." Glutton. Zhang Yun smiled slightly, edited a message, and sent it back. "Tonight, We won't have boiled fish. We're having boiled dragon meat. TCH, dragon meat? Where did you get that? My level of cultivating beast masters is so high that the customers are very satisfied, so they gave it to me. TCH, with your little skill? Even dogs wouldn't believe it. I'm already near Grandpa's house. If you need me to buy anything, let me know, and I'll go buy it. At this moment, the ride arrived. Zhang Yun got into the car, gave the address, and left. Not far away, the storm giant eagle, seeing Zhang Yun leave, dared to flap its wings and awkwardly flew to Lin Sheng's side, grabbing him with its giant claws. Then, it flapped its massive wings and flew towards the direction where Gu Yu and the others were. At this time, in front of the awesome beast shop, Gu Yu, Suya, and the other two members of the Special Operations Group looked serious and were preparing to summon their main pets. Unexpectedly, this little shop was set up with a high-level barrier that was difficult to break. It seemed Zhang Yun's background was not simple. Perhaps he was in cahoots with Qiu Long. Suya's expression became solemn as she prepared to summon her beast. Gu Yu then turned to the other two members of the Special Operations Group and coldly said, "Where's that kid Lin Sheng?" He went to chase after that kid Zhang Yun, saying he wanted to teach him a lesson. One of them weakly replied. At this moment, a cry of an eagle sounded from the sky. Everyone looked up, and their faces instantly changed. Chapter 40. The Shock of the Special Operations Group. It's Lin Sheng. Something happened to him. Did that kid Zhang Yun do it? It hasn't even been 5 minutes, and he lost. The two members of the Special Operations Group looked at the falling storm giant eagle, their expressions changing wildly. Lin Sheng's level was that of a mid-level 6 Beastmaster, and his strength was comparable to theirs. If they had gone to trouble Zhang Yun instead, the result would have been different. Fortunately, they were lucky, and Lin Sheng took the lead. I told you not to provoke that kid, but you wouldn't listen. What are you standing there for? Hurry and call for an ambulance. Gu Yu, the team leader, shouted as he waved at the storm giant eagle in midair. Yes, team leader. The two members of the Special Operations Group quickly took out their phones and dialed emergency numbers. Suya, prepare to check Lin Sheng's vital signs, Gu Yu said again. Yes, team leader. Suya realized the seriousness of the situation and took out a vial of adrenaline, ready for emergency treatment. The storm giant eagle saw Gu Yu waving at it, let out a mournful cry, and quickly descended, gently placing Lin Sheng on the ground. Suya hurried over, bent down, and began to check Lin Sheng's injuries. She first felt his pulse under his neck and, seeing it was strong, let out a sigh of relief. She then pressed her hand on his chest, sending a stream of original power into his body, using emergency skills to check his condition. Lin Sheng's vital signs were stable, and there were no fractures on his body. He had only suffered a severe blow to the head, resulting in a mild concussion, just a temporary fainting, nothing serious. After reaching this conclusion, Suya also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She hadn't expected Lin Sheng to be defeated so quickly, and her curiosity about Zhang Yun's strength grew slightly. Could that guy really have defeated Lin Sheng? Impossible, he's only a level 2 Beastmaster. How could he be Lin Sheng's opponent? Could it really be, as the team leader said, that it was that fiery frog that did it? Even so, what is the relationship between that fiery toad and Zhang Yun? How could a beast with the strength to defeat a level 6 Beastmaster possibly listen to a level 2 Beastmaster? Perhaps it was someone else who knocked Lin Sheng out. For a moment, Suya was filled with speculation about Zhang Yun's strength. Upon hearing Suya report Lin Sheng's injuries, the two Special Operations team members finally breathed a sigh of relief. Such minor injuries, with a level 6 Beastmaster's physique, could be healed with a bit of rest, and might not even require adrenaline. What are you standing there for? Wake this kid up and ask him what just happened, Captain Gu Yu said sternly. I'll do it. I'll wake him up. One of the team members joked as he saw Lin Sheng was fine. He then conjured a watermelon-sized water ball and threw it at Lin Sheng's face. As the water ball burst, Lin Sheng's limbs twitched as he gradually regained consciousness. When he saw the team members surrounding him, he looked bewildered. Captain, Deputy Captain, why am I here? Wasn't I chasing that Zhang Yun kid? Lin Sheng propped himself up, holding his head and shaking it, feeling dazed. Seeing him wake up, the team members all breathed a sigh of relief. Suya straightened up and asked, Lin Sheng, how did you get knocked out? Quickly tell us what happened. It was that Zhang Yun kid. He took advantage of my carelessness and ambushed me with his mental skills. I was caught off guard, Lin Sheng replied. The others were taken aback. A level 2 Beastmaster knocking out a level 6 Beastmaster, even if it was an ambush, seemed impossible. How stupid could this Lin Sheng be? Lin Sheng had always been a top student and had never suffered such a loss before. He sprang up from the ground and asked Captain Gu Yu, Captain, that kid ambushed me. He must have something to hide. Please issue a citywide arrest warrant for him before he escapes. Captain Gu Yu looked at him with a dumbfounded expression and coldly said, You still have the face to say that after being knocked out by a level 2 Beastmaster? Lin Sheng's face turned a deep shade of red as he stubbornly replied, Maybe I was mistaken. It wasn't him who attacked, but his accomplices. Yes, it must be his accomplices. Otherwise, with his level 2 Beastmaster rank, I could take him out with one hand. Lin Sheng asserted confidently. He must be a member of the Blood Council, and it was his accomplices who took advantage of my carelessness to ambush me. Captain Guyu rubbed his temples and said, "Let us go with what you said. If that kid is a member of the Blood Council, do you think he would let the Storm Giant Eagle take you away after knocking you out? Have you ever heard of members of the Blood Council being merciful?" Lin Sheng was immediately speechless. If he were a member of the Blood Council, not only would he die, but everyone on the bus would die too. Even the cats and dogs passing by would be killed without a second thought. Once a member of the Blood Council acted, it would be a bloodbath. Moreover, the members of the Blood Council had a habit of eating hearts raw. If Zhang Yun were truly a member of the Blood Council, Lin Sheng's heart would have been long gone. Seeing that this kid had quieted down, Captain Guyu warned, "I already told you not to provoke that kid. Yet you chose to ignore it. This time I won't hold you accountable, but if you dare to do it again, don't blame me for using organizational discipline against you." The Special Operations Team's treatment was very high, but correspondingly, the laws were also very strict. Usually, the management of members was relatively lenient, but if they were to be held accountable, it would not be a joke. The lightest penalty could be a reduction in rank, and the heaviest could even involve facing internal punishment. That punishment was very real and not something an ordinary member could bear. Seeing Captain Guyu's good temper turn stern, Lin Sheng couldn't help but tremble and lowered his head. "Yes, Captain, I won't provoke that kid again without your orders." He spoke obediently, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. How dare he ambush him? This matter would not be so easily forgotten. As a member of the Special Operations Team, he held significant power and had many ways to deal with a mere level 2 Beastmaster. Captain Guyu noticed that this kid was silent and knew he was up to no good. However, he had fulfilled his duty to warn him, and if he continued to act recklessly, the forces behind him could not be blamed on Guyu. "Captain, should we summon beasts and forcibly break into this shop?" Suya pointed to Zhang Yun's beast shop. Captain Guyu stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and shook his head. "For now, let it be. If we could find the black dragon cubs so easily, then that enemy would be too foolish. A mere small shop could build a defensive barrier, which is definitely not simple. Let us first investigate Zhang Yun's identity and background. Although our Special Operations Team is an official organization with considerable authority, there are still some people we cannot provoke. That kid might have an extraordinary background and is definitely not a good person." Hearing this, Suya was skeptical. If Zhang Yun had a significant background, why would he open a shop in such a remote corner? Suya felt the captain was overthinking it. However, thinking about how Lin Sheng had actually lost to him, Suya also lost some of her disdain and chose to follow the captain's orders. As the sun set, at this time, his cousin Kai Yin had already bought the ingredients and was waiting for him for a long time. Chapter 41, Old Hopes and Comfort. When Kai Yin heard the noise at the door, she opened it for Zhang Yun, her face still habitually cold and hard. Zhang Yun, while changing into slippers, joked, "Can it be the same? Today, this young lady is waiting for you to cook a feast. Who told you that the boiled live fish you made last night was too delicious? That's not so exaggerated. It's just boiled live fish." Zhang Yun handed 2 gift bags to Kai Yin while carrying a bag of red meat chunks, weighing about 5 to 6 jin. In fact, Kai Yin was not exaggerating. People in this world were all focused on training and cultivating beasts, who had the leisure to focus on gourmet food. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say the whole world was a food desert. Otherwise, how could the cloud cake made by the Zhou family's private kitchen sell for over 10,000? What is this? Kai Yin opened the gift bag and checked the packaging, and instantly, her eyes widened. Oh my god, it's cloud cake. And it's a customized version with the private kitchen logo. This thing is priced at a sky-high price, and you can't even buy it if you want. I've only eaten it once during high school. Where did you get this? It was given by a customer. Zhang Yun walked towards the living room and casually asked, "Where's Grandpa?" Watching TV in the living room, Kai Yin ran ahead of Zhang Yun into the living room, showing the gift bag in her hand to the old man sitting on the sofa. "This thing is your favorite pastry. Is that so?" A Yun is making progress. The old man smiled happily upon hearing this. He looked at Zhang Yun, about to praise him, but suddenly, he stood up from the sofa as if he had seen a ghost. Then, his gaze fixed intensely on Zhang Yun's forehead. "Orange. Doesn't that represent a level 2 Beastmaster rank? Last night, he was still a red level 1. So how did he become level 2 today? Am I seeing things?" Immediately, the old man rushed towards Zhang Yun in quick steps. "Grandpa, slow down. At your age, don't be so greedy." Kai Yin thought her grandfather was coming to snatch the cloud cake and wanted to help him, but she was gently pushed aside by the old man, leaving her confused. The old man hurriedly approached Zhang Yun, resting his hand on his arm and looking at his forehead. After confirming the orange mark, the old man was so excited that his whole body trembled. He asked in a trembling voice, Yun, your Beastmaster level is level 2 now?" Seeing his grandfather's excited appearance, Zhang Yun was afraid he would have a relapse, so he hurriedly smiled and comforted him, Grandpa, don't be too excited. My Beastmaster rank has indeed reached level 2. This is all thanks to my cousin's excellent teaching. Without her imparting the advanced original energy technique to me, I wouldn't have been able to elevate my rank to level 2 overnight. In fact, after a day of dimensional trials, Zhang Yun had already reached the peak of level 2. To avoid scaring his grandfather, he only claimed to be at the lower level of 2. What the heck? Kai Yan, who had come over, finally noticed the mark on Zhang Yun's forehead. She widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief and said, "You actually raised your Beastmaster level to level 2 in just one day? What kind of treasure did you consume? Or did you draw that mark on with colored pens?" As she spoke, she dipped her finger in her saliva and pressed it against Zhang Yun's forehead. "Don't mess around. That's disgusting." Zhang Yun hurriedly grabbed her hand and said, "Did you not say my talent was poor? I only learned the advanced elemental technique in 2 hours. I raised my level by 1 in a night. That should be considered average, right?" Kai Yan was left speechless. "Who said your talent was poor? I was just worried you'd get arrogant, okay? You're a total monster." "Humph. How annoying. You've tricked me." Kai Yan ground her silver teeth, feeling overwhelmed by Zhang Yun's terrifying cultivation talent. Upon confirming with his grandson, the old man immediately became so excited that he was incoherent. Learned the advanced elemental technique in 1 night and raised his level to 2? Genius. My good grandson is truly a genius. Wonderful, wonderful. My good grandson is a genius just like his father. A genius. Ha. Wonderful, boo-hoo. As he spoke, the old man became so emotional that he started to cry. Seeing his grandfather getting emotional, Zhang Yun was worried about triggering his condition, so he quickly comforted him. "Grandpa? Please don't get too excited. I'm just a beginner. My cousin said my talent is quite average." Before Zhang Yun could finish, Kai Yan's face turned pale, and she quickly covered his mouth, interrupting, "Don't mention cultivation. We don't want to make Grandpa emotional and have him cry nonstop. I'll help Grandpa to the living room to rest, and give him some cloud cake to fill his stomach. You hurry to the kitchen and make your boil. Whatever dragon meat. We're all hungry." Zhang Yun pushed her hand away and nodded. "Okay, I'll go cook. You take care of Grandpa." "Grandpa, just wait a moment. I'll make a delicious dish that will surely make you swallow your tongue." "Hey, good, good." The old man wiped the corners of his eyes, feeling greatly comforted. The corners of his wrinkled mouth filled with a satisfied smile. Seeing that his grandfather's mood had stabilized, Zhang Yun breathed a sigh of relief and walked towards the kitchen with a bag of meat. "Careful, Grandpa." Kai Yan carefully helped the old man sit on the living room sofa and then handed him a piece of cloud cake. The old man took it without looking at it but glared at her with a stern expression. Feeling a bit intimidated by her grandfather's glare, Kai Yan weakly asked, "Grandpa, why are you looking at me like that? Did I upset you? You brat, how can you say that?" The old man snorted and said, "Your cousin has such good cultivation talent, and you said his talent is average. Do you know that's going to hurt his confidence? He didn't expect his talent to be so monstrous." Kai Yan pouted and said, "Clearly, when I left last night, he still looked like a loser. Who knew he would be level 2 today? I was just worried he'd get arrogant. I never thought of hurting his feelings." "Humph, don't tease your cousin anymore. Or you can stop visiting me." I know. With a grandson, you've forgotten your granddaughter. What a biased old man." Kai Yan looked up at the ceiling with a look of despair. "Eat your cloud cake." The old man laughed and scolded, blocking her mouth with the cloud cake in his hand. Delicious, delicious. Grandpa, you should take a piece and try it. It's good enough to make you swallow your tongue." Kai Yan squinted her eyes and devoured her food. Today was the happiest day in his many years. His grandson finally had prospects, and he felt he could finally make up for his daughter and son-in-law who had passed away. Last night, he was even prepared to sell the house to buy Zhang Yun a decent beast. Now it seemed that just selling the house wouldn't be enough. If he were to sell, he would have to sell that item as well. Only that item could be exchanged for an elite high-level beast cub. And only an elite high-level beast cub would be worthy of his genius grandson. However, that item had accompanied him through many battles. He felt a bit reluctant. The old man suddenly felt a bit lonely. He is already a level 2 Beastmaster, working in the shop isn't a strenuous job. What is there to worry about? Kai Yan was happily eating and didn't notice her grandfather's unusual expression. However, she still followed her grandfather's instructions and walked towards the kitchen. Then, she pulled out an old but tidy wooden box from under the bed, her thin palms slowly caressing it. Chapter 42, Heading to Black Snake Trade Building. Wow, this meat is so tender and delicious. It's a bit like eel meat. But it definitely isn't. After all, the texture is somewhat like beef. Plus, after swallowing it, I feel warm, as if I'm in a hot spring. Honestly, what kind of meat is this? Kai Yan asked Zhang Yun while eating from her bowl, looking at him with a suspicious expression. "Just eat your meat." Zhang Yun picked up 2 more pieces of meat and put them into her bowl. Then he took 2 chopsticks and placed them in the old man's bowl, asking, "Grandpa, how is it? Does it taste all right? Is it too spicy?" "Not spicy at all, just right." The old man, well informed, knew that this meat was extraordinary and asked seriously, Yun, what kind of meat is this? It has medicinal effects like spirit herbs. Where did you get it? Customers gave it to me. Zhang Yun replied casually after taking a sip of the spicy soup. Another member of the Zhou family? The old man asked. Exactly, Kai Yin said suspiciously. What exactly did you do for the Zhou family? Why are they sending you cloud cakes and such precious ingredients? I just helped the Zhou family raise 2 beasts. As for why they send me things, you'll have to ask them. TCH, with your mediocre skills, you could help the Zhou family raise beasts? Nonsense. Kai Yin wanted to retort Zhang Yun, but seeing the old man glare at her, she hurriedly stopped and changed the subject, speaking of the Zhou family. I suddenly remembered a funny incident that happened in the elementary department of the academy today. You'll definitely drop your jaw when you hear it. Oh, then don't say it. I still want to keep my jaw for eating, Zhang Yun casually replied. Get lost, don't mess around. Kai Yin shot him a glare and continued. Today, a first-grade girl from the Zhou family, with the help of a Blastoise, swept through the entire elementary department, shocking all the teachers. It said that even the academy's principal was impressed and suggested that the girl skip grades, going straight from 1st to 3rd grade. Upon hearing this, the old man frowned and said, a first-grade student sweeping through the elementary department? Is that student's realm high? Or is the talent in the Noble Academy's elementary department lacking? Neither. If I remember correctly, a Blastoise should be a mid-level beast, right? The old man raised his eyebrows and continued. In the Noble Elementary School, there should be quite a few students with high-level beasts, right? It's really rare for a mid-level beast to dominate the Noble Elementary School. Yeah, that girl's Blastoise is really strong. It's said that its level is only 1st stage, but its combat power reaches a terrifying 400, and it possesses more than 2 advanced skills. My teacher speculated that it should be a mutated Blastoise with royal beast-level potential. Hearing this, the old man's eyes finally widened. I've never heard of such a powerful Blastoise. Its talent is even higher than that of an elite dragon beast cub. It's not an exaggeration to say it's a royal beast cub. The Zhou family seems to be rising again. The old man couldn't help but sigh. Having endured the fierce bloodbath 15 years ago, the Zhou family has survived and risen, while the old Kai family has been unable to recover. Time and fate. Kai Yin saw Zhang Yun focused solely on eating meat, seemingly indifferent, and complained, Hey, foodie, are you even listening to me? Of course, what's up? Zhang Yun looked at her in confusion. Don't you think it's shocking? A first-level Blastoise with 400 battle power. Should be 410, right? Zhang Yun casually corrected her. Yes. To be precise, it's 410. Wait, how do you know that? Kai Yin was taken aback, then thought of something and said, Did you hear about it earlier? Sort of. He replied. How infuriating. Kai Yin puffed her cheeks. She had intended to shock this annoying cousin, but found out he already knew. It wasn't surprising, though. After all, he had taken on a job from a Zhou family member today, so someone from the Zhou family must have leaked the information to him. Seeing his cousin frustrated, Zhang Yun couldn't help but smile and asked, Do you want a Blastoise like that? Who wouldn't want one? But what's the use of wanting? My teacher said that such Blastoises are 1 in a billion, harder to encounter than winning the lottery. You could buy one, and I can help you train it. Who knows, you might just win the lottery. Zhang Yun joked. Yeah, right. Buying one for you? That's like sending a sheep into a tiger's den. Hey, how can you talk like that? Do you think your cousin would covet your magical beast? The old man shot her a glare. He's just joking. Why are you so tense? Kai Yin mumbled as she chewed on a piece of meat. By the way, I already told my dad about you. He said he would find a way to gather 500,000 to buy you a decent intermediate magical beast. But I think a Blastoise is pretty impressive. I'll go tell him to increase it to 800,000 to buy you a Blastoise. Also, my dad said if you're willing to close the store and study, he will sponsor your tuition to the Noble Academy for 3 years, covering all expenses. Hearing this, the old man's lips curled into a smile. Although the family had fallen, the younger generation still valued family ties, which brought him great comfort. Also, if you want to become a powerful magical beast master, it's best to further your studies at school. There's a lot of knowledge there that you can't get outside. Speaking of studying, Zhang Yun was indeed tempted. After all, the pet shop would only train his practical abilities, but wouldn't teach him the theories of a magical beast master. Attending school could help him make up for his shortcomings. As for magical beasts, he really didn't want any. As for magical beasts, I've already contracted one, so I don't have the energy for another. Saying that, Zhang Yun began to summon his pet. A flash of firelight appeared, and the little fire frog landed on Zhang Yun's shoulder. Goo goo. This little guy was also gluttonous. As soon as he smelled the delicious boiled dragon meat, he immediately leaped toward the steaming pot. Zhang Yun reacted quickly, grabbing him in midair and pressing him down on the table. The little frog, tempted by the food, struggled and made pitiful sounds. Zhang Yun took a small dish, scooped up half a bowl of meat, and placed it in front of the little frog. Only then did it stop struggling and happily start eating the meat slices. This is your magical beast? So dumb, it even jumps into the pot by itself. Isn't it afraid of getting cooked? Kaiyan giggled, finally seizing the opportunity to mock Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun picked up his bowl and chopsticks again, smiling. This little frog is no ordinary creature. Even if you offered me a dragon beast pup in exchange, I wouldn't trade. Humph, stubborn as a dead duck. I think you should just trade for an intermediate magical beast. A mere fire frog won't even break 300 battle power by the time it dies. Zhang Yun smiled slightly, not wanting to explain further. After all, his cousin would find out in the future just how terrifying this little frog would become. The old man's gaze fell on the little frog, secretly worried. His grandson had such excellent talent in cultivation, but had only contracted a low-level magical beast pup. This was too wasteful of his talent. It was all his fault for being incapable and becoming useless, unable to help him with anything. But no matter what, he had to get his good grandson a high-level magical beast pup. Thinking this, his eyes grew increasingly determined. After a warm dinner, Zhang Yun made an excuse to go out, leaving his cousin alone at home to wash the dishes. He hailed a ride and headed straight for the Black Snake Trading Building. At this moment, a large crowd had gathered in front of the Black Snake Trading Building. These people were all shopkeepers and operators from near Zhang Yun's shop. Now, they all looked worried. They didn't know why the Black Snake gang had summoned them. Wondering what trouble was brewing. Do you know why the Fire Snake called us here? What else could it be? It's just extortion, one merchant said angrily. The Fire Snake is just a vampire raised by the Poison Snake gang. As long as it can't suck us dry, it will never be satisfied. This time it might not be certain. A merchant chuckled. Bro, do you have inside information? Spill it. Don't you know what happened this morning? What happened? This morning, the president of our street's business association was unhappy with the Poison Snake gang's sudden increase in insurance premiums and led several merchants to resist. It said that he angered the Fire Snake and was taken away by its subordinates. I guess the Fire Snake summoned us to set an example. You mean President Fong? He's a good person, but unfortunately too stubborn and offended the Fire Snake. These beasts should be skinned alive, but unfortunately, the authorities are doing nothing. Sigh. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let the Fire Snake hear you, or your whole family will be in danger. At this moment, a scar-faced thug with a white bandage on his head led a group of small-time hoodlums over. What are you all standing around for? Go into the trading building. The Fire Snake wants to speak to you. Yes, yes. Over 100 merchants lowered their heads obediently, following the thugs into the trading building. Inside the trading building, the first floor was brightly lit, with a large chandelier hanging from above. A thick iron chain dangled from the ceiling, holding a figure that was bloodied and tortured beyond recognition. Around the figure, a circle of people knelt, all with bruised faces, trembling in fear. Surrounding the hall were countless thugs, at a rough glance, numbering at least 500. These small-time hoodlums all had snake tattoos on their bodies, wielding machetes and steel pipes. Some even had firearms at their waists, exuding a murderous aura. Seeing this scene, the merchants turned pale and didn't dare to breathe. What are you standing around for? Go meet the Fire Snake. He wants to talk to you. Yes, yes. The merchants trembled as they followed the scar-faced thug to the huge round table at the front of the hall. Fire Snake, the merchants have all been brought here. Sitting at the main seat of the round table was the Fire Snake, whose figure appeared somewhat bloated, with a fierce expression on his face. He glanced at the many merchants and said in a hoarse voice, Today my brother had an accident. Let them kneel down and bow 3 times to my brother's spirit. As soon as he finished speaking, a blonde kid in a suit and tie brought a spirit tablet to the table. Did you hear what the Fire Snake said? Kneel down and bow, the scar-faced thug ordered. The merchants turned pale. The Fire Snake's family had lost a member. What did it have to do with them? Why should they kneel and bow? Don't want to kneel, huh? Fine, hang them all up. The scar-faced thug said coldly. Seeing the bloodied figure hanging in the center of the hall, the merchants were terrified. Thud. Over 100 merchants knelt down one after another, ashamed and furious, bowing 3 times to the deceased brother of the Fire Snake. The Fire Snake remained silent, allowing them to kneel. Beside him, a man in a white suit, with an air of nobility, nodded repeatedly in admiration. Not bad, Fire Snake. You can make hundreds of merchants kneel at a moment's notice. It seems you've been doing well these years. The speaker is named Yuqing. Originally, Fire Snake lived in the same neighborhood and was a childhood buddy. Later, Yuqing's family moved to Yanjing to rely on relatives, where he studied at the Illusion Beast Academy and joined the Zhang group in Yanjing after graduation, rising in status. Fire Snake, on the other hand, lost both parents in an accident and became an orphan with his younger brother early on. After struggling for nearly 10 years at the bottom, he joined the Poison Snake gang by chance and climbed to the position of one of the 4 hall masters through strength and ruthlessness. Now, their statuses are worlds apart, and they have drifted apart, but their bond remains. He downed a glass of white liquor and sighed. What's the point of doing well? My brother was still beaten to death. I, Fire Snake, lost my parents young and lived in poverty, relying on my brother. I rummaged through garbage bins and fought dogs for food. I once stole a small piece of bread and was chased by vendors for several streets, breaking a leg in the process. Now, I, Fire Snake, have achieved some success and don't want to fight and kill anymore. But damn it. Someone wants to provoke me, putting a knife to my heart. Brother, tell me, should I kill that person's entire family? Absolutely. A cold glint flashed in Yuqing's eyes as he raised his glass in a toast to him, saying, anyone who dares to harm my brother's brother deserves to die. Fire Snake, go ahead and kill. I haven't wasted my years at the Zhang group in Yanjing. I know quite a few people in the righteous circles. As long as I say a word, even if you kill your way through Jiangnan City, the authorities won't intervene. Yuqing's words had a hint of boasting, but it wasn't entirely unfounded. He held a significant position as the foreign affairs supervisor in the Zhang family and had the power to meet with mayors in various cities. He was also a level 6 illusion beastmaster. With such strength and background, as long as he didn't provoke the powerful clans, he could almost walk unchallenged. Good brother, cheers. Fire Snake poured a drink and clinked glasses with him, both downing it in one go. The current Zhang family in Yanjing had recently broken through to the level 10 beast general master, and according to national regulations, they could choose a location to build a city. The Zhang family chose a flat area about 100 kilometers outside Jiangnan City for this purpose, aiming to expand their influence southward and seize southern interests. Yuqing was one of the vanguards sent by the Zhang family. His main task was to recruit local powerful families to form a cooperative relationship with the Zhang family to build the city and share the profits. Yuqing immediately thought of Fire Snake. The Poison Snake gang, to which Fire Snake belonged, was a local power in Jiangnan City. If Yuqing could establish a strategic partnership through Fire Snake, it would be a win-win for both sides. Fire Snake understood Yuqing's intention and immediately patted his chest, promising to facilitate the alliance between the Poison Snake gang and the Zhang family. Just then, a subordinate hurried over and whispered something in Fire Snake's ear. Hearing this, Fire Snake's eyes slowly narrowed, emanating a strong killing intent. Fire Snake, what's wrong? Yuqing asked with a smile. That kid is here. Heh. What kind of character is so bold as to come in? Let him in so I can take a look. Fire Snake nodded and spoke to his subordinate in a low voice. Let that kid come in, and he'll die? Yes. The subordinate picked up his phone and said. Fire Snake said to let that kid in. Outside, Zhang Yun had just gotten out of a ride-hailing service when he was surrounded by dozens of small-time thugs. These thugs wielded machetes and steel pipes, looking ready to dismember Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun, with a shoulder bag and a small frog perched on his shoulder, appeared calm, though a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Fire Snake said to let this kid in. One of the thugs coldly stated, Did you hear? Get inside. Dare to kill Brother Adu? Tonight, you can wait to see your whole family die. One of the thugs cursed, pulling out a handgun and pressing it against the back of Zhang Yun's head. This is the first time in my life someone has pointed a gun at my head. You're brave, but your life is forfeit. Zhang Yun replied nonchalantly as he stepped toward the door. You're about to die and still act tough. Before the thug could finish, a strange sound cut through the air. Whoosh. Uft. The thug who had pressed the gun against Zhang Yun's head suddenly had a blood hole appear in his forehead, his eyes wide open as he slumped down. The surrounding thugs, who had previously been filled with murderous intent, were now shocked and quickly stepped back from Zhang Yun, looking alarmed. Is there anyone else with a gun? Come on, try pointing it at my head. Zhang Yun casually tossed out the challenge and walked straight toward the door. Some thugs gritted their teeth, hands hovering at their waists, struggling but ultimately too afraid to draw their weapons. Chapter 44. Your mouth is really filthy. As soon as Zhang Yun stepped into the hall, he was met by a sea of thugs and delinquents closing in on him. Among the crowd, one thug roared violently. That kid is Zhang Yun, the owner of the awesome pet store. He's the one who killed Brother Adu. Damn, he's really bold, daring to come alone. What nonsense, kill him. Looking at the mass of scum before him, Zhang Yun felt no fear. Instead, he laughed. So many people, are we filming a gangster movie? He laughed as he calmly walked forward, treating the crowd of thugs as if they were air. However, the thugs surrounded him tightly, making it impossible for him to move. What is going on? You want to let me pass? Then I'll just turn around and leave, Zhang Yun said with a faint smile. You bastard. An impulsive thug raised a watermelon knife and swung it at Zhang Yun's back. Get lost, Zhang Yun shouted in a low voice, unleashing an invisible mental force. Bang. Uft. The long-haired thug spewed blood as he was knocked back like a cannonball, crashing into a group of thugs behind him. Damn it, this kid dares to fight back. Brothers, grab your weapons and kill him. Fire your guns, quick. The thugs didn't expect Zhang Yun, surrounded by hundreds of people, would still dare to fight back. They were furious and pulled out guns and other weapons, aiming at his head. Just then, a low voice from Fire Snake rang out. Get the hell out of the way, let that kid through. Hearing their boss's command, the thugs quickly moved aside, creating a path for Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun followed the path with his gaze toward the front. At the large round table ahead, Fire Snake, with a fierce expression, was coldly staring at him. The two locked eyes, and an invisible spark collided in the air. Zhang Yun's lips curled into a slight smile as he walked toward Fire Snake with a calm demeanor. At this moment, many merchants had retreated to the side, all focusing their attention on Zhang Yun. "It's that kid." A merchant recognized Zhang Yun. "Oldly, do you know that kid?" Another merchant asked. "Of course. That kid opened a pet store in the corner of the alley. It's said to be a black shop with a terrible reputation, often having paint thrown at its door. It's said he's a coward. When the Poison Snake Gang came to collect protection fees, he didn't even dare to complain and had to serve tea and water. Is that true? That kid looks confident, not like a coward. Even surrounded by hundreds of thugs. Regardless of whether he's a coward or not, he's dead tonight. Look at the mark on his forehead, an orange mark. A level 2 Illusion Beastmaster. Fire Snake is a level 4 Illusion Beastmaster and has over a dozen level 2 and 3 Illusion Beastmasters under him. No matter how strong he is, he'll lose his life today. Whether he lives or dies doesn't matter to us. Just don't get us involved." The merchants watched from the sidelines, unconcerned. At this moment, Yu Qing, sitting beside Fire Snake, wore a playful smile. "It's that kid. Brother you know him?" Fire Snake asked, turning his head. Yu Qing nodded, saying, "That kid is Zhang Yun. I don't think I've mistaken him. He has blood ties to the Zhang family in Yinjing." "What?" Fire Snake's expression changed drastically, looking tense. If Zhang Yun really has connections with the Yinjing Zhang family, then even if she had 10 lives, he wouldn't dare to seek revenge for his brother. In fact, he would have to serve tea and apologize to Zhang Yun, begging for mercy. Fortunately, Yu Qing added, that kid has long been kicked out by the Yinjing Zhang family because he couldn't awaken as a beast master. As a result, he was stepped on the ground by the third young master of the Zhang family and ordered to roll out of Yinjing immediately. That kid is really timid. He was so scared that he almost wet his pants and became a laughingstock in Yinjing, losing all face for his dead father. "Is that kid that cowardly? Can I make a move?" She asked tentatively. "Go ahead." Yu Qing smirked and said, "Anyway, the Zhang family never pays attention to useless people. They discard them like old shoes." "Great." With his friend's confirming answer, Huishi slowly stood up from his seat, the primal energy mark on his forehead shining brightly, exuding an intense malevolent aura. At this moment, Zhang Yun had already walked to the center of the hall and glanced at the hanging blood man. Seeing that the facial features of this blood man looked somewhat familiar, Zhang Yun couldn't help but take a few more glances and recognized him from memory. Feng Yuan, the president of the Chamber of Commerce in the block where Zhang Yun's pet shop is located, is a level 3 beast master. He is a righteous person who often helps merchants solve problems and even dares to confront the Poison Snake Gang, enjoying a high reputation locally. He has a happy family with 3 children, the oldest of whom seems to be in the first year of middle school. A few months ago, his youngest daughter even visited Zhang Yun's shop to entrust her beloved moon rabbit beast to Zhang Yun's predecessor for cultivation. As a result, it almost died under the predecessor's care. The little girl cried her eyes out, but fortunately, Feng Yuan did not hold Zhang Yun's predecessor responsible. Otherwise, the predecessor's shop wouldn't have been able to continue operating. Logically speaking, a level 3 beast master should not be targeted by the Poison Snake Gang as long as he behaves himself. Zhang Yun speculated that it must be because the Poison Snake Gang raised the protection fee today and President Feng Yuan couldn't stand it. So he stood up with other merchants to resist. That's why he angered the Poison Snake Gang and got beaten up. Zhang Yun slightly moved his mental energy, and with a clang, the iron chain hanging Feng Yuan broke. Feng Yuan's bloody body fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of congealed blood, his breath extremely weak. Zhang Yun didn't look at him anymore and walked straight to the round table, where she had already stood up, his somewhat bulky frame towering at a terrifying height of 220 centimeters, resembling a giant beast, coldly staring at Zhang Yun with an oppressive aura. "Are you the one who killed my brother?" Zhang Yun neither denied nor admitted it. He calmly took off the backpack from his back and casually threw it on the wine table. In an unquestionable tone, he said, "Debts must be repaid. The Poison Snake Gang owes me 20 million in investment. Please settle it." He reminded, "I want large denominations, otherwise this backpack won't fit. Once the money is in place, I will leave immediately. If the money isn't in place, blood will flow like a river here. Impudent. You're looking for death." The many beast masters sitting at the round table stood up in unison, glaring at Zhang Yun with murderous intent. Over 100 merchants gasped in shock, thinking, "Is this kid mad? A mere level 2 beast master. How dare he speak so boldly? If he wants to die, does he need to be so arrogant?" Uffed. Yu Qing, who was tasting wine, directly spat out the wine in his mouth and laughed heartily. "Zhang Yun, you really are acting like a fool. You can't be trying to scare the common people with the name of the Yinjing Zhang family, right? I know all about your background. Zhang Yun looked at him and asked, "What do you know about me and the Yinjing Zhang family?" Yu Qing arrogantly laughed, not even looking at Zhang Yun, pouring himself more wine, and said, "You're just a discarded child of the Yinjing Zhang family, soon to become a corpse, and you have no right to ask my name." "Oh." Zhang Yun nodded and said, "Your mouth is really foul. If you knock all your teeth out, I might let you go." Upon hearing this, Yu Qing's face immediately turned cold. Chapter 45, Scared to wet his pants. "Humph, a dog can't spit out ivory." Yu Qing coldly snorted and crushed the wine bottle in his hand. She saw that Zhang Yun was ignoring him, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He looked at the many small thugs in the hall and shouted in a low voice, "What are you all dawdling for? Cut off this kid's limbs for me. I want to make him a human pillar and keep his dog life to see how I will butcher his family one by one. Yes, Brother Hua, go. Kill that kid. Kill." Over 200 small thugs wielding knives and other weapons shouted and charged at Zhang Yun. The merchants were scared and shrieked as they shrank back against the walls. An invisible force was brewing around him. Boom. With a sound resembling muffled thunder. Invisible ripples radiated from him in a fan shape, shaking like a tide. Bang bang bang. Uft. Crack. The more than 200 charging thugs were instantly blown away by an invisible immense force, scattering in all directions and crashing into the furnishings in the hall. What kind of beastmaster skill is this? This kid is not simple. The many beast masters at the table changed their expressions, looking serious. Yu Qing noticed this and slowly narrowed his eyes, saying in a low voice, "It's a high-level mental skill. It's been a year. And this kid has really changed a lot." As he spoke, over 100 small thugs had already pulled out firearms and aimed them at Zhang Yun. "Fire! Shoot at that kid's legs. Make sure not to kill him. Brother Hua wants him alive." A scar-faced man shouted. "You're the one talking too much." Zhang Yun glanced at him, and before the scar-faced man could react, a terrifying force pressed down on him. Bang! His body exploded like a watermelon. Blood and limbs splattering everywhere. One glare killed one person. This is definitely not the power of an ordinary level 2 beast master. The thugs panicked, frantically pulling the triggers. Tat tat tat. Various firearms spat fire, shooting countless bullets at Zhang Yun. They even forgot to leave Zhang Yun a way out, aiming many shots at his vital points. The merchants felt as if they were in a nightmare, screaming and covering their ears, curling up on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. Although beast masters possess powers far beyond ordinary humans and have strong physiques, they have not reached high levels, so their bodies are still not invulnerable to blades and guns. Firearms, being lethal weapons, still pose significant harm to mid- and low-level beast masters and even to beasts. Facing the barrage of over 100 guns, if one cannot dodge, not to mention a level 2 beast master, even a level 4 or 5 beast master would meet their end. However, although Zhang Yun is only at level 2, he shows no fear in the face of this hail of bullets. The reason is simple. He is powerful. Just these toy guns? He let out a low shout, and his mental wave instantly spread out. Wherever it passed, the bullets shooting towards him seemed to get stuck in cement, freezing in midair. This strange scene left the thugs, who were desperately pulling the triggers, dumbfounded. They had seen impressive beast masters before, but they had never seen one this impressive. Is this kid human or superhuman? How can he be so powerful? Swish, swish, swish. Countless small thugs were pierced by bullets, screaming as they fell, blood spraying everywhere, turning the lavish hotel lobby into a bloody scene. She was shocked. He was frightened by Zhang Yun's incredible skill. Unknowingly, his back was already soaked with cold sweat. He finally understood why this seemingly inexperienced young man dared to come here to provoke them alone. He truly has the strength. But so what? He, along with his elite subordinates, has more than 10 beast masters above level 2. Moreover, there is Yu Qing, who is as high as level 6, sitting nearby. Yu Qing has 2 level 6 high-level beasts and 1 level 6 peak intermediate beast under his control. He didn't believe that this young man could sweep them all away. What are you waiting for? Summon the phantom beasts and kill this kid. With a command from the fire snake. The many phantom beast masters and their followers did not hesitate and summoned their strongest phantom beasts. These phantom beast masters were generally around level 23 and could only summon one phantom beast to fight at a time. However, even though they could only summon one, due to their numbers, they managed to summon over 10 phantom beasts at once. Roar, howl, gasp. In an instant, Zhang Yun was surrounded by a group of giant beasts. Caught in a heavy encirclement, Zhang Yun glanced around. What a bunch of mismatched beasts. Black lion beast, low-level phantom beast, 3rd tier. Wind deer, low-level phantom beast. Upper 2nd tier. Steel crocodile, low-level phantom beast, upper 3rd tier. Dark bat, low-level phantom beast, upper 2nd tier. With dozens of phantom beasts, they couldn't even find one mid-level phantom beast. It seemed that those willing to be the Black Gang's lackeys were living poorly. This was also logical. Any slightly stronger Phantom Beastmaster would team up with others to hunt wild Phantom Beasts in the wild, earning more than collecting protection fees. Only the utterly useless would follow the gang and oppress the common people. Zhang Yun certainly wouldn't show mercy to such scum. He turned his head and smiled at the little toad on his shoulder, saying, "Toad-ji, leave these useless ones to you. Eat them along with their beasts. Consider it a late-night snack I'm feeding you." Gurgle. The little toad obediently croaked twice and leaped high from Zhang Yun's shoulder. The many Black Snake Gang Phantom Beastmasters saw Zhang Yun actually send out a blazing toad, and all sneered in disdain. However, their smiles lasted only a moment before they completely changed from disdainful mockery to shock, and then to terror. The reason was simple, because in the moment the little toad leaped into the air, its body violently swelled like a balloon. By the time it landed, it had transformed into a supergiant insect over 20 meters long. Boom. Its massive body crashed down like a small mountain, shaking the entire Black Snake commercial building. A terrifying pressure instantly spread out. Everyone present, all Phantom Beasts, were enveloped in fear, trembling, and unable to stand. The proud Yuqing was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he couldn't even hold the small wine glass, which fell directly onto the table, spilling wine all over his lap. In a panic, he fumbled in his bag for a testing instrument, putting it on his right eye. He looked at the massive toad beast. Beep beep. A series of data beyond his comprehension appeared. Blazing toad, fire system, dark system, growth phase. Race level, low level. Biological level. Combat power assessment, 1550. Skills, numerous. Comprehensive evaluation, fatal, nightmare, ultra king beast potential. What the hell is this monster? Yuqing screamed in terror, pulling out a shimmering dagger from his waist and stabbing it towards Fire Snake's waist without hesitation. Chapter 46. Despicable Scoundrel. Ah, Yuqing, why did you stab me? Fire Snake clutched his waist, staring incredulously at his childhood friend. Don't blame me, brother. You can only blame yourself for offending the wrong person. Go accompany your brother well. I will take care of your wife and children. Yuqing grinned, twisting the dagger in his hand. In an instant, all the organs in Fire Snake's waist were shredded. Did you not just say he could move? If you can't move, you should have said so earlier. Fire Snake spat out a mouthful of blood, his fat body crashing down. The sudden turn of events left everyone present dumbfounded. Brother Fire Snake. Mr. Yu, why did you ambush Brother Fire Snake? Why? Several loyal subordinates of Fire Snake shouted angrily at Yuqing. Yuqing coldly glanced at them, stating with righteous indignation, "Young Master Zhang is a side heir of the Zhang family in Yanjing, and you wasteful people dare to openly attempt to kill him. I, Yuqing, am wholeheartedly loyal to the Zhang family. How could I stand by and do nothing? Today, I must help young Master Zhang eliminate all of you social scum." Saying this, Yuqing looked at Zhang Yun and immediately bowed to him, grinning. "Young Master Zhang, don't move. Let me take care of these small fry to avoid dirtying your hands. Hee. Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun was left speechless by this shameless person. The members of the Poison Snake Gang were also stunned by this shameless talk. Just now, you were acting so high and mighty, saying that Zhang Yun was just a kid without a background and could be killed easily. How come in the blink of an eye, you turn traitor? Turning against someone faster than flipping a book? Isn't this just digging a grave for yourself? Damn it, Yuqing is a traitor. Brothers, kill him. Kill him." Several of Fire Snake's loyal Phantom Beastmasters, seeing this, were furious and immediately commanded their Phantom Beasts to attack Yuqing. Don't be impulsive. Yuqing is a level 6 Phantom Beastmaster. We are not his opponents. Let us surrender. Many Phantom Beastmasters, fearful of Yuqing, spoke up to yield. Yuqing sneered and shouted, "You rabble dare to resist. I will exterminate you for young Master Zhang. Come out, Phantom Wolf." With Yuqing's command, a low howl echoed throughout the hall. In the next moment, amidst the rolling dark winds, a strange giant wolf wrapped in black mist suddenly charged out from the teleportation array. The Phantom Wolf belonged to high-level Phantom Beasts, around level 6. And although still in the growth phase, it already had a body length of nearly 10 meters, exuding an immense sense of pressure. Facing a group of incoming level 2 and 3 Phantom Beasts, its eyes glowed with an eerie green light, and its several foot-long sharp claws struck out. A series of black claw shadows shot out immediately. Boom. The large round table was instantly shattered under its claw strikes. The low-level Phantom Beasts pouncing towards Yuqing were also easily torn apart like tofu under these black claw shadows. Such a terrifying Phantom Wolf. High-level Phantom Beasts are something we can't fight against. Hurry and surrender. Those loyal subordinates finally realized the danger, clutching their heads in pain, wanting to kneel and beg for mercy. However, Yuqing was ruthless. With a glance, the Phantom Wolf instantly understood its master's intent and pounced fiercely. Swish. Black claw shadows swept across, and one by one, the Phantom Beast Masters of the Poison Snake Gang were torn to pieces, regardless of whether they surrendered or not. The little toad had wanted to perform well in front of its master, but with the sudden appearance of this wolf killing and grabbing its prey, it could hardly contain its limited emotions. It tilted its head, trying to determine the identity of this phantom wolf. Is it an enemy, a friend, or food? Unable to decide, it turned to its master, seeking his opinion on whether to eat the phantom wolf. Zhang Yun pursed his lips, his brows tightly furrowed. Yu Qing's earlier attitude had made Zhang Yun want to kill him. However, upon second thought, he felt it wasn't necessary to kill this guy. The reason was simple. Zhang Yun currently had strength, but lacked a supporting background. If he went on a killing spree here, it would undoubtedly attract the official forces to investigate him. Although he wasn't afraid of the authorities, trouble was always inevitable. Simply put, it was still possible to use this guy as a tool, and there was no need to wipe him out completely. So, he shook his head at Toad G. Seeing this, Toad G felt quite disappointed. Now its appetite had grown, and low-level phantom beasts could no longer satisfy it. Although the level 6 phantom wolf was weak, it could still be a good snack. However, seeing that its master didn't allow it to eat the phantom wolf, it could only give up, like nibbling on snacks. It began to consume the corpses of these phantom beasts one by one. It is quite a good phantom beast that does not waste corpses. Even the bodies of the poisonous snake gang as phantom beast masters are not spared, one by one being drawn over and swallowed. When Yu Qing saw this scene, his scalp went numb, and he obediently stood in place, constantly grinning at Zhang Yun. The back of his clothes had long been soaked with sweat. The combat power of the little toad exceeded 1,500 points, already reaching the combat power standard of a level 9 phantom beast. If it were to attack Yu Qing, with Yu Qing's 5,600 combat power, he would surely be killed instantly. Therefore, he was truly scared, and his bladder was almost unable to hold it. Fortunately, he decisively sold out the fire snake. It turned out right. Zhang Yun had no intention of targeting him. At this moment, the ghost wolf had gone berserk. After killing all the phantom beast masters, it actually turned around and charged at the ordinary members of the poisonous snake gang. The members of the poisonous snake gang were terrified. They had just charged at Zhang Yun, and all were injured by his mental waves, with very few able to stand upright, only able to crawl desperately towards the exit. However, the ghost wolf was extremely cunning and ferocious, directly leaping to the entrance and blocking the escape route. Then, it began its brutal massacre. Help! Woo! I don't want to die, please spare me. Woo! I will never be a thug again, please let me go. The members of the poisonous snake gang fell into despair, kneeling and begging Zhang Yun, crying loudly. However, Zhang Yun turned his back, ignoring them. Now that they were being reckoned with, they only knew fear. It was too late. The little toad, seeing that these two-legged beasts looked extremely delicious, also hopped over and began its buffet. One thug after another, social scum, all were swallowed by it, chewed a bit, and it tasted really good. This terrifying scene scared the merchants so much that they nearly wet themselves. Over 100 people huddled in the corner, fainting from fear. At this moment, seeing that Zhang Yun really had no intention of dealing with him, Yu Qing mustered up his courage, walked up to Zhang Yun, and deeply bowed. I, Yu Qing, am currently working in the Foreign Affairs Department of the Zhang Group, serving Miss Zhang Yiting, and I have met young Master Zhang. Zhang Yun looked at him with a half-smile and said, I just heard someone say that I am useless? Ah, which bastard said that? Young Master Zhang, tell me. I will beat him to death. Yu Qing looked around, appearing outraged. Zhang Yun raised his hand and pointed at Yu Qing. Was that me saying it? Then I should hit myself. Yu Qing was also a tough guy, raising his hand to slap himself twice. He really used force, even knocking out one of his molars. And his mouth was instantly bleeding. Yet, he could still smile naturally and say, Hee, young Master Zhang, are you satisfied now? Quite satisfied. For such a shameless person. Zhang Yun was too lazy to hold it against him, casually saying, You'll handle the cleanup here later. Yu Qing patted his chest and said, Young Master Zhang, if you have something, feel free to go first. The cleanup work is just rough work. Let me handle it. Chapter 47 Zhang Yiting. You are quite good. Zhang Yun nodded in approval, pointing to the merchants in the corner who were scared to death, saying, Those people are innocent. Don't let your dogs bite them. Young Master Zhang, please rest assured, I know how to handle it, hee. Very good. Zhang Yun no longer paid attention to this guy and walked straight to the table, picking up the bag on the floor. He sensed it and immediately found the direction of the finance room in the commercial building. Then, he walked towards that direction on his own. Moments later, when he walked out of the finance room again, in the large commercial hall, apart from Yu Qing and his little toad, there were no other figures in sight. Yu Qing hurried over and reported, Young Master Zhang, the scum of the poisonous snake gang has been completely eradicated, and they have all been eaten by your pet. Shortly, a cleanup team will come over to clean up the traces here, ensuring that the authorities won't find any evidence. I wonder if you are satisfied? This guy, although despicable and shameless, still has a good level of work. No wonder he was sent by the Zhang family as a vanguard to explore the south. Zhang Yun put away the little toad that had eaten its fill and praised. You handle things quite efficiently. I am very satisfied. Hee. Thank you for the compliment. Young Master Zhang. Yu Qing held out a business card with both hands and handed it to Zhang Yun, saying, Young Master Zhang, this is my business card. Please accept it. In the future, if you have similar jobs, you can call me. And I will definitely arrive at the first opportunity to help young Master Zhang solve troubles. Good. Zhang Yun casually took it and tucked the business card into his pocket. This guy, although despicable and shameless, is indeed a useful tool, so keeping in touch is not a bad thing. Yu Qing continued, Young Master Zhang, do you intend to deal with the leader of the poisonous snake gang? If so, I can contact Supervisor Qin to help young Master Zhang out. The poisonous snake gang has considerable power locally and is not easy to deal with. Supervisor Qin is the second in command under Miss Zhang, holding considerable power. And if he is willing to help you, the poisonous snake gang will be wiped out. Miss Zhang refers to the second daughter of the current head of the Zhang family, Zhang Yun. Although she is just over 20, she is already a level 9 Phantom Beast Master, and even in talent-rich Yanjing, she is considered a top-tier genius. As one of the heirs of the Zhang group in Yanjing, she wields significant power and status, even comparable to the mayors of general cities. Besides, she is also one of the 4 beauties of Yanjing. In Yanjing, countless young talents compete to be her dog, although Zhang Yun also carries the Zhang family bloodline. He is merely a peripheral branch of the Zhang family, and his status is worlds apart from that of Zhang Yiting. If Zhang Yun's predecessor had the chance to interact with Zhang Yiting, he would probably have bowed down like a sycophant. But the current Zhang Yun is no longer that useless person. He has completely lost interest in the Zhang family, and is even too lazy to have any connection with them, let alone fawn over some second young lady. He knows well that wealthy families are cold-hearted and ungrateful. Associating with noble families is nothing more than being used as a tool. Why be a dog when one can be a good person? Isn't that pure insanity? Zhang Yun directly shook his head and said, No need. As long as the poisonous snake gang doesn't come looking for trouble with me. I'm too lazy to eradicate them completely. However, you can warn the leader of the poisonous snake gang for me. If they dare to retaliate against me, let them prepare for annihilation. Yes, young Master Zhang, I will definitely warn Black Snake for you. If Black Snake does not know how to appreciate kindness, without you needing to take action, I will definitely let Supervisor Qin step in to teach him a lesson, so he knows how formidable our Zhang family is. Zhang Yun was too lazy to say more to this guy, slinging the bag over his shoulder and heading towards the door. Yu Qing watched Zhang Yun's back disappear at the entrance, breathing a huge sigh of relief. Then, he collapsed on the ground like a deflated balloon. His mouth trembled, and he muttered to himself in a trembling voice, That was close. Luckily, I reacted quickly and sold out the fire snake. Otherwise, I would have really been done for tonight. I never expected that the useless side branch of the Zhang family would possess such a terrifying phantom beast. The blazing toad with super king beast potential, if it grows up in the vast Xia country, there might not be a phantom beast that can match it. Amazing. Truly amazing. Gulp. Yu Qing swallowed hard, steadying his emotions before he trembledly took out his phone and dialed Supervisor Qin's number. After a few beeps, a dignified voice came from the other end. What's the matter? Speak. Supervisor Qin, I have something important to report. It's about Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun who? The one who was stepped on by the third young master at the Group S entrance last year and scared his pants off. You were there at the time? And were instructed by the second young lady to go help that guy. I have some impression. What's up? Young Master Zhang is quite impressive now. He has a blazing toad with 1,500 combat power. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. A few seconds later, a stern voice came again. Are you sure your mental state is normal right now? Chief Qin, I wouldn't dare to deceive anyone, especially you. The battle power of that flame frog has truly reached 1,500. I have tested it several times with the latest testing device. I guarantee its accuracy. The voice on the other end fell silent again. After a few seconds, it spoke again. I am currently at the mayor's office in Jiangnan City. It's inconvenient to discuss details. Meet me at the hotel later. Yes, Chief Qin. Yu Qing hung up the phone, feeling extremely elated. He felt that he was about to achieve great merit this time. Discovering such a super talent for the second young lady, he would at least be promoted 3 levels. Right? Thinking of this, he chuckled to himself. At this moment, he threw himself against the seat back of the car, his face full of fatigue. Today, he had undergone trials all day and fought against humanoid monsters at night. He was truly exhausted. Just then, the car suddenly swerved to avoid a speeding vehicle ahead. The driver cursed, cutting in line to overtake. You bastard. Why don't you just crash into me head on? So what if it's a luxury car? I bought $6 million in insurance for my car. I'm not afraid of you. Zhang raised his eyelids to glance at the rearview mirror. A Bentley luxury car was speeding in the opposite direction. A thought arose in his mind. It was time to consider buying a vehicle for commuting. Previously, He had searched through the financial office in the Black Snake Trading Building and found over 20 million in cash. Cash couldn't be converted into points. Keeping it was useless. And it was just right to use it to buy everyday items like a car. By the way, he thought he might also buy some precious supplements for his grandfather. After all, his luck wasn't great. He had mixed in the dimensional collection for several days and hadn't found any suitable spiritual herbs for his grandfather. At this moment, in the departing Bentley car, a beautiful blue-haired girl was holding the steering wheel with one hand and chatting on the phone with her younger siblings with the other. Hey, Xiaoqing, why did you call? I'm driving, heading to Master Hua's place. Oh, you're talking about the phantom beasts? Dad persuaded Master Hua, and he is willing to help me treat the injuries of 2 phantom beasts. I'm taking them to him now. Oh, it seems Dad gives you too much pocket money. There aren't enough scammers around. You want to show me a super phantom beast cub? Can it scare me? Haha, what phantom beast cub hasn't sister seen before? Alright, stop messing around. I need to concentrate on driving. I almost had an accident just now. The blue-haired girl hung up the phone, stepped on the gas, and the luxury car shot out like an arrow. At this moment, in the Zhou family's mansion, in the brightly lit indoor training ground, Zhou Xiaoqing frowned and hung up the phone. Brother, what did sister say? Zhou Xiaoling, holding a water arrow turtle, asked eagerly. Sister took the injured phantom beasts to Master Hua for treatment. Ah, why is sister so foolish? Clearly, we are very smart. Zhou Xiaoling said anxiously. It's fine. Sister said she would only send 2. Her main pets are 3, so she can just take one to the boss for treatment. If the boss can help her train her phantom beasts as well, then sister's phantom beasts will definitely become extraordinary, defeating all opponents and gaining the opportunity to get into a good university. I'm just afraid sister won't believe us. After all, she usually seems a bit dim-witted. She will believe it. Zhou Xiaoqing patted the water arrow turtle in Zhou Xiaoling's arms and smiled. With this water arrow turtle here, it would be hard for her not to believe. Brothers, remember to give a 5-star review. There will be updates later. Chapter 48, Zhou Yinyan. The next day, a ray of soft sunlight shone into the windows, and Zhang Yun suddenly woke up. Oh no, I've overslept. Zhang Yun got up, grabbed his phone on the bedside, and saw it was 9 o'clock. Damn, I must have been too tired yesterday to sleep until 9 o'clock. I need to hurry and make breakfast for my grandfather. Zhang Yun didn't even check the several missed calls and quickly got dressed and opened the door. As soon as he entered the living room, he saw fried dough sticks and soybean milk on the dining table. Besides breakfast, there was also a large black egg, resembling an ostrich egg, slowly emitting black gas. Is that a phantom beast egg? Zhang Yun was surprised, walking over to the table to examine the phantom beast egg. At that moment, he noticed a note on the table. He picked it up and saw it was his grandfather's handwriting. Ah Yun, the phantom beast egg on the table was given to you by an old friend of mine. You are already a level 2 phantom beast master and can contract a second phantom beast now. You can take that phantom beast egg to hatch and contract it. I went to the park to hang out with some old ladies. Remember to eat the breakfast on the table and don't starve. After reading the note, Zhang Yun felt a warmth in his heart. His grandfather was truly good to him. Even though he had clearly stated that he didn't want any phantom beasts, he still got him one. A smile crept onto Zhang Yun's face as he put down the note and used the identification technique on the phantom beast egg. Ghost cat, dark type, unhatched. Species level, high. Potential, comprehension, high. Description, this is a very low-level ghost cat egg, but with 6-star potential and high comprehension. It is destined to be extraordinary and is a phantom beast worth acquiring. Zhang Yun's eyes widened in shock after reading the data. Wow, it has 6-star potential. And with high comprehension, isn't this potential even stronger than the little frog? Much stronger. After all, its species level is high, which is 2 levels higher than the little frog's species level. With good cultivation, there is a chance to reach the level of a divine beast in the future. Divine beast? Hiss. Zhang Yun couldn't help but gasp. In his mind, the images of the extraordinary phantom beasts he encountered in the trial space flashed by. Those extraordinary phantom beasts simply grew naturally to maturity, possessing earth-shattering power. Just casually using a skill could pierce the sky and tear the earth apart. With an indescribable terrifying might, Zhang Yun had originally thought that obtaining a super phantom beast cub of that level would take several years, but unexpectedly, his grandfather had brought him one so quickly. What a good grandfather. He truly has the Midas touch. His luck is extraordinary. However, thinking about the fact that this was a high-level phantom beast egg, Zhang Yun couldn't help but furrow his brow again. The worst high-level phantom beast eggs are priced above 50 million. If it's a dragon-type phantom beast, the price could easily exceed 100 million. High-level phantom beast eggs are not only expensive, but also very hard to buy. This world belongs to a high martial arts world, where there is no shortage of wealthy people. As soon as high-level phantom beast eggs appear, they are immediately snatched up by wealthy families or even the official government. It is no longer something that can be bought just by selling a house. Zhang Yun speculated that his grandfather must have paid a huge price to obtain this egg. He didn't want to ask how much it cost, but even if the sky were to fall, he would bear it for his grandfather. Zhang Yun was no longer the useless person he once was. He could now shoulder some responsibilities. A gift from an elder cannot be refused. Zhang Yun directly accepted the ghost cat egg. He was about to hatch and contract it when the system reminded him, "Don't rush to hatch and contract it yet." After the shop is upgraded to level 2, the enhancement platform will be unlocked. The enhancement platform has a certain probability of enhancing the Phantom Beast's potential, and even allowing the Phantom Beast to mutate. The lower the Phantom Beast's level, the better the effect. When you upgrade the shop to level 2, just put this Phantom Beast egg on the enhancement platform, and its star rating might increase further. Such good news? Then I'll wait for the shop to upgrade to level 2 before hatching. Zhang Yun happily put away the ghost cat egg, afraid it would fly away. Hurry up and eat. After eating, go to work. You are not allowed to delay opening the shop anymore. Otherwise, there will be heavy penalties. TCH, who told you not to wake me up? This system is not an alarm clock. I think you have that function. Zhang Yun sat down and began to eat voraciously. It's so late and the door isn't open. You don't answer calls either. The owner of this little broken shop without a training ground is more arrogant than Master Hua. How infuriating. At the entrance of the impressive pet store, Zhou Yanyan was dressed in a shirt and denim jeans, leaning against the door while dialing the phone number posted on it again. That damn guy. She gritted her teeth in frustration and put down her phone, feeling an impulse to turn and leave. However, thinking of the Blastoise her younger siblings showed her last night, she held back. That Blastoise was truly powerful, possessing the combat strength of a quasi-4th-tier beast despite being only 1st tier. Moreover, it had 2 advanced skills. To know, the 3 high-tier beasts she currently had contracts with were already at levels 6 and 7, averaging only 2 advanced skills each. Yet, this tiny 1st-tier Blastoise had 2 advanced skills, which was indeed extraordinary. According to her siblings, the Blastoise had been ordinary when first bought, but after being nurtured by the pet shop owner, it gained such terrifying potential. Furthermore, her siblings mentioned that the shop owner could heal her injured beasts in just 1 day. Zhou Yanyan did not believe this. After all, even Master Hua could only guarantee a 60 recovery of her 2 injured beasts within 2 days. How could a mere small shop owner manage that? As for nurturing an ordinary Blastoise to have the potential of a king beast, even a master-level beast tamer would find it difficult to achieve. What could this small shop owner do? Zhou Yanyan speculated that the reason the Blastoise was so formidable was likely due to mutation, and it had little to do with the shop owner's nurturing. There were indeed many cases of low-tier beasts having king beast potential. She had encountered one before. It was during her 3rd year of junior high. A male classmate of hers had bought a mid-tier beast with king beast potential, which shocked the entire academy. The principal even personally intervened to recommend that classmate for admission to an elite high school, offering scholarships and other generous conditions. In the end, that classmate was still poached by a top university in the provincial capital, which left the principal devastated, often criticizing that student in public speeches at the academy. However, despite her disbelief, Zhou Yanyan decided to take a chance. After all, trying wouldn't cost her anything. However, after waiting for more than an hour, all her patience had worn thin. She really didn't want to wait any longer. Just as she was about to leave, she saw a handsome young boy striding towards her from the alley. This guy is so handsome. Zhou Yanyan silently praised him as she brushed past him and walked straight towards the alley. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a door lock turning behind her. What is going on? Is that guy opening the pet shop door? He must be a helper at this pet shop, right? Zhou Yanyan turned around and politely asked him, "Hello, when will your shop owner arrive?" The young boy turned to look at her, puzzled, and said, "I am the shop owner. What service do you need?" You are the shop owner?" Zhou Yanyan was stunned. This guy looked younger than her. How could he possibly be a beast taming master? She felt foolish for believing the words of 2 little kids and wasting more than an hour. Zhang Yun glanced at her hair color and guessed something, asking, "You are Zhou Xiaoqing's sister, right?" "Yes," Zhou Yanyan nodded. "Zhou Xiaoqing told me about you. Let's talk inside the shop." Without waiting for Zhou Yanyan to respond, Zhang Yun turned and walked into the shop, his tone and attitude extremely cold. Zhou Yanyan frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately decided to follow him inside. After all, this guy was super handsome. Chatting with him was fine. Can I give a 5-star review? This will greatly impact the performance of this book, so please lend a kind hand. Chapter 49. Supervisor Qin wants to see you. Zhou Yanyan curiously examined the shop's interior. There were no chairs, tables, water dispensers, or refrigerators. Apart from the counter and shelves, there were no other furnishings. The place looked very much like a shop on the verge of closing down. Zhou Yanyan wondered if the shop owner would suddenly abscond with the beasts her younger siblings had entrusted to him and disappear. After all, the value of those 2 little guys' beasts added up to nearly 200 million. She couldn't help but keep a little caution in mind, planning to send someone to secretly monitor the young owner's movements after leaving. If she found out he was running away with the beasts, she would make him pay. Zhou Yinyan then turned her gaze to the shelves. The shelves were filled with various products, including monster materials and beast food, with a wide variety that resembled a proper store. However, as her eyes scanned the price tags, she immediately felt that the shop was not legitimate. 1,000,000. What kind of black market pricing is this? It's all several thousand for dog food. Even Master, who was 3-star pet shop, wouldn't dare sell it this expensively. Unable to hold back, she exclaimed, "Boss, did you forget to place a comma on the price tags on your shelves?" Zhang Yun was dusting the counter with a feather duster and replied in a low voice, "The commas are all there. It's the zeros that are missing a few." Thinking about the products made his heart ache slightly, causing a twinge in his chest. Zhou Yinyan's lips twitched, and she didn't say anything further. After all, it was his shop. How much he wanted to sell was his business. Seeing that Zhou Yinyan didn't mention any beasts, Zhang Yun took the initiative to ask, "I heard from your brother that you want to treat your beast's injuries?" "Yes." Zhou Yinyan walked to the counter and extended her delicate hand towards Zhang Yun. Introducing herself, "My name is Zhou Yinyan, a senior student at Jiangnan Noble Academy. Please take care of me." "Zhang Yun," he said, expressionless, as he lightly shook her hand. Zhou Yinyan's hand was soft and smooth, providing a pleasant sensation that made Zhang Yun feel a jolt. Zhou Yinyan was extremely beautiful, and her tall and slender figure definitely made her a goddess-level beauty. Most of the female stars Zhang Yun had seen on television in his previous life weren't as good-looking as her. If he were to date her, he would be smelling the faint, elegant fragrance emanating from her all day long, making Zhang Yun's heart race. However, he still acted cool and pulled his hand back, maintaining a cold demeanor. After all, he was now the owner of a prestigious pet shop. How could he be swayed by mere beauty? Zhang Yun lifted his eyelids to glance at her and said in a flat tone, "This shop doesn't have a treatment certificate or a beast taming certificate. If you don't trust the level of our services, you can leave directly." Before she could respond, Zhang Yun continued, "If you are willing to entrust your beast to this shop for treatment, I guarantee it will be healed. As for the price, whether the injury is severe or mild, the treatment fee is the same, which is 100,000. The treatment can be done on the same day, and it will heal by 5 p.m. at the latest." "Is your treatment level really that high?" Zhou Yinyan questioned. "Believe it or not," Zhang Yun said lazily, unwilling to explain. In his view, although this young lady was beautiful, her intelligence seemed lacking. Zhou Shaoqing and his sibling must have already shown her the Blastoise, proving that his nurturing ability was exceptional. Yet, this young lady still doubted his capabilities. Her intelligence was even lower than that of the little kids. Zhang Yun shook his head inwardly, seeing Zhang Yun's consistently cold attitude. Zhou Yinyan furrowed her brow, but didn't ask any further questions. Instead, she directly summoned her beast. With a flash of light, a super lion beast, nearly 10 meters long, appeared. Its massive body lay helplessly on the ground, nearly filling the cramped little shop, making it hard to find footing. The lion beast was severely injured, its body wrapped in special bandages, and although the wounds had been treated, blood still seeped through, staining the bandages red. At this moment, it was in a dying state, with extremely weak breaths, barely able to lift its head. Zhou Yinyan squeezed in front of its huge head, gently stroking its dull mane, and said to Zhang Yun, "If you can help me heal it, the price is not a problem. I don't expect you to heal it in one day. I just hope you can help it recover quickly and reduce its suffering." Zhang Yun glanced at the beast and analyzed, a level 6 mid-tier flame lion. With a combat power of 810, severely disabled, meets the treatment conditions of this shop. I can heal its injuries by 5 p.m. today. If you come to pick it up before 5 p.m., it will only cost you 100,000 for the treatment, no other fees. If you want to keep it at this shop, we will charge 10,000 per day for boarding. Whether to treat it is up to you. Zhou Yinyan was focused on her phantom beast and didn't notice that Zhang Yun had accurately stated the level and combat power of her beloved pet. She sighed, thinking since she's already here, she might as well board it. Unable to bear seeing her pet suffer, she decided to take a chance and put it into the golden phantom beast ball, then handed it to Zhang Yun. She took out a black bank card, ready to swipe it for payment. At that moment, Zhang Yun asked again, "Does your phantom beast need additional training?" "Training?" Zhou Yinyan's expression turned cold, and she said unhappily, "It's injured like this. How can it be trained?" Zhang Yun raised an eyebrow and said, "That's not your concern. Just pay, and I'll help train it. When you see it again, it will be transformed like your brother's water arrow turtle." "No need." Zhou Yinyan coldly refused, saying, "I don't want my beloved pet to be in any danger. Just help me heal its injuries. I will come to pick it up with my brother tomorrow morning. Is that okay?" "No problem." Seeing that the girl was unwilling to accept the training service, Zhang Yun didn't insist. As soon as she left the shop, she picked up the phone and called her subordinates. She felt that this shop was very suspicious and might run away with the pets, so she needed her subordinates to monitor the owneress movements. Inside the shop, Zhang Yun tidied up a bit, then looked out the door. Seeing no one else coming, she took out the closed sign and hung it on the door. Then she turned around and headed to the back room to start her dimensional trial journey again. Time flew by, and soon it was evening. Zhang Yun, feeling exhausted, locked the shop door. Today's business was still as poor as ever. Aside from Zhou Yinyan, who came in the morning, no other customers had visited. Zhang Yun didn't mind. After all, she had already treated and trained the phantom beasts of the Zhou sisters. When they came to pick up their phantom beasts tomorrow, Zhang Yun would complete the 2 tasks assigned by the system. At that point, she could upgrade the shop to level 2. Then, she could easily find time to promote it, without worrying about no one coming to her shop. Speaking of which, she's a bit thirsty and needs to buy a refrigerator for the shop, or she won't even have drinks to consume. Summer is approaching, and the weather is getting hotter. Not having cold drinks would be unbearable. Zhang Yun took out her phone, browsing e-commerce while walking towards the street outside the alley. As soon as she stepped out of the alley, she looked up and was taken aback. There was a line of black luxury cars parked along the roadside. The logos were either Bentley or Mercedes, numbering over 100, forming a black dragon. Next to the luxury cars stood a group of bodyguards in black suits, all in uniform, with serious expressions, standing tall like soldiers. Each of them had a power mark on their foreheads. All of them were phantom beast masters. What kind of big shot is out here, looking so impressive? Zhang Yun murmured, continuing to walk towards the bus station. At that moment, a lewd figure came running out of a luxury car, waving at Zhang Yun from a distance, smiling. Hey, young Master Zhang, good evening. Supervisor Qin wants to see you. Can I invite you to dinner? Zhang Yun looked up and saw that the visitor was the traitor Yu Qing. He couldn't help but touch his waist. This bastard's level of betrayal is quite high. Chapter 50, Unable to Refuse. What do you want from me? Zhang Yun asked coldly. Hee, Supervisor Qin wants to see you. Yu Qing pointed to a nearby black Bentley. Zhang Yun looked over. The car window slowly rolled down, and he could vaguely see someone waving at him. He coldly said, not interested. I'm no longer a Zhang family member. Tell the Zhang family not to bother me anymore. With that, Zhang Yun turned to leave. Yu Qing, however, blocked his way, pulled out his phone, and handed it to Zhang Yun, smiling. Young Master Zhang, please take a look at this picture first. Zhang Yun took the phone, glanced at it, and his pupils constricted slightly. He then handed the phone back to Yu Qing and walked straight to the Bentley. Yu Qing chuckled a couple of times and followed behind him. Arriving in front of the luxury car, a row of black-suited bodyguards saluted him in unison, loudly saying, Good day, young Master Zhang. Their loud voices and imposing authority attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd, who stopped to watch, casting curious glances at Zhang Yun, filled with envy and awe. Generally, young people would feel a bit elated and even lose themselves in such a scene. However, Zhang Yun remained calm. He walked directly to the side of the Bentley. The driver, a robust middle-aged man, immediately got out and opened the back door for Zhang Yun. Young Master Zhang, please, he said in a deep voice, his tone as cold as metal. Zhang Yun glanced at his forehead and found that he was actually a level 6 phantom beastmaster. The Zhang family is indeed powerful. Even a mere driver is a level 6 phantom beastmaster. Zhang Yun looked into the back seat, where an elderly gentleman in his 70s sat, waving and smiling at him. Young man, long time no see, do you remember me? The elderly man was dressed in traditional black Chinese attire, with slicked back hair, looking sprightly. His smile was very kind, giving off a friendly vibe that made it hard to feel any resistance. There was no power mark on his forehead, but Zhang Yun knew he was definitely a powerful high-level phantom beastmaster. Zhang Yun had a premonition that beneath his smile lurked brutal power, perhaps even stronger than an average level 9 wild phantom beast. He was undoubtedly a super strong individual, the strongest human Zhang Yun had seen since his reincarnation. Even stronger than the suited man he met last time. Zhang Yun didn't know this elderly man, but his previous self did. Last summer, Zhang Yun's previous self went to the Zhang family to seek recognition, only to be trampled underfoot by the Zhang family's third young master, which scared him to the point of wetting his pants. It was this elderly man who intervened on his behalf, preventing Zhang Yun's previous self from being beaten up. Zhang Yun, inheriting his previous self's body, was logically indebted to him. Hello, sir. Zhang Yun nodded in greeting, saying, I remember you. Thank you for helping me out last year. No need to be polite with me. I'm an old acquaintance of your grandfather, by seniority. I can barely count as your elder, so helping you out is only right. Don't just stand there. Let us get in the car and talk. Supervisor Qin patted the seat next to him. All right. Zhang Yun nodded and got into the car, the driver closing the door behind him. Zhang Yun knew that the other party must have a purpose for coming here, so he asked directly, Sir, what do you want from me? Feel free to speak. Whatever I can do, I will help you with. Straightforward, just like your grandfather's temper, huh? Supervisor Qin gave Zhang Yun a thumbs up and said, I heard from that brat Yu Qing that you have already undergone a transformation. Zhang Yun shook his head and said, Sorry, I've been kicked out of the Zhang family. I am no longer a Zhang family member, and from now on, the Zhang family has nothing to do with me. Supervisor Qin nodded slightly, approvingly saying, Not bad. You have spirit. Young people should be like this. However, I still hope you can consider it. The head of the family has now broken through to become a beast general master, and the country has granted him a piece of fief. The head of the family intends to expand the family territory in the southern region. Therefore, the second young lady and the third young master have been dispatched to build a city. The second young lady is kind-hearted. You must have heard of her good reputation, right? Zhang Yun nodded. The public opinion about Zhang Yating and Yanjing is overwhelmingly positive, both online and offline. In fact, Zhang Yun's previous incarnation was also a die-hard fan of Zhang Yating. One of the dreams of his previous life was to serve as Zhang Yating's subordinate, assisting her. This dream made Zhang Yun feel a toothache. Such foolishness, he deserved to die. Supervisor Qin continued. The second young lady is eager to recruit talent and is widely seeking skilled individuals to build a new city. If you are willing to come and help, with your strength and the Zhang family bloodline, there will surely be a place for you under the second young lady. In the future, if she becomes the city lord, as a member of the Zhang family, you may have a chance to become the mayor. The official government of this world is somewhat different from the official government of Zhang Yun's previous life. The management of cities in this world is highly autonomous based on the premise of the national basic law. To put it bluntly, the city lord is akin to a local emperor. As long as the city lord does not commit acts that provoke public outrage, even if they take lives indiscriminately, the country generally will not interfere. As for the mayor, they are the highest administrative officer appointed by the city lord. A city occupies a vast area, and if developed well, it can extend to subordinate towns. If these subordinate towns are managed well, they can attract a large population to settle and live there. For example, Jiangnan City, where Zhang Yun currently resides, falls into the category of a subordinate city with a population of over 10 million. The mayor of Jiangnan City not only commands private troops and numerous so-called official institutions, but also holds absolute power of life and death over the citizens of the city. And he only needs to be loyal to the city lord of Jiangxing, without needing to heed the jurisdiction and appointments of the country. It can be said to be one person below, thousands of people above. If he could truly become a mayor, it would undoubtedly be an honor that brings glory to his ancestors. However, Zhang Yun was not interested and did not want to be a pawn. Not to mention that building a city would encounter various forces obstructing it and would constantly face bloody battles. Even the internal strife within the Zhang family is incredibly dangerous. It should be noted that Zhang Yating is not the only one coming to the south to build a city. There is also the third young master of the Zhang family. Does Zhang Yating want to be the city lord? Does her good younger brother not want that? Although the third young master of the Zhang family is less famous than Zhang Yating, he is also not an easy opponent. Not only does he have a high talent for cultivation, but he is also ruthless and fierce, a dominant figure in the underground world of Yanjing. No matter who it is, as long as they dare to pledge loyalty to Zhang Yating, it is equivalent to becoming an enemy of the third young master of the Zhang family. Those who follow her will inevitably face targeting and retaliation from the third young master. Zhang Yun is not afraid of the third young master, but he also does not want to be a frontline soldier, being used as a pawn. He shook his head without hesitation, saying, I am not interested in making achievements. I just want to be the owner of my little shop and raise my little magical beasts. Since that's the case, then I won't force you. Supervisor Qin said with a kind smile while handing Zhang Yun a ring. This is a storage ring compressed with the latest spatial technology, containing what you desire. It's a gift from an elder, so you cannot refuse. Thank you. Zhang Yun could not refuse this ring because it contained his grandfather's most precious possessions. He reached out to take it, feeling its weight. Chapter 51, Origin Force Battle Armor. Hee. Accepting my gift means you acknowledge that you are my junior, he said. I have served the Zhang family my whole life, and now I am alone, without children or grandchildren. Would you mind dining with this lonely old man? I'll let my grandfather know. Zhang Yun took out his phone and sent a message to his grandfather. Supervisor Qin, with a warm smile, signaled the driver to start the car. As the car started, hundreds of luxury cars formed a black dragon, slowly heading towards the most luxurious hotel in the city center. Soon, night fell. After dinner, Zhang Yun walked outside the hotel, accompanied by Yu Qing. Along the way, beautiful hotel waitresses threw flirtatious glances at Zhang Yun, trying to catch his attention. However, Zhang Yun ignored them. Yu Qing, beside him, chuckled like a pimp and said, Young Master Zhang, the waitresses at this hotel are quite nice, all graduates from prestigious universities, and they look like models. Do you want to give it a try? If you want, I can arrange 10 or 8 for you right away. No, standing next to you makes my waist hurt. I have no interest in women. Cough, cough. Young Master Zhang. You are really too harsh on people. My stabbing of the fire snake was purely to rid the world of harm. Why don't you eliminate yourself? Hee. I am a good person, young Master Zhang. You will gradually find this out. After sending Zhang Yun out of the hotel, Yu Qing wanted to arrange a car for him, but was directly rejected by Zhang Yun. To avoid trouble, Zhang Yun walked toward the intersection, preparing to call for a ride. Yu Qing wanted to follow but was dismissed by Zhang Yun with a firm role. Rest assured, in the days to come, my subordinates will often seek him out, and I will definitely find a way to pull him into the second young ladies' camp. No need. Supervisor Qin sat at the tea table, his smile receding, and his demeanor became imposing, exuding the intimidation of someone in power. He took a sip of the tea, saying lightly, being young and vigorous, clinging stubbornly, will only make him feel disgusted. Just wait. The third young master will take action to force him. Hee, Supervisor Qin. You are wise. Yu Qing gave a thumbs up, looking very respectful. After a hearty meal, Zhang Yun stood alone at the crossroads, preparing to call a car. He rubbed the ring in his palm with his right hand, feeling a bit warm in his eyes. Inside this ring is a level 5 Origin Force battle armor named Rock, one of his grandfather's lifelines. Since his grandfather was young, it has always accompanied him. Fighting on the battlefield, it has battled water ghosts from Yingzhou, fought against Western berserkers, and withstood the fiery, giant axe of the Furnace Man, blocking countless lethal attacks for his grandfather. His grandfather had shown it to him countless times, always wearing a proud smile, saying that when Zhang Yun grows up, this level 5 Origin Force battle armor will be passed down to him. He said that if Zhang Yun wears this Origin Force battle armor, he would definitely be incredibly majestic, even more so than his father. However, now this battle armor has been given to him as a gift by Supervisor Qin. Zhang Yun finally understood how the high-level ghost cat egg came to be. It must have been exchanged by his grandfather using the rock with Supervisor Qin. Thinking of this, Zhang Yun's eyes became moist. He was truly moved by the old man. He tightly held the ring in his hand and silently vowed to find the spiritual medicine to heal his grandfather as soon as possible. At that time, he would present the spiritual medicine and the battle armor to his grandfather together. His grandfather would surely be so excited that he would shed tears. Thinking of this, Zhang Yun couldn't help but smile. Just then, a crisp voice came. Are you Zhang Yun, the shop owner? Zhang Yun turned his head and found two exceptionally beautiful girls standing nearby, looking at him. One of the girls in a purple dress had a small white snake wrapped around her hand, and she looked somewhat familiar. Zhang Yun asked, who are you? I'm Lin Yue, Lin Yuqing's sister. Lin Yue's mouth twitched. She had just met this guy a few days ago, and today she forgot him. What a goldfish memory. Lin Yue somewhat regretted coming over to greet him. Oh, it's you. Sorry, I have face blindness. I need to see many times before I can remember someone's face. Zhang Yun explained. Uft. The girl next to Lin Yue, wearing a pink top and white skirt, covered her mouth and laughed, saying, this little puppy looks handsome. But his memory is so poor. Have you been a playboy for too long, seeing every woman as the same? Lin Yue shot her a glare and said, Lu Fei, stop joking around. I'm not familiar with Zhang Yun, the shop owner. What's wrong with joking? We're all young people. He won't be so petty, right? Lu Fei pouted her big eyes, curiously sizing up Zhang Yun, and asked, hey, what is your relationship with Yue? Why does she call you the store manager? What kind of store manager are you, a massage parlor or a club? Should I come and patronize your business? Zhang Yun glanced at this curious girl. She didn't have the elemental mark on her forehead, but Zhang Yun knew she must be the first beast master without a doubt. Moreover, her level was likely not inferior to Lin Yue's. Through his perception, Zhang Yun vaguely sensed a faint glow of elemental energy swirling around her. And in terms of the density of elemental energy, she was even stronger than Lin Yue. At such a young age, possessing strength comparable to a level 6 beastmaster. There was no doubt that this girl had a significant background. However, that was none of his concern. I opened a beast store. If you're interested, you can come and check out my business. A beast store? You're so young. Can you guarantee your cultivation level? Lu Fei asked with a playful tone. Clearly not looking down on Zhang Yun. My level is very high. Everyone who has tried it says it's good, Zhang Yun replied honestly. You sure have a big mouth. Lu Fei squinted her eyes into crescent shapes and smiled. Tell me the name of your beast store. Maybe I approved it. Approved? What kind of identity does this beauty have, speaking so confidently? Nyobai Beast Store, what a heaven-defying name. Lu Fei pondered for a moment. Then her beautiful eyes widened. Is it the Beast Store at the end of Fenghua Street? The owner seems to be called Zhang something. The owner is Zhang Yun. That's me. Yes. I remember now. That store has been complained about by many people, saying the owner has antisocial personality traits and enjoys torturing the beasts entrusted by customers. I even had someone go and revoke its business license before. How is it still open? Lu Fei looked at Zhang Yun with a strange expression. Lin Yue was stunned. You actually had someone go revoke their business license? This is too embarrassing. Chapter 52. Trouble comes knocking. To avoid the awkwardness between the two, Lin Yue hurriedly changed the topic. Mr. Zhang, are you waiting for a car? If you don't mind, I can give you a ride. On the way? Zhang Yun thought for a moment and guessed that Lin Yue must have secretly investigated his identity, so she probably knew his address too. Zhang Yun didn't mind. After all, he was so impressive that his background would definitely attract attention. Zhang Yun nodded. Okay, thanks. Please follow me. Lin Yue signaled Zhang Yun to follow. Linking arms with Lu Fei and walking ahead, Zhang Yun kept some distance behind them. Hey, Xiaogo Yun, is your pet store really still open? Operating without a license will get you heavily fined. Humph, dream on. The business license for a Beast store costs at least 200,000. Oh, then I'll continue operating without a license. You're really bold, daring to talk like that to the head of the Market Management Bureau. Next time, I'll have someone shut down your store. You're the head of the Market Management Bureau? Zhang Yun was astonished. He thought to himself how corrupt the world was. This beautiful girl looked at most 20 years old, yet she was directly the head of the Market Management Bureau. Is there someone backing her, or is she someone important? Seeing Zhang Yun's shocked expression, Lu Fei smugly said, Are you scared, Xiaogo? Seeing your pitiful look, I can let you off this time. Just say that I'm 10 times more beautiful than Lin Yue and the kindest little beauty in the world. And I'll help you reapply for a business license. How about it? Sure. Zhang Yun decisively nodded. You're 10 times more beautiful than Lin Yue and the most beautiful little beauty in the world. Hee, Xiao Yue, are you jealous? Get lost. The three arrived beside a purple Panamera, and Lin Yue directly shoved her overly lively best friend into the passenger seat. Then, she turned to Zhang Yun with an apologetic smile. Sorry, Mr. Zhang Yun, my best friend has a lively personality and speaks without thinking, but she means no harm. Please forgive her. It's fine. I can take a joke, Zhang Yun replied as he pulled open the back door and slid into the rear seat. I just helped her cultivate a beast. Do you want to give it a try? No, my beast is very fragile and can't withstand your cultivation. By the way, can you tell me how you almost killed that nearly indestructible metal cockroach? You know, many pest control experts want to do it, but can't. Luck, I guess. Zhang Yun's mouth twitched. He was also quite curious about it. His previous self's level of cultivating beasts was truly top-notch. No matter how resilient the beast was, it would end up on the brink of death in his hands. In a way, Zhang Yun's previous self was also a genius, a born fool. Seeing her best friend chatting harmoniously with Zhang Yun, Lin Yue didn't bother interrupting them, stepping on the gas and heading towards Zhang Yun's grandfather's home. They hadn't driven long when Zhang Yun, who was casually chatting with Lu Fei, furrowed his brows and glanced at the car's rearview mirror. He could vaguely see several identical cars following them, having trailed for several blocks. Lu Fei, seemingly carefree, was actually very observant and immediately caught Zhang Yun's subtle expression. She smiled and asked, What's wrong, Xiaogo Yun? Is there something? It seems someone is following us. They might be after me. Just drop me off on the roadside, Zhang Yun stated directly. Lin Yue glanced at the rearview mirror and indeed saw several SUVs trailing behind. She raised her lips with a confident smile. In Jiangnan City, no one dares to take action against both me and Lu Fei at the same time. Just sit back and relax. All right then. Zhang Yun roughly guessed who was coming. Since the two girls weren't afraid, he decided to stay put. As they passed a relatively quiet commercial street, Lin Yue suddenly slowed down. She frowned and looked ahead. Countless black cars were slowly gathering on the main road and the side roads. In the blink of an eye, her car was surrounded by vehicles, with their fronts all pointed towards her luxury car. Undoubtedly, the newcomers were not friendly. Lin Yue glanced at Zhang Yun in the rearview mirror, her expression slightly serious. Mr. Zhang, it seems you've offended someone formidable. Probably. I'll just get out. Thanks for the ride. If you want to cultivate beasts in the future, you can find me. I'll give you a 99 discount. As he spoke, Zhang Yun was about to open the car door to get out, but Lu Fei pulled him back by his clothes. Xiaogo, once you're in our car, you're one of us. Do you think you can just get out easily? What do you want to do? Zhang Yun asked. Just sit tight. The little fish and shrimp outside will handle it. Without giving Zhang Yun a chance to object, she pushed the car door open and stepped out. The moment she straightened up, her lazy smile transformed into an imposing demeanor, exuding an air of arrogance only a daughter of a prominent family could possess. Zhang Yun looked at her profile through the car window and realized this was her true nature. He had roughly guessed her identity. At that moment, hundreds of black car doors swung open, and men dressed in black suits poured out, surrounding them. Among them were quite a few beastmasters. Even those who weren't beastmasters were wielding submachine guns and other heavy weaponry. This lineup was enough to clear out a wilderness. If it were an ordinary woman, even a beastmaster would be frightened to death in the face of such a display. However, Lu Fei showed no signs of panic at the sight of the approaching crowd. Instead, she wore a cold smile. She shouted at the crowd, Let your leader come out to see me. I want to see who is so bold as to block me in Jiangnan City. The hundreds of black-clad individuals clearly recognized Lu Fei. They didn't say much and immediately stepped aside, clearing a 2-meter-wide path. Lu Fei turned her head, her gaze fixed on the end of the path. A giant figure, resembling a monster, was striding towards them. He was wearing battle armor, effortlessly swinging the massive double-handed axe that weighed hundreds of pounds, knocking aside cars like toy vehicles, sending them crashing to the side. Lu Fei's pupils constricted at the sight. It wasn't because she was afraid of the giant, but because she noticed the black dragon head emblem engraved on the armor he wore. The black dragon's head, that was the unique symbol of the Zhang family from Yanjing. The Zhang family of Yanjing was a true behemoth. Even if her father was the mayor, he would have to give way. Lu Fei realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately grabbed her phone, wanting to ask for help. At that moment, her phone rang first. She looked at the screen, and it was her father calling. She hurriedly answered, saying, "Dad, you need to send someone over quickly. Someone is causing trouble in our Jiangnan city I'm currently at. I already know about it. You should drop that kid in the car and leave with Yu Wei," her father interrupted. "Dad, Lu Fei wanted to say more, but was cut off again. "That's a family matter for the Zhangs. Outsiders shouldn't interfere." After saying that, the call was directly hung up. Lu Fei was left stunned. Almost simultaneously, Lin Yue, who was about to get out of the car to support her friend, also received a call from her father. The content was the same, telling her to leave Zhang Yun and go with Lu Fei. Her expression became extremely stiff as she turned to Zhang Yun and said, "You should escape quickly. I'm afraid Lu Fei and I can't help you anymore, but we'll buy you a few minutes." "Thanks." Zhang Yun touched the ring on his finger, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "This is my personal matter. I will handle it myself. Just give me a ride. Consider it a favor from me. You can come to the pet shop to find me if you need anything in the future." Lin Yue wanted to persuade him further, but Zhang Yun had already pushed open the car door and walked towards the front of the car. Lu Fei grabbed him and said, "Where are you going? Hurry up and escape. Running away won't solve the problem. I need to talk to them properly," Zhang Yun said, gently freeing himself from her grip and smiling as he walked towards the approaching giant. The giant, towering over them, had a Western appearance and carried a massive axe, exuding an intimidating presence. He was a Gaul, born in the harsh northern environment. Their tough upbringing had honed their physique, granting them terrifying strength capable of directly challenging melee-type phantom beasts. To his side, two middle-aged men were walking. The leading man wore a white mink coat and leather pants, a cigar dangling from his mouth. He had the demeanor of a street thug, a wild smile on his face, exuding a domineering aura. A silver force mark flickered on his forehead, a symbol of an 8th-level phantom beastmaster. The man trailing slightly behind him had a face covered in black tattoos, all depicting snakes, intertwining chaotically. His eyes were abnormal, resembling serpent-like vertical pupils, even though he maintained a humble expression, following closely beside the mink coat man. The cold light that flickered in his eyes when he looked up was enough to send chills down one's spine and silence any child. Zhang Yun recognized that guy's identity. He was the boss of the snake gang, Black Snake. Chapter 53, Zhang Feng. The Gaulish berserker, a natural war machine, after basic training, could possess the strength of a 5th-level melee phantom beast as an adult. If they could go berserk, they could directly confront a 7th-level phantom beast. This did not include the phantom beasts they contracted. The leader of the snake gang, Black Snake, appeared to be only at level 6. But many said he was hiding his true level, which should be above level 7, and his strongest phantom beast was rumored to be an 8th-level snake demon. Just these two alone could rival an 8th-level phantom beastmaster. The middle-aged man in the center was even more terrifying, although the mark on his forehead was only silver. I felt that his strength was beyond level 8. Plus, there were hundreds of fully armed elites. "What on earth did you do to make the Zhang family send such a lineup to deal with you?" Lu Fei walked to Zhang Yun's right side, covering her forehead, and said, faced with such a lineup, even if she wanted to help Zhang Yun, she felt powerless. After all, she was not strong enough. "I just killed a fire snake," Zhang Yun replied calmly. "You've gone too far." Lin Yue moved to his left side, saying in a low voice, "The snake gang is known for their vendettas. Everyone in Jiangnan City knows that if you kill one of their members, the snake gang will come out in full force. Moreover, you've also offended the Zhang family. Stand behind us later. Hopefully, they will let you off considering the relationship between Lu Fei and me." "Thanks, but," Zhang Yun shrugged, saying, "they definitely won't let me off." Zhang Yun knew that the Zhang family leading Black Snake over was not just for revenge. Their purpose was definitely the same as that of Manager Qin. They were here to recruit him, and Zhang Yun knew he could never bow his head. If he did not back down, how could the other side, with such a large lineup, let it go easily? Tonight was destined to be a bloody battle. At that moment, the three men had already approached, stopping a few meters away. Lu Fei and Lin Yue exchanged glances, both stepping forward, their backs slightly straightened, facing the opposing side directly. They attempted to make the other party hesitant, not daring to act rashly. "Two little girls, this is a family matter for the Zhang family. You better not interfere, or I'll have to spank you later," The middle-aged man in the mink coat said with a grin, winking at them, his tone extremely frivolous. He did not exhibit any semblance of a strong person. Lu Fei and Lin Yue's faces flushed with anger at his words, both wanting to angrily retort. In Jiangnan City, they had always been dominant. Who dared to be so insolent towards them? However, they did not dare to act rashly. The reason was simple. Their instincts warned them that the opponent was very strong enough to easily crush them. If they dared to make a move, it would lead to dire consequences. Seeing the two girls looking furious, the mink coat man chuckled and turned his attention to Zhang Yun. He noticed Zhang Yun calmly meeting his gaze, showing no fear, and couldn't help but be intrigued. Steady, not bad. He asked for a box of cigars from his underlings, took one out, and casually tossed it to Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun raised his hand and caught it steadily. The mink coat man nodded in approval, saying, "You're quite something. You can remain unfazed in front of such a lineup. You haven't embarrassed your father. By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Feng, and I am also a branch of the Zhang family. In my youth, I was exceptionally talented and once fought alongside your father on the battlefield. Back then, your father used to call me Brother Feng. According to our generation, you should call me Uncle Feng or Elder Feng." As he spoke, Zhang Feng snapped his fingers, and the cigar in Zhang Yun's hand ignited with blue smoke. This small action made Lin Yue and Lu Fei's scalps tingle with horror. The moment Zhang Feng snapped his fingers, they could not perceive any fluctuations of his force. This meant that if he wanted to strike at them, a simple snap of his fingers could potentially end their lives. This middle-aged man was terrifying. Seeing the cigar spontaneously ignite, Zhang Yun was not too surprised. After all, he could probably do something similar. He stirred his mental energy and extinguished the flame at the tip of the cigar, letting out wisps of blue smoke. Then, he placed the cigar in his mouth. In his previous life, Zhang Yun was just a high school student. He had never smoked even regular cigarettes, let alone cigars. However, it was rare for him to hold such a high-end item, so he decided to try the taste. He held the cigar in his mouth and took a light puff. Suddenly, an incredibly spicy vapor rushed into his mouth, shooting up through his nose and hitting the top of his head. The sensation was akin to having a spoonful of mustard forced down his throat, causing Zhang Yun's eyes to turn red in an instant, almost bringing tears to his eyes. Damn it, did he mix mustard into the cigar? It's so damn spicy. Zhang Yun felt an urge to curse, but managed to hold it back. He remained calm despite the situation, taking the cigar out of his mouth. However, he couldn't help but cough a couple of times, tears streaming from his eyes. "Ha!" Zhang Feng pointed at Zhang Yun, laughing so hard he nearly doubled over. "You are just like your dad. One puff of smoke and you cough. Really a good kid. But you're more successful than your dad. He used to be too scared to approach girls and relied on your mom to chase him. Look at you. Just turned 18, and you're already surrounded by girls. Even I, who am known as a love guru, envy your luck with the ladies. Huh? Hey, what nonsense are you talking? We're not familiar with this kid." Lu Fei finally couldn't hold back and scolded. "Don't be angry, my niece. This kid was useless in the past, but now he is quite impressive. You're not losing out by sticking with him, haha." Zhang Feng laughed wildly. "You." Lu Fei really wanted to step forward and punch this cynical middle-aged man. However, facing him, she felt like she was in front of her father, the mayor. And her father was a level 9 beastmaster. Lin Yue felt the same way. This middle-aged man was terrifying and definitely not someone she could confront. However, she wouldn't be intimidated. She said, "Excuse me, sir, I don't know how Zhang Yun offended you, but why are you blocking him?" Zhang Feng glanced at her and stroked his chin, smiling. "Little girl, are you trying to use a tiger's skin as a banner? If I'm not mistaken, your fathers have already given you the green light, right? I'm here to find Zhang Yun to deal with matters of the Zhang family. Even if your fathers were here, they would have to obediently stand aside. This is Jiangnan City. Don't mistake my father's politeness for your strength." Lu Fei retorted angrily. Zhang Feng put away his playful smile and said solemnly, "Girl, remember this. In the eyes of the Zhang family, there are no local bullies. If there are, they're dead local bullies." Lin Yue didn't want to be suppressed by Zhang Feng's imposing presence. She gathered her energy and said sternly, "Sir, we really don't have the right to interfere in your family matters. But Zhang Yun just rode in our car. You should at least let us take him to his destination, right? Haha, whoever we in the Zhang family are looking for, it doesn't matter where they go." Zhang Feng smiled and turned to Zhang Yun. "Hey, kid, why are you hiding behind the women? Step forward and speak. Don't embarrass the Zhang family." Zhang Yun held the cigar in his hand and stepped forward, saying, "I'm no longer a member of the Zhang family. So anything I do can't be seen as embarrassing the Zhang family." Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng's expression gradually darkened. "You carry the bloodline of the Zhang family. Born a Zhang, dead a Zhang ghost," he said in an extremely serious tone. "That is something that cannot be erased." Zhang Yun took a sip from the cigar and sneered. "I remember being expelled from the Zhang family a few years ago because I couldn't awaken as a summoner, right? Now that I'm impressive, The Zhang family wants to recognize me again? Hearing this, Zhang Feng completely put away his playful demeanor and said solemnly, the elders of the family did indeed remove you from the family tree. That cannot be disputed. But this is a rule passed down by our ancestors. Whether you or I, or even several direct descendants of the Zhang family, anyone who cannot awaken as a beastmaster will be expelled from the family. I personally dislike this rule, but it is what it is. Everyone must obey. Now that you have awakened as a beastmaster, you naturally have to return to the family and serve it. Haha, others who can't awaken as beastmasters can at least get awakening potions. If one time doesn't work, there's a second time. If that doesn't work, there's a third time. But I, Zhang Yun, didn't have even one. Zhang Feng said in a deep voice. Then it must be that someone in the family has been up to no good. I will investigate and give you an explanation. No need. Zhang Yun flicked the ash off his cigar, sneering, you say so much, but isn't it just to use me? You can see it that way. Zhang Feng scratched his groin and said solemnly, you can be a pawn or the one playing chess. It depends on your own ability. But if you're afraid of being a pawn and don't dare to step onto the chessboard, then you will never rise to prominence. I've heard from those merchants that your strength is impressive and you have unlimited potential in the future, and the Zhang family can provide you with a perfect platform. Returning to the family is beneficial for both you and the Zhang family. What are you hesitating for? I just want to lie flat, Zhang Yun said casually. You're still young and haven't experienced the thrill of power. That's why you want to lie flat, Zhang Feng laughed. As he spoke, hundreds of men in black suddenly bowed 90 degrees to Zhang Yun and shouted in unison, hello, young Master Yun. Their powerful aura shook the glass of nearby buildings, and many people inside the buildings were startled, looking out the windows at this scene. All eyes were on Zhang Yun, wondering what kind of identity he had to command such respect. Everyone's face showed envy, fantasizing about being someone like Zhang Yun, surrounded by admirers. Lu Fei and Lin Yue were speechless at this sight, feeling frustrated for worrying over him. What a waste of effort. I should have just minded my own business. Kid, stop being so pretentious. Zhang Feng shook off the ash from his cigar, smiling. This feeling of being revered is pretty great. Isn't it? Trust me. Once you experience it a few more times, you'll be hooked. No man can refuse power. Zhang Feng gestured around, finally landing on a Gallic giant, and said, just think, taking such a giant shopping would make the young girls worship you. Isn't that better than driving $1 million luxury car to pick up girls? Also, don't you have some misunderstandings with the Black Snake gang? I can directly make the Black Snake your subordinate. That's generous, right? The Black Snake stepped forward at the right moment, respectfully bowing to Zhang Yun, and said, young Master Yun, I previously didn't manage my subordinates well and offended you. Please forgive me. That fire snake is blind and has offended you. He deserves to die. To prevent his family from bothering you in the future, I have already detained his wife, children, mistress, and so on. Just say the word, and they will completely disappear from this world. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun's expression darkened. Don't touch them. My grievances with Fire Snake have nothing to do with them. All right, I'll release them right away. The Black Snake stepped back, glancing at his subordinate, who immediately took out his phone to send a text message. Hee, how does it feel to have someone's life and death in your hands? Zhang Feng chuckled, his smile wild. This is the charm of power, more thrilling than using illegal substances. It's something every man desires. Now, if you nod your head and say you'll serve the third young master, then everyone here will become your subordinates. With just one word from you, they will risk their lives for you, fighting in the wilderness and achieving great things. What are you still hesitating for? Lin Yue and Lu Fei also looked at Zhang Yun, signaling him to nod quickly. Don't worry about what happens later. Let us get through this first. However, Zhang Yun merely shook his head and said, sorry, I won't pledge allegiance to anyone. Whether it's the second miss of the Zhang family or the third young master. I just want to be an ordinary pet shop owner. Hearing this, Zhang Feng's smile froze. He lightly tossed the half cigar in his hand to the ground, sparking a small flame. He said, young man, be careful with your choices. This will determine your future fate. I've thought it through clearly. I am not a member of the Zhang family and will not serve the Zhang family. Zhang Yun gave a definite answer. All right, you're just as stubborn as your dad, with personality. I like it. Zhang Feng gave Zhang Yun a thumbs up, then turned and walked back the way he came. Before I get to the car, if you call me Uncle Feng, all the conditions I just promised will be valid. If you want to add other conditions, as long as they are not excessive, I can also agree. If you refuse to call me, then I cannot help you with the grievances between you and the Black Snake. Also, let me remind you that those who cannot be friends with the third young master ultimately become his enemies or end up dead. You should think carefully about your choice. I choose to wear my grandfather's force battle armor. Zhang Yun smiled slightly and injected a strand of force into the spatial ring. In the next moment, a golden light shone, and a strange force battle armor projected out. Lin Yue and Lu Fei were astonished, secretly cursing the crazy guy. Clearly, A gentle solution could be chosen. Why go for a tough approach and offend the Zhang family? This giant? What's the point? However, he's quite bold, a tough little puppy. Very charming. They exchanged glances, slowly backing away, but did not choose to leave. Instead, they took up a fighting stance. Two summoning arrays flickered beside them. How could the people in one car easily abandon their companions? If this gets out, the name of Jiangnan's double beauties will be a laughingstock, right? Chapter 55. Directly ramp up the intensity. Young Master Yun, why bother? The black snake shook his head regretfully and said, allying with the Zhang family is an honorable thing. How many people have tried to get in but couldn't? Sorry, I'm just a rough guy, can't be a pencil. Zhang Yun held the golden bullhorned helmet in his hands, looking troubled as he asked, by the way, does this golden bullhorn helmet look ridiculous? It's alright. It matches young Master Yun's temperament quite well. The black snake twisted his neck, his originally humble expression gradually turning ferocious. And the snake beast tattoos on his face seemed to come alive, slowly crawling. Good, that's manly. The black snake grinned wickedly, and a black light shone from the ring in his hand. A set of black scaled armor flew out, covering his body. As the boss of the Poison Snake Gang, he had amassed countless riches over the years and could naturally afford the force battle armor. He licked his tongue, his smile becoming sinister, and said, young Master Yun, I will leave you a life later. I will only kill your phantom beasts. The Wind Master said you are from the Zhang family, and he does not allow Zhang family members to die in front of him. In the spirit of reciprocity, I will only kill your phantom beasts unless I make a mistake. Zhang Yun had already donned the force battle armor and was quite satisfied with the golden armor. However, the bull-headed helmet was somewhat ridiculous. His grandfather's taste was hard to describe. Zhang Yun tried to inject force into the battle armor. Buzz! The armor suddenly vibrated, emitting a crisp sound, shining with dazzling golden light like the golden sink cloth of Taurus. In the next moment, an invisible aura was generated, forming golden ripples that slowly spread out. It even pushed Lin Yue and Lu Fei, who were beside him, back several steps. Such powerful force battle armor. This armor must be at least level 5, right? This thing is strictly controlled by the military and is not even available for purchase. Lu Fei was astonished, not expecting that Zhang Yun, this seemingly weak guy, possessed such formidable armor, making her quite envious. At this moment, she glanced at Zhang Yun's profile and couldn't help but feel a flutter in her heart. With a tall figure draped in majestic golden armor, combined with Zhang Yun's handsome face, he looked as imposing as a god of war, exuding a striking aura. What girl wouldn't be moved by such a handsome boy? Lin Yue also gazed intently, secretly sighing. This guy has indeed hidden his level. The level 5 force battle armor requires at least a level 6 Phantom Beast Master to operate. This means his Phantom Beast Master level is at least above level 6. If this guy didn't open a pet shop and focused on cultivation, his strength would probably be even greater. That annoying guy, clearly 2 years younger than me. Yet his level is not inferior to mine. With this set of armor and his own battle power of level 6 or above, combined with 1 or 2 capable phantom beasts, he might even win against the Black Snake. At this moment, Zhang Yun felt as if his body was covered by a boulder, slightly heavy but filled with a sense of security. He had a premonition that now, level 3 or 5 Phantom Beast Masters using skills against him would likely not be able to harm him. After all, the level 5 force battle armor had extremely high defensive capabilities. At the same time, he felt that his own strength had also increased significantly. This was due to the passive skills that the boulder armor provided. The force battle armor was originally designed just to protect Phantom Beast Masters, preventing opponents from bypassing Phantom Beasts and directly killing the Masters. However, with the advancement of technology, the force battle armor had been endowed with more functions and abilities. The skills it provided had also become increasingly numerous and powerful. As long as the Phantom Beast Master injected force into the armor, it could activate various passive skills, greatly enhancing the wearer's strength. Zhang Yun learned from his grandfather that the boulder armor had 3 passive skills: Boulder, Giant Strength, and Mental Wave Resistance. Boulder can activate a shield when the wearer suffers a heavy blow, able to withstand an attack of level 8 without issue. Giant Strength can significantly enhance the wearer's strength. The specific increase depending on the wearer's physique. The stronger the individual, the greater the enhancement. Weaker individuals cannot activate it. Mental Wave Resistance can effectively resist mental shock and various illusions and charm skills. With these 3 passive enhancements, ordinary firearms would have no effect on Zhang Yun, unless bullets were shot directly at his face. Seeing Zhang Yun donning the force battle armor as if facing a great enemy, hundreds of members of the Poison Snake Gang began summoning phantom beasts. Those who were not Phantom Beast Masters retreated, raising their submachine guns and aiming, preparing to suppress with firepower. The battle was about to break out. The Black Snake's cold gaze swept over Lin Yue and Lu Fei, and he said coldly, "Ladies, will you stay or leave?" Lu Fei raised her chin and said, "We won't leave. We will summon phantom beasts to assist this guy in battle. However, we will not attack you. I will only buff this guy, so we can save face." Exactly. Lin Yue had the same thought, saying, "We will only give Zhang Yun support skills. You have so many people dealing with just him. Helping him shouldn't cause you to blame us, right?" Hee. As expected of women of the new era, always setting favorable rules for themselves. The Black Snake sneered and said, "Since you are only stacking statuses, I won't make things difficult for you, as a courtesy to your elders." At this moment, Zhang Yun had already summoned the little toad and placed it on his shoulder. A slight smile at the corner of his mouth. "You have 3 minutes. Hurry up and call your families." As Zhang Yun's words fell, Zhang Feng took 10 steps and climbed into the driver's seat of the giant truck. When the time was up, a brutal red light flashed in the Gaul giant's eyes. "I am an orphan, roar." He roared like a tiger, leaping several meters in one stride. Then, he raised his thick arms, holding a giant axe, carrying the might to split heaven and earth, and swung it down fiercely. "Wait." The Black Snake wanted to call him back, but it was too late. As the Gaul giant's giant axe swung down, a terrifying aura of slaughter suddenly spread. Roar. Uffed. Almost instantly, within a 50-meter radius. The members of the gang were all struck by this aura of slaughter, foaming at the mouth and collapsing. Lin Yue and Lu Fei behind Zhang Yun were also affected, their faces turning pale as they screamed in terror, their legs weakening to the point they could barely stand. In their eyes, the Gaul giant was no longer human, but a killing demon. He was bringing down death. Zhang Yun was merely a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. At that moment, they realized just how naive they truly were. In the face of a true powerhouse, these 2 greenhouse flowers were utterly useless. They were even so frightened that they forgot to remind Zhang Yun to dodge. At this time, the giant axe, carrying unmatched power, was cleaving down towards Zhang Yun's head, just 5 centimeters away from his golden horn helmet. The Black Snake had already assumed a defensive stance. Originally, he only wanted to severely injure Zhang Yun and leave him to be dealt with by Lord Feng. He never expected this Gallic giant to be so ferocious, directly escalating the intensity. Now it was done. He would simply collect the corpse of this kid. Boom. A huge sound erupted. The axe blade finally struck the golden horned helmet. Chapter 56. That kid actually withstood it. Rumble. The axe blade clashed against the golden helmet, unleashing an indescribable destructive force akin to a missile striking the ground. A shockwave radiated outward from the two, spreading across the ground in all directions. Women, rogue elements, and cars were all flung into the air by this shockwave. The reinforced concrete ground was shattered like tofu, exploding into countless fragments that shot outward, smashing numerous cars and storefronts. Above, residents who were secretly filming with their phones saw their windows shatter. Everyone screamed in terror, covering their heads and retreating indoors, fearing they would be caught in the chaos. This strike had produced the effect of a super missile, leaving the Black Snake gang members preparing to surround them utterly stunned. At this moment, they had witnessed what true power looked like. The Black Snake, having prepared for this, was also knocked back over 20 meters, colliding with a black car before coming to a halt. He slowly lowered his arms crossed over his chest and looked towards the site of the explosion. There, smoke billowed, completely engulfing the figures of the two. Careless. The Black Snake shook his head and sighed. That Gallic madman is only 7 years old, with a pure mind. Upon hearing anything about family, he goes berserk. That kid mentioned family, enraging him, and he took a full brunt of that furious axe. He should be done for. His death cannot be blamed on me. If anyone is to blame, it can only be his own foul mouth. The Black Snake turned and walked towards the large truck at the back, preparing to explain the situation to Zhang Feng. Meanwhile, Lu Fei and another person, also flung over 20 meters away, struggled to get up from the ground, their hair disheveled. They stared at the area filled with smoke, both pale and filled with dread. That guy was killed in an instant. That was too fast. Lu Fei wiped the sweat off her face, her tone slightly regretful. It's such a pity to encounter such a handsome and interesting little boy, only to have him chopped down by an axe. That Gallic giant is too strong. Lin Yue's face showed fear as she said, although his original force mark is only at level 5, the power he unleashed is already infinitely close to level 8. If that axe had come at us, our outcome would have been the same as Zhang Yun's. That kid was killed. What should we do now? Lu Fei asked. What else can we do? The Zhang family is too powerful. Even combined, our two families cannot compare. We can only leave. Sighing, Lin Yue expressed her deep regret. In her view, Zhang Yun was younger than her and could control level 5 original force armor. He was definitely a young genius. If he continued to grow, his future achievements would surely reach the level of a level 9 illusion beastmaster. Unfortunately, he offended someone he shouldn't have. She and Lu Fei helped each other and were about to turn and leave. At that moment, she sensed something and suddenly halted her steps. What's wrong? Lu Fei asked. Something feels off. At the same time, he listened intently, his eyes widening. In the midst of the rolling smoke, a vague, youthful voice suddenly came through. Is being an orphan so glorious? Why shout so loudly? Hearing this voice, the black snake's eyes widened in disbelief. That kid actually didn't he die? In the next moment, bang! A sound like a hammer striking the city gate echoed. With a scream from the Gallic giant, a massive body shot out from the swirling dust. Like a speeding truck, crashing towards the stunned black snake. Damn! The enormous figure brushed past him, flying towards a cluster of cars behind. Boom, boom, boom. After crashing into several cars, that massive body finally came to a stop. His expression was grave as he looked again toward the area, filled with smoke. There. A powerful wave of original force radiated out, creating a wind pressure that spread in all directions. Whoosh. As the smoke cleared, a tall golden figure emerged. It's that kid. He truly didn't he die? The black snake focused his gaze, his pupils instantly dilating, his face filled with shock. He was very clear about the Gallic giant's strength. Although that Gallic giant was only 7 years old and far from reaching adult combat strength. The power unleashed by his furious axe strike was at least at level 8. Level 8 power, if it struck a level 9 powerhouse, would definitely be fatal if the powerhouse did not mount an effective defense. Yet, Zhang Yun had actually withstood it, and he was completely unharmed. This level of defense is simply outrageous. Even the black snake, who had seen many storms, couldn't help but feel a heavy heart. Muttering to himself, who exactly is that kid? The little dog Yun is still alive. My god, he is too resilient. Lu Fei lightly covered her lips, her beautiful eyes wide open. Her expression was both shocked and joyful. She thought this little dog would be turned to dust, but unexpectedly, he was alive and well. That's just too cool. To withstand a level 8 skill and still stand. This guy is truly terrifying. Lin Yue was left speechless, unsure of how to express her shock. In the next moment, a smile appeared on her lips, and she couldn't help but feel happy for him. At this time, Zhang Yun's condition was actually not that good. The moment the axe blade came down, he had activated the rock defense skill of the original force armor, and combined with his mental wave, he had managed to withstand the killing blow. He did not dodge or evade, not because he was trying to show off, but because he simply couldn't. When the Gallic giant charged forward, he unleashed a unique killing aura that completely locked onto him. If he had blindly dodged, it would have thrown him off balance, giving the opponent the chance to deal maximum damage. Therefore, he chose to stand his ground, using his strongest defensive skill and mental wave to counter. Fortunately, he had miraculously withstood the axe blow. The price he paid was a chaotic flow of energy and blood within his body, a dizzy head, and even a nosebleed. However, these were trivial injuries, nothing serious. He wiped his nose and raised a wild smile at the corner of his mouth. Since you have already made your move, I will give you time to settle the aftermath. Frog G, prepare for battle. Goo goo. Frog G swallowed a floating flame crystal, and its body began to emit a dazzling red light. The real battle was about to begin. We need to find a hidden spot to avoid, and then stack onto that guy. Not far away, Lin Yue pulled Lu Fei back while looking for a hiding spot, releasing the white snake that was coiled around her arm. As soon as the white snake hit the ground, its body began to swell dramatically, and in an instant, it became as thick as a bucket and over 30 meters long. Hiss, hiss, hiss. It did not attack the Black Snake gang members, but instead spat out streams of cold air, spreading towards Zhang Yun. In no time, it constructed layers of ice shields around Zhang Yun. This is a high-level Xianbing ice shield. Having them floating around Zhang Yun is enough to withstand missile strikes. I will stack too. Lu Fei broke free from Lin Yue's grip, her arms moving in an intricate and mysterious dance, with a faint golden light emanating from her palms. As her movements continued, a holy light appeared out of nowhere, descending upon Zhang Yun's head. Zhang Yun knew this was an ally, so he did not dodge and allowed his body to be enveloped by the holy light. In the next moment, a golden horseshoe phantom mark coalesced above his head. Chapter 57, Black Abyss King Snake. In an instant, Zhang Yun felt his strength increase by a level, and his physical defense seemed to have significantly improved as well. Zhang Yun knew that this was the advanced support skill of the Beastmaster, Knight's Favor. It can enhance the strength and defense of the Beastmaster or the summoned beasts, making it a relatively practical advanced support skill. Zhang Yun turned to the two women and shouted, "Thanks. Keep it up, Shigo. If you win, I'll get you a formal business license. If you lose, I'll burn paper money for you." Lu Fei also cheered loudly. In the distance, seeing Zhang Yun unharmed, the Black Snake dared not underestimate him any longer. He activated his original force, and the blue mark on his forehead suddenly turned purple. With two summoning arrays appearing beside him, two streams of profound energy emanated from the summoning arrays. At the same time, he shouted at the hundreds of gang members around him, "What are you waiting for? Firepower suppression where needed, summoned beasts where needed." Additionally, send a small team to reinforce the Gallic giant. That kid is very strong. Don't take it lightly. Yes, boss. Understood, big brother. With the roar, hundreds of Black Snake gang members raised their firearms and began to shoot madly at Zhang Yun. Rat-a-tat-tat. Some even pulled out grenades, removed the safety pins, and threw them far toward Zhang Yun. Beasts of level 14 were continuously summoned. Layers of enhancement were placed on them, making them brutal and frenzied. However, they did not rush forward immediately. After all, there was firepower suppression, and it was not their turn yet. Bullets and grenades smashed against Zhang Yun's ice shield, sending ice shards flying and smoke billowing, creating a shocking scene. Zhang Yun stood amidst the swirling smoke, calm and even smiling slightly. He slightly activated his mental power. In an instant, all the bullets and grenades aimed at him hovered in midair. The ordinary members of the Black Snake gang were dumbfounded. What the hell? Why are our bullets frozen in midair, not hitting that kid? That's a rare psychic skill. He used his mental power to immobilize our bullets and grenades. Damn it. Our firearms and grenades are useless now. How do we fight? Let the beasts go. Idiot, immobilizing bullets and grenades requires a lot of mental power. As long as we increase our output, he can't hold on. Bring out the Gatlings. Continue firepower suppression. The ordinary members of the Black Snake gang continued to pull the triggers. 2 Gatling guns were also pushed out, set up in the flower bed, ready to suppress Zhang Yun's firepower. Seeing these petty fish daring to be so arrogant, Zhang Yun's eyes suddenly glowed blue. Go! With his low growl, countless bullets and grenades shot back, flying towards the Black Snake gang members. Be careful. Run. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. Countless Black Snake gang members were pierced by bullets, blown away by the bombs, their screams echoing, blood splattering everywhere. Those who were fortunate enough not to be hit by bullets shrank behind cars, no longer daring to show their faces. Many gang beastmasters knew it was their turn to act. They finally could not hold back and commanded their beasts, charge. Eliminate that kid. In an instant, over 200 low-level beasts roared and surged toward Zhang Yun. In the distance, on the surrounding high-rise buildings, many young people secretly took out their phones to capture footage and shared it on social media. Some directly began live streaming. Brothers, come quick. There's a gunfight breaking out near my neighborhood. They even brought out Gatling guns. It's thrilling, absolutely thrilling. Come take a look. The Black Snake gang is fighting the Taurus madman. They've deployed hundreds of beasts. It's completely insane. Some groups exploded with messages. Brothers, something big has happened. There's a fierce gunfight near my neighborhood. The scene is so intense, it almost gave my mom a heart attack. Where? I'm going to watch. Holy crap. Isn't it said that firearms are controlled weapons? With such a huge scene, where the hell are the authorities? Not going to handle it? Authorities? Haha. They're just the mayor's dogs and thugs. What kind of official are they? Bro, I advise you not to record videos. Hurry and escape. They released a super giant snake over 30 or 50 meters long. Be careful your building gets blown up. Good point, bye. Many residents sense the danger, dialing emergency numbers while escaping outside the apartment building. Such intense gunfights are actually common in major cities. Generally, when encountering such situations, ordinary citizens must evacuate at least 10 kilometers away to ensure safety. After all, high-level beast skills are comparable to missiles. If they miss, they can easily blow up high-rise buildings. Therefore, once a large-scale Beastmaster brawl occurs, the area within several kilometers becomes a danger zone. Ordinary citizens must evacuate quickly to ensure safety. At this time, the Black Snake had already summoned his main battle beast, a massive Demon Realm King snake, covered entirely in dragon-like scales. The Demon Realm King snake looks a bit like a cobra, but its size is countless times larger than an ordinary small cobra, especially the one raised by the Black Snake, which reaches a terrifying length of 50 meters. Its body is thick as a barrel. As it moves gently, its scales scraping against the concrete floor sparks and smoke, grinding the concrete surface into pits. It's clear how strong its physical power is. However, its greatest asset is not its immense strength, but the faint black mist surrounding its body. This black mist is its toxin, which can not only contaminate blood but also damage the nervous system of living beings. Ordinary people will immediately perish if they inhale even a whiff. Generally, beastmasters or beasts that are tainted will suffer excruciating pain and go mad. Only high-level beasts of the same rank can resist this toxin due to their own resistance and original force. However, this is only a contact-based defense. Once bitten by the Demon Realm King Snake's fangs and injected with venom, even high-level beasts will meet their end. Undoubtedly, this is an extremely terrifying super-killing machine. The Black Snake's other beast is also a snake-type beast, named Rock King Snake. The Rock King Snake's size rivals that of the Demon Realm King Snake, and it is even thicker. The Rock King Snake is an Earth-type beast, covered in heavy green rock armor. The hardness of this green rock armor is comparable to iron, giving the Rock King Snake terrifying defense. Ordinary firearms, and even shells cannot break through its defenses. Additionally, its massive size grants it immense strength, with a casual twist. It can turn a tank into rubble. Its melee combat power is astonishing. This type of snake beast is typically used in siege warfare, with its formidable defense. It can effectively break through enemy fire lines and tear down enemy fortifications. It is one of the high-level beasts most favored by the military. As soon as these two super snake beasts were summoned, Lin Yue, who was hiding behind cover, had already put on a testing device to monitor their data. Demon Realm King Snake. Poison type, mature stage. Race level, high. Biological level, upper stage level 8. Skills, multiple. Comprehensive combat power, 1800. Evaluation, elite, powerful. Rock King Snake. Earth type, mature stage. Race level, high. Biological level, upper stage level 7. Comprehensive combat power, 1200. Evaluation, elite, powerful. On the side, Lu Fei forgot to bring the testing device and curiously asked, Xiao Yue, what is the battle power of those two snake beasts? Lin Yue's expression was extremely serious as she replied, very strong. The Demon Realm King Snake is an 8th-tier upper-level beast with a battle power of 1800. The 7th-tier Rock King Snake is not much weaker, with a battle power of 1200. That guy, Black Snake, is quite skilled in training phantom beasts. The battle power of these two snake beasts is far above the standard power line. Lu Fei's face turned pale as she said, 1800? That's already reached the battle power line of a 9th-tier phantom beast. Can Xiaogo handle that? I don't know. Lin Yue shook her head, looking at Zhang Yun. To be sure, we need to see what phantom beast he summons. He can equip even a level 5 original force armor, so his phantom beast shouldn't be weak either. This guy looks cool. His phantom beast must be strong too. I feel like he could summon a dragon beast. Lu Fei looked at Zhang Yun, her beautiful eyes full of expectation. Chapter 58. Pets against pets, humans against humans. Lu Fei's gaze also fell on Zhang Yun's back as she said, a light dragon beast won't do. The level needs to be higher, or it won't be able to fight against Black Snake either. By the way, what is that guy doing? Black Snake has already summoned his main combat phantom beast, yet that guy hasn't summoned a single phantom beast. If those two snake beasts launched a fierce attack, Xiaogo might not even have time to summon his phantom beast and would be taken out immediately. Didn't he summon one? Lin Yue looked at the flame toad on Zhang Yun's shoulder. Is the flame toad also a phantom beast? It should be a decoration. Damn it. Why isn't he summoning his main pet? It's infuriating. Lu Fei couldn't help but complain. However, Lu Fei didn't know that Zhang Yun's main combat phantom beast had already been summoned. It was the little toad perched on his shoulder. However, it was too ordinary to attract anyone's attention. At this moment, over 200 low-tier phantom beasts had already approached Zhang Yun, roaring as they began attacking the ice shields floating around him. These ice shields were set up by Lin Yue's 7th-tier phantom beast and had extremely strong defense. It wasn't easy for low-tier phantom beasts to break through. However, with so many low-tier phantom beasts, the ice shields couldn't hold up. Crack, crack, crack. The ice shields began to show cracks, and it looked like they were about to shatter. Zhang Yun, seeing this, only wore a relaxed smile. He never expected these ice shields to withstand the enemy's attacks. His reliance was solely on the little toad on his shoulder. At this moment, the toad had completely digested the flame crystal, and its entire body turned bright red, resembling a beautiful glass craft. It was waiting for its master's command to unleash havoc. Zhang Yun raised his hand, teasingly poked its chin, and smiled. Can't wait, huh? In that case, I'll leave all these little fish to you to deal with. As soon as Zhang Yun's words fell, the little toad's eyes suddenly lit up, and it emitted a low, rumbling sound. Goo goo. In the next moment, an incredibly hot flame ray was shot out, sweeping towards the surrounding phantom beasts like an aurora. Bang, bang, bang. Anything caught in the sweep, whether it was an ice shield or a phantom beast, exploded into pieces and blood mist, shattering apart. The 200 black, oppressive phantom beasts seemed numerous, but after being swept by this domineering scarlet ray, almost all were instantly killed, their bodies sprawled across the ground. Ah, my Squirtle, my Bulbasaur. What the hell is that phantom beast on that guy's shoulder? It's so small, yet so terrifying. That's the flame toad. Oh my god. I didn't expect the flame toad to be this strong. Which bastard said it was useless? Idiot. That's definitely not a flame toad. It must be a type of super phantom beast we don't know about. Most of the phantom beasts belonging to the gang members were wiped out, with only a few lucky ones surviving due to their small size and not being killed immediately. They screamed in terror, trying to escape with their phantom beasts. However, the little toad jumped onto Zhang Yun's head, continuously shooting its aurora ray as if it would never stop. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining phantom beasts that slipped through were all killed by its aurora spray, exploding into meat chunks. Zhang Yun couldn't help but remind, Guji, watch your angle. Don't break the horns on my helmet. This armor is my grandfather's favorite. Goo. Guji suddenly stopped the laser, nodded to indicate it understood, and then opened its mouth again to continue spraying. In the blink of an eye, the siege of over 200 phantom beasts crumbled, nearly annihilated. In the distance, Lin Yue and Lu Fei were completely stunned. What is that quantum mechanics toad doing? Is the laser free? Lu Fei's mouth was agape, wide enough to fit a fist. She never expected that the seemingly ordinary little toad would be so terrifying. The speed at which it cleared the minor monsters was even faster than her 7th-tier main pet. Lin Yue was also dumbfounded. She had always thought that little toad was just an ordinary useless pet, but she never imagined it had such terrifying battle power. She immediately used the testing device to analyze the data on the flame toad. Flame toad, fire element, dark element, growth stage. Race level, low level. Biological level, error. Cannot estimate. Comprehensive battle power, 2000. Data is incorrect, cannot accurately estimate, no reference value. Evaluation, nightmare, extremely dangerous. What the hell? My testing device can't accurately discern the data of that toad. 2000 battle power. No, that can't be right. Lin Yue looked shocked. What 2000 battle power? Lu Fei asked in confusion. The battle power of that toad is shown as 2000, but it also indicates that the data is incorrect, Lin Yue explained. For such a small toad to have 2000 battle power, that Xiao Go must be extraordinary. Lu Fei couldn't help but exclaim. At that moment, she caught a glimpse of the 2 giant snakes swimming toward Zhang Yun. Oh no, Black Snake's 2 phantom beasts are coming. I don't know if Xiao Go can withstand it. She had a vague feeling that Zhang Yun's little toad must be extraordinary and might give her unexpected shock. And at that moment, Black Snake, holding a black blade, along with the recovering Gaul giant, was approaching Zhang Yun. They radiated violent original force. Exuding an aura of killing intent, Black Snake shouted loudly, Young Master Yun, pets against pets, humans against humans, are you brave enough to come and fight us? I'm not afraid of you. Zhang Yun smiled slightly, took the little toad off his head, and threw it toward the 2 giant snakes. He then stepped forward steadily to confront Black Snake and the Gaul giant. As he walked, he began to float into the air. His entire body radiated powerful mental waves, hovering like a deity in midair. Chapter 59, Easy Annihilation. Throwing out a toad to deal with my phantom beasts, young Master Yun, you underestimate me too much. Black Snake looked at Zhang Yun in the air and sneered. Zhang Yun raised an eyebrow and said, sorry, right now I only have 1 toad. But it shouldn't be a problem to deal with 2 spicy strips. Heh, I want to see if that little toad is enough to fill the gaps for my Rock King Snake. The Rock King Snake lunged forward, ready to swallow the toad. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Rock King Snake flicked its long tongue and slithered forward. Its massive body, covered in rocky armor, smashed everything in its path, destroying street lamps and cars, demonstrating terrifying power. The gang members hiding behind cover saw this, and instantly felt their morale surge. Their leader was finally getting serious. That kid's toad, no matter how powerful, couldn't possibly be a match for the leader's phantom beast. They could finally avenge their brothers. The leader should have acted sooner, otherwise, their brothers wouldn't have died in vain. Who would have thought that kid would be so terrifying? However, no matter how strong he is, in front of the leader, he would only meet his doom. A bold gang member raised his arm and shouted, Rock King Snake, kill that little frog, brothers, take revenge. The Rock King Snake seemed to understand the words of these small fries, speeding up and swiftly swimming towards the little frog. Zhang Yun saw its impatient demeanor, and a strange smile crept up the corner of his mouth. It really is a gluttonous snake. However, gluttonous snakes often end up being eaten by other snakes. Hey, skinny dog, what are you waiting for? Quickly release your 2 spirit beasts. Lu Fei shouted at Zhang Yun. That little frog is so small, it can't fight against the Rock King Snake. Hurry and release the other spirit beasts to help it. Perhaps that guy only raised 1 spirit beast. Lin Yue's face turned serious, saying, if he had a 2nd spirit beast that could fight, he would have released it long ago. Lu Fei was suddenly speechless, feeling that Lin Yue's analysis was very correct. In such a critical situation, there must be some spirit beast summoned to help. There was no reason to hide it. What to do? That guy has a frog. How could it possibly fight against 2 king snakes? Why don't you go help him? Lu Fei suggested. Lin Yue hesitated for a moment and said to the huge white snake beside her, Frost, you go help that little frog and block the Rock King Snake for it. As for whether it can withstand the attack of the Rock King Snake, that depends on its own strength. The Rock King Snake was level 7, and Lin Yue's Frost King Snake was also level 7. Sending it to entangle the Rock King Snake should not be a problem. Hiss. The Frost King Snake accepted the order, its body covered in icy armor, rushing towards the battlefield. However, the Rock King Snake had already reached the little frog first. It opened its massive mouth and lunged at the little frog. The little frog was crouching on top of a small cart, tilting its head and looking at the giant mouth descending upon it, filled with questions. What is this? Want to eat me? I'm not eating you. And you still want to eat me? Fine. Let's see whose mouth is bigger. Gulp. The little frog took a deep breath, and its body rapidly inflated like a balloon. In the blink of an eye, that fist-sized little frog had grown to over 10 meters in size. Moreover, its size was still increasing, showing no signs of stopping. The small cart it was on was easily crushed into a pancake, collapsing with a loud crash. At this moment, the Rock King Snake's massive mouth was about to bite down on its frog head. Bigger mouth? Let's see who eats who. The little frog opened its mouth wide and lunged at the Rock King Snake's head. Although its body was not as long as the Rock King Snake, it had already grown to over 20 meters long, and its mouth was several meters wide. Compared to the Rock King Snake's massive mouth, it was like a pocket compared to a sack. There was no comparison. The Rock King Snake sensed danger, retracting its head and preparing to retreat. Want to escape? No way. The little frog narrowed its eyes, and a scorching red light glowed in its mouth. The red light condensed into a beam, striking the side of the Rock King Snake's neck. Bang! Hiss! The Rock King Snake's neck exploded as if it had been hit by a missile. Its steel-like rocky armor shattered easily, blood and flesh mixed with rock splattering everywhere. Hiss hiss hiss. The Rock King Snake let out a miserable cry, its ferocity ignited, and its massive body lunged towards the little frog, intending to strangle it with brute force. However, after circling the little frog, it realized its length was insufficient. The little frog's body had reached 25 meters, and with its height and width, its circumference had long exceeded 50 meters. With the Rock King Snake's 50-meter length, it simply wasn't enough. This spicy strip panicked, realizing that this frog was no ordinary creature. It turned to flee. The Black Snake was also shocked. Hiss! The Magic Realm King Snake received the order and rushed towards the little frog. However, the little frog did not give it a chance. It spat out another crimson laser, hitting the Rock King Snake's neck. Bang! With a loud crash, the Rock King Snake's head was blown off. Its massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Rock! The Black Snake was hit by the backlash of the contract power, clutching its head and letting out a heart-wrenching scream. The Rock King Snake had fought for most of its life, yet it unexpectedly had its head blown off by a mere frog monster. The dual blow to its spirit and body left the Black Snake in agony. The remaining members of the Black Snake gang were stunned. The Rock King Snake was actually defeated in an instant. What the hell? What level of frog is that? Even bigger than the house I live in. What to do? It feels like the boss is going to be done for. Isn't that obvious? Hurry and run, or we'll all be finished. Brothers, retreat. The remaining gang members decisively fled, frantically running towards the nearby residential area. The residents hiding in the surrounding buildings, who had been secretly filming, were also terrified. They had originally thought that with the emergence of two king snakes, the Minotaur warrior would undoubtedly die. But to their surprise, the powerful Rock King Snake was easily killed by a giant frog in just 2 bursts. That was a 50-meter-long Rock King Snake. Just releasing one would be enough to give a fully armed army of 10,000 a headache. Yet it was killed in an instant. What kind of frog is that? So terrifying? For a moment, many young people began searching on their phones for information about the frog monster, wanting to find out what kind of spirit beast it was that was so fearsome, fearing that they wouldn't escape in time and be killed by that giant frog. Lin Yue was dumbfounded, her mouth forming an O shape. She never expected that the fist-sized little frog could grow to 25 meters long. Its size was already comparable to that of a typical level 9 spirit beast. The most outrageous part was that in less than 10 seconds, it had easily annihilated a level 7 defensive type spirit beast. This combat power was indeed monstrous. She finally understood why Zhang Yun dared to face the poison snake gang alone. If she had such a super frog, she would dare too. At this moment, she felt a sense of admiration for Zhang Yun. At such a young age, being able to nurture a spirit beast to such a level, his beast taming skills were truly exceptional. Wait a minute. A sudden flash of inspiration struck her mind as she thought of her sister's root tree man. Perhaps that root tree man had truly become extraordinary because of his nurturing. If that were the case, then she had underestimated him. Lin Yue's face turned pale, and she dared not think further. She felt as if she had missed a tremendous opportunity. Chapter 60, The Drum of War. The doubling technique was actually the doubling technique. Lu Fei shook Lin Yue's arm excitedly, saying, "That is a super skill that only spirit beasts with king beast potential can comprehend. Xiao Tail. The homeroom teacher said that your Frost King Snake was lucky to comprehend the doubling technique and has a chance to advance to king level potential. That little frog also has the doubling technique. Do you think it might also have king beast potential?" Lin Yue's mouth curled into a bitter smile as she said, "Zhang Yun's frog is much more powerful than my Frost King Snake. It is undoubtedly king beast potential. If he can survive, he will surely gain the qualification to ascend to Sky City with this frog beast." She knew that the upcoming battles had nothing to do with her. This skinny dog was surprisingly powerful. Xiao Tail, do you like him? If you don't like him, I might just go for it. Lu Fei's eyes sparkled with mischief. At this moment, the black snake had swallowed a special potion, stabilizing the pain caused by the contract backlash. His eyes turned crimson as he growled lowly. Qinglang, summon the spirit beast and work with my magic realm king snake to kill that frog. Leave that kid Zhang Yun to me. Roar. This Gallic giant let out a furious roar, summoning a nearly 20-meter tall white giant wolf, charging towards the little frog. Zhang Yun looked at the white giant wolf and activated his identification skill. Silver Moon Demon Wolf. Ice type, mature stage. Race level, advanced. Biological level, lower 7th stage. Potential. Comprehension, none. Combat power assessment, 830. Introduction, useless, wasting a lot of air every day. With a combat power of 830. He dares to charge at my little frog, looking for death. At this moment, he stood with his back to the moon, looking down like a deity, coldly observing the black snake. Are you going to fight me directly, or wait for the illusion beasts to determine the winner before battling me? The black snake raised its head, its snake-like vertical pupils emitting a cold light. Your frog is strong, but even with the Qing wolf and my magic realm king snake, it may not be its match. Capture the thief, capture the king first. I will take you down first, and I will still win this battle. Oh, do you have that strength? Whoosh. A 2-meter-long blade of light suddenly condensed, slashing toward Zhang Yun. Just a small trick. Zhang Yun smiled slightly. His mental waves suddenly activated. Bang. The black sword light was instantly shattered, turning into black light spots that scattered. Now, Zhang Yun possessed a mental strength 100 times stronger than that of an ordinary illusion beast master. Based on this 100-fold mental strength, his perception reached an intricate level, with no blind spots in all 360 degrees. Of course, if the black snake rushed up close to him and engaged in close combat, he might react too late and get hit. However, Zhang Yun would not give him the chance to get close. Gravity technique. With a low shout from Zhang Yun, the air above the black snake's head distorted strangely. The black snake's pupils shrank, and it dodged to the side like a snake. In the instant it dodged, a loud boom sounded where it had been standing. The ground beneath had already sunk, and cracks spread out like a tortoise shell. This attack was terrifying. If it hadn't dodged in time, it could have been severely injured with just one hit. Not only was the illusion beast strong, but it also mastered a mental attack that only a few illusion beast masters possessed. This young man was truly frightening. However, as a battle-hardened individual, he would not easily back down. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he executed a unique step, his figure turning into an afterimage, rushing toward Zhang Yun like a ghost. Zhang Yun looked at him and was surprised to find that he couldn't lock onto the black snake's figure just with his eyes. Since that was the case, he might as well close his eyes. He shut his eyes and chose to use his perception to capture the black snake's figure. Under the sweep of his perception, the black snake's figure had nowhere to hide. Mental wave. His mental power surged, forming a ripple that slammed toward a certain direction. In that direction, the black snake's figure just happened to emerge, its pupils shrinking as it attempted to dodge. Boom, boom, boom. Nearby cars were hit by the mental wave, exploding one after another, thick black smoke billowing. The black snake knew that it was difficult to approach Zhang Yun using its steps. Its expression became slightly solemn as it unleashed a high-level skill. Shadow technique. With its low shout, dark attribute original power surged around it, splitting into two identical figures. Then, the three figures separated, rushing toward Zhang Yun from three different directions. Zhang Yun frowned slightly, sensing three similar auras. This made it difficult for him to distinguish the black snake's true body, but it didn't matter, since he couldn't identify it. He would just break through everything and confront it directly. He commanded, "Little frog, activate the war drum." Goo goo. The little frog was still entangled with the magic realm king snake. Upon hearing its master's reminder, it let out a call, and its belly suddenly puffed up. Boom. A dull sound, like a drumbeat, echoed from its plump belly. Immediately afterward, a golden sound wave spread out from it in all directions. Zhang Yun was enveloped by that golden ripple, and a phantom imprint of a long spear appeared above his head. Then, he felt a surge of power, his combat power and momentum significantly increasing. In the distance, in a truck, Zhang Feng was still smoking a cigar, chatting and joking with the nightclub owner. The sudden drumbeat startled him, causing him to jump up and hit his head on the truck's roof. Bang! The truck's roof deformed from his head's impact. Ignoring the pain, he turned his shocked gaze toward the battlefield. He let out a sharp scream. Heavens! Halo! It's actually a Halo skill. Moreover, it's the extremely rare war drum. That's a super skill only the War King Beast can comprehend, usually only appearing on the Komodo War Giant. If that skill can be used among thousands of troops, it can directly increase allies' combat power by over 30, with no side effects. If that kid joins the army, he alone can be worth half a legion. Unbelievable. Simply too unbelievable. No wonder old Qin, that old fox, would personally come to recruit him. I can't let such a super genius slip into the third young master's camp. Zhang Feng couldn't sit still. He kicked the truck door away, leaping down from the seat and heading toward Zhang Yun. At this moment, hundreds of meters away, on the top of a 30-story building, three figures hidden in the shadows closely observed the battle situation on Zhang Yun's side. Powerful forces seemed to lie dormant within them, causing the surrounding air to twist and tremble slightly. Chapter 61, Adopting the Gaul Giant. A tall woman in a red dress, with a model-like figure, trembled slightly, exclaiming in awe, "Ah, that kid is too captivating. His pet actually possesses the war drum halo. If the second young lady can have that illusion beast, she wouldn't have to fear fighting against foreign races or beast tides during city building." Beside her, a tall, thin man wrapped in black bandages crossed his arms and said hoarsely, "Old Qin really hasn't seen many people. That kid is truly extraordinary. If such a person cannot be used by the second young lady, it would be better to kill him and take his illusion beast. Otherwise, once he grows, he will undoubtedly become a hindrance for the second young lady, making it difficult for her to dominate the southern region." He looked at the nearby man, who was as sturdy as an iron tower, and asked, "Zhang Feng can't sit still anymore. Should we make a move?" "No need to rush." The man, as sturdy as an iron tower, slowly spoke, "Let's see how Zhang Feng handles that kid. If that kid is recruited by Zhang Feng, tonight will be his death. If he doesn't bow to Zhang Feng, we shouldn't act rashly either. Making enemies for no reason will only bring trouble to the second young lady." The bandaged man nodded, laughing sinisterly. Hee, it would be best if that Zhang Feng fellow could strike hard. That way, we might have a chance to win that kid over. At this moment, the black snake was already dazed. Its face turned pale. It originally thought that with its strength, it had a chance to defeat Zhang Yun. As long as it could capture him, it could force him to comply and indirectly control that terrifying illusion beast frog. However, the moment the war drum sounded, it knew that it was completely hopeless. With such a precious skill in the illusion beast, Zhang Yun was no longer someone it was qualified to deal with. It looked at Zhang Yun, about to surrender. Suddenly, a severe pain shot through its head again, as if it was about to split open. It realized something and quickly turned to look at the frog. This glance left it dumbfounded. It saw that its magic realm king snake had already been swallowed by the giant frog, leaving only its tail sticking out of its mouth. What the hell? In the blink of an eye, its magic realm king snake was eaten like a spicy strip. Damn it. At this moment, the Gaul giant charged fearlessly, wanting to rescue the magic realm king snake. However, the little frog kicked it away with a frog kick, sending it flying 100 meters and crashing into a KFC store. The silver moon demon wolf, seeing its master being knocked away, spewed out icy mist, intending to freeze the frog. As a result, the frog suddenly jumped, soaring over 100 meters high. Then, it crashed down like a meteor. The silver moon demon wolf, terrified, tried to retreat to avoid it, but a pressure from a higher being enveloped it, making it hard to move. Amid its desperate wails, the frog's massive body came crashing down. Boom. The surrounding buildings trembled 3 times as the dignified 7-tier lower silver moon demon wolf was flattened into a meat pie by a single sit. This terrifying scene left all the onlookers dumbfounded. At this moment, Zhang Yun, taking advantage of the black snake's distraction, had already identified his true location. He dove down, instantly appearing in front of the black snake. "Wait, I recognize you." Before the black snake could plead for mercy, Zhang Yun's fist smashed heavily into his chin. "Get lost." Boom. The black snake was sent flying by a punch, his faceplate even shattered, turning into a streak of black light that shot towards a nearby building. With a thunderous crash, the building was struck, creating a massive dent, debris and glass exploding everywhere. Faintly, the terrified screams of citizens could be heard from afar. "Damn. It seems I hit him the wrong way. I hope no one gets killed." Zhang Yun's mouth twitched as he turned to look at the battle situation near the little frog. The little frog was so powerful that it had already crushed 3 enemy phantom beasts. At this point, only the Gaul giant remained, madly charging at the frog. Goo goo. The little frog had just eaten 2 spicy sticks and was still a bit hungry, planning to swallow the Gaul giant whole, perhaps to fill the gaps between its teeth. At this moment, Zhang Yun's voice came through. "Frog G, that barbarian just chopped at me with an axe. Throw him over. I want to smash his head myself." Goo goo. Frog G nodded, its tongue suddenly flicking out, with a bang, sending the Gaul giant flying towards Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun leaped up, executing a hook kick. Boom. The Gaul giant was slammed down, creating a dent in the ground and spreading countless cracks. He spat out a mouthful of blood, most of his bones shattered. No longer able to fight, tears streamed down his bull-like eyes. It was unclear whether it was from the pain or the sorrow of losing his phantom beast. Zhang Yun walked over, raising his fist in front of the Gaul giant's desperate gaze. Then, he punched down towards the Gaul giant's head. At that moment, a strong wind suddenly rushed from the side. Goo goo. The little frog issued a warning. Zhang Yun sensed someone rapidly approaching him. However, he did not detect any killing intent, so he continued to bring his fist down without any intention of stopping. Wait. Boom. With a dull sound, Zhang Yun's fist collided with the calloused palm, as if striking a tire, creating a shockwave that rippled outward. Zhang Yun was somewhat surprised that his full-powered punch was so easily blocked. This old rogue is really strong. Zhang Yun looked up at the nearby Zhang Feng, coldly saying, "Are you trying to stop me?" Zhang Feng withdrew his playful smile and said solemnly, "He's just a child. Let him go." Zhang Yun sneered, "Huh? The child you speak of nearly chopped me to death just now. He harbored murderous intent towards me, and he must die, no matter what." Zhang Feng's mouth twitched as he replied, "I already instructed Qing Lang not to kill you. He is an obedient child and won't defy my orders. You must have triggered a key word, like family or sister, to make him go crazy. He is an orphan, rescued by me from a cannibal's lair at the age of 3. He has experienced terrible nightmares. Whenever malicious-related words are mentioned, he goes berserk. So what does that have to do with me? I'm only responsible for sending him to hell. Treating his mental illness is something for the king of hell to consider." Although Zhang Yun said this, he slowly retracted his fist and did not continue to attack. He knew Zhang Feng was strong. At the moment, he was not his opponent. Zhang Yun was not afraid of him either. After all, if he couldn't win, he could just hide in the frog's belly and let the little frog fight him. However, if the little frog really fought him to the death, then this neighborhood would completely turn into a battlefield. At that time, countless innocent citizens would be in danger. That was not what he wanted to see. Seeing Zhang Yun back down, Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "If you're upset, I can have this little guy serve you as his master. You can treat him as a phantom beast to raise. How about that?" Hearing this, Zhang Yun's mouth twisted in anger. "What do I need a glutton like this for? Am I short on rice? Who are you insulting? If it weren't for your father's face, would I let you off so easily?" Zhang Feng scratched his groin and said, "This little guy was rescued by me from a 2-headed ogre camp. When I saved him, his parents and sister had already been turned into meat porridge. You say he's a glutton. I want to ask you, can you find a human with talents comparable to his? Is it possible that I'm that human with higher talent than him?" Zhang Yun replied expressionlessly. This, Zhang Feng was momentarily speechless, pulling out a cigar and lighting it before continuing. "Even if your talent is stronger than this little guy's, taking him in wouldn't be a loss, right? This child has the bloodline of a Gaul berserker. If nurtured well, he will surely become an unparalleled general in the future. Do you know what conditions those bastards in the military offered me to get him? 500 million. Do you understand? You have such a good heart." Zhang Yun shot a sideways glance at the old rogue, his trust level at 0. Zhang Feng took a puff of his cigar, slowly exhaling a ring of smoke, and said, "After all, I've raised him for 4 years. I don't want him to become a sacrifice for the new city. During the city building process, there will be many difficulties, various hostile forces against the Zhang family, and those dark bastards in the wilderness will also be restless. Moreover, internal strife within the Zhang family is extremely dangerous. Even I can't guarantee my own safety. I don't want to take this little guy into danger with me. Just consider it a good deed if you adopt him. With your strength, you can't refuse the 3rd young master of the Zhang family, can you?" Zhang Yun expressed disbelief. Zhang Feng glanced at him and said, "The only thing that can make me bow my head is the interests of my family behind me. I don't serve those 3 young masters. I serve the family forces related to my branch. I'm not like you, a solitary person who can fight when they want and retreat when they want. I have countless lives and interests tied to my waist. One must live in the world, and one cannot act on their own. So do you want to continue fighting me or not?" Zhang Yun was tired of hearing this nonsense and directly asked, "Fight my ass. You're the cub of my old friend. I wouldn't bully the weak." Zhang Feng raised an eyebrow and continued, "Since you don't want to serve the 3rd young master, I won't force you. However, you'd better not lean towards the 2nd young lady. That girl is much more ruthless than the 3rd young master. Oh, if you don't fight me, I'm leaving. I don't want this giant baby. Just find a slaughterhouse and turn it into canned meat." Since he couldn't win, Zhang Yun turned to leave, not wanting to step into this pit. At that moment, a system prompt sounded. "Ding, detected a half-orc with over 50 Titan bloodline. Can use identification technique to assess quality. Triggered temporary mission. Cultivate purebred phantom beast. Contract half-orc. Cultivate the half-orc into a true purebred phantom beast and contract it. Reward, 50 reputation. Choose any phantom beast to grant phantom beast battle armor. Failure, no penalty. A no-penalty mission? How nice." Zhang Yun paused in his steps. "Can I contract him now?" Zhang Yun asked in his heart. The Gaul giant is not a phantom beast, but this one is different. This one has over 50 Titan bloodline. As long as you increase his bloodline concentration to over 80, you can initially activate his Titan bloodline. Titans are an ancient demon god race, capable of tearing pure-blood dragons apart. For humans, they are considered different and also considered phantom beasts. At that time, you will naturally be able to contract him. Can't I contract him directly now? Zhang Yun felt slightly disappointed and pressed on. How strong can an 80 bloodline titan be? If it's too weak, I won't contract it. After all, I started with a little toad, and I won't be interested in a beast that's too weak. An 80 bloodline titan can't be compared to the ancient titan race, but its racial level can probably reach legendary. Zhang Yun was puzzled and asked, what the hell is legendary? I remember the highest racial level for beasts is the 12th-stage Beast Emperor, right? Who told you the highest is the 12th-stage Beast Emperor? Above the 12 stages, there is the 13th-stage Epic. Your little toad's potential is currently only considered top tier among king beasts, and its racial level has not yet reached the Beast Emperor level. And above Epic, there is legendary, and above legendary, there is demon god level. A beast with a racial level of demon god, once it matures, possesses 15 stages of combat power and can barely wander in the universe, considered an entry-level divine beast. Hiss, this little Gaul giant is so impressive. Zhang Yun gasped. Before activating his Titan bloodline, he was trash, but after activating it, he can barely be raised. As for whether to raise it or not, that depends on you. This system does not intervene. Raise it, why not? If I can pull his Titan bloodline to 80, won't I be unbeatable later? Zhang Yun suddenly turned his head, his gaze intensely fixed on the little Gaul cub lying on the ground. Zhang Feng saw his unusual expression and thought this kid was about to kill again, quickly extending his leg to block Zhang Yun. You little brat, enough? They said this little guy is only 7 years old. Can't you let him go this once? The little Gaul cub was also frightened by Zhang Yun's gaze, curling up in fear as he lay on his side, hugging his knees. In battle, he was a fierce beast, braver than anyone else. But once the battle stance was lifted, his psychological state was no different from that of an ordinary 7-year-old child, even more timid and fragile. After all, in his perception, he was a hybrid outcast, despised and discriminated against by all humans. So deep down, he felt extremely inferior and even feared humans. Did I say I wanted to kill him? Zhang Yun casually replied, secretly casting the beast identification technique on the little Gaul cub. Titan cub, bloodline not activated, no attributes, cub stage. Racial level, high. Biological level, 5th stage lower. Potential, comprehension, high. Combat power, 800. Skills, killing aura, cleaving, super recovery. Description, this is a hybrid cub with decent talent, possessing 78 Titan bloodline. If you can feed it thunder and electric treasures, you might be able to stimulate its talent. Status, light injury, fear. Hiss. Seeing the information on this little Gaul cub, Zhang Yun couldn't help but gasp. He originally thought that the unhatched ghost cat with 6-star talent was already strong enough. But this little Gaul cub directly had 9-star talent. Moreover, its comprehension was high. Compared to it, the little toad seemed like an idiot. Clearly, this little Gaul cub looked silly and not very smart. Why was its comprehension so high, even higher than his? This is too unbelievable. Is the identification technique malfunctioning? The identification technique is fine. He has high comprehension, which doesn't equal high intelligence. In terms of understanding power and skills, he far surpasses you. But when it comes to worldly matters, he's like an idiot. Understood, it's similar to being high in grades, but low in ability. You can understand it that way. Seeing Zhang Yun staring at the little Gaul cub, making it shiver, Zhang Feng couldn't help but scold. You little brat. Since you don't want to kill him and don't want to raise him, then stop intimidating him with your gaze. Who said I don't want to raise him? Zhang Yun suppressed his excitement, feigning indifference, and said, I just want to observe him closely to see if he is suitable to be raised in the neighborhood. You know, this little thing's combat power is almost at the 8th stage. If he goes crazy in the neighborhood, it could be a bloodbath. You really want to raise him? Zhang Feng looked skeptical. After all, Zhang Yun's attitude had changed too drastically, which was unusual. He suspected Zhang Yun might trick the little guy away and then punch him to death. Didn't you say I should adopt him? Then I'll adopt him. Do you have any objections? Zhang Yun rolled his eyes. If you want to adopt him, you must guarantee me that you won't abuse him and treat him like your own child, Zhang Feng said seriously, staring into Zhang Yun's eyes. Hee deal. Zhang Feng's mouth curled into a playful smile as he said, you better not mess him up. I'll come check on this little guy when I have time. If you dare to abuse him, I'll make sure to deal with you, even if I have to risk my old face. Don't worry. I'll definitely take good care of him, Zhang Yun replied with a sincere smile, but inwardly he was thinking, you old man not only want others to teach me a lesson, but also want me to help you raise a child? Fine, I'll raise him well, treating him like a beast. The next time you see him, I'll summon him out like a beast. Let's see what your reaction will be, hee. With that thought, Zhang Yun couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Seeing Zhang Yun's sincere expression, Zhang Feng finally relaxed. He gently kicked the little Gaul cub lying on the ground and said kindly, get up, little blue wolf. Owl. The little blue wolf obediently got up and immediately shrank behind Zhang Feng, trying to avoid Zhang Yun's strange gaze. He had already been scared by Zhang Yun's toad and was terrified, especially since a beast had been killed. To him, Zhang Yun was simply a terrifying devil. However, his body was just too large, already over 3 meters. No matter how much he tried to shrink behind Zhang Feng, he couldn't hide his large frame. Don't hide. This kid is your dad. From now on, you will call him dad and listen to him, understand? Upon hearing this, the little blue wolf's big eyes widened, and his voice was innocent. Dad, he is my dad. Chapter 63. He will be your dad from now on. The little blue wolf lost his father since infancy and was raised by his mother and sister until he was about 3 years old. Then, his tribe was slaughtered by a 2-headed ogre, and both his mother and sister were turned into soup. Since then, he had regarded Zhang Feng as his dad. He believed and listened to whatever Zhang Feng said. He had called Zhang Feng dad before, but Zhang Feng said he wasn't his dad and that he would help him find one when he had the chance. For years passed, and Zhang Feng finally found him a dad. For a moment, the little blue wolf directly regarded Zhang Yun as his dad. The reason was simple. When he was in the military camp, many human uncles often taught him knowledge. For example, they said that dads are the most terrifying beings in the world, beating their own cubs mercilessly. Cubs without dads are treasures, while those with dads die early. Thinking of how Zhang Yun had just taught him a lesson and struck him hard, the little blue wolf felt that the possibility of him being his dad was extremely high. After all, if he weren't his biological dad, he wouldn't be so harsh. Of course, the main reason was still that Zhang Feng said Zhang Yun was his dad. The little blue wolf firmly believed Zhang Feng's words. He said Zhang Yun was his dad, so Zhang Yun was his dad. There was nothing to doubt. He is your dad. Quickly call him dad and introduce yourself, Zhang Feng said with a mischievous smile. Oh, dad. Hello, my name is Little Blue Wolf. The little blue wolf obediently complied. Zhang Yun glared at Zhang Feng and said to the little blue wolf in a deep voice, I am not your dad. Don't call me dad. The little blue wolf was very scared, curling up into a ball and weakly saying, Oh, got it, dad. Still calling? The little blue wolf didn't dare anymore, dad. Seeing this giant acting like an idiot, Zhang Yun rubbed his temples in exasperation. His recovery ability was 100 times stronger than a gecko's. In the military camp, he was often used as a punching bag by older kids. This little injury would have him lying down for a night, and by tomorrow he'd be full of life again. Zhang Feng smiled. Often treated like a punching bag. What a ridiculous situation. For a moment, Zhang Yun actually felt a bit of sympathy for this mentally challenged cub. He pointed at the little green wolf's nose and said sternly, Listen, I will raise you from now on, but you have to be obedient. If you dare to disobey, I'll beat you to death. Oh, got it, dad. The little green wolf was even more convinced that Zhang Yun was his father. Seeing Zhang Yun's serious expression, Zhang Feng believed he would definitely treat the green wolf well in the future, and a comforting smile appeared on his face. He immediately invited Zhang Yun. You've just fought a battle and must be tired, right? Come on, let's go soak our feet. I know a place nearby where the girls are both good-looking and clean. It's on me, just as an apology to you. Do you have a place to put him? Just let him guard at the entrance of your fantasy beast shop. He has done this job plenty of times in the military camp, Zhang Feng casually suggested. Over the years, he had spent most of his time on the battlefield, leaving the little green wolf in the military camp. Inevitably, there were some petty racists who treated the little green wolf as an animal and bullied him in various ways. Over time, the little green wolf became extremely hardworking and could endure things that many humans could not, including being a guard dog. Zhang Yun was slightly moved upon hearing this and felt even more sympathy for this Gallic cub. After thinking for a moment, he said, Then you can let him stay at the entrance of my fantasy beast shop for one night. Tomorrow morning, when I go to the shop, I will arrange everything for him. Just make sure he behaves and doesn't cause any trouble. Otherwise, I won't keep him. Zhang Feng took a puff from his cigar and chuckled. Just remind him yourself. He is your son now, so he'll listen to you the most. Zhang Yun shot him a glare, looked at the little green wolf, and said gently, Hey, you stay well at the entrance of my shop. Tomorrow morning, I'll buy you something delicious to eat. Remember to behave and don't cause any trouble, got it? Seeing that the little guy seemed obedient, Zhang Yun nodded in satisfaction. After that, he placed the small, hopping frog on his shoulder and turned to leave. Hey, come on, let's go soak our feet and get a massage. Don't you want to hear about the good old days between me and your dad? Zhang Feng called out to him. Stinky kid. Zhang Feng grinned and took out a business card, tossing it out. That's my business card. If you need anything, just call the number on it. The commotion caused by your fantasy beast tonight will definitely attract a lot of attention. If you can't handle it, just call me. I'm an old friend of your dad, and also your clan uncle. I can help you if you need it. The business card spun in the air before landing in front of Zhang Yun. Humph, this is still your fault. I'll find you if anything happens. Zhang Yun caught the card, placed the rock battle armor and the card into his spatial ring, and then walked towards Lin Yue and the others. Zhang Feng led the little green wolf toward a truck in the distance. Little green wolf, don't be afraid. Your dad is a good person and won't mistreat you. Just remember to listen to him, and he will give you lots of delicious food. He might even take you to some fun places, like amusement parks, Zhang Feng reassured. Zhang Feng had already investigated some things about Zhang Yun. Although he knew that Zhang Yun was decisive in battle, that was only against enemies. Generally, he was still very kind-hearted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have saved the president of the Merchant Association on the street. Oh, the Green Wolf remembers. The little Green Wolf wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and nodded excitedly. Zhang Feng wouldn't lie to him. If Zhang Feng said his dad would treat him well, he would definitely treat him well. Zhang Yun arrived in front of Lin Yue and the others. At this moment, the way they looked at Zhang Yun had completely changed. Dude, you're too awesome. You single-handedly blew up the Poison Snake gang. That's incredible. Lu Fei looked at him with admiration, or rather, at his little frog. She curiously asked, what kind of frog is that on your shoulder? It looks ridiculously strong, but resembles a flame frog. Is that its disguise? Zhang Yun smiled and said, isn't it possible that it is a flame frog? Cut it out. Do you think I'm stupid? Lu Fei rolled her eyes. Then, she put on a flattering smile, moved closer to Zhang Yun, shook his arm, and said sweetly, Zhang Yun, good brother, I really want a super frog like this. Can you tell me where you bought it or where you caught it? Just tell me. And I'll help you warm your bed, okay? As she spoke, she intentionally brushed her chest against Zhang Yun's arm. Chapter 64. Misunderstanding. Inhaling the scent of the girl and feeling the softness of her touch against his arm, it was quite comfortable. But Zhang Yun was not falling for it. You temptress, don't try to seduce me. Zhang Yun forcefully rubbed her chest with his arm, then pulled back and stated righteously, I am a gentleman. I won't fall for such beauty traps. If you want a powerful frog fantasy beast, you can buy one and bring it to my shop, and I'll help you train it. However, it probably won't reach the level of this frog. Zhang Yun was speaking the truth. The flame frog had such high combat power not only because of its potential, but also due to Zhang Yun's generous investment. During the gathering trials, whenever Zhang Yun encountered fire-related spiritual herbs or flowers, he fed them all to the little frog. That's why the little frog could reach the peak of the third stage in such a short time, and its combat power soared above 2,000. Lu Fei was unwilling to give up and moved closer again, holding his arm and asking sweetly, Zhang Yun, is your training level really that high? Are you better than Master Huang? At this moment, Lin Yue spoke seriously, Lu Fei, don't doubt Master Zhang's training level. If you want to train a fantasy beast, you can seek Master Zhang. His training level is definitely above Master Hua. As she spoke, Lin Yue respectfully bowed to Zhang Yun and apologized, Master Zhang, my attitude towards you in your shop earlier was too harsh. I hope you don't take it to heart. I still prefer your unruly demeanor. Zhang Yun smiled and said, thank you for helping me earlier. I will remember this favor. In the future, when you come to my shop to train fantasy beasts, we will consider giving you priority. Also, the battle just now damaged your car. I'm really sorry about that. How much is your car worth? I'll compensate you, but it will be deducted for depreciation. Lin Yue's mouth twitched as she said, my car isn't worth much, and the insurance will cover it all. It's fine. Such a situation can be fully compensated? Zhang Yun was surprised and asked, which generous insurance company is that? Can you introduce them to me? That generous insurance company is run by my dad, of course. They can cover everything. If it were you, you'd be lucky to get 10 back. Lu Fei giggled, covering her mouth. Oh, then forget I asked. Zhang Yun said disinterestedly. Zhang Yun, your training level for fantasy beasts is so high. Can you help me train one? Lu Fei whispered in his ear. Zhang Yun inhaled the girl's fragrance, scratched his ear, and casually replied, training fantasy beasts is fine, but being in a romantic relationship is out of the question. After all, if you use the excuse of being in a relationship to freeload off my training fees, that would be troublesome. How despicable. I'm talking about feelings. And you're talking about money. Lu Fei pouted in dissatisfaction. When you were in danger earlier, I didn't abandon you. Is this how you treat a girl's true feelings? Can true feelings be eaten? If I want you to be my wife, do I not need to pay a bride price? If you dare to ask me to be your wife, I want only not collect a bride price. But I'll also give you a dowry, making you my dad's secretary. One person below, thousands above, how about that? Lu Fei teased. Not interested. I'm only 18 and don't want to be a target for your old cow eating young grass. I'm only 20, is that not young? The commotion from the earlier battle was too loud, and things like the special operations team should be on their way. If he ran into those fools again, he would have to spend some effort explaining. It was better to leave early. Master Zhang, I've already called the bodyguard to drive over. If you don't mind, we can give you a ride, Lin Yue said sincerely. Zhang Yun shook his head and said, no need, I'll call a car myself. He had a premonition that troubles surrounding him would only increase, and he didn't want to drag others down with him. Come over to my house. My bed is big and soft, Lu Fei said, shaking his arm. Get lost. If I go to your house, I can only sleep in the living room. What's the point? Zhang Yun shrugged off her hand and walked straight ahead. This enchantress was too flirtatious. and he found it hard to handle. Lu Fei twisted her tiny waist and tried to catch up, but was stopped by Lin Yue. Zhang Yun shook off the woman and walked towards the intersection ahead. As he passed a tall building, he sensed something and stopped in his tracks. He looked up at the top of the building and activated his perception, extending towards the rooftop. About 10 seconds later, he frowned slightly and muttered, "Strange. I clearly feel someone is peeking at me from the rooftop. Is it an illusion?" He shook his head, dismissing the doubt, and continued walking towards the intersection. At that moment, on the rooftop terrace, 3 figures floated like ghosts, looking down at Zhang Yun. "This kid is quite alert. Should we take action and directly snatch that kid's phantom beast?" The woman in red said with a charming smile. "I have no objections." The man in black bandages laughed. However, the man as strong as an iron tower shook his head and said, "Don't act rashly. Zhang Feng hasn't gone far. And there are quite a few strong figures from the third young master's faction lurking in this city. If we deal with this kid, they'll also take action. At that time, it will turn into a chaotic battle, destroying this city, which is harmful rather than beneficial for the second young Mississippi. Let this kid be. The third young master is arrogant and will definitely lose patience and continue to pressure this kid. At that time, the second young miss will benefit as a bystander." The other 2 nodded in regret upon hearing this. In an apartment, Kai Jiqiu lay on the sofa, scrolling through short videos. The girl in the video had an explosive figure, accompanied by passionate music, making the old man unable to stop. At that moment, a phone call came in. Kai Jiqiu glanced at the caller ID. It was a call from Deguzi, not a Yun's call. He looked at the time on his phone. It was 10 o'clock. With so many female delinquents outside, he hoped Yun wouldn't run into those chaotic young women. Kai Jiqiu sighed inwardly and answered the phone, switching to speaker mode. On the other end, an excited voice came through. "Dad, you're up again. Congratulations." "Deguzi, what nonsense are you talking about?" Kai Jiqiu, not very adept with his phone, thought his eldest son had discovered his secret and hurriedly tried to exit the call, flustered. At that moment, his eldest son again spoke excitedly. "Dad, you're still hiding it from us. We've all seen the video clips online." "What video clips? What nonsense are you talking about? I haven't done anything. I haven't watched anything. You should check the family group chat for the video. We're discussing it there." After saying that, his eldest son hung up the phone. This made Kai Jiqiu a bit nervous. Recently, he had been feeling too bored and had gotten addicted to watching beautiful women short videos. This wouldn't have been discovered by the family, right? If so, that would be too embarrassing. Kai Jiqiu, with a nervous heart, opened the family group chat. He found that the younger members of the family were actually discussing his solo triumph over the Black Snake Gang. What the hell? Chapter 65. Grandpa is a dog. 7th grandson. Oh my god, Grandpa is awesome again. He single-handedly defeated the Poison Snake Gang. 7th grandson. Punishing evil and promoting good. Grandpa is number 1. He is my idol. Kai Yin. Is there a possibility that the one in the rock armor isn't Grandpa, but someone else? Kai Yin. A few days ago, Grandpa was still sick. He shouldn't be better yet, right? Deguzi. The rock armor is the old man's lifeline. He wouldn't let it go to anyone else. Deguzi. I've already added Grandpa to the group chat. If he really defeated the Poison Snake Gang, we just need to ask him. Kai Jiqiu looked at these chat messages, completely confused. When did he wear the rock armor to act heroically? Last night. He had secretly traded it for a phantom beast egg. After scrolling through hundreds of messages, he finally found the relevant video clip. He clicked to watch for a moment, and his eyes gradually widened. In the video, a tall and straight figure, clad in battle armor, floated above the night sky. His whole body shone with golden light, with bull horns reaching for the sky, looking majestic like a demonic god, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. The golden armor he wore was something Kai Jiqiu could recognize at a glance, even if he looked at it with his butt. It was the rock armor he had just handed over to Supervisor Qin. What is going on? Who wore the rock armor to fight? Didn't old Qin say he would only treat the rock armor as a collectible and would never use it? Yet within less than a day, he had lent the rock armor to someone else for battle, creating such a commotion. What is he doing? If a Yun sees this, how should I explain it? Fortunately, a Yun isn't in the group. Otherwise, seeing this video, he would definitely blame me. After all, I had previously promised him that I would hand over the rock armor to him to inherit. Damn it, that old Qin. The old man was so angry he was trembling but felt helpless. After all, once he handed over the rock armor, it was no longer his business. The old man slumped on the sofa like a deflated balloon. Ever since he was seriously injured and retired over a decade ago, he had been spending money like water. The costs of treating his injuries, plus raising his grandson, had completely drained his savings. Now, his well-behaved grandson had finally become a phantom beast master, and as a grandfather, even if he had to tighten his belt, he had to arrange a decent phantom beast for him. For a phantom beast master, a high-level phantom beast is far more valuable than the original force armor. However, he also knew his well-behaved grandson loved that set of battle armor. Every 10 to 15 days, he would want to take out that set of original Force battle armor to wear. Now, that battle armor belonged to someone else. His well-behaved grandson would definitely be very disappointed if he found out. The old man feared nothing more than his well-behaved grandson being angry and disappointed. After all, his well-behaved grandson was his lifeline. He took a long breath and sighed deeply. It's all my fault for being useless. A dignified level 9 Phantom Beast Master has actually become a waste. Now, I have to rely on selling armor to exchange for Phantom Beast eggs. It's really embarrassing to face my old friends. I just hope that when Yun finds out about this, he won't blame me. Sigh. Let us just delay it for as long as we can. You little brats, stop guessing. I, an old man, get out of breath just climbing stairs. How could I have the energy to fight the poison snake gang? Guzzi, Dad, is that really not you? I see the figure looks just like you from over a decade ago. Second Guzzi. Yeah, I always thought it was you, Grandpa. I was just about to call some buddies to support you. Seventh grandson. Grandpa, who did you lend the armor to? Didn't you say that was your lifeline? You wouldn't give it to anyone. You said you would take it to the grave. Kai Yin. Who said that armor was Grandpa's lifeline? Zhang Yun is the one, okay. Kai Yin. I've often seen Grandpa let Zhang Yun wear that set of armor. Seventh grandson. Crying, Grandpa, you are so biased. I asked you to let me try that armor, and you said you were afraid of damaging it. Not even once. Seventh grandson. That waste of a cousin asks you to let him wear it, and you just give it to him. Seventh grandson. What a useless grandpa. Sixth granddaughter. Grandpa, you are too biased. We won't visit you anymore. Angrily. Seventh kid. Sixth kid. Don't listen to Xiao Yin's nonsense. Grandpa really hasn't let your cousin wear that armor. If Grandpa had it, I'd be a dog. Guzzi, son, daughter, stop messing around. Your grandpa is not biased. He has never let me wear that armor, so he definitely won't let your cousin, an outsider, wear it either. Guzzi, Xiao Yin. The old man treats all of you equally. Guzzi, you're joking around, and it's going to confuse the younger siblings. Kai Yin, back to not seeing the shore. All right, stop talking about Xiao Yin. She was just joking. Back to not seeing the shore. Let's drop this topic from now on. No one should mention the Pancher armor, and don't guess who I lent that armor to. My old friend is low-key and doesn't like too much attention. Guzzi, your old friend is really too low-key, wearing golden armor and single-handedly fighting the snake gang. The video has already spread all over Jiangnan City. Guzzi, luckily it's dark outside. The stealthy shots couldn't capture his face. Otherwise, he would be on the front page of Jiangnan City's news tomorrow. Back to not seeing the shore. Ahem, that old guy didn't used to act like this. Maybe he's getting old and confused, not far from kicking the bucket. Back to not seeing the shore. All right, no more talking. I'm going to sleep. If you have time, come visit me. Kai Yin, good night, Grandpa. Seventh grandson, goodbye, Grandpa. Sixth granddaughter, the moon. The old man exited the group chat, greatly relieved. It's still easier to fool his own sons and grandsons. At this moment, the sound of a door lock turning came from the entrance. The old man looked toward the door. Chapter 66, Zhao Qingyao. Hey, Grandpa, you're not asleep yet? Not hungry. The old man smiled happily seeing his grandson's concern for him and asked, by the way, where did you just go? Were you on a date with a girl? Sort of. Zhang Yun nodded, collapsing onto the sofa beside the old man. To avoid worrying his grandpa, he didn't want to mention what happened tonight. After all, he was already an adult and had some strength. He could handle some things himself. The old man wanted to remind him to be careful and watch out for sea girls, considering there are as many female rascals as there are rice grains nowadays. But then he thought, at his age, he didn't understand young people's matters, so he decided not to remind him. He recalled the armor and tentatively asked, did you hear any rumors about the snake gang while you were out? No, I was just eating with classmates and didn't pay attention. Zhang Yun twisted his neck, not noticing the unusual tone in the old man's voice. Oh, that's good. Seeing that Zhang Yun probably hadn't seen that video. The old man secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He then asked, are you hungry? If you are, you can go cook some noodles. I just bought shrimp today and put it in the fridge. If you want to eat, feel free to cook it. No, I'm a bit tired and going to sleep now. All right, then you go rest quickly. Grandpa is also going to sleep. Good night, Grandpa. Zhang Yun stood up and walked toward his bedroom. Neither of them mentioned the ghost cat egg or the Pancher armor. They both silently cared for each other. Expressions of gratitude seemed unnecessary. Today he fought all day and was mentally exhausted, needing to recharge. At this moment, outside a prominent pet store, a young Gallic wolf was curled up alone at the store's entrance. He hugged his knees, gazing up at the starry sky, his big watery eyes shining, fantasizing about the wonderful new life ahead. Zhang Feng told him that his new dad would treat him well. He wouldn't be like those scummy people in the military camp who bullied him all day. Moreover, he would feed him lots of good food and even take him to play at the amusement park. An amusement park, that was a paradise he dreamed of going to. He also wanted to swing on swings and slide down slides like ordinary human kids. As he thought about this, his eyelids grew heavy, and he slowly drifted into a dream, a sweet smile forming on his lips. At this moment, outside the alley, the Rolls-Royce that Zhou Xiaoqing and her brother rode in suddenly slammed to a stop. A sneaky figure rushed out from the shadows by the street, opened the back door, and jumped in. The man closed the door and lay sideways on the back seat, speaking in a tense tone. "Hurry, drive fast. My wife and brother-in-law are coming to kill me. Find me a safe place to hide. Lie down." The driver was Zhou Jinwei, the head of the Zhou group. He glanced at his old friend Zhao Qinggao in the rearview mirror, didn't ask more questions, and stepped on the accelerator, speeding down the road. The car raced out of the city and onto a secluded country road. At this moment, the man in the back seat finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat up straight. He rolled down the window, pulled out a blood-stained tissue that was blocking his nose, and threw it out the window. Then, a roguish smile appeared on his face. "Good bro. You came just in time. Otherwise, my legs would have been broken by my wife, haha." The man was already beaten up, his face swollen. Yet he wore a proud smile. After all, his wife was not an easy person to deal with. Escaping her grasp was quite an achievement. This guy was Zhao Qinggao, the father of Zhao Peng, who had previously competed with Zhou Xiaoqing. Since he relied on his wife's family to get ahead, he was particularly afraid of her. Zhou Jinwei glanced at his bruised old friend in the rearview mirror and asked indifferently, "Did you make your wife angry again?" "It's still your fault," Zhao Qing said, reaching into his pocket for a cigarette, tapping his leg. "It has nothing to do with me." Zhou Jinwei glared at the rearview mirror and said, "I've been overwhelmed with work these past few days and need to ask Master Hua for help. How can I have time to meddle in your family matters?" "Old Zhou, have you forgotten?" "Forgotten what? Didn't I ask you before about your son's king beast cub? Is there such a thing?" Zhou Jinwei frowned. "Damn, you really forgot that." Zhao Qinggao said indignantly. "The day before yesterday, didn't I ask you where your son's king beast cub came from? I said I took him to eat chicken. My wife got so angry that she called her brother-in-law and her mother, chasing after me all night. Tell me, is this your fault?" "It has nothing to do with me. Clearly, it was your son who caused the trouble. If I had a king beast cub, I would definitely contract it to my eldest daughter first. How could I give it to my son who's still wet behind the ears? See, you're anxious. Yet you still say you didn't lie to me?" Zhao Qinggao teased, taking out a pack of cigarettes and casually tossing one to Zhou Jinwei. Zhou Jinwei slapped the cigarette away, saying, "I'll say it one last time. My son cannot have any king beast cubs. That thing is priceless. Even if I were to steal or rob, I couldn't get one. Why bother? Isn't it better to enjoy life like I do?" Zhao Qinggao lit the cigarette. Carefree as he said, Zhou Jinwei's expression turned serious. The Zhang family wants to build a city in the southern region. If they succeed, it will definitely take away a large population from Jiangnan City. By then, if there are no people left in Jiangnan City, we families will be left to eat dirt. As he spoke, Zhou Jinwei reached out and extinguished Zhao Qinggao's cigarette, warning, "This is the vehicle for my son and daughter. You better not smoke here. If you want to smoke, get out of the car. It's just a cigarette. There's no need to be so troublesome. Your son and daughter aren't made of paper." Zhao Qinggao grumbled, yet he pushed open the car door, preparing to get out and smoke. At that moment, however, the force mark on his forehead suddenly stirred. "What's going on? Is my newly contracted phantom beast about to go berserk?" Before Zhao Qinggao could react, a red light burst from his forehead, forming a 20-centimeter long red little fox. The little fox was entirely fiery red, with a fluffy tail held high, looking extremely lively and cute. Eek! It let out a cry and directly pounced toward the passenger seat. "How dare you!" Zhou Jinwei reacted quickly, grabbing its neck. The little fox cried out in fear, shaking its fiery tail desperately, seeking help from its owner. "Be gentle, don't hurt my treasure. This is a Tianyan fox cub, the high-level phantom beast cub I just bought." Zhao Qinggao nervously snatched it from Zhou Jinwei's hand, cradling it like a treasure in his arms. "If this gets out, the Zhao group's reputation will be ruined because of you. Hee hee, this is called treating a pet like a child. I just like to let my pets maintain their rebellious nature," Zhao Qinggao said proudly, stroking the fluffy fur of the Tianyan fox in his arms. The little fox let out a pitiful cry, raising its paws and continuously pointing at the passenger seat. Its big, watery eyes were filled with endless longing, and its mouth was even drooling. Strange, this little guy has been off its food for several days, yet now it's drooling nonstop. Could it be that it has found some dog food it likes? Zhao Qinggao looked at the passenger seat and asked, "Hey, Lao Zhou, what good dog food do you have in the passenger seat? Bring some over for my precious fox to eat." "There's no dog food, just my son's backpack," Zhou Jinwei replied. "Check what's in the backpack. There must be some premium dog food, otherwise my precious fox wouldn't be so greedy." Zhou Jinwei casually grabbed the backpack, unzipped it, and rummaged around, pulling out a small red plastic bag. As soon as the Tianyan fox saw the bag, it immediately began wagging its tail wildly, squeaking incessantly. looking as if it were about to cry from desire. Zhou Zhenwei frowned slightly and opened the bag. Inside were 4 bright red fruits and a light blue flower. Thanks to the support from Tun Bao, Chi Huaxi, and other brothers and sisters for their donations, there will be another update later. If conditions allow, there will be a second update. Thanks for following the updates. Chapter 67, Wang Jian. Zhou Zhenwei took out one of the red fruits to examine it, vaguely sensing that it contained abundant fire attribute original power. However, he had no research on spiritual flowers and exotic herbs, so he wasn't sure of the fruit's uses and effects. Give the fruit in your hand to my little fox. Look how greedy it is. Zhou Zhenwei casually handed the fruit to Zhao Qinggao. In his view, his son's pocket money wouldn't be enough to buy any precious spiritual fruits, so giving this little fox 1 or 2 wouldn't matter. As soon as Zhao Qinggao received the red fruit, the little fox in his arms eagerly grabbed it with its tiny paws and began to chew on it furiously. It was devouring it greedily, saliva splattering everywhere. Slow down. Little guy, be careful not to choke. Seeing the little phantom beast, which hadn't eaten for a long time, finally starting to eat, Zhao Qinggao was overjoyed and asked, "What kind of fruit is this? My fox loves it so much. Where did you buy it?" "I don't know. My son often buys strange things. It could be a poisonous fruit," Zhou Zhenwei replied. "No way, right?" Zhao Qinggao was startled and quickly checked the little fox's condition. Seeing that the little fox still looked like it was starving, he guessed that the fruit was probably fine, and he relaxed. "Give me all the red fruits you have. My little fox loves this stuff. Let your son go buy some more. Take it, take it." Zhou Zhenwei impatiently tossed the plastic bag to him, urging, "You've already escaped danger, so get out of the car and leave." "Lao Zhou, are you that cold-hearted? I just got chased out of my house by my wife. Can't you offer me some comfort as a brother? Get lost, don't waste my time." "All right, then I'll go check out the nearby gathering place. Maybe I'll run into some post-00s beauties. Hehe. I'm getting out of the car now. Call me if you need anything." Zhao Qinggao cradled the little fox and took the plastic bag as he got out of the car. Zhou Zhenwei quickly turned the steering wheel, heading back the way they came, while he picked up his phone and sent out a location. Hehe, temporarily out of danger, time to relax at a gathering place. Zhao Qinggao glanced at the moon in the sky to gauge the general direction and hummed a tune as he walked ahead. At this moment, the little fox in his arms had eaten one red spiritual fruit and began to spasm violently, letting out a shrill scream. "Ah, no way. This red fruit can't really be poisonous, can it?" Zhao Qinggao was startled, quickly pressing his fingers against the little fox's forehead to check its condition. Upon checking, he was completely taken aback. He sensed that there was surging fire attribute original power flowing within the little fox. Its fur was glowing with a dazzling red light, and its body slightly expanded as if it were about to explode. The situation was not looking good. However, Zhao Qinggao's expression changed and revealed an incredibly joyful smile. "This is a sign of mutation. My precious fox is about to mutate and evolve." He laughed excitedly, immediately putting the little fox into the phantom beast space to help it stabilize its evolution. After calming down a bit, Zhao Qinggao began to search for the reason. He knew that his phantom beast wouldn't mutate and evolve for no reason. There must be some cause. After thinking for a moment, he focused his gaze on the plastic bag in his hand. He took out one of the red fruits and examined it closely, speculating. The little fox just ate one of these spiritual fruits and suddenly mutated. Could it be because of the fruit's effects? If so, this spiritual fruit is too amazing. Hehe. Lao Zhou is really generous to give me such precious spiritual fruits. This brother is worth keeping. Ha! Zhao Qinggao was filled with excitement as he dialed Zhou Zhenwei's number. At this moment, in the pitch-black night sky, a bipedal dragon with a wingspan of over 20 meters was rapidly approaching. On the back of the dragon stood a middle-aged man and woman. Kneeling behind them was Zhao Peng. The woman, dressed in a red qipao, was middle-aged but still enchanting, with a voluptuous figure and great charm. Her name was Wang Lan, Zhao Peng's mother and Zhao Qinggao's wife. At this moment, she was looking at the location sent to her phone, grinding her silver teeth with an angry expression. "I found that scoundrel. If I don't break his legs today, I won't be named Wang." Beside her stood a figure as straight as a spear. He was dressed in dark green military attire, with a square face and a fierce expression that exuded authority. "Is my brother-in-law really out there causing trouble with Xiaopeng? You better check clearly and don't wrong him." He stood with his hands behind his back, his voice cold and serious, carrying an immense sense of pressure. This man was named Wang Jian, a lieutenant general stationed at the southern border, directly under the National Military Department. With his strong abilities, he held significant power in the military, which was why the Zhao family could rise in Jiangnan City with his backing. Xiaopeng said it himself. How could it be false? Wang Lan glared at Zhao Peng, who was kneeling behind her, her chest heaving with anger. She was furious at her husband for being a scoundrel and causing trouble outside, and even more so at her son for being foolish enough to tell her about his father's escapades. He was truly hopeless. Zhao Peng felt a bit scared under her glare, curling up into a ball, and weakly said, "Mom, why are you still mad at me? I'm just doing this for the greater good. It's fine if you don't reward me, but why hit me? If you keep this up, how can I tell you the truth in the future?" Wang Lan angrily stepped forward, poking his forehead with her finger, scolding, "You're such a fool. Always idling about and causing trouble. You'll end up just like your father, a useless waste. No way. As long as I can get my hands on a king beast cub, I'll become a powerful expert. Mom, can you ask Uncle Zhou for me? He must know where to buy king beast cubs. If your Uncle Zhou could buy a king beast cub, he would have become a level 10 beast general long ago. You should really think with your pig brain. But Xiaoqing really has a water arrow turtle, which has king beast potential. I saw it with my own eyes. You dare talk nonsense." Wang Lan was so angry she wanted to slap him. At that moment, her brother Wang Jian said calmly, "I found the brother-in-law's whereabouts. Get down." "Sure to." The bipedal dragon let out a roar, its massive body diving down like lightning. At this moment, Zhao Qinggao was calling Zhou Zhenwei. However, the line was busy. He hung up, intending to send a text to express his thanks, when suddenly, a roar that sounded like neither a dragon nor an eagle came from the sky. Roar. He trembled and dropped his phone to the ground. Not good. His wife was coming. Run. He buried his head and ran, faster than a rabbit. However, he hadn't taken a few steps when a figure fell from the sky. Boom. With a loud crash, the ground was stamped into a dent. A figure as solid as steel, wearing black military boots, slowly stepped out of the billowing dust from the dent. Upon seeing this person, Zhao Qinggao's legs went weak, and he stammered, "Good evening, big brother-in-law." Wang Jian nodded, approached him, and didn't say anything. At that moment, the bipedal dragon also descended. A graceful figure jumped off its back and pounced toward Zhao Qinggao. Wife, be gentle. You dare to run." Wang Lan stepped on Zhao Qinggao's face, knocking him to the ground. She wanted to raise her hand and give him a few punches, but was stopped by Wang Jian, who grabbed her wrist. "All right, sister-in-law. You've already beaten him several times. Don't hit him anymore. This bastard took Xiao Peng to visit a brothel, and Xiao Peng is still an elementary school student. How could he dare? I'm wronged. I didn't visit a brothel. I was very devoted. It was that little brat Xiao Peng who wrongly accused me." Zhao Qinggao begged, holding his head. "Mom, I didn't wrong Dad. I have evidence on WeChat. If you don't believe me, I can message them for confrontation right now." Zhao Peng squatted on the dragon's back, clapping his hands, enjoying the show. Zhao Qinggao glared at him and shouted, "Little brat, what are you after? Don't you need to get beaten? Humph, who told you not to buy me a Wang beast cub? Xiaoqing and the others all have one. Why don't I?" Zhao Peng, with a bruised face, placed his hands on his hips, justifying himself. "You two father and son are going to die tonight. Come here and kneel." Zhao Lan shouted, pointing at the ground. Okay, Mom. Wife, let me explain. I really didn't take Xiao Peng to visit a brothel." The father and son both pinched their earlobes, trembling as they approached Wang Lan and knelt on the ground. Wang Lan's eyes burned with anger. Wishing she could kill these two on the spot, she snapped her fingers, signaling the bipedal dragon to come and catch them. However, when the bipedal dragon approached, it suddenly softened its knees and lay down in front of Zhao Qinggao. Then, it stuck out its long tongue, showing a flattering demeanor, drooling. This strange behavior left everyone bewildered. Chapter 68. The bipedal dragon upgrades. "Brother, what's going on with Shirtu? Why is it acting so dog-like?" Wang Lan asked, puzzled. Wang Jian furrowed his brows, looking at the plastic bag in Zhao Qinggao's hand. "Sister-in-law, what's in that bag?" "It's dog food." Zhao Qinggao, feeling very respectful towards his big brother-in-law, handed the plastic bag over without thinking. Wang Jian opened the plastic bag and saw 3 red fruits along with a blue flower. He took out the blue flower and instantly felt a chilling sensation in his fingers, as if they were about to freeze. Wang Jian's expression showed slight surprise. He was a level 9 lower-tier beast master, with an extremely high elemental resistance, and usually, low-level attribute skills couldn't even harm him. However, just holding this small flower made him feel like his fingers were going to freeze, indicating how extraordinary this flower was. Woo woo woo. The bipedal dragon, upon seeing the flower, couldn't take its eyes off it, rubbing its massive head against Wang Jian in a flattering manner. It was the first time Wang Jian had seen his pet so eager for something, and he felt a bit surprised. He asked Zhao Qinggao, sister-in-law, "What kind of spiritual flower is this?" "I don't know." Zhao Qinggao chuckled and explained, "This flower was given to me by old Zhou. Just now, my beast found some dog food in his car, and I asked old Zhou for it. Old Zhou took this plastic bag from his son's backpack and threw it to me." Wang Jian pondered for a moment and asked, "Can I give this blue flower to Shirtu since it wants to eat it? How much will I owe you later? Why ask for money when Shirtu wants to eat it?" Saying this, Wang Lan snatched the blue flower from her brother's hand and directly threw it to the bipedal dragon. The bipedal dragon opened its mouth wide and swallowed it in one go, immediately showing a satisfied expression. However, this expression lasted only a moment before it let out a piercing scream. A woo. Its massive body rolled to the ground, and its muscles twisted and squirmed as if countless bugs were crawling inside it, causing it immense pain. Not only that, but strange blue patterns also began to appear on its originally green skin, crawling all over its body like engravings. As these blue patterns increased, strands of cold air emerged, forming ice mist that slowly enveloped its massive body. This bizarre scene shocked everyone. What the hell? What kind of flower is this? Why is Shirtu turning like this? This flower can't be poisonous, can it? Fearing that the bipedal dragon might go berserk and hurt her son, Wang Lan immediately pulled Zhao Peng back. I don't know. This was given to me by old Zhou. Zhao Qinggao was also a bit panicked, fearing that the bipedal dragon would go mad and attack him, and quickly retreated to Wang Lan's side. Wang Lan grabbed his ear and shouted, "You better pray Shirtu is fine, otherwise, I'll definitely pull your ears off." Himom. Hit him. Zhao Peng fanned the flames. Darling wife, you're being unreasonable. It was you who fed Shirtu, so why are you blaming me? Zhao Qinggao was so aggrieved, he was almost crying. Wang Lan was about to scold him when Wang Jian's excited voice came through. Don't blame my brother-in-law. He has helped me a lot this time. He stood in place, his eyes fixed on the ice mist ahead, his steel-like body slightly trembling. Indeed, the usually steady Wang Jian was now excited. At this moment, the bipedal dragon was completely covered by the ice mist, and its figure was no longer visible. All that could be heard were the sounds of it struggling and its agonizing screams. However, upon hearing his pet's cries, Wang Jian's mouth curled into a burning smile. He could clearly sense the emotions and condition of his beast. He had a premonition that his pet was undergoing a mutation, and at the same time, its level barrier was loosening. His bipedal dragon had been stuck at level 8 for 10 years. Although it was only one step away from level 9, that step felt endlessly far away. The true level of a beast is closely related to its racial level. The bipedal dragon named Shirtu was in this situation. Although it was Wang Jian's first main pet and had accompanied him through countless bloody battles, now Wang Jian was already a level 9 beast master. While it had still not broken through level 8, surpassing other beasts one by one, it had fallen behind Wang Jian's pace. However, Wang Jian, being loyal and righteous, had never given up on it. Over the years, he had sought many beast tamers for ways to upgrade its level, spending hundreds of millions on just funds alone, not to mention the debts owed and so on. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could never raise his pet's level above 8. A beast taming master once told him that although his pet was a subdragon, its talent was too low, and it would never break through to level 9 even until death, unless it had a miraculous opportunity to consume a treasure of level 5 or above. Moreover, that treasure had to be something it could digest and absorb. However, treasures above level 5 already belonged to the level of family heirlooms. Who would be willing to sell them? If one wanted to collect them, they would have to go to the 10 dangerous places. The 10 dangerous places were known as the King's Forbidden Zones. At Wang Jian's mere level 9, going there would be like giving himself away. Wang Jian had long given up hope and had prepared to use his pet as a means of transportation. Unexpectedly, now it was about to begin breaking through its level. God, you sure know how to surprise people. Wang Jian shouted wildly in his heart, his iron fist clenched tightly, his cheeks flushed with excitement, unable to contain himself. In the next moment, he sensed something and suddenly opened his eyes wide. Almost simultaneously, a high-pitched dragon roar echoed. Eng! A powerful roar rang out, dispersing the cold air surrounding the two-legged flying dragon. Like clouds and mist, it rolled away in all directions. The places brushed by this mist were covered in frost crystals. The temperature as cold as the depths of winter, freezing to the bone. BRR, it's so cold, I'm going to freeze to death. Zhao Peng shivered, curling up into a ball. Wang Lan hurriedly used her original power, placing her hand on his head to drive away the cold. At the same time, she looked in shock at the place where the cold air had dissipated. There, a dragon covered in blue runes stood proudly, exuding an imposing aura. It spread its wings and let out another loud roar, startling countless birds in the distance. The violent cold air formed a biting gale, spreading out in all directions, shattering the flowers and plants that had already frozen, turning them into a flurry of ice fragments. The momentum was unparalleled. Chapter 69, Regretful Wang Lan. Wow. The stone's momentum has become so strong that it's almost suffocating me. Could it have reached level 9? Zhao Qinggao's eyes widened in shock, his tongue sticking out a foot long. Beside him, Zhao Peng couldn't withstand the pressure from the two-legged flying dragon and had already shrunk behind Wang Lan, not daring to show his face. At this moment, Wang Jian suppressed his excitement and immediately sensed the state of his pet. As expected, his pet had broken through the level barrier, advancing from level 8 to level 9. Moreover, it wasn't just a simple level 9. It had directly risen to level 9 upper tier. This was a significant increase in rank. Its power had skyrocketed exponentially. Unbelievable. It was truly unbelievable. It's important to know that starting from level 9, the gap between each small tier is enormous. A level 9 lower tier against a level 9 middle tier would basically be a one-sided massacre. A level 9 middle tier against a level 9 upper tier is like a child facing an adult. And if a level 9 upper tier were to beat a level 9 lower tier, it could easily handle 7 at once. The strongest illusion beast under Wang Jian had reached level 9 middle tier, and among the southern region army, it was already a rare opponent. Only someone of general rank could suppress him when it came to illusion beasts. Now his two-legged flying dragon had directly leaped to level 9 upper tier, and even when facing a general in the army, it could still fight back. This was simply too wonderful. In addition, this two-legged flying dragon had undergone an attribute mutation. It had transformed from a weak wind attribute to a dual attribute of weak wind and strong ice. Although the two-legged flying dragon could control the wind attribute, the weak wind attribute was not very useful. The strong ice attribute was different. It allowed it to master powerful ice attribute skills, dealing terrifying ice attribute original power damage. This would significantly compensate for the two-legged flying dragon's shortcomings in attribute attacks and greatly enhance its combat power. To put it bluntly, this two-legged flying dragon could now challenge some real dragon beasts. This made Wang Jian extremely excited, and he could no longer contain his joy, laughing out loud. Ha ha ha. Seeing her brother so overjoyed, Wang Lan couldn't help but feel happy for him. At the same time, she felt very distressed. She could tell just by thinking that the spiritual flower was extraordinary and very likely a high-level spiritual flower. High-level spiritual flowers are treasures of family heirloom level. Yet she had casually fed it to her brother's pet. This was too heartbreaking. If only she had saved it for her son's illusion beast to eat. How wonderful that would have been. Thinking of this, her anger flared up again, and she firmly grabbed her husband's ear. Tell me, where did you get that flower from? Why didn't you clarify its effects? If something happens to the stone after eating it, can you take the responsibility? You idiot. Do you have a brain? Smack. Smack. She slapped Zhao Qinggao's face twice, venting her pent-up anger and resentment. Zhao Qinggao cried from the hits, thinking, is she crazy? It's you who wanted to feed it to your brother-in-law's illusion beast. What does it have to do with me? Besides, didn't your brother-in-law's illusion beast evolve and level up? That is a good thing. Why are you hitting me? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Fine. Tonight I'll fight with you. If you can get out of bed tomorrow, I'll take your last name. Zhao Qinggao thought to himself, crying as he explained. Precious wife, I really didn't know? It was Lao Zhou who casually threw it to me. How would I know what its effects were? However, Lao Zhou is really loyal. The dog food he gave worked really well. That kind of red fruit made my little fox evolve. Upon hearing this, Wang Lan was even angrier. You knew that the red fruit could make an illusion beast evolve, and you thought it was okay to put the blue flower with it? Such a precious thing, and you casually gave it to my brother? Are you stupid? Wang Lan was completely furious, and with another 2 slaps, she secretly made up her mind. Ha 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 ha. Little sister, don't blame your brother-in-law. He is actually very family-oriented. You must have misunderstood him. Wang Jian completely changed his expression, laughing as he walked over to mediate. Brother-in-law, you should manage your sister. Everyone who knows me knows I'm dedicated and never flirt with others. Zhao Qinggao covered his face, looking aggrieved. Dad, stop pretending. You're just an old lecher. Mom, keep hitting him. Don't stop. Zhao Peng, this little rascal, fanned the flames while approaching Wang Jian, wanting to grab the plastic bag. Uncle, give me the plastic bag. My pet is fire type, and it loves the red fruit inside. This kid seems foolish, but he is actually quite clever. Here, take it and keep it safe. That fruit must be very precious. Wang Jian handed the plastic bag to him, solemnly advising. He had a feeling that anything that could be placed alongside that top-tier treasure flower was definitely not simple. Let me take a look. Wang Lan snatched the plastic bag first, opened it, and took out a red fruit, examining it closely. As she looked, her eyes widened slightly in surprise. This spiritual fruit is also not simple. It contains a strong fire attribute aura, and it must be at least a grade 3 super spiritual fruit. Honey, did Lao Zhou really give this to you? Such a precious thing. He wouldn't treat it lightly. Zhao Qinggao wiped his nosebleed and said, yes, it was given by Lao Zhou. However, Lao Zhou probably doesn't know the effects of this spiritual fruit and flower. After all, I saw him take it out from his son's backpack. Damn, that Xiaoqing guy not only has a royal beast cub, but also super spiritual fruits and herbs. He is truly not simple. Zhao Peng exclaimed, then summoned his blazing gorilla and pleaded with Wang Lan. Mom, hurry and feed that red fruit to my gorilla. I want it to evolve too, I beg you. The blazing gorilla, just summoned, lay on the ground like a frostbitten eggplant. One of its arms had been crippled by the water arrow turtle, and its heartless owner didn't take it to see a pet doctor, causing it to suffer in pain and be in terrible condition. Wang Lan glanced at its injuries. instantly furious. You little brat, what happened to the blazing gorilla S-arm? Why didn't you take good care of it? Hey, I didn't mean to let it get hurt. It was that Xiaoqing water turtle that went crazy and crippled its arm. I'll take it to the illusion beast shop tomorrow to treat its injuries. Water arrow turtle? Zhou Xiaoqing's level is only 2. The highest level of its water arrow turtle can exceed level 3. How could it possibly hurt the blazing gorilla? How do you raise your illusion beasts? Wang Lan was so angry that she wanted to slap this useless son. Zhao Peng quickly covered his head and explained, Mom, didn't I tell you that Xiaoqing has a royal beast cub? That royal beast cub is the water arrow turtle. Moreover, it's just a first-tier cub, not third-tier. How could Blastoise be so strong? Isn't its racial level intermediate? Wang Lan's eyes widened in disbelief. Sweetheart, don't listen to that little brat's nonsense. He just didn't raise his phantom beast well and is making up excuses. Zhao Qinggao found an opportunity and immediately started inciting. Hurry, give this little punk a couple of slaps to teach him a lesson. What does it have to do with you? Wang Lan slapped him back, sending him into a sulk as he curled up in a corner. I think Xiaoping is telling the truth. Wang Jian had suppressed the ecstasy on his face and regained his stern expression, saying solemnly, that little guy named Xiaoqing is able to possess these 2 super spirit flowers and spirit fruits, and also holds a royal level phantom beast cub in his hands, which is quite normal. Now, the most crucial thing is to clarify the origin of the phantom beast in his hands and where these precious flowers and fruits came from. After all, just now, my brother-in-law also mentioned that old Zhou seems to be unaware of his son's abnormalities. If we can find relevant information before old Zhou notices something is off, we might achieve unexpected gains. Are the brothers still watching? I'll update more tonight. Chapter 70. I'll go kill him right away. Hearing Wang Jian's analysis, Wang Lan calmed down. She asked Zhao Peng, Sweetheart, did you gain any useful information while interacting with Zhou Xiaoqing? Zhao Peng thought for a moment and said blankly, Not really, that Zhou Xiaoqing is tight-lipped. No matter how I ask him, he won't say anything. But his sister seems to have mentioned some boss. That boss should be a beast tamer because his sister vaguely said that Blastoise was trained by that boss. Is the boss a profession or a code name? To cultivate a royal beast cub, their skills must be at least 50 times better than Master Hua's. Why have I never heard of this person? Wang Lan fell into contemplation. Honey, why think so much? Just call old Zhou and ask him, Zhao Qinggao said from the side. Wang Lan turned around and kicked him, scolding, Are you stupid? If we tell old Zhou about this, do you think we will still get a share? We won't even get the soup. My sister is right. Wang Jian said with a serious expression, whether it's a royal beast cub or precious spirit flowers and herbs, they are top-tier valuable resources. If the Zhou group learns the exact news, they will definitely monopolize it, and by then, we won't have any part in it. But if we don't ask old Zhou, how can we learn that information? Are we supposed to go find his son? Zhao Qinggao pouted and said, If old Zhou finds out we're trying to get information from his son, he might turn against us. To know his son's secrets, we don't necessarily have to ask him directly. Wang Jian smiled slightly. Brother, do you have a plan? Wang Lan asked. Wang Jian looked at Wang Lan and said, If you obtained a precious opportunity from someone, what would you do? Exactly. Wang Jian nodded and smiled. As long as we can investigate Zhou Xiaoqing's activities over the past few days, we might be able to find the source of those treasures. Even if we can't find it, just by secretly following him in the next few days, we are bound to gain something. Hee hee, clever, really clever. No wonder you're my uncle. By then, I also want to buy a royal beast cub, hee hee. Zhao Peng clapped excitedly. Isn't this too unethical? It feels like stealing from old Zhou. Zhao Qinggao squatted on the ground, drawing circles. Wang Jian's expression turned serious, and he said, Old Zhou is our longtime friend. In terms of personal feelings, our friendship is deeper than mountains and seas. But you must understand, in terms of interests, his interests always stand with the Zhou family. My brother is right. Wang Lan frowned and said, If we can really obtain the opportunity, we can just give half to old Zhou then. It wouldn't be unfair to him. But if old Zhou gets the opportunity first, he might not share half with us. So, we must take the initiative in our own hands. That's more practical. As for the spirit fruits and flowers old Zhou just gave you, although it was unintentional, it does count as a favor to us. In the future, we can gradually compensate him. All right, you all handle it. Just don't misunderstand me as a playboy. Zhao Qinggao said while wiping his nosebleed, and with one hand, he blindly sent a text message. Okay, Mom, quickly give my gorilla a spirit fruit. Look how greedy it is, it's drooling all over the place. Wang Lan looked at the flame-mad gorilla, and sure enough, its gaze had not left the plastic bag in her hand. Wang Lan took out a fruit and carefully handed it to it. Fearing that the fruit would fall and roll away, the flame-mad gorilla extended its tongue, wrapped around the spirit fruit, and swallowed it in one bite. The next second, it showed a painful, twisted expression. Its body suddenly radiated fiery light, emitting an astonishing heat. Wang Jian's eyes sparkled, unable to help but exclaim, Although this fruit didn't cause the flame-mad gorilla to evolve, its fire attribute concentration did indeed increase significantly. This fruit is incredible. Wang Jin also had a fire-type phantom beast and was very eager for this fruit. However, he felt embarrassed to ask for more. After all, his bipedal dragon had already received great benefits, and he was quite satisfied. Mom, hurry, let it eat the rest of the spirit fruits. Look at it. It's about to evolve. Wang Lan knew how precious the spirit fruits in her hand were and couldn't help but hesitate. However, thinking that this flame-mad gorilla was her precious son's phantom beast, she could only grit her teeth and hand over the remaining 2 fruits to the flame-mad gorilla. The flame-mad gorilla's tongue wrapped around them and swallowed them down. Instantly, the fiery light on its body turned into tangible flames, slowly spreading outwards. At this moment, Zhou Jinwei's car had already arrived at the group building. He just got out of the car and took out his phone to check, noticing several missed call notifications. A bitter smile crept onto his lips as he muttered to himself, "Old Zhao, don't blame me for selling you out. Wang Gu said he wants to catch you. I can't help it, but with Wang Gu around, it's better than facing Wang Lan alone. After all, Wang Gu will only scold you and help you hold off Wang Lan. If Wang Lan catches you alone, your legs will be in real trouble." Just as Zhou Jinwei was about to put away his phone, he suddenly noticed a text message marked with color stick pop up. He opened the message and read, "Color stick. Zhou Zi, something big has happened. Quickly go talk to your son, or you will regret it." Crazy. Did they send the wrong message? Zhou Jinwei dismissed the notification and walked into the group. Tonight, he would be working overnight to formulate strategies. The Zhang family's claws have already stretched into the southern region, very thick and sharp. If they don't prepare in advance, the major families in Jiangnan will face unforeseen crises. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Lin Yuqing, with dark circles under her eyes, sat in her exclusive luxury car, heading towards the impressive pet store. Scar-faced uncle, drive faster. She was holding a strange yellow giant rat in her arms, urging the scar-faced bodyguard in the driver's seat. "Miss, it's only 6 o'clock now. We have plenty of time." Scarface glanced at the rearview mirror, his lips twitching. "I still need to buy breakfast for boss uncle. What if I'm late? Drive faster." "Yes." Seeing Scarface start to speed up, Lin Yuqing finally revealed a smile. Last night, she finally broke through to the intermediate level and successfully contracted her second phantom beast. She was so excited that she couldn't sleep all night. The reason she couldn't sleep wasn't just because she contracted a new phantom beast. It was because with her second phantom beast, she could hand it over to boss uncle for training. As long as it went through boss uncle's training, her new phantom beast would become as powerful as a root tree man. At that time, she would let all her classmates know who the real boss hidden in the class was. Thinking of this, she laughed out loud, leaving the scar-faced driver in confusion. However, she did not know that at this moment, the special car of the Zhou siblings had already arrived at the entrance of the awesome pet store. They had prepared a delicate breakfast, waiting for Zhang Yun to arrive. Not far away, in a corner of the street, a pair of eyes were closely watching that car. Seeing the car parked at the alley entrance for several minutes, he found it suspicious and dialed a number. After a few beeps, Xiao Qinggao's voice came through. "Hey Shadow, why are you calling so early? What's up, boss? I found that the Zhou siblings' car has been parked at the entrance of a small alley on Tianhua Street for over 10 minutes. It's quite suspicious. Do you want to come and check it out? Damn, is it real or fake? Keep an eye on them. I'll head over right away." Alright, 8:000 words by 3 in the morning. Brothers, remember to click for updates and support. Chapter 71. Focus. In the bedroom. The bed was messy. Zhao Qinggao got out of bed, supporting his waist, when he heard a teasing voice from behind. "Dead ghost, why are you up so early? Come on. Let's do it 3 more times." Hearing this, Zhao Qing stumbled and almost fell onto the carpet. "Is it true, or are you joking?" No. You can call Shadow yourself if you don't believe me. Business is important. Go ahead and get busy. We'll do it again tonight. By the way, you used to last a minute. Why were you so vigorous last night? Did you often cheat before, so now you can't keep up? Of course not. If I were messing around outside, I'd be hit by a car. I used to handle group matters, working day and night. Where would I have time to think about this? If you don't want me to be president anymore, just give me a break. I could go hard every day. Heh. Want to eat soft rice? Dream on. Wang Lan's face darkened as she roared like a tigress. "You have to work and be in bed. Go check the news right now, and come back tonight. Oh, and inform my brother too." "Ah, yes, my lady." Zhao Qinggao put on a bitter face and got dressed. While calling his brother-in-law, he went to the bathroom to wash up. Looking at his bruised face in the mirror, Zhao Qinggao felt like a deflated balloon. He was vigorous yesterday, partly due to personal grudges, but it turned out that not only did he fail to take down his wife, but his waist almost broke instead. 40-year-old women are indeed fierce. If tonight was like that again, he might need to reserve a wheelchair for tomorrow. Thinking about it was terrifying. He had to find a way to escape this den of demons. After washing up with a frown, he tidied himself and left home. Moments later, Zhao Qinggao got out of a luxury car, supporting his waist, and walked towards the breakfast shop by the street. The customers and waitstaff in the shop all looked at him with strange eyes. There was no way around it. This guy had a bruised face and numerous scratch marks on it, making it obvious that he had been beaten by his wife. What are you looking at? Never seen a handsome guy before. Zhao Qinggao glared at these people, searching for his brother-in-law's figure in the shop. His brother-in-law Wang Jian was sitting in a corner of the shop, holding a newspaper to cover his face, waving at him. "Morning, brother-in-law," Zhao Qinggao greeted, sitting down beside him while supporting his waist. He picked up a youtiao, fried dough stick, and asked while looking around, "Brother-in-law, have you found anything?" Wang Jian took a sip of soybean milk and looked at the luxury car across the alley, saying, "The Zhou sibling special car has been parked over there for more than 10 minutes. If I'm not mistaken, their target should be that awesome pet store in the alley." "Awesome pet store? How awesome is it?" Zhao Qinggao looked over there. "You can see for yourself." Wang Jian handed his phone to Zhao Qinggao, which displayed information about the awesome pet store. "So the store is called Awesome Illusory Beast Shop. I thought it was really awesome." Zhao Qinggao glanced at it and widened his eyes. What kind of hellish black shop is this? For people gave it good reviews. And it's also deemed to have fake reviews? This shop is very suspicious, Wang Jian said solemnly. "That's not what I meant." Wang Jian pointed to the 4-pinned good reviews, analyzing. "This shop has over 100 comments, with over 90 being half-star bad reviews, and only 4 good reviews. 3 of which were posted in the last 2 days. Those 3 are all real names: Lin Yuqing, Zhou Xiaoqing, and Zhou Xiaoling. I received intelligence yesterday at the military that Lin's third daughter, Lin Yuqing, seems to have also gotten a royal beast cub that is currently being fostered by Master Hua. And she, along with the Zhou siblings, has visited that awesome illusory beast shop. So I suspect that the red fruit and the magical ice flower, along with the royal beast cub from those 3 little ones, all come from that shop." After Wang Jin's analysis, Zhao Qinggao felt enlightened and gave him a thumbs up. "Brother-in-law, your analysis is great. So what are we waiting for? Let's just go straight to the shop. Don't scare the snake." Wang Jin held Zhao Qinggao down, saying calmly, "Let's wait until those 2 little ones leave, then we can go over. Besides, the shop owner hasn't arrived yet." All right then, let's eat breakfast first," Zhao Qinggao said leisurely, eating his breakfast while constantly glancing towards the shop owner. The shop owner had a large chest. At that moment, in the luxury car, Zhou Xiaoqing and her brother were leaning against the car window, peering into the alley. Their eyes focused on a sturdy figure at the door, their little faces curious. "Brother, who is that person? Why is he sleeping against the owner's store door? Is he a security guard?" Zhou Xiaoling asked curiously. Zhou Xiaoqing shook her head, saying, "I don't know, but that person should be an alien. Otherwise, he couldn't be that tall." In the driver's seat, Long Yi smiled and said, "The second young master is right. That person is indeed an alien, and he is a very strong Gaul giant." "A Gaul giant?" Zhou Xiaoqing's eyes widened. "Brother, what is a Gaul giant?" Zhou Xiaoling tilted her head and asked. "Gaul giants are an ancient race living on the high plateaus of the earth. It is said that they are descendants of ancient titans, possessing powers and physiques far superior to ordinary humans. Some highly gifted Gaul giants can even control thunder, able to blow up mountains with a single punch, with strength that can rival ordinary royal beasts. Wow, that's terrifying. We should call the police to arrest him. If he causes trouble at the owner's door, it would be a disaster. We can't do that." Zhou Xiaoqing shook her head and said, "What if he is really the bodyguard hired by the owner? If we call the police to arrest him, the owner will be angry. How about this? Let's ask Grandpa Long to go with us to ask him. If he is causing trouble, we can have Grandpa Long subdue him and send him to the police station." "Okay, Grandpa Long, can you come with us?" "Of course," Long Yi said with a smile. So, the 2 little ones each carried gift bags and walked towards the shop in trance. At this moment, the Gaul cub Little Blue Wolf was sleeping soundly when suddenly, he instinctively sensed something, and his ears perked up. He instinctively reached for the double-handed axe beside him. His big eyes suddenly wide open. The first thing he saw was an elderly man in a suit, smiling at him. As soon as the Little Blue Wolf saw this old man, a strong sense of crisis exploded in his heart, and all the hairs on his body stood up. This old man was very scary, very deadly. Without thinking, he grabbed the double-handed axe, preparing to fight. However, the 2 little figures that appeared in his view made him freeze in place, and his vigilance instantly disappeared. Indeed, he saw Zhou Xiaoqing and Zhou Xiaoling. At this moment, the 2 siblings were curiously staring at him, their lips slightly curling up, with no malice in their expressions. As soon as the Little Blue Wolf saw Piers, he felt a bit inferior, curling up his body and weakly asking, Chapter 72. So delicious it made me cry. "Who are you? What are you doing at my dad's store door? You better not cause trouble, or I will hit you," the young wolf weakly warned, glancing occasionally at Dragon Grandpa, fearing he might suddenly lash out. Hearing the giant's voice, which sounded as innocent as a child's, Both Zhou Xiaoqing and his sister were quite surprised. Hey, why does your voice sound like a child's? How old are you? Zhou Xiaoling asked curiously, even feeling a bit scared. After all, he had often been bullied by the mischievous kids of the soldiers in the military camp, which had left him with childhood trauma. 7 years old, even younger than me. Hee, call me sister, Zhou Xiaoling said excitedly. Sister, don't bully him. Zhou Xiaoqing glared at her and extended his little hand to the young wolf, smiling. My name is Zhou Xiaoqing. This is my sister Zhou Xiaoling. Nice to meet you. I'm the young wolf. This was the first time the young wolf had seen a human child extend a hand, and he felt a bit awkward. He was quite self-conscious and didn't want to shake hands with Zhou Xiaoqing, but seeing his sincere expression, the young wolf reached out and gently shook his hand. Their hands looked like a small twig and a big fan, quite a contrast. It should be, right? The young wolf nodded. Wow. How did the boss give birth to something like you? Is the boss's wife really big? Zhou Xiaoling, seeing the young wolf posed no threat, leaned closer. Looking at him from side to side, poking his skin with her finger out of curiosity. I don't know. The young wolf squatted by the door, looking awkward and scratching his head. Zhou Xiaoqing opened the gift bag, took out a piece of cloud cake, and handed it over, saying, You must not have had breakfast since you're here alone. Here, eat this. The young wolf saw something to eat, and saliva instantly filled his mouth. His simple mind didn't refuse, and he gratefully said, Thank you. You are a good person. He took the beautifully packaged cloud cake, his eyes as big as copper bells. Unable to look away, he had never seen such exquisite food before. It must be delicious, right? So he opened his mouth wide and bit into it, packaging and all. That's not how you eat it. You have to take off the packaging. Zhou Xiaoling patted his knee, reminding him. Oh, thank you. The young wolf removed the packaging. And suddenly, an indescribable fragrance wafted into his nose. He cautiously took a bite of the cloud cake, and in an instant, his eyes widened to their limits. And tears even welled up at the corners. This is too delicious. It's 100 times better than fragrant roasted beef legs. Oh my God. No wonder every human child is so happy, always smiling. It turns out they can eat such delicious food. If I could eat this kind of food every day, that would be great. The wind uncle was right. Following Dad, there are indeed good things to eat. Woo-woo, the young wolf cried from the deliciousness, stuffing the cloud cake into his mouth, chewing continuously, unwilling to swallow. At the same time, he kept licking his fingers, afraid of wasting even a little bit. Seeing this giant cub actually crying, the two little ones felt a bit nervous. Hey, why are you crying? Is it not tasty? There's no need to cry if it's not good. I'll ask my brother to get you something better. Don't cry, Zhou Xiaoling comforted, patting his knee. Zhou Xiaoqing's small face showed regret, saying, I'm sorry, I just gave you the matcha flavor. Kids usually don't like it. I'll get you a chocolate flavor instead. Saying this, Zhou Xiaoqing took out another piece of cloud cake from the gift bag, unwrapped it, and handed it to the young wolf. Eat this, kids love it. But it has a lot of sugar, so it might cause cavities. Woo, thank you. That was the best food I've ever had. I cried because it was so good. Zhou Xiaoling, thank you for giving me such delicious food. You are the best people in the world. The young wolf kept wiping his tears, feeling warm inside. It seems that among humans, there are indeed many good people, especially children, many of whom are good. It's okay, if you want to eat. We'll bring you some in the future. Here, eat another one. Seeing the young wolf enjoying the cloud cake, Zhou Xiaoqing was also very happy. The young wolf took the chocolate-flavored cloud cake, slowly biting it, his big face full of happiness. At that moment, a childish voice suddenly rang out. Zhou Xiaoling, why are you here too? Hearing this, the Zhou siblings turned to look towards the alley entrance, where they saw Lin Yuqing walking quickly with a scar-faced bodyguard. The scar-faced man saw Dragon Grandpa, and immediately nodded and bowed in greeting. Oh, it's Lin Yuqing, good morning. Zhou Xiaoqing smiled widely. Zhou Xiaoling put her hands on her hips and laughed triumphantly. What are you laughing at? Lin Yuqing approached, frowning and looking at her warily. I just like to laugh. It's none of your business. Zhou Xiaoling raised her chin, feeling proud like a little peacock. Lin Yuqing thought of something, and her face turned pale, saying, Did you also discover the boss's secret? What do you think? Zhou Xiaoqing raised the corners of his mouth, wearing an expression of only you know. Damn. No wonder you have a Super Blastoise. It turns out you discovered this place too. If I had known, I would have brought my root tree man to school yesterday to completely defeat you. Lin Yuqing looked furious, giggling, It's too late, you fool. Zhou Xiaoling laughed proudly, saying, My brother and I have already handed over 2 high-level phantom beasts to the boss for training. Today's competition is destined to be our performance. Your broken tree man is no match. Damn you. Lin Yuqing was hit with a 10,000 point critical strike, instantly frozen in place. The root tree man was a low-level phantom beast, while Zhou Xiaoqing and his sister's phantom beasts were all high-level and started at a higher level than the root tree man. With such powerful phantom beasts being trained by the boss, wouldn't they become even more powerful? The root tree man would definitely not be a match anymore. In an instant, Lin Yuqing's ambition to dominate elementary school was completely shattered. There was no way. The other party was too cunning, taking advantage of her elevation while stealing her home. At that moment, tears couldn't help but well up in her eyes. Just as Lin Yuqing was about to cry out loud, a warm hand pressed on her shoulder. Here you are, Zhang Yun. She smiled excitedly. Boss uncle, you came. Chapter 73, Store Upgrade. Good morning, Mr. Zhang. Good morning, Master Zhang. Good morning, boss. Hello, boss. Dad. When everyone saw Zhang Yun arrive, they all nodded and greeted him. At this moment, Zhang Yun, with tearful eyes, pulled Zhang Yun's arm, pleading, Boss uncle, please help me train my phantom beast. Otherwise, I will never be able to defeat Zhou Xiaoqing and his sister. No problem. Zhang Yun had a very good impression of this little girl. Moreover, she was the pet store's first customer. He patted her head and smiled. Did you bring enough money? MHM. Zhang Yun wiped her big eyes and nodded vigorously. I brought a lot of money. My sister gave it to me. My sister said I should hand over all my new phantom beasts to the boss for training, no matter how much it costs. By the way, my sister said that after she finishes her competition, she also wants to hand over her phantom beasts to the boss for training. Is that okay? Of course. As long as your sister is willing to pay, I will help her train. Zhang Yun smiled. Yay, the boss is the best. Hearing the conversation between the two, Zhou Xiaoqing and Zhou Xiaoling exchanged glances, seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. This is bad. Lin Yuqing's sister was also going to hand over her phantom beasts to the boss for training. If the boss helped her sister train her phantom beasts, wouldn't her sister become incredibly powerful? At that time, their foolish sister would never catch up with Lin Yuqing's sister, no matter what. No. I must find a way to convince my sister to hand over her phantom beasts to the boss for training. Otherwise, she will be forever stepped on by Lin Yuqing's sister. At this moment, Zhang Yun smiled at the two little ones, saying, You two came quite early. I have already trained your phantom beasts for you, and you can pick them up soon. They all had excited expressions on their faces and bowed 90 degrees to Zhang Yun. Thank you, boss. You've worked hard. Not hard at all. Just doing my job for the money. Zhang Yun smiled slightly and walked toward the door. Tossing a large bag of meat buns he was carrying over to the little blue wolf by the door. Eat some buns to fill your stomach first. And later I'll give you some supplements. Then take you to a fun place to play. Woo-woo, thank you, Dad. The little blue wolf caught the large plastic bag and was moved to tears. Feng Shushu really didn't lie to him. Dad was really good to him and even bought so many big meat buns for him. They were hot and smelled so good. Besides Feng Shushu, only Dad would treat him so well. The little blue wolf squatted at the door without a care for its image, devouring the big meat buns with great joy. Lin Yuqing saw how much he liked the buns and handed her breakfast to the little blue wolf. Thank you, big sister, you're a good person. The little blue wolf once again issued a good person card. Big sister? Zhang Yun was confused, thinking about how this little brother grew up so quickly. The door opened. Long Yi and Scarface were chatting at the entrance, while the three little ones followed Zhang Yun into the shop. Zhou Xiaoqing said, Boss, my sister Zhou Yinyin's illusion beast. We're here to pick it up for her. She went to another place to get her illusion beast, and doesn't he have time to come? Okay, wait a moment. Zhang Yun went to the back room, and soon came out with the blazing lion and the death wolf. At this moment, both the blazing lion and the death wolf had grown in size and exuded an overwhelming aura. Their fierceness multiplied several times compared to when they first entered the shop. As soon as the two siblings saw their beloved pets, their eyes were glued to them, and they both broke into excited smiles. They knew without thinking that these two high-level illusion beasts had undergone a complete transformation. At that moment, the two illusion beasts saw their little masters and burst into tears, crying uncontrollably. Our little masters finally came to pick us up. We can finally leave this hellish place. So damn good. Farewell, human race demon king. The two illusion beasts pounced on their respective masters, continuously rubbing their heads against them, tears streaming down and soaking the little ones' clothes. The two little ones were even happier to see how attached their illusion beasts had become to them. The boss can not only enhance the strength of the illusion beasts, but also increase their loyalty. That's really amazing. They were afraid that the two illusion beasts would reveal their secrets to Lin Yuqing, so they quickly put them away and bowed deeply to Zhang Yun again. Thank you, boss, for helping us train our illusion beasts. You've worked hard. No need to be polite. Zhou Xiaoqing cupped her hands and humbly asked, Boss, can my sister leave her illusion beast here for you to nurture? Yes, but the highest level can only reach level 6. I remember that. By the way, boss, after our competition, can we bring these two illusion beasts back for you to nurture? Zhang Yun raised an eyebrow and said, Sure, but it's difficult to improve them quickly again. What do you mean? Zhou Xiaoling asked nervously, fearing she might have done something wrong to upset the boss. Zhang Yun smiled at her and explained, The potential of your illusion beasts has basically been fully activated. With the current business in the shop, it's hard to rapidly enhance their strength again. However, the shop is about to open a new function that can improve the combat power and quality of the illusion beasts from other angles. Of course, if you want to speed up the growth rate of your illusion beasts, you can also leave them in my shop. The pet den here can increase the growth rate by 10 times. Hearing this, the three little ones' eyes lit up. Zhou Xiaoqing asked, "Boss, do you have a fan group? We want to join your fan group so we can learn more about the shop's business easily." "I want to join too," Lin Yuqing said, bouncing with excitement. "I don't have a fan group, but I can create one." Zhang Yun took out his phone, opened WeChat, and created a group called Illusion Beast Fishing Pond. The three little ones added themselves right away, each wearing excited smiles. Zhou Xiaoqing and his sister had to hurry to deliver the illusion beast to their sister and also participate in the school admission competition. So they quickly bid farewell to Zhang Yun and left. Lin Yuqing also prepared to participate in the school competition. After handing her newly contracted illusion beast to Zhang Yun and paying 3 days of nurturing fees, she left as well, just as the three little ones left. The system's notification sound rang out. "Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the main quest, Growing Pains. Reward, 20 reputation, unlock interface shop function. Backroom, unlock summoning pool function. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the side quest, Healing the Illusion Beast. Reward, 20 reputation, gain water attribute original force. Master level diagnosis technique, master level healing technique, effective for both humans and animals. Ding, congratulations to the host for achieving 100 reputation, shop upgraded to level 2. Lower level reputation requirement, 1000. Based on shop level, other facility levels also upgraded to 2. So quickly upgraded to a level 2 shop? Zhang Yun smiled and began to check the new functions of the level 2 shop. Chapter 74, Shocked Uncle. Awesome Pet Shop. Level 2 lower level reputation requirement, 1000. Illusion Beast Den Level 2. Increases Illusion Beast growth rate by 20 times, with a high probability of improving Illusion Beast potential, talent, combat power, etc. Quantity, 310. Purchase price, 1000 points. Nurturing fee, 50,000 per day. Summoning card pool level 2, can consume 10,000 points to summon an illusion beast. Currently can summon up to legendary level illusion beasts. Note, the host can contract, lease, or sell the summoned illusion beast from the summoning card pool. Price determined by the price list. System shop level 2, for items refreshed daily, with a chance of gold legendary items appearing. Note, for system shop items. Except consumables, other goods can only be used by the host. Seeing the detailed introduction of these new functions, Zhang Yun couldn't help but gasp. The Illusion Beast Den's 10 times growth rate was already incredible, and now it directly reached 20 times. Moreover, it could greatly enhance the Illusion Beast's talents, potential, and combat power. In the future, raising Illusion Beasts would just be a matter of tossing them into the den. After 10 days or half a month, wouldn't their strength skyrocket? This is truly amazing. The quantity also increased from 3 to 10, significantly boosting the business volume. So good. The nurturing fee also increased 5 times. This is really generous. The system is finally starting to do some real work. Looking at the summoning card pool, Zhang Yun couldn't help but feel a headache. A single consumption of up to 10,000 points? Is this even humanly possible? 10,000 points equate to 1 million in turnover. Zhang Yun would have to nurture 10 illusion beasts in a day to earn that. Moreover, based on his gaming experience, the summoning pool could very likely yield extremely low-quality illusion beasts. If he accidentally summoned a low-level illusion beast, he would be at a loss. Fortunately, the summoned illusion beasts can be sold or leased. If he really summoned a useless illusion beast, with some nurturing, he should be able to sell it for some money. Zhang Yun currently had only about 1,000 points left. The lottery could wait for a couple of days. Zhang Yun then focused on the system shop and chose to check it out. The next second, a blue light screen appeared before him. Immediately, 4 items were presented to him. Potential fruit. Purple increases the host star rating by a certain amount. Specific value depends on the host's luck. Value, 10,000 points. Comprehension fruit. Purple increases the host comprehension by a certain amount. Specific value depends on the host's luck. Value, 10,000 points. Potential fruit and comprehension fruit. These are both great items, but the price made Zhang Yun's mouth twitch, feeling powerless. The points he earned in the past few days had mostly been spent on buying lives during the collection trial. Now he only had about 1,000 points left, which was really not enough. But it didn't matter. The system store refreshes every day. He could save up more points and buy the golden legend directly in one go. He shifted his gaze to the other 2 items. Moonblade 5, Green Force Weapon, can convert water attribute force to ice attribute, delivering powerful attacks. Value 100 points. A level 5 force weapon was actually only considered a green weapon, selling for 100 points, which is equivalent to 10,000 alliance coins, a price that was ridiculously low. How conscientious was this? A level 5 force weapon sold outside would fetch at least over 50 million. Zhang Yun was astonished. And then a flattering smile appeared on his face. System, can we negotiate something? Can I? No. Damn, then I'll buy it for myself. Zhang Yun cursed inwardly and began to check the fourth item. When he saw the information for the fourth item, his hair stood on end from shock. Zhugua, golden, a legendary divine fruit that blooms for 100 years and bears fruit for 100 years, can flesh out bones and revive the dead. It is rumored that if a living being consumes it, they will gain legendary potential. Value, 100,000 points. It turned out to be a legendary item. Flesh out bones, revive the dead, and even enhance a being's potential to the legendary level. If a human eats it, wouldn't they be able to rise to level 14 in the future? That would be infinitely close to a demon god. System, are you sure this information is correct? The effect of this Zhugua is truly incredible, making it hard for Zhang Yun to believe. It is impossible for the display to be wrong. If a legendary item doesn't have this effect, what else can it be called? If my grandfather eats this fruit, all hidden ailments will be healed, and his physical condition will be restored to perfection, even surpassing his peak period. After all, looking at his weak appearance, his original potential was at best level 10 Beastmaster level. It's truly unbelievable. Zhang Yun's spirit was lifted. If he could use this thing to cure his grandfather's illness, then he would have no burden at all. It would also be a way to repay his previous self. But upon seeing that exorbitant point cost, Zhang Yun felt his scalp tingle. It actually costs 100,000 points, equivalent to 10 million alliance coins. How could I afford that? Can this item be reserved until tomorrow? No. Can I buy it with alliance coins instead? No. You can only convert earnings obtained through normal operations into points. Even if you can't afford it, it's fine. Similar items will still be refreshed in the future, and you can buy it for your grandfather then. No way. Since I found it, I must buy it. I don't want my grandfather to wait even one more day. This is a legendary item. Who knows if it will be refreshed again in the future, and even if it does, who knows how long I will have to wait. Zhang Yun was unwilling to give up. He thought of the three little ones and immediately took out his phone, wanting to text them to see if they needed more services. However, his hand froze. 100,000 points was just too much. Even if Zhang Yun filled up the schedule for nurturing illusion beasts and rented out the entire illusion beast nest, it would be impossible to earn that many points in one day. Was there really no way? Damn it. The opportunity to treat my grandfather's illness is right in front of me, but I can't grasp it. System. If you don't have points, how can you blame this system? Sometimes, look for the reason within yourself. Have you earned points over these days? Have you worked seriously? Get lost. If it weren't for your restrictions here and there, I would have earned points long ago. Strong people never complain about the rules. Zhang Yun still wanted to retort to the system, but at that moment, 2 footsteps came from the door. Zhang Yun looked up and saw a guest had arrived. A man with a square face, dressed in a green shirt and green camouflage pants, was striding towards him. The man had crew-cut hair, and his tall figure exuded a heroic aura, like a sharp sword, giving off an unapproachable sense of authority. Zhang Yun could guess with his feet that he was likely a soldier. Moreover, he was a battle-hardened warrior. Beside him was a middle-aged man who was holding his waist with a pale face. This middle-aged man walked unsteadily, swaying with every step, resembling someone suffering from tuberculosis and impotence, clearly drained by indulgence. When he saw Zhang Yun looking at him, he forced a familiar smile and waved at Zhang Yun. Little brother, good morning. Welcome to my small shop. Zhang Yun's expression was indifferent as he asked, may I ask what services you two need? The square-faced man was Wang Jian. He looked serious, but not overbearing as he approached the counter and asked gently, may I ask if the owner of this shop is present? I am. Zhang Yun replied flatly. Wow, little brother is so young yet already a shop owner. That's impressive. Zhao Qinggao leaned against the counter, jokingly. Wang Jian nodded and asked again, may I ask if your shop helped 2 children nurture a Blastoise and a rooted Treeman a couple of days ago? Zhang Yun shook his head and said, no comment. That's customer privacy. Upon hearing this, Wang Jian's eyes lit up. No comment actually already indicated the answer. After all, if he hadn't nurtured them, the owner could have simply said no without needing to say something so ambiguous. Wang Jian wanted to ask more, but at that moment, Zhao Qinggao suddenly screamed like a brother would. Wow, wow, wow. He even took 3 steps back, as if startled by something. Zhang Yun, hearing this, looked at him with a dumbfounded expression and asked, this guest, are you sick? I'm fine. I just suddenly remembered my wife at home. Got a bit startled, heh? Sorry. Zhao Qinggao realized he had lost his composure and gave an embarrassed smile to Zhang Yun. Wang Jian glared at this fool, feeling embarrassed to have brought him along. At this moment, Zhao Qinggao leaned closer to Wang Jin's ear and reminded him in a trembling voice. Big brother-in-law, quickly look at that kid's counter. A bit to the left, hurry. Hearing his brother-in-law's reminder, Wang Jin's gaze subtly swept over that spot. Upon seeing it, his tiger-like eyes widened. Damn. 3 cabinets of red fruits. That quantity must reach hundreds. That cabinet must be worth several hundred million. Hiss. Just a moment ago, he had thought his brother-in-law was embarrassing, and now he couldn't help but gasp in shock like a country bumpkin. Chapter 75. Call the brothers to spend. Boss, we want all the red fruits in those 3 cabinets. One costs 100,000, right? Please pack them for us. We will swipe our cards immediately. Wang Jin's face turned bright red as he pointed at the counter behind Zhang Yun, almost shouting. Yes, 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 we want them all. Is there any other stock? Bring it all out. We want as much as we can get. Zhao Qinggao followed suit and shouted. Are you referring to fire mangoes? Zhang Yun was deafened by the shouting of these two and rubbed his ears, saying lightly, Sorry. The shop rule is that each person can only purchase 7 items per day. The system prompted. The shop has been upgraded to level 2. Each person can buy 10 items per day, and reselling for profit is prohibited. Sorry, I misspoke. Each person can buy 10 items. Zhang Yun corrected and added. Also, fire mangoes are sold for 10,000 each, and reselling for profit is prohibited. 10,000. What a ridiculously low price. Little brother, no. Boss, are you serious? Zhao Qinggao's eyes widened, doubting whether he was hearing correctly. The dog food sold in my shop is far cheaper than the market price. There's no need to be surprised. Zhang Yun said blandly. Only 10 items per person? Wang Jin suppressed the excitement in his heart and said in a deep voice. Is it not possible to sell all of them to us? We can offer 10 times the price, and 20 times can also be negotiated. Yes. Sell us one for 300,000, and we'll swipe the card immediately. However many you have, we'll take. Zhao Qinggao said, we will digest it ourselves. And absolutely will not resell to profit. I guarantee it with my integrity. Zhang Yun raised his eyebrows and asked, you must have tried the effects of this fire mango, right? Indeed. Wang Jin did not hide anything and directly mentioned the changes he observed after the phantom beast consumed the fire mango yesterday. He continued, Boss, your fire mango is the most magical dog food I've ever seen. I have a fire-type phantom beast whose combat power has stagnated, and I really need it. Being able to buy only 10 a day is just too little. Can you sell me some more? Wang Jin's tone carried a hint of pleading. He was genuinely afraid that these fire mangoes would be snatched up by others. After all, this was crucial for the evolution opportunity of his phantom beast. And he absolutely could not allow any accidents. Boss, just consider it as helping us out. Please, sell us all the fire mangoes, I beg you. Zhao Qinggao clasped his hands together and bowed to Zhang Yun. He was also very anxious. He imagined letting his flame fox evolve again by eating the fire mango and growing a third tail. A 3-tailed flame fox would reach the level of a royal beast cub. At that time, he would be incredibly impressive. Upon hearing the two, Zhang Yun's eyes lit up. These two looked like big fish, with their wallets surely bulging. And such big fish usually know many others. If he could get them to bring in others to spend, wouldn't his dog food fly off the shelves? If he could clear out all the dog food and materials from the counter, then not to mention 100,000 points. He could earn even more points in a single day. After all, the dog food and phantom beast materials on his counter were worth tens of millions. Zhang Yun smiled and said, I suppose you two don't know much about dog food, right? Both nodded simultaneously. They were rough men, skilled at fighting and dealing with women, but when it came to raising phantom beasts, they were truly lacking. Zhang Yun pointed to the counter displaying the fire mangoes and said, you must have seen that this counter is set very low, which means that this fire mango is the lowest grade product in this store. Such dog food, when consumed in large quantities, does not significantly enhance phantom beasts. I have a little toad that no longer eats this stuff. It's too bland. To cultivate excellent phantom beasts, they need to eat high-quality dog food. For example, Zhang Yun pointed to the highest row of the counter and said, the dog food on this row is all at least level 5, equivalent to level 5 heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Each item can greatly enhance the corresponding attributes of phantom beasts, their talents, or levels, and can even easily induce mutations. Among them, the most precious is that ice dragon flower, which is level 7. It's specifically for dragon-type beasts, enhancing the potential of dragons below 3 stars by 1 star and increasing their comprehension by 1 level. Moreover, it can grant dragon-type beasts the ice attribute. If the dragon-type beast is originally ice attribute, it will have a 50 chance of mutation. At the same time, the level of the dragon-type beast will increase by 1 level. Effective for those below level 10. It's only sold for 1 million alliance coins, a truly bargain price. Do you want to buy it? Damn it. Looking at the ice blue spirit flower Zhang Yun was pointing to, Zhao Qinggao completely lost his composure and swore. He immediately pulled out his black card and shouted, "Boss, I want that flower. Hurry, swipe my card. My wife happens to have an earth dragon that needs this flower. I beg you." His brother-in-law had already pulled his card out of his pocket, but he was a beat too slow and was beaten to it by Zhao Qinggao. He wanted to. So, he suppressed the excitement in his heart. All right, wait a moment. Zhang Yun took out the ice dragon flower and handed it to Zhao Qinggao, one hand receiving money, the other swiping the card, 1 million credited. A few days ago, Zhang Yun would have felt heartache over this. But today, in order to buy that legendary red fruit for his grandfather, he had to go all out. Hee. Thank you, boss. You are truly a great benefactor, huh? Zhao Qinggao immediately put away the flower, grinning from ear to ear. Don't call me a great benefactor. It feels like an insult. Zhang Yun's forehead twitched. Oh, sorry. It was my mistake. Heh, next time I'll be careful. Zhao Qinggao immediately nodded and bowed, apologizing with a silly grin. He looked shameless. Zhang Yun, not wanting to argue further, let it go. At this moment, his brother-in-law hurriedly chimed in. Boss, I have a 9th level ice-type bipedal dragon, a 9th level flame giant, 2 8th level death wolves, and a rock armor dragon. Could you recommend 10 types of dog food for me? Please recommend the expensive ones. Money is not an issue. Boss, I have a 7th level hurricane eagle, a 6th level vine ancient tree, a 7th level earth dragon, and a 2-tailed flame fox. Also help me recommend a few types of dog food. No problem, but Zhang Yun changed his tone and smiled. Aren't you planning to call anyone? Call someone. What do you mean? Zhao Qinggao asked in confusion. Call your friends and family to buy dog food. The dog food here is good and inexpensive. Once you miss this opportunity, there won't be another chance. You need to seize the opportunity, otherwise, others will get ahead of you. Upon hearing this, both of their eyes lit up. There were hundreds or thousands of items in the cabinet full of dog food and various precious phantom beast materials. If they only buy 10 a day, how long would it take? If news got out and others rushed in, they wouldn't be able to buy anything. Rather than letting others benefit, they might as well benefit their own people. Boss, you keep introducing products. Don't stop. I'll immediately call my wife and son over. Zhao Qinggao took out his phone and started dialing. Wang Jin's expression was serious as he asked, Boss, will these dog foods be restocked after they are sold out? Of course, and the quantity will increase, and the quality will improve. You just need to bring people. Don't worry about not being able to buy them in the future, Zhang Yun assured. Thank you. I can call my brothers over now. Wang Jin took out his phone and dialed a secret number. A cold voice came from the other end. Leader, what is the matter? Are you summoning the brothers in the camp for a mission? It's not a mission, but it's 10 times more important. Leader, what major event has happened? All the brothers are on vacation in Jiangnan City. Do we need to gather them all? The voice on the other end became increasingly serious. Gather all 300 brothers from the Tiger Roar camp. Assemble at the awesome Phantom Beast store on Tianhua Street within 30 minutes. Remember to disguise yourselves. Come in separately. Try not to attract attention, and be quick. Also bring enough money. Bring enough money? What do you mean? Don't ask too much. Immediately gather the brothers and execute the order. Yes. As soon as the call ended, a series of secret messages were dispatched. In an instant, in every corner of Jiangnan City, burly and extraordinary soldiers received the orders. Their eyes flashed with sharp light as they bid farewell to their families and lovers. Rushing towards Tianhua Street. At the same time, Wang Lan, who was about to accompany her son to watch a school match, immediately turned the car around and sped towards Tianhua Street. Not far from them, on a street corner next to a police detective headquarters, Lin Sheng from the Special Operations Bureau was gathering low-ranking detectives. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Everyone get in the car. We're setting off. This detective discovered a notorious criminal engaged in illegal sales. Come with me to arrest him, and each of you will achieve great merit. Brothers, do we need to go out at night? If so, I'll make up for it tonight. I'm going to take a nap now. Bye-bye. Remember to like and add to the bookshelf for updates. Thank you for your support. Chapter 76, Gathering at the Small Store. A low-ranking detective whispered to his companions. What big mission is that senior detective taking us on? With our level 1 and 2 beast masters, are we just going to get ourselves killed? Don't be scared. Don't you know Director Lin is a high-ranking detective from the Flying Tigers Special Task Force? His beast master level is as high as level 6. Do you think any criminals can match him? Another young low-ranking detective chimed in. Xiao Zhang is right. With Director Lin around, we just need to assist and handle the criminals. Director Lin also mentioned that his 2 other partners would be coming over soon to help capture the criminals. If we follow them, we'll be in for a boost this month. Director Lin is looking over here. Stop chatting, get in the car. The young detectives hurriedly boarded the police cars, filling nearly 10 vehicles of all sizes. Lin looked at the scene with a proud smile. He was determined to bring a large police force to seal off the area and completely suppress that little beast shop. He wanted the shop owner to know that offending him, Lin, meant he would have no place to stand in Jiangnan City. Not only would he arrest people, but he would also shut down the shop. He even planned to broadcast it citywide, exposing the owner and letting his friends and family know he messed with the wrong person. Anyone who dared to offend Lin must face total social death. At that moment, 2 other members of the Flying Tiger's special task force arrived. Hey, Shengzi, are you really going after that guy named Zhang Yun? One of the task force members asked with a sly smile. Did Captain Guyu not say that we shouldn't act rashly without his instructions? Lin shot him a sideways glance and said, I'm not going after that guy for personal reasons. I just suspect he has connections with that antisocial element, Qiulong. If you're afraid of being scolded, then don't follow along. Haha, no one believes that. But that guy is too cocky. I also want to teach him a lesson and make him see reality. Another member of the task force laughed. Should we call Vice Captain Su? She seems to dislike that guy too. Lin replied with a smile. I texted her. Vice Captain Su said she and Captain Guyu are investigating a serious brawl case from last night and are temporarily unavailable. Anyway, the 3 of us are enough to handle that guy. It's fine if Vice Captain Su doesn't come. Ha ha ha, then what are we waiting for? Let us go. The 3 task force members summoned their storm eagles and soared into the sky. Below, the low-ranking detectives looked up enviously, starting their cars and following closely behind. At this moment, at the intersection of Tianhua Street, a crowd suddenly gathered. Men in various casual outfits pretended to stroll leisurely, but in the blink of an eye, they disappeared. They quickly evaded the surveillance along the way and converged towards a small alley. Once they gathered in the alley, they all stopped, their faces showing grave expressions. Damn, there's actually a Gallic giant here. This Gallic giant was just over 3 meters tall and appeared to be a juvenile. But the primal energy mark on his forehead was a green level 5, indicating he was definitely strong. We can't be careless. The Gallic giant looked at them with hostility, akin to a guard dog. Should we subdue him first before entering that beast shop? Don't act impulsively. Let me ask Major General Wang first. One of the elite soldiers from the Tiger Roar camp took out his phone, about to contact Wang Jian. Meanwhile, the blue wolf guarding the entrance tightened his grip on his dual axes, baring his sharp tiger teeth. He sensed that the approaching individuals were all very strong humans. And out of instinctive caution, he growled, Who are you? Why are you surrounding my dad's shop? Get away, or I'll chop you to death. Oh whoa. The young blue wolf let out a low roar that created a gust of wind, sweeping towards the soldiers of the Tiger Roar camp. These soldiers were all elite, each at level 6 or above. Faced with the blue wolf's low pressure, they stood tall, their clothes billowing, showing no intention of retreating. At the same time, they had no intention of attacking, as they sensed that the Major General was inside the shop. They wouldn't reveal their military identities unless he spoke. Before these elite soldiers could contact Wang Jian, he had already arrived at the entrance. He wore a stiff smile and said to the blue wolf, Little guy, your dad said to let these uncles in. You stay aside and play. Once your dad is done, he'll treat you to something delicious. Oh, Xingling understands. Thank you, uncles. The blue wolf positioned his axes at the entrance and squatted down to continue eating the large meat buns. Zhang Yun had bought him 200 large meat buns, enough for him to eat for a while. Wang Jian then looked at his casually dressed subordinates and said in a deep voice, What are you waiting for? Hurry up and line up. Get ready to go into the shop to buy things. Whoever lines up first can go in first. What good stuff you get depends on your luck. Hearing this, many soldiers were dumbfounded. What the hell? The Major General brought us here to force us to spend money? What good things can a little shop sell? What is wrong with the Major General today? He has never been like this. Many soldiers from the Tiger Roar camp looked at Wang Jian with strange expressions, questioning him. But the duty of a soldier is to obey orders. So they unconditionally began to line up. At this moment, a few soldiers who had come earlier walked out of the shop with flushed faces. Each of them had smiles on their faces, swaying as if they were drunk. They couldn't stop praising. Awesome, so damn awesome. Thank you, Major General, for bringing us to pick up treasures. From now on, Major General will be my dad. I'll follow him. Look at you, keep a low profile. Don't attract too much attention, or others will notice something's off. Yeah, if others find out about this shop, it won't be our Tiger Roar camp's business anymore. Hee, if our Tiger Roar camp can buy out the goods in the shop, our brother's strength will surely increase significantly. At that time, who would dare to compete with us in the southern region? Keep it low. Don't draw too much attention. They all looked as if they had won a super lottery, with smiles they couldn't hide. The soldiers still in line were confused. Someone exclaimed, Look, it's Li Ergu. That guy usually has a dog-like face, as if everyone owes him billions. What is up with him today? He can't close his mouth. Stop guessing. Just ask them. And you'll know. One soldier, encouraged by Wang Jian entering the shop again, boldly waved at Li Ergu and the others at the entrance. Hey, did you guys win the lottery? Why are you so happy? Tell us. That's right. You all better line up properly. If you don't get to buy anything because the line isn't right, don't cry. Hee. Pray hard that the things in the shop aren't snatched up before you get in. Some soldiers in line were annoyed and retorted, What a joke. Is that shop selling guaranteed lottery tickets? Is it worth being this excited over? Hee hee, it's pretty much like buying a guaranteed lottery ticket. You'll find out soon enough. Why waste breath on them? They've never been in that shop. They never understand. Right. Let us find a corner to study the treasures we bought. Let us go, hee hee. The few soldiers who got their goods excitedly laughed and linked arms as they headed to a corner of the alley to discuss their purchases. Meanwhile, Wang Jian's voice echoed from inside the shop. 5 people in. Hurry up, don't waste the boss's time. Whoever dawdles, cancel their purchase qualification. Upon hearing this, the top 5 ranked individuals felt a chill in their hearts and strode into the store. It was already late at night. Remember to follow up. Hee hee. If the writing is not good, just bear with it. Chapter 77. Do you regret it now, kid? As the 5 soldiers from the Tiger Howl camp stepped into the store, they were called to the counter by Wang Jian. They lined up horizontally, from left to right, reporting their main and secondary pets. Then, the boss would recommend pet food products, excluding those related to the lightning attribute. Of course, if you want to create force weapons. You can also report the required material attributes or the beast cores you need. Those are sold here too. There are no attribute restrictions on phantom beast materials. But for beast cores, lightning attributes are excluded. Remember, you can buy a maximum of 10 items, so choose wisely. Now, start reporting the names of your phantom beasts. The 5 soldiers were dumbfounded. They were indeed being forced to spend. They looked at the counter, and good heavens, even a random flower started at 50,000, and a random fruit at 10,000. Isn't that too expensive? The prices for materials were somewhat reasonable, with beast cores generally priced between 150,000. They guessed these should be beast cores from phantom beasts of intermediate racial levels. Though 150,000 was expensive, it wasn't outrageous. They thought it would be good to support the Major General and buy some beast cores. A skinny soldier was the first to report. My main pet is an intermediate level water arrow turtle, and my secondary pet is a high-level shambing fox. I want to buy 10 ice or water attribute phantom beast cores, totaling no more than 300,000. Wang Jian, upon hearing this, gave him a slap on the back of the head and scolded, "You idiot! Who told you to buy 10 beast cores? Buying 10 beast cores is the biggest loss." Buy again. The soldier looked aggrieved, with a long face, and said, "Major General, I still want to save 8 million for my girlfriend's dowry. I really can't waste money." Zhao Qinggao, who was leaning nearby watching videos of beautiful women, couldn't stand it anymore and laughed loudly, saying, "This soldier. My brother-in-law can call you here, so he definitely won't treat you poorly. Just buy your stuff expensively. If you can't afford a wife, come to me. I'll introduce you to one. I've tried it. She has got." Zhao Qinggao's mouth curled into a lewd smile. And just as he was about to promote secondhand goods, he suddenly remembered his brother-in-law was still present and quickly shut his mouth. Wang Jin shot Zhao Qinggao a glare and then turned to Zhang Yun, speaking humbly. "Boss, this kid has a problem with his brain. Please help him recommend some dog food that can help his phantom beast grow." Hearing that the Major General was actually polite to a young man, the soldiers were somewhat surprised. The Major General was a general in the Imperial Army, and in the southern region, there were few people with a higher status than him. He was actually bowing to this young man. What was his background? They turned their gaze to Zhang Yun, speculating about his backing. A level 2 force mark at his age could only be considered average. Such a guy could make the Major General treat him with such caution. His backing must be astonishing. For a moment, the soldiers had a slight sense of awe towards Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun was unaware of the soldiers' thoughts. He pointed to the glass cabinet at the center of the counter filled with drawers of ice blue flower buds. A rough estimate showed there were over 100, haphazardly stuffed together like cabbages. This was the Flame Ice Orchid, a level 4 spirit flower, priced at 100,000 each. Water attribute phantom beasts that consume it have a chance to evolve into ice attributes. Moreover, it moderately enhances growth length and is effective for phantom beasts below level 7. A normal level 6 water arrow turtle, when fed 7 or 8 of these, has a chance to break through its racial limitations and upgrade to level 7. And its attribute will change to ice. If 7 or 8 don't work, just add 2 more for a guaranteed upgrade to level 7. If it fails, full refund supported. Upon hearing this, the 5 soldiers' eyes widened instantly, feeling as if they were listening to a celestial book. One of them, not believing it, couldn't help but say, "Boss, the racial level of the water arrow turtle is intermediate. It can only upgrade to level 6 at most. Are you saying your flower can help it break through to level 7? Isn't that a bit unscientific?" Zhang Yun glanced at him and said. Wang Jian pointed at the 5 soldiers and warned, "This boss is kind-hearted. How could you question him? If anyone dares to say another word, I will cancel their purchase qualification. Water Monkey, summon your water arrow turtle, quickly." "Yes." The soldier called Water Monkey did not dare to defy and reluctantly summoned his water arrow turtle. His water arrow turtle had already grown to maturity. With a massive size of nearly 10 meters, almost filling the cramped little store. Boss, please let this kid's water arrow turtle eat 10 flame ice orchids. I will transfer the money to you immediately. All right. Zhang Yun took out 10 flame ice orchids from the glass cabinet and threw them onto the counter. Wang Jin carefully picked them up and said to Water Monkey, "Let your phantom beast open its mouth." "Yes, Major General." Water Monkey, with a mournful face, made the water arrow turtle open its mouth. The 10 flame ice orchids were worth 1 million. He was now one step further from the 8 million dowry. Wang Jian began to feed the water arrow turtle. He tossed one over, and as the water arrow turtle swallowed it, its eyes widened, and steam rising from its body crystallized into ice, slowly falling. At the same time, it shook its shell, and its body suddenly swelled a bit, clearly indicating a significant increase in its growth length. The 5 soldiers looked on, their eyes widening. It was as if they were witnessing a miracle. Wow! The water arrow turtle's attribute really turned into ice attribute. This little boss, didn't he lie to us? Not only did its attribute turn into ice, but its size also grew a bit, indicating a significant increase in its growth length. At this rate, Water Monkey's water arrow turtle could really break through to level 7. This effect is too quick, it's simply unscientific. The efficacy of this spirit flower is too strong. I bet it was picked from one of the top 10 dangerous places, and its level must exceed level 5. Otherwise, how could the efficacy be so abnormal? Just a level 4 spirit flower, don't make a fuss. Zhang Yun corrected and continued. This water arrow turtle is raised pretty well. It only needs 5 flame ice orchids to reach level 7. After leveling up to 7, the flame ice orchids will no longer have any effect. No matter how many you feed, it won't work. Save them for other phantom beasts. Hearing this, the soldier who was called Water Monkey, whose face had been twisted with excitement, suddenly fell. He pleaded with Zhang Yun. "Boss, I was just a small fry who couldn't recognize the mountain. I apologize to you. Can I return the extra 5 flame ice orchids to you? Just for a return, not for a refund. To exchange for the chance to buy 5 more items? Is that okay? Now you no regret?" Wang Jian gave him a slap on the back of the head and sincerely said to Zhang Yun, "Boss, this kid is one of the bravest soldiers in the military camp, straightforward and outspoken. If he has offended you in any way, please forgive him. If it's convenient for you, please give him another chance to buy. This time, he will definitely seize the opportunity and not waste your time. Boss, please, give me one more chance." Water Monkey pressed his palms together, repeatedly pleading. He knew this was his best opportunity to enhance his strength, and if he missed it, he would cry in the toilet. Customer returns. Due to customer reasons, the payment will not be refunded, but can be converted to points. Hearing the system's prompt, Zhang Yun's eyes lit up. Chapter 78. This group of people is not right. All right, since you're only returning goods and not asking for a refund, I'll accept your sincerity. Do you want to buy Phantom Beast materials or attribute dog food for your other 5 items? Zhang Yun admired these soldiers who defended their homeland. Since the system did not object, he naturally agreed to their request for a change. "I want to buy ice attribute pet food. Please recommend some expensive options," the excited Shuehozi said. "Boss, it's my turn. My Phantom Beast is the Ice Dragon. Please recommend some products for me first. My Phantom Beast is the Fire Skeleton Wolf. Please, let me buy first." The other 4 soldiers were red-eyed and shouted one after another. "Everyone be quiet, from left to right, by one. Don't worry, boss has plenty of stock. You all can buy." Wang Jian scolded and turned to walk towards the door to call in the next group. Just as he reached the entrance, he heard a sharp eagle cry coming from the alley. Yikes! He looked up and saw a storm giant eagle hovering above the alley. On the eagle's back stood a figure, arms crossed behind him, looking down at the brothers of the Tiger Roar camp. His demeanor was arrogant, his gaze disdainful, as if he were looking at a pack of mongrels. What were these special operations personnel doing here? Had they discovered the boss's secret and were coming to get a piece of the action? Humph, if that's the case, let's see whose fist is harder. Just as Wang Jian was about to step out of the shop to have a good talk with them, he could use words or fists. Another round of police sirens sounded from outside the alley. His footsteps halted. Something was off. If the special operations personnel were here to buy things, why would they bring that group of junior detectives? The only possibility was that they were here to cause trouble for the boss. Humph, they have guts. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun was still recommending products to the 5 soldiers. The 5 soldiers trembled with excitement, their faces flushed to the neck. They had never imagined such an opportunity would come their way. Not only could they buy such precious treasures, but they were also at super low prices. "Boss, you're a living Buddha. General Wang Jian is truly a good leader." They felt it was worth it to dedicate everything for him. At this moment, Wang Jian walked in and said to Zhang Yun, "Boss, I've noticed that there are special operations personnel at the alley entrance, and a large number of police officers have arrived. They don't seem to come with good intentions. Can you handle them? If it's inconvenient, I can help you deal with them." "Oh, the special operations people are here again? No worries, let them make a fuss. I want to see what tricks they want to play, Zhang Yun said without looking up. Good. Wang Jian nodded, standing still, no longer speaking. The boss was inscrutable. His decisions were beyond Wang Jian's understanding. Several soldiers smirked with disdain upon hearing this. The special operations personnel, even if the mayor personally visited, would have to greet the general first. What was the special operations compared to that? If they really angered the general, he could lead the Tiger Roar camp to flatten the entire Special Operations Bureau, and the mayor of Jiangnan City wouldn't dare make a sound. At this moment, at the alley entrance, a storm giant eagle descended slowly from the sky. Its massive wings created wind pressure, whipping up a fierce wind that tousled the hair and clothing of many soldiers from the Tiger Roar camp, making them look somewhat disheveled. Damn it. What are these pampered dogs from the greenhouse trying to show off against us wild wolves? I'll knock him down with one punch. A hot-headed soldier from the Tiger Roar camp clenched his fist, wanting to throw a punch from a distance. However, he was stopped by someone beside him. Ah Chong, don't be impulsive. The general said we need to keep a low profile and see what they want to do. Exactly. The general wanted us to come in casual clothes to avoid drawing attention. Everyone, use your secret techniques to hide the marks on your foreheads. Don't let them see any flaws, a captain whispered. Hearing this, many soldiers suppressed their anger, lowered their heads, and remained silent. At this moment, a voice with a quacking tone came from the eagle's back. Don't move, or I'll kill you all. Upon hearing this, many soldiers could no longer hold back. Their heads, which had been lowered, suddenly lifted, and their cold gazes all fixed on the storm giant eagle. Yikes! The storm giant eagle was startled and let out a sharp cry, flapping its wings chaotically and soaring into the sky. Lin Sheng, who was standing on the eagle's back, wanted to continue showing off, but lost focus and fell directly from the eagle's back. With a thud, his mouth met the cement ground intimately, and the teeth he had loosened a couple of days ago finally couldn't hold on, falling out several pieces. Ha ha, ha ha. Many soldiers laughed heartily. The atmosphere was joyous. In the sky, 2 other storm giant eagles also descended. Seeing Lin Sheng fall in a miserable state, his colleagues burst into laughter. Lin Sheng, your beast training skills are too poor. You can't even control the storm giant eagle. It's hilarious. Lin Sheng, you should hand over the storm giant eagle and get a ground dragon instead. The sky isn't suitable for you, huh? They thought Lin Sheng was just poor at training pets and didn't notice anything unusual. Everyone shut up. Lin Sheng growled as he rolled over from the ground, wiping the crimson corner of his mouth. His eyes were blood red, like an enraged beast ready to devour someone. At this moment, rage and humiliation had consumed his rationality, and he was unaware of the storm giant eagle's flight. Meanwhile, a large number of low-level detectives poured into the alley, distracting his attention. Seal off the entire alley. Lin Sheng's blood-red eyes scanned the many lined-up soldiers of the Tiger Roar camp. Anyone who dares to resist will be treated as a terrorist and executed on the spot. Hearing this, many soldiers' faces turned cold, and anger surged within them. They fought against foreign races on the front lines, risking their lives and shedding blood. Yet this group of so-called officials was here oppressing the citizens without distinction, acting arrogantly and trampling on lives. They deserved to die. No wonder the domestic reputation had been declining in recent years. It was all because of these parasites in power that the citizens were filled with grievances. It was infuriating. The soldiers wished they could go up and slap this official, knocking out all his teeth and breaking his nose, making his face match his vile heart. However, thinking of the general's orders, all the soldiers suppressed their anger, clenched their fists, and stood still without any other reaction. At this time, the other 2 giant eagles were also slowly descending. A member of the special operations team on the eagle's back looked at the group of strong men and vaguely sensed something was off. Chapter 79, The Frightened Junior Detective. One of them frowned and asked, Chenan, don't you think this group of people is strange? They are all strong and powerful, looking nothing like ordinary people. The detective named Chun In glanced at the many men below and disdainfully said, what is so different about them? They don't have any energy marks on their foreheads. Energy marks can be hidden. Hidden my foot. The technique to hide energy marks is generally only mastered by beast masters above level 6. Do you think these 200 or 300 people are all level 6 beast masters? What a joke. I suspect this group of thugs are all gang members, and all of them are Zhang Yun's lackeys. After all, the Black Snake gang members were beaten by Zhang Yun a couple of days ago, and didn't dare to testify against him, which shows that Zhang Yun has an unusual background. Although Lin Sheng has a personal vendetta, his instincts are sharp. This shop really has issues. Another colleague raised an eyebrow but said nothing further, indicating he agreed with his partner's words. At this moment, they saw Lin Sheng striding aggressively towards the small shop, and they all jumped off the eagle's back, retracting the 2 storm giant eagles. Arrest all these people. Anyone who resists, break their legs. Be careful not to let one escape, otherwise, you will face the consequences. Yes, sir. The officer said, "Take care, we will handle things here." Numerous junior detectives saluted the two senior detectives from the special operations team as they walked toward the small shabby shop. At this moment, Little Wolf realized that the newcomers were not friendly. He stuffed the meat bun into a plastic bag and was about to go find an axe to chop someone when a kind-looking soldier stopped him. He smiled and said, "Little guy, don't be nervous. This is adult business, and adults will take care of it. You just continue eating your breakfast." Oh, Little Wolf knew that these uncles were strong, and with them around, Dad would be fine. So, he continued to squat in the corner, counting ants and nibbling on the meat buns. He had already eaten 200 meat buns, leaving him with less than 10. The fragrant meat buns were about to be finished, and he had to save some for later. At this moment, an impatient junior detective had already taken out steel handcuffs, preparing to start cuffing people. "What are you standing there for? Stretch out your hands if you want to get hit," he said to a robust soldier from the Tiger Howl camp. Huh. The soldier from the Tiger Howl camp brought his arms together and cooperatively stretched out his hands. Click, the steel handcuffs were locked on. "All right, you go squat in the corner and don't cause trouble. If you do, I'll smash your head with a baton." "Okay." The soldier grinned, exerted a little strength, and with a crack, the precision steel handcuffs actually broke apart. "Sorry, I accidentally broke your handcuffs. Can you give me another pair?" The junior detective's mouth twisted in anger. "Damn procurement, what kind of junk handcuffs are these? They break like tofu." He cursed and took out another pair of handcuffs, cuffing them onto the robust soldier's wrists. However, clang, the robust soldier exerted a bit of strength, and this pair of handcuffs also split in the middle. At this moment, even the most foolish junior detective realized there was a problem. He suddenly stepped back a few paces, drew his gun from his waist, aimed it at the robust soldier's face, and trembled, asking, "What are you? How can you break handcuffs made of tank steel?" The robust soldier shrugged and said apologetically, "Sorry. I have innate strength, and I don't like wearing silver bracelets, so I accidentally broke them. Can you give me a better quality pair?" For some reason, upon hearing this man's gentle words, the junior detective felt as if he had heard the whispers of death, and his body couldn't help but tremble. This feeling was like a little rabbit encountering a terrifying lion. Instinctively fearful, he warned, You squat down and hold your head, quickly, or I'll shoot." His colleagues noticed his abnormal behavior and couldn't help but tease, "Suwon, you have a cold. Why are you shaking all over? Could it be that you were scared by that guy? Haha, laugh it up. Look at his wrists. He broke 2 pairs of special handcuffs." The surrounding colleagues were stunned and looked at the soldier's wrists, where indeed there were 2 broken handcuffs. In an instant, all the junior detectives held their breath, simultaneously drew their guns, and took aim at the robust soldier as if facing a great enemy. "You squat down fast. Lie down, no other movements. Or I'll shoot you. Fast." Many detectives knew a common fact. The handcuffs issued by the department had a strength that even 2 trucks pulling against each other would find hard to break. Yet this robust man had broken 2 pairs in succession. It was obvious how terrifying his strength was. Compared to level 5 or 6 phantom beasts, he was not inferior. These junior detectives were only at level 13. For ordinary people, they were as strong as tigers. But against a true powerhouse, they were as weak as dogs. Practically at a level of being given away for free. If this robust man erupted, he could kill them all in an instant. How could they dare to be careless? The robust soldier ignored the warnings from the junior detectives. He shrugged at his colleagues and said apologetically, "Brothers, sorry, I've exposed myself. I really don't like wearing silver bracelets." Other soldiers laughed heartily upon hearing this. "Deputy Wong, you can't be blamed. Your position and rank are equivalent to the director of the Special Operations Bureau. How could you let a group of junior detectives cuff you? Isn't that ridiculous? Even if the general finds out, he won't blame you." Haha. Amid the laughter of the soldiers, they all exerted their arms and suddenly pulled. Bang, bang, bang. The incredibly hard precision steel handcuffs shattered like tofu, breaking into 2 pieces. Who are you guys? We're from the Jiangnan District General Police Station. You're resisting law enforcement. All right, don't be nervous. Deputy Wong walked over, casually crushed a junior detective's handgun into a round ball, and gently pointed to the corner, saying, "You all squat in the corner, hold your heads, and don't move. If you resist, it will be considered disobeying military orders, and according to the highest criminal laws, we have the right to execute you on the spot. Don't be nervous. General Wang Jian will come out soon and will properly handle you. Whether he sends you to a military court or executes you on the spot will be decided accordingly." "A military court? On the spot execution? Mom." The junior detectives let out a piercing wail, collapsing to the ground, unable to straighten their knees. Chapter 80, a kick-out. In terms of organization, detectives in the city are merely local civil servants. Strictly speaking, their status may not even be recognized by the national high-level authorities. On the other hand, soldiers belong to the highest authority of the state. Soldiers inherently suppress local civil servants. Moreover, These soldiers are directly under a lieutenant general. A lieutenant general's status is even higher than that of a local mayor. When the director of the Special Operations Bureau sees a lieutenant general, he must bow and call him his superior. A lieutenant general already possesses the power of life and death over junior civil servants. If a lieutenant general were to execute all the junior detectives present in the name of obstructing military orders, procedurally, there would be no grounds for objection. At this moment, these junior detectives could figure out with their butts that they had been dragged into a fire pit by that bastard Lin Sheng. In an instant, all junior detectives were crying and cursing Lin Sheng's ancestors. At this time, Lin Sheng was still unaware of what had happened in the alley. He was leading two colleagues, strutting into the small shop. At this moment, Zhang Yun was at the counter, introducing products to several customers. He glanced at this foolish man, didn't bother with him, and continued to promote the dog food. The two members of the special operations team couldn't help but laugh. This kid still has the mood to sell goods. He doesn't know that the alley outside is already surrounded by the police. Hee, Lin Sheng, go over and directly pin that kid down. He didn't even look at us. How arrogant. Another member of the special operations team lit a cigarette and sneered. You come out. Lin Sheng pointed at Zhang Yun in the counter and said in a deep voice. Zhang Yun thought he was barking like a dog and continued to promote his goods. Lin Sheng, that kid treats you like air. Shut up. Lin Sheng, infuriated, walked to the counter and slammed his hand down, intending to smash the counter. At that moment, a hand reached out and firmly grasped his wrist. Lin Sheng's pupils contracted, and he turned to see a middle-aged man with a waxy complexion smiling at him. Are you from the Special Operations Bureau? I'm Zhao Qinggao from the Zhao Group. The owner of this shop is my friend. Could you give me a little face and leave? As a member of the Special Operations Bureau, Lin Sheng often needed to interact with high-profile individuals and build relationships. He was basically familiar with the notable figures in the city. His fierce expression softened slightly as he said, So it's Mr. Zhao from the Zhao Group. I've heard a lot about you. I certainly have to give Mr. Zhao face. However, this kid is too arrogant. He offended me, Lin Sheng, so I can't give you this face. Zhao Qinggao's smiling expression froze slightly as he said, I know your Director Liu. Almost all the ladies he found were introduced by me. Zhao, what do you mean by that? Director Liu is my brother-in-law. Lin Sheng's face darkened. Upon hearing this, the two members of the special operations team who accompanied Lin Sheng were also taken aback. They never expected Lin Sheng had this layer of identity. No wonder he acted recklessly and without restraint, even ignoring Captain Gu Yu's words. In an instant, they all restrained their smiles, fearing Lin Sheng's jealousy. This kid has a narrow mind and is insidious in his actions. If he decides to make things difficult for them, it would be disastrous. Oh, so you're Director Liu's brother-in-law. No wonder you're so young and arrogant. Zhao Qinggao suddenly realized, then smiled and said, If I introduce women to him, wouldn't that relieve your sister of some pressure and burden? Shouldn't you thank me and give me some face? Hearing this, Lin Sheng was immediately furious and shouted, Zhao Qinggao, don't push your luck. Get out of here and don't interfere in my business with this kid. Otherwise, I'll have the special operations team seal off your group and see if you can still stand in Jiangnan City. Hey, you really know how to take a feather and make it a dart. Zhao Qinggao shook his head and sighed. I've already given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. You've completely offended the boss. No one can save you now. As his words fell, Zhao Qinggao suddenly waved his hand. Swish. He turned into an afterimage. Bang. Lin Sheng was slapped by Zhao Qinggao and rolled 3.5 times, falling to the ground in a sorry state, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The energy mark on Zhao Qinggao's forehead was purple. Purple represents his status as a level 7 Beastmaster. A level 7 Beastmaster is a whole tier above Lin Sheng, and as Beastmasters progress to higher levels, the difference in combat power between each level is enormous. It was easy for Zhao Qinggao to teach Lin Sheng a lesson. You bastard, you dare to hit me, Before Lin Sheng could finish his words, Zhao Qinggao was already holding his old waist and raised his foot to stomp Lin Sheng's head into the ground. He ground it with the sole of his foot and chuckled, Little punk, do you think just because you have your brother-in-law backing you, you can act arrogantly in Jiangnan City? Damn it, who doesn't have a powerful backing? My brother-in-law is Wang Jian. You think you can show off against me, Zhao Qinggao? You're still a generation behind. Zhao Qinggao, stop. Do you dare to lay hands on the special operations team members? Aren't you afraid of ending up on the official wanted list? Zhao Qinggao, I advise you to calm down. Our director is an 8th level Beastmaster, and there are several captains in our bureau who also have reached 8th level. Do you think your Zhao group can compete with our special operations team? The two special operations team members immediately assumed a combat stance, ready to summon beasts to join the fight. Although they spoke bravely, their bodies were trembling. They knew that their warning was futile. After all, they were only level 6, while Zhao Qinggao was level 7. They could only bluff, hoping to intimidate Zhao Qinggao. However, Zhao Qinggao just leaned on his waist and laughed heartily. You little punks dare to threaten the brother-in-law of a general in the Empire in front of him? What do you think will happen to you, Empire General? Upon hearing this, the two Special Operations team members' hearts skipped a beat, feeling a sense of soul detachment. Before they could react further, a hand like a steel claw gripped the neck of one of the smoking Special Operations team members. A cold voice, like the whisper of death, rang in his ear. Can't you see the no smoking sign at the door? I'm giving you two choices. 1. Don't need your eyes anymore. 2. Since you like to smoke so much, swallow the cigarette in your mouth and all the cigarettes in your pockets. Enjoy it to your heart's content. You have 5 seconds to make your choice. 5, 4. Wah. This Special Operations team member was about to cry, mentally breaking down as he swallowed the lit cigarette. His companion was also paralyzed on the ground, struggling to lift his head to look at the tall figure behind him. 2 years ago, when he had just arrived in Jiangnan City, he had the fortune to tour a border military camp. At that time, among the 100,000 soldiers, the highest commander looked just like this man. No, not just looked like. The highest commander was this man, General Wang Jian of the Tiger Roar camp. Wang Jian was famous for his decisiveness in killing. The enemies and beastmasters who died at his hands numbered no less than 8,000. They had actually run into him. This Special Operations team member was still young and couldn't handle the pressure, directly fainting. Useless. Wang Jian kicked him, sending him rolling out of the store like a tumbleweed. He then slapped away the Special Operations team member who was still smoking. Only then did he step over to Zhao Qinggao's side, looking down at Lin Sheng, who was trembling on the ground. He asked, "What did you just say your brother-in-law's name was? Come on, call him and have him come save you." Woo-woo. Lin Sheng even shed tears as he fearfully whimpered, My sister is just Director Lu's mistress. Director Lu is not my brother-in-law. What's your sister's name? Perhaps I introduced her to Director Lu, huh?" Zhao Qinggao was still smugly laughing, but when he saw his brother-in-law looking at him, he immediately closed his mouth and chuckled without saying anything. At this moment, Zhao Qinggao looked at Zhang Yun and asked, "Boss, this kid is causing trouble in your shop. How do you plan to deal with him? Can't throw him out. I can't be bothered to get angry with such a fool. By the way, have the people outside come in faster. I'm in a hurry." "All right, brother-in-law, kick this kid out." Hee. Good, brother-in-law. Go to hell." Zhao Qinggao kicked Lin Sheng out of the shop like a dead dog. Wang Jian walked to the door and looked outside. At this moment, the little police detectives were all huddled in the corner, waiting for orders. "General, how should we deal with these low-level detectives?" Wang Fuzhong stepped forward to report. Wang Jian's stern gaze swept over, and many low-level detectives were holding their heads, trembling in fear. Let this group of useless people get lost. Also, have them keep their mouths shut. This is a military operation carrying out a secret mission. Anyone who dares to leak it will be severely punished. Additionally, arrange for 20 people to follow me into the store. Yes, General. Brothers, step forward 20 people, line up, and enter the store in an orderly fashion. Yes. Wang Fuzhong then coldly addressed the many huddled detectives. You bunch of useless fools, get lost. You are not allowed to set foot in this alley again. Anyone who dares to leak today's events will face a military trial. Get lost. Yes. Quick, run. Wait, carry those 3 useless Special Operations team members away. Don't let them dirty this place. Wang Fuzhong said coldly. Yes. The many little policemen were so scared their legs went soft as they carried the 3 Special Operations team members, who were in a daze, stumbling towards the alley exit. At this moment, Wang Lan's special car had also arrived at the alley entrance. In the special car, Zhao Peng was throwing a tantrum. Wang Lan glared at him and said, "You silly son, what's the use of winning such a small honor in elementary school? Didn't you say you always wanted a beast with royal potential? Mom is taking you to buy one now." Zhao Peng's eyes widened in excitement. "Mom, really? You're really going to get me a beast cub with royal potential?" "Of course. Your dad has already secured a spot, and your uncle is over there too." Ha. That's great. Mom, you're the best mom in the world. I report you. Dad actually has more than 10 ant friends. Today, Mom is in a good mood. Let's put aside your dad's matters for now. I'll deal with him later. Now, get out of the car with me. Remember to be polite when you see the boss. Otherwise, your uncle really will teach you a lesson. Okay. As long as you get me a beast cub with royal potential, I'll be happy even if I have to be a dog. Woof woof hee. A mother and son got out of the car, only to see a group of rough men lining up in the alley. Wang Lan often visited the military camp to see Wang Jian, and she was basically familiar with the soldiers of the Tiger Howl camp. She nodded to the soldiers and quickly pulled her son Zhao Peng towards the small shop, while sending a message to Zhao Qinggao. At that moment, Zhao Qinggao was leaning against the glass counter, constantly eyeing the various good materials on display, thinking about what to buy tomorrow. As his phone rang, he answered while walking to the door. Seeing Wang Lan and her son approaching quickly, he excitedly waved his hand. "Wife, come in quickly, there are so many treasures here." Hearing her husband say this, Wang Lan's eyes immediately lit up, and she pulled her son along, rushing into the shop. The young man behind the counter was the boss, mysterious and unpredictable. Zhao Qinggao reminded Wang Lan to be careful with her words. Do I need you to teach me? Wang Lan glanced at the older brother standing like a bodyguard and knew that this shop was not simple. Come on, son, daddy is going to buy super treasures. Zhao Qinggao excitedly took Xiao Peng's hand and led his wife to the counter. Wang Lan curiously observed Zhang Yun, who was recommending products to the soldiers, while Xiao Peng's round eyes were fixated on the goods on the shelves. When he saw the fire mango in the glass cabinet, he couldn't hold back his childlike excitement and shouted, "Wow, it's a red fruit. Mom, look, there are so many of those fruits. Buy them all, hurry." Wang Lan followed his pointing finger and indeed saw an overwhelming number of fire mangoes that dazzled her eyes. With so many strange red fruits, how many mutated fire-type beasts could they produce? The products in this shop were simply astonishing. Zhao Qinggao immediately gave Zhao Peng a light tap on the back of his head and warned him in a low voice, "You little rascal, don't shout, or you'll spoil the boss's mood." Also, the rule in this shop is that each person can buy a maximum of 10 items per day, so you can't buy fire mangoes later. Why not buy them? I want to raise a fire-type beast cub. Zhao Peng protested. Wang Lan also whispered, why not buy those red fruits? Is the boss keeping them for himself? Zhao Qinggao's mouth twitched as he explained, those fire mangoes are tier 3 spirit fruits, the lowest grade in this shop. Why would you buy them? Do you see those red spiritual mushrooms in the glass cabinet? They're called Xuanhua Lingji, tier 4 spirit herbs, 3 times more effective than fire mangoes. And they only sell for 100,000. If you're going to buy those. But the fire mango should have a tier 4 medicinal effect. How can it be sold as a tier 3 spirit fruit? Wang Lan, who also ran a herbal business, felt that the medicinal effect of fire mangoes was severely underestimated. She added, if Xuanhua Lingji is 3 times stronger, shouldn't it be considered a tier 5 spirit herb? If sold outside, each would start at hundreds of thousands to millions. Is the boss running a charity? Shoo, keep your voice down. The little boss hates it when people mention charity. Zhao Qinggao said. Anyway, when you buy the products later, no matter what you buy, make sure to buy them at a high price. The more expensive the product, the more benefits you'll get. Okay, Wang Lan nodded. Her face flushed with excitement. Her current realm level was that of an 8th tier beast master, and her strongest beast had reached the peak of tier 8. She believed that as long as her beloved pets ate the treasures from the shop, at least one of them could break through to tier 9. At that time, even without relying on her older brother Wang Jian, she could stand firm in Jiangnan City with her own strength. Just then, Zhao Peng, the little rascal, was restless and mumbled, aren't you going to buy me a fire-type beast cub? Why don't I see any beast cubs here? Mom, are you lying to me? Ask your dad. He said so. Zhao Peng pouted and looked at Zhao Qinggao, who twitched his mouth and said, when did I say this place sells fire-type beast cubs? I was talking about the fire-type cubs trained by Zhou Shaoqing and the other's boss. If you want your beast to become strong, let the boss cultivate it later. Really? Zhao Peng looked excitedly at Zhang Yun and blurted out, boss, can you help me cultivate beast cubs? I want to raise 2, no matter how much it costs. Zhang Yun smiled at him. Let's talk after I finish selling these goods. Oh, okay. Zhao Peng nodded excitedly, then took out his phone and said to Wang Lan beside him, Mom, the school competition is about to start. You don't believe that Xiaoqing's water turtle is amazing, do you? Come on, let's watch the competition and see if I lied to you. Let's go to that corner to watch. Don't disturb the boss from selling. Wang Lan signaled Zhao Qinggao to help with the purchase later and then took her son to a corner of the shop, opening the live broadcast on her phone. At this moment, at the Noble Beast Academy, the playground for first graders was already bustling with noise, filled with numerous elementary and middle school students. Amidst the cheers, representatives from each class, from first grade to third grade of middle school, were preparing to enter the playground center for the entrance competition. As for the high school area, it was a separate venue with its own arrangements. Although it was just an elementary school competition, the higher-ups of the Noble Academy took it more seriously than ever. Not only had the school board members come, but the heads of the elementary, middle, and high school divisions were also present to watch the competition. Even military and municipal representatives had come to observe. Their purpose was quite simple. First, to watch Zhou Xiaoling's competition. Second, to discuss which school district would be best to train Zhou Xiaoling. After all, she had a water turtle with king-level potential, worthy of being cultivated as the academy's ace. Various factions were eager to secure this talented little girl. However, what they didn't know was that the water turtle was no longer on the table. Chapter 82. I want to fight 1 against 7. At this moment, in the representative team of Class 2 of the first grade, there were only 3 participants, Lin Yuqing, Zhou Shaoqing, and Zhou Xiaoling. The 3 little friends walked together, whispering about how to compete. Lin Yuqing frowned and pouted. Hey, both of you have high-level beasts trained by the boss. Don't bully the elementary students. You go challenge the middle school students. I'll take care of the elementary section. Hee. Are you scared? Zhou Xiaoling put her hands on her hips, looking smug. You still have the face to say that. Didn't you eavesdrop on my conversation with my sister to know about the boss? You should thank me. Don't bite the hand that feeds. Lin Yuqing said angrily. Zhou Xiaoqing smiled and raised the corner of his mouth. Do you have any evidence? We found the boss entirely by our own ability. It has nothing to do with you. But you're right. Our high-level beasts have all been trained by the boss. Bullying elementary students is no fun anymore. I'll directly apply to the homeroom teacher to challenge the middle school section. Today is the day for my sister and me to dominate the middle school section. No one can stop us. Wow, brother is right. Zhou Xiaoling laughed excitedly. Cut the nonsense. I'll contract 2 powerful beast cubs and have the boss train them. I'll catch up to you sooner or later. Hee. Let us see if you can catch up to us. The 3 little friends reached a consensus and stood with representatives from various classes, waiting for the speech from the principals of the middle and elementary schools. With board members present, the principals of the middle and elementary schools dared not waste words and quickly announced the start of the competition. The rules for this new student entry competition were very simple and flexible. Of course, if someone felt strong enough, they could directly apply to challenge the higher grades. After all, elementary students had a vast disparity in battle power due to their family background. A 7-year-old's beast might not necessarily lose to a 12 or 13-year-old's beast. However, if they failed in a challenge, that class would completely lose all honors and be eliminated. At this moment, Class 2's homeroom teacher, Teacher Lin, walked up to the 3 little friends and bent down, smiling at Zhou Xiaoling. Xiaoling, are you ready for a challenge beyond your level? If you are, I can apply for you right now. Your Blastoise is basically unbeatable in the elementary district, and you can directly challenge the 6th grade contestants. The school board will be here for this competition. If you can defeat the 6th grade contestants, you will gain super honors. And our class can be recognized as an advanced class. Teacher Lin, I'm not interested in the 6th graders anymore. Let Lin Yuqing handle those noobs. Hee. Zhou Xiaoling said proudly. You are the noob, you stupid idiot. Lin Yuqing glared angrily at Zhou Xiaoling. Teacher Lin twitched the corner of his mouth and said, Xiaoling, don't make fun of Yuqing. Her root Tran has always been at the bottom of the class, not to mention comparing it to the 6th graders. Even against other 1st graders, it would only get eliminated. The reason I allowed her to participate in the competition is mainly to encourage her so she doesn't feel inferior. Damn it, Teacher Lin, you underestimate me too much, Lin Yuqing said, her face flushed and pouting. Teacher Lin patted her head and reassured her, I'm not underestimating you. It's just that your root Tran is too weak. Remember to ask your dad to buy you a powerful Phantom Beast in the future. If the Phantom Beast is too weak, no matter how smart you are, you won't catch up with your classmates. Since you say that, then today I'll show you what an invincible root Tran is. Lin Yuqing looked at a contestant from class 3 nearby and shouted, Hey, I want to challenge your whole class by myself. Do you dare to accept? Class 3 had the most contestants, a total of 7. And they all cast disdainful looks at Lin Yuqing. Who are you? Silly, do you think you're Zhou Xiaoling? You're so foolish to challenge all of us. Do you think you're worthy? Class 2 is really annoying. Just because they have a Zhou Xiaoling, they think everyone is invincible. They deserve a beating. Hey, Zhou Xiaoling. Would you dare to fight us all by yourself? No matter how strong your Blastoise is, you wouldn't dare to take on 7, right? A boy who had been taught a lesson by Zhou Xiaoling provoked. Zhou Xiaoling laughed directly and said, You guys are just a bunch of trash. And you dare to challenge me? You're not worthy. You first challenge Lin Yuqing. If you can defeat her, then I'll play with you. Zhou Xiaoling's sister, Zhou Xiaoqing, also laughed and said, Hey, Class 3's noobs, you better not underestimate Lin Yuqing. She's the strongest elementary school student after me and my sister. If you don't believe it, her Phantom Beast might get killed. Who believes that? Teacher, help us arrange it. We want to directly compete with Class 2. That's right. We need to work together to defeat Zhou Xiaoling's Blastoise. Teacher Chen from Class 3 looked at Teacher Lin from Class 2 and smiled. Teacher Lin, what do you say? 1 against 7, losing counts as losing. Teacher Lin rubbed his temples, feeling helpless against these rich kids, and could only say, Since you Class 3 are willing to compete with our class representatives, then let's compete. All right. Let's go talk to the referee. Let's go. The 2 teachers led their respective students to the arena. When the referee heard that Lin Yuqing was going to take on 7, his eyes widened. He advised little one. Taking on 7 is no joke. If your Phantom Beast accidentally gets killed, don't come crying to me. My root Tran is invincible, Lin Yuqing said confidently. All right. You can take the stage. Remember, this is just a friendly match. You are not allowed to attack people. Got it, referee. Let's go. First defeat the noobs. Then Zhou Xiaoling. The 7 kids from Class 3, along with Lin Yuqing, all went up to the stage. As soon as they appeared, they immediately attracted most of the audience's attention, including the school board members and deans. Among them was Lin Yuqing's father, Lin Jinan, who had hurried back from out of town. At this moment, he looked at his daughter on stage in astonishment. His daughter's strongest phantom beast was the root treant. Why was she on stage? What if she got beaten and cried? Brothers and sisters, it's Chapter 3. No more beating around the bush. Please rate, like, and follow for updates. Chapter 83, 1 against 7. The Lin Group is one of the top 10 groups in Jiangnan City, mainly engaged in insurance, mercenary, and other business sectors. Due to the small size of the Lin family, Lin Jinan, as the group president, often has to handle many matters personally, going on business trips. Leading mercenary teams deep into the wilderness to explore ruins and even other star domains is a common occurrence. Thus, he rarely has time to accompany his 3 daughters. Fortunately, his eldest and second daughters have grown up, and both are outstanding in their talent as phantom beast tamers, considered geniuses. Lin Jinan is extremely satisfied and proud of them, without any worries. However, his third daughter, Lin Yuqing, not only has terrible talent, but also a stubborn personality, which gives Lin Jinan a lot of headaches. Moreover, the elders at home and his wife spoil this youngest daughter excessively. Lin Jinan feels powerless and doesn't dare to discipline her, allowing her to do as she pleases. As a result, this girl contracted a root treant as her first phantom beast, which nearly drove Lin Jinan to death. The prestigious Lin family could afford high-level phantom beast cubs, yet she chose to contract a low-level phantom beast, an incomprehensible foolishness. Despite this, deep down, Lin Jinan still favors this little girl. A few days ago, he accepted an invitation from a strategic partner to explore ruins in a star domain via a wormhole and hadn't contacted home for half a month. As a person of his stature, once he entered the school, he naturally couldn't escape the attention of the academy's higher-ups. Invited warmly by the school board members, he was treated as a VIP and seated on the podium. At this moment, he looked at his little daughter on stage and couldn't help but cover his face. He didn't understand why his useless daughter would participate in the competition, but he had already anticipated the outcome would be extremely miserable. After all, when he left home half a month ago, his little daughter's root treant was only at the first-tier lower level. Now, after half a month, her root treant could at most be at the first-tier middle level. Competing at this level on stage was simply asking for punishment. For the sake of face, Lin Jinan planned to pretend not to recognize his precious little daughter. After all, trees need bark, and people need face. At this moment, an elite teacher nearby exclaimed, "Wow! That little student actually plans to take on 7. What courage! She must be Zhou Xiaoling from Class 2. An elite teacher from the middle school nodded and said, "She should be Zhou Xiaoling. I heard that little girl has a Blastoise, but it's only level 1, and its combat power has already reached over 400. Just the day before yesterday, she single-handedly defeated all the 6th graders. With her strength, taking on 7 is not a problem." The school board member, Chinamo, an elderly man in his 80s, wearing a green long gown, stroked his beard in admiration. After many years, our noble district has produced another talented young girl. With that super Blastoise, her future achievements should not be beneath Lin Yuyan. Chinamo turned to Lin Jinan beside him and chuckled, "Director Lin, I'm comparing that little girl to your precious daughter. You won Team Mind, right? How could I dare?" Lin Jinan initially didn't want to speak. But since Chinamo asked, he could only awkwardly say, "It's an honor for Qin Lao to remember that useless girl. But the little girl on stage is not Zhou Xiaoling." Qin Lao looked puzzled. "If that little girl isn't Zhou Xiaoling, then who is she?" "I heard Zhou Xiaoling is from Class 2. Cough. That little girl is my younger generation's 3rd daughter, Lin Yuqing," Lin Jinan said. Upon hearing this, Qin Lao's eyes brightened, and he gave Lin Jinan a thumbs up. "Good job, Director Lin. You truly have a tiger father with no dog daughters. Your eldest daughter, Lin Yuyan, needs no further introduction. She is one of the top 10 outstanding young women in Jiangnan City, renowned throughout the southern region. Your second daughter is also a super genius, ranking in the top 8 in our college district and is likely to be admitted to a national key university. Now, your youngest daughter is also remarkable. She is only in the 1st grade and dares to challenge 7 peers. Truly outstanding. Director Lin, you shouldn't be like those nouveau riches who send their children to study in the provincial capital. You should support our city's education more." Lin Jinan did not pretend, bitterly shaking his head and saying, "My youngest daughter is quite mischievous. Her first magical beast contract is with a root tree person, which really isn't impressive. I don't know why she wants to take on 7, but I guess she'll be crying on her way down soon." Saying this, Lin Jinan covered his face, looking quite embarrassed. Beside him, the principal of the high school patted his shoulder and laughed heartily. "Director Lin, you must be humble. If your youngest daughter were really that inadequate, how could she take on 7? You must be planning to surprise us, right?" "Ha! Principal Song is wrong. Director Lin's ability to educate his children is recognized as the best in the city, and his youngest daughter must also be exceptional. Ha! I am looking forward to Lin Yuqing's performance." Seeing everyone blindly praising him, Lin Jinan did not explain further. He covered his face, already prepared for embarrassment. This is also his fault. He often travels for work and has been lax in disciplining his youngest daughter, so it is only natural that she is a bit unrefined. At this moment, on the competition stage for first graders, the referee began to announce loudly. The first match is about to begin. After consultation between the representatives of Class 2 and Class 3, the first match will be in free combat mode. The lineup for the competing sides is Class 2's student Lin Yuqing versus all participants from Class 3. 17. Please give a warm round of applause. As soon as this was said, the stands erupted in an uproar. 17. What is going on? How is this a fair match? This parent. Are you living under a rock? Don't you know that some first graders come from wealthy families and can use high-level magical beast cubs from a young age? 17 is quite normal. Indeed, the gap in wealth among students leads to a significant difference in magical beast levels. Competitions like this for new students are very common. For instance, my son was only 12 when he just entered the first grade last year, and he won too. What does your son count for? That little girl is 17. How can the difficulty be the same? 17 is indeed rare. I wonder what level of magical beast that little girl has. It must be at least a level 2 or 3 high-level magical beast cub, right? Some people know Lin Yuqing's background and say, she might have a dragon beast since she is Lin Yuqing, the little princess of the Lin group. So she is a rich family's daughter. No wonder she is so arrogant. I hope my son and his classmates can work together to defeat this rich girl. Go for it, my dear son. Come on, Chen Chun. Don't lose to the rich second generation. Many parents began to cheer, whistling and shouting slogans. Their voices like a tidal wave reaching the competition stage. At this moment, the children on both sides had already taken their positions under the referee's instructions. Lin Yuqing stood alone, facing 7 peers.